surgical ward of the People's Hospital in Hu City. Shaolin, after the stitches are removed, make sure to rest well. Rest assured, you will be just like a normal person, free from any issues in daily life. However, you must be diligent in managing your eye strain, for if it worsens, it could lead to complications, Dr. Lu Haiyang advised, while a young nurse adeptly began to remove the bandages from Lin Feng's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Despite being a traveler from another world, the narrative had veered off course. He had not anticipated that he would not only be an orphan but also suffer from severe myopia and other serious ocular ailments. During his recent internship at a media company, he found himself targeted at every turn. Ultimately, during lunch, he was sabotaged and fell down the stairs, resulting in retinal detachment and necessitating this surgery. According to the doctor's prognosis, whether his eyes would accompany him to the grave remained a matter of fate. A bright light suddenly pierced his vision, prompting Lin Feng to instinctively squint. He quickly adjusted to the brightness of the ward. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly upon closing and reopening his eyes. He seemed to glimpse something extraordinary. Name: Lu Haiyang. Age: 46. Profession: physician. Position: chief ophthalmologist at the People's Hospital of Hu City. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Status: single. A twitch at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a fleeting confusion, but he quickly came to the realization that this was indeed the manifestation of his newfound abilities. He had awaited this moment for far too long, especially after the recent tribulations that had nearly led him to despair. It seemed that the standard perks of his situation had not been absent after all. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Feng, are you okay? A sweet voice broke through his reverie. Lin Feng looked up to see a beautiful nurse in scrubs, her expression tinged with concern, evidently worried about any potential postoperative complications. Since his admission to the hospital, he had not seen light, so he recognized the nurse's voice but had not seen her face until now. His eyes shifted slightly, and a new set of information appeared before him. Name: Chun Yun. Age: 25. Profession: nurse. Height: 162 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Status: married, with one child. As Chun Yun noticed Lin Feng's gaze upon her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and shot him an annoyed look. Hey, what are you staring at? Is it customary to gawk at a girl like this? Lin Feng, now fully aware, felt an exhilarating rush of emotion. Ahem, Nurse Chun, I apologize. I haven't seen light in such a long time. I got a bit too excited. Please forgive me. Lin Feng reflected on the irony that such a lovely young nurse was already married with a child. It felt somewhat regrettable. At that moment, Dr. Lu Haiyang's voice reached him again. Shaolin, your recovery is going splendidly. After you complete the discharge procedures, you can go home. Please take care of your eyes. If complications arise, it could lead to serious issues. Understood, Dr. Lu, Nurse Chun. Rest assured, I will heed your advice. I truly appreciate all you've done for me over these past few days. I will find a way to express my gratitude in the future. Before long, Lin Feng completed his discharge procedures and swiftly exited the hospital. That he needed to return home to decipher how to utilize his newfound abilities. He was determined not only to turn his fortunes around but also to seek retribution. Dr. Lu, why does he suddenly seem like a different person? I remember he was quite despondent when he arrived. I was genuinely worried he might harm himself. It is indeed peculiar. Perhaps the successful surgery has reignited his hope. Isn't that what we, as doctors, long to witness? The two stood by the window, watching Lin Feng depart before returning to their duties. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a taxi, racing home. Leaning back in the rear seat, he still felt a surge of excitement but needed to confirm whether all of this was indeed real. His gaze shifted to the taxi driver, and soon, another set of information materialized in his mind. Alias: Yang Bing. Real name: Chan Dachuan. Age: 50. Occupation: taxi driver. Status: a fugitive for 18 years, implicated in 5 homicides, with a bounty of 2 million. Current status: single, using a false identity to evade capture in Hu City for 12 years. Lin Feng's head shot up in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that instant, the driver's deep voice broke the silence. Sir, we have arrived at Yongxing New Village. That will be 30 yuan. Understood. I'll pay via scan, Lin Feng replied, feigning calm as he retrieved his phone to scan the QR code. After settling the fare, he exited the vehicle. Standing at the entrance of his community, he watched the taxi drive away, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. The license plate was already etched in his memory. Goodness, it seems I've truly stumbled onto a stroke of luck this time. With his eyes gleaming, Lin Feng promptly dialed the police hotline. Chapter 2. The phone rang 2 or 3 times before it was answered. A sweet voice resonated from the receiver. Hello, this is the 110 Emergency Center. How may I assist you? Hello, my name is Lin Feng. I wish to report that a murderer who has been on the run for 18 years is currently in Hu City, posing as a taxi driver. If I recall correctly, his name is Chen Duchuan. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a more serious tone. Sir, can you confirm this? We have information linking Chen Duchuan to a family massacre from 18 years ago. This is a serious matter. Please refrain from making false claims. How could I fabricate such a story? You can track my location through the emergency center, and I have memorized the taxi's license plate. My phone is registered under my real name. Very well, sir. Please remain where you are. We will dispatch officers from the local precinct to meet you. Remember, do not reveal your identity. After hanging up, Lin Feng crouched down and lit a cigarette. Approximately 10 minutes later, a police car turned the corner. He extinguished the cigarette and stood up as the police vehicle came to a halt before him. 3 officers emerged from the car. Hello, I am Captain Lu Feng from the nearby precinct. We received a report about a long-sought fugitive, one of the officers stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly, retrieving his phone to display a photo he had taken of the suspect's half-face in the rearview mirror. Officer, I stumbled across the wanted notice online and, while taking a taxi, I inadvertently spotted him. He appears older than in the photo, and according to the taxi's work ID, he now goes by Yang Bing, with license plate Hu A25998. Captain Lu's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the photograph. He had seen the wanted notice for Chen Duchuan, and the resemblance was striking. Mr. Lin, we will need you to accompany us to the station to complete some formalities. In the meantime, please limit your outings to avoid raising any suspicions with the suspect. By 10 p.m., Lin Feng returned from the police station, his heart racing with exhilaration. Captain Lu had clearly informed him that if the identity verification succeeded and the arrest went smoothly, he would be entitled to a reward of 2 million yuan. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and felt fatigued. He decided to rest before continuing. He was confident that the information he provided was accurate, and given the efficiency of the Hu City police, he was certain there would be results by nightfall. At 3 a.m., outside a demolition housing community in the southern suburbs of Hu City, 5 police cars were stationed. Not far away, a taxi with the identical license plate number to the one Lin Feng had reported was parked at the roadside. Captain Wang, there's no mistake, it's this vehicle. Through our police system, we can confirm that the target is indeed in Building 25 of this complex. Lu Feng's expression was somewhat agitated as he quietly spoke to Captain Wang. High of the Major Crimes Unit. Xiao Lu, you've done well this time. In 5 minutes, we commenced the operation. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 individuals stealthily infiltrated the residential area, soon vanishing into silence. At this moment, in Building 25, Chen Duchuan, who had spent the day conducting business, had long succumbed to slumber. Over the past decade, he had grown accustomed to this mundane existence. In fact, the events of the past had faded from his memory, and he had wholly embraced his new identity from within. Within the darkened corridor, a group of police officers crept closer, with Wang Hai and Lu Feng leading the way. They exchanged glances and signaled to those behind them. 2 officers surged toward the door, kicking it open with force. The loud noise jolted the sleeping Chen Duchuan awake, but by the time he realized something was amiss, it was already too late. As the lights illuminated the room, police officers surrounded him, their weapons aimed directly at him. A cold smile graced Wang Hai's face. Yang Bingo, I should call you Chen Duchuan. What will it be? Will you cooperate, or shall I take action? Chen Duchuan's complexion gradually paled. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. The tranquility of his life had finally been shattered. Soon, he slumped helplessly onto the bed, his hands hanging limply, his face a mask of despair, signaling his decision to abandon resistance. The entire apprehension unfolded within 20 minutes, without disturbing the surrounding residents. This notorious fugitive, who had evaded capture for 18 years, was finally apprehended, destined to face the long-overdue judgment of the LAW. At 7 a.m. the following morning, Lin Feng awoke and immediately reached for his phone. Upon seeing the screen, he was instantly invigorated. Over 10 news alerts filled his notifications, all concerning the arrest of Chen Dechuan, and this news had even made the front pages and trending sections of several mainstream apps. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's identity had not yet been disclosed by the police, and his mind was preoccupied with the prospect of the 2 million yuan reward. Chapter 3. Around 9 a.m., the anxious Lin Feng finally heard the pleasant sound of his phone ringing. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number, yet it identified itself as the Shanghai Police Department. Lin Feng accepted the call, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated on the other end. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? That's me. May I ask who you are and what this is regarding?" Lin Feng's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were entirely unaware of the situation at hand. The caller seemed somewhat taken aback. "I am Wang Hai, captain of the Major Crimes Unit at the Shanghai Police Department. Regarding your report about the fugitive Chen Dechuan, he has been apprehended. According to our investigation, your information was accurate. Please come to the station to handle the procedures for claiming your 2 million yuan reward." A glimmer of joy crossed Lin Feng's face. He had finally awaited this moment of vindication. After exchanging pleasantries, he hastily ended the call and made his way to the Shanghai Police Department. In the taxi, the radio broadcasted news about Chen Dechuan. "Wow, this Chen Dechuan is quite remarkable. He managed to hide in Shanghai for 18 years without being discovered. I shudder to think about it was even from the same company as me. What a pity. If I had found him, I wouldn't have had to drive anymore." The taxi driver spoke with a tone of both admiration and disappointment, clearly feeling he had missed a lucrative opportunity. "Driver, he's a notorious criminal. If something went awry, he could become dangerous." "You have a point, young man. I console myself with that thought as well. I wonder who reported him. Lucky for them to claim the 2 million. Just as the driver finished speaking, they arrived at the police station. "Curious?" the driver asked. "Young man, are you here for something?" Lin Feng retrieved a 50 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to the driver with a smile. "Indeed, I'm here to collect my reward." No change necessary. It was only after Lin Feng disappeared through the police station's entrance that the driver realized the informant of Chen Dechuan was merely a young man in his 20s. 10 minutes later, in Captain Wang Hai's office, Lin Feng was politely invited to sit on the sofa, where he was even served a cup of tea. "Mr. Lin, at such a young age, you have shown both bravery and wisdom. You have helped eliminate a societal threat. Director Wang, you flatter me. My teachers always taught us to punish evil and promote good, never to bow to malevolent forces," Lin Feng asserted with righteous fervor, leaving Wang Hai momentarily speechless. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a female officer entered, followed by 2 others holding a red banner. "Captain, the procedures are complete, and the headquarters has approved it. The 2 million reward will be credited to Mr. Lin's account by 5 p.m. tonight. This banner has also been prepared on short notice." As she spoke, the 2 officers presented the red banner to Lin Feng, which bore the bold characters advocating for the punishment of evil and the promotion of good. "Mr. Lin, let's take a photo together. It will serve as great publicity. Young individuals like you are rare nowadays." Initially intending to remain low-key and leave after collecting the money, Lin Feng felt compelled to accept the photo opportunity. In the office, Lin Feng and Wang Hai stood side by side, both holding the banner while the other officers eagerly captured the moment on their phones. Within moments, they shared the photos on their social media, labeling Lin Feng a youthful hero in effort to encourage more public participation in reporting wrongdoing. 10 minutes later, the entrance of the police station was swarmed with reporters from Shanghai, evidently alerted by the rapid dissemination of the earlier photos online. In light of this, Wang Hai arranged for a vehicle to personally escort Lin Feng home, ensuring he could evade the reporter's pursuit. However, this inadvertently thrust Lin Feng into the limelight, making it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Upon returning home, it was already 2 p.m. Lin Feng eagerly checked his phone and his face lit up with delight. He received a notification from his Huaxia bank account, confirming the arrival of funds. After opening it, his eyelids widened, and his heart raced. He double-checked multiple times the digits following the 2 amounted to 6 figures, totaling 7 digits with no decimal point. At that moment, he realized he was not dreaming. A full 2 million. What a significant sum. When he first arrived in this world, his entire fortune consisted of this dilapidated house and a little over 60,000 in his bank account. However, after spending all his savings on eye surgery, he had been struggling even to afford meals. But now, the appearance of 2 million resolved all his troubles. Yet soon, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. While 2 million was substantial, it would be a disservice to this newfound fortune to merely be content. With this in mind, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to retrieve a stack of lottery tickets from his desk drawer. Who doesn't dream of striking it rich? These were remnants of his previous endeavors, accumulated over time. Laying the lottery tickets flat on the table, Lin Feng began to scan them from left to right. However, after 10 minutes, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Indeed, even with mutated eyes, I can only perceive the information they contain. It is truly a stretch to expect to foresee future winning numbers. With disappointment lingering, Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa. In the past, he had merely wished to drift through life, but now his aspirations had transformed. Making money and seeking vengeance were the tasks he wished to accomplish. Yet, the limitations of his eyes weighed heavily on him. What use was it to merely see information? Was he to truly rummage through antique markets like one might see on television? With his head bowed and brows furrowed, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly erupted with a flurry of notification sounds. He swiftly picked up the device and scrolled down the screen, only to find his brow furrowing further. He was astonished to see over a dozen news alerts flashing on his phone. A quick glance revealed something that made his heart race. Opening the alerts, Lin Feng began to read each piece of news. The winning numbers for the 00583 issue of the lottery are 182032556678, with a special number of 15. The grand prize remains unclaimed, and the jackpot has accumulated to 300 million. Breaking: Wang Yongchang, chairman of Yongchang Group, has been hospitalized due to a heart attack. As of today's market close, Yongchang stock price has plummeted by 10. A scandal has erupted at a media company in the city. An intern from Hu University engaged in an improper relationship with a senior executive, leading to the spouse confronting the third party at the company. Urgent. According to reliable information from the Urban Management Bureau, demolition will occur near Longquan Road in the western suburbs, with 3 metro lines converging there, impacting the demolition of 5 nearby residential complexes. Lin Feng's expression turned blank, his eyes filled with shock, as if he had witnessed something utterly incredulous. May 13th? May 16th? May 24th? June 2nd? My heavens! This is astonishing. A gasp escaped his lips as Lin Feng leapt up in excitement. Today was undeniably May 10th, yet the news alerts on his app were all dated in the future, the earliest being May 13th. He realized that the issue was not with the phone app but rather with his own eyes. Through the news application on his phone, he could glimpse future news stories, and the time frame appeared to be about 2 weeks. Damn it, how significant is this? If this is indeed the case, making money will be a mere walk in the park. Unable to contain himself, he picked up the phone once more. As his eyes focused on the screen, he experienced a momentary distortion of space, and the news interface began to display future stories. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a smile crept to his lips as 2 particular news items caught his attention. One was the winning numbers for the lottery 3 days hence, with an astonishing jackpot of 300 million. If he were to secure the entire amount, he could pocket a prize of 5 million from a single ticket, a staggering return of 60 times the investment. It would be foolish not to pursue such an opportunity. The other news piece concerned a scandal within a company named Baixing Media. Lin Feng's smile widened, his eyes flashing with a cold light. This was the very company where he had previously interned, and the scandal's protagonists were the very individuals responsible for his retinal replacement. The woman in question, Yang Lian, was not only his classmate but also a fellow intern, notorious for her unscrupulous behavior and a well-known figure at Hu University. During their time at school, Lin Feng had little interaction with her, but he had heard whispers of her materialistic tendencies and her entanglements with many wealthy heirs. Licking his lips, Lin Feng's expression turned increasingly sinister as he muttered to himself, "I never imagined you had such connections. Very well, once I acquire the money, I shall come for you." Meanwhile, in the office of the Human Resources Director at Baixing Media, a seductive woman was perched on the lap of a middle-aged man, her voice dripping with flirtation. "Darling, I saw the news. That little brat we kicked out actually reported a fugitive and received a 2 million bounty. Humph, isn't that splendid? I've heard the retinal replacement went smoothly. I was initially worried he might cause trouble, but now that he has pocketed 2 million, I have no fear of his revenge." Chapter 6. This pair of individuals were none other than the architects of Lin Feng's misfortune. The woman, Yang Lian, was an intern in the same class as Lin Feng, while the man, Tang Bing, served as the human resources manager of the company. During his internship, Yang Lian had a crucial interview scheduled but arrived late due to personal reasons, resulting in a significant blunder during the interview. Under normal circumstances, such a mistake would warrant dismissal, yet Lin Feng ended up shouldering the blame. Upon discovering the truth, Lin Feng confronted her, leading to a physical altercation. At that moment, Tang Bing appeared, and whether it was intentional or not, during the scuffle, Lin Feng fell from the upper floor, resulting in his retinal detachment. Now, as he read the news, all his doubts dissolved. The human resources manager and Yang Lian were clearly in collusion, explaining why they so casually allowed him to take the fall. At noon, after hastily consuming a bowl of instant noodles at home, Lin Feng rushed out, heading straight for the nearby lottery store. With only 2 days remaining before the draw, today was the final day to purchase tickets, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. 300 million was at stake, a crucial first step towards his fortune. The lottery store was bustling with customers. A group of elderly men gathered around, deeply engrossed in discussing the fast draw lottery, their conversation animated and insightful. The owner, a middle-aged balding man in his 40s, was also in the crowd, analyzing the numbers with great fervor, persuading patrons to part with their money. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a poster on the wall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The next draw date was May 13th, issue number 00583, and the jackpot stood at 300 million exactly as the news had reported, without a single discrepancy. Finally, the perspiring owner noticed Lin Feng. "Young man, are you here to buy a lottery ticket?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Indeed, I'd like to purchase a ticket for the next draw." With that, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before the owner. "Please play this number." The owner was taken aback, glancing at the paper before chuckling. "Just one number? Young man, I suggest you play 5 random numbers that might increase your chances. Just this one number will suffice. But I am not playing just one ticket. Ha. Young man, you're quite ambitious. Are you planning to play 10 times? If you hit, that would be 50 million, quite the aspiration." As the owner spoke, he moved toward the lottery machine. His demeanor suggested that he had encountered many who dreamt of sudden wealth. Lottery tickets are so easy to win, the lottery center would go bankrupt otherwise. This young man seems to be yet another unwilling to put in the effort. "Not 10 times, I wish to play 60 times, Lin Feng stated, already having completed the payment via QR code. "Your Alipay account has successfully received 120 yuan. The notification sound from his phone drew the attention of everyone in the store, all eyes turning toward Lin Feng, while the owner, momentarily stunned, let out a derisive laugh. "Young man, I've seen many like you dreaming of wealth. Do you know how many draws it takes for the jackpot to reach 300 million? The owner is right, young man, it's better to be pragmatic. Why not join us in playing the fast draw lottery? I assure you, you could easily earn 500 a day. Indeed, making money these days is not easy. Don't always think of unrealistic outcomes that 120 yuan will likely go to waste." Unfazed, Lin Feng chuckled, "I'm simply following a hunch, taking a chance. If I lose 120 yuan, it's just one less meal out. Go ahead and place the bet." "Am I really placing the bet now?" "Boss, you run a lottery shop. Don't you fear bankruptcy with such advice?" The boss paused momentarily, then began tapping furiously on the machine, quickly producing a lottery ticket. Lin Feng took the ticket, comparing it several times to confirm its accuracy before leaving the shop. Inside, the veteran lottery players shook their heads at Lin Feng's departing figure, but the boss stared at him, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Boss, what's wrong? Do you know that young man?" "Yes, he's left now. You can't possibly know him, can you? Driven mad by money. After decades of buying tickets, how could he possibly win?" Suddenly, the boss snapped back to reality, an expression of recognition dawning on his face. That's why he looked so familiar. "This lad is the one who reported the fugitive yesterday and received a 2 million yuan reward. Such greed. He's already used up his luck for a lifetime and is still dreaming of a 300 million lottery win. What audacity!" The people in the lottery shop shook their heads in disbelief. Many harbored dreams of wealth, but to them, Lin Feng's gamble was akin to throwing money into the sea. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned home, excitement and anticipation lighting up his face as he gazed at the lottery ticket on the table. In 3 days, he would experience his true turning point after taxes. The 300 million yuan prize would still amount to a staggering sum that no one could afford to overlook. Chapter 7. At the entrance of Yongxing New Village, an Audi A6 idled by the roadside. The rear window rolled down, and a woman leaned out, casting a disdainful glance at the dilapidated complex. This shabby place is nothing but a slum. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't set foot here. Alien, isn't this to eliminate future troubles? This kid just received 2 million, well, give him 1 million to silence him. Problems easily solved with money. Humph, a poor wretch, and he actually thinks he can turn his fortune around. Well, spending to avert disaster is the way to go. But darling, you promised me you'd divorce and marry me. Tang Bing grasped Yang Lian's hand. Smiling, fear not, you know the company's legal representative is my wife. Even if I divorce, I can't leave empty-handed. How else would I support you? Yang Lian fluttered her eyelashes, her tone flirtatious. Now that's more like it. You better not deceive me. With that, the couple exited the car and entered the complex. At 8 p.m. Lin Feng ordered takeout and nibbled at it before pulling out an old laptop to create a new document. He intended to meticulously plan his future path. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the rusty iron door. Lin Feng glanced at the time on the wall, puzzled by the late hour and who might be seeking him. His curiosity piqued. He focused his gaze on the door, and an astonishing sight unfolded, could see through the door clearly, revealing the situation outside. Ecstatic, Lin Feng marveled at his extraordinary ability, though a flicker of doubt soon crossed his mind. Damn it, why are those two here? After contemplating, he recognized the two visitors and, familiar with the neighbors in the building, decided to investigate their intentions. Opening the door, Lin Feng feigned surprise before his expression quickly turned cold. What brings you two here? Lin, I heard you're feeling better, so I thought I'd check on you. Rest assured, I come with no ill intent. Living in such squalor, what a loser. If it weren't for Manager Tang suggesting I visit, I wouldn't be here even if you paid me. Yang Lian covered her mouth, her face twisted in disdain as she glanced around Lin Feng's modest dwelling. Lin, I won't intrude further, I just stopped by on my way. However, there's something to discuss. The company matters were indeed our military's fault, but returning to work is out of the question for you. Oh, then why are you here? Do you think an apology can undo the harm I've suffered? No, please don't misunderstand. I'm here with sincerity. Tang Bing pulled a bank card from his pocket and placed it before Lin Feng, smiling. This card contains 1 million. You can verify it now. Accept this money, and we can consider our grievances settled. Lin Feng glanced down at the card, remaining non-committal. Look at you, you poor wretch. Don't tell me you've never seen 1 million. Hurry up and take it. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Do you want us to ensure you can't graduate from school or survive in the city? Tang Bing remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Yang Lian's words. Is this meant to be hush money? A mere million? You think you can brush me off like a beggar? Lin, one must have self-awareness. I saw the news you received 2 million in reward money. To me, that's nothing. The company's issues were a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I nearly fell to my death. If not for someone donating a retina, I'd either be dead or blind. 1 million. Take it and get out of my sight. Tang Bing's expression turned icy. Are you planning to pursue this matter? You do realize that you pose no threat to me. Manager Tang, if he doesn't value the money, let's leave. People like him only learn through hardship. Humph, Lin Feng, take care of yourself. With that, the two shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning to leave. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Slow down, I won't see you off. Honestly, expelling me from Baixing Media is a trivial matter, I don't care. It's just that some people might feel guilty about their misdeeds. TSK, if one wishes to keep secrets, one must first guard against their actions. After uttering this, Lin Feng slammed the door shut, leaving the two outside frozen in place. Especially Tang Bing, who felt a cold sweat break out as he sensed Lin Feng's words carried deeper meaning, clearly not just about his dismissal. Darling, what did he mean by that? I have no idea, let's go home and figure it out. With that, the couple hurried down the stairs. Inside, Lin Feng watched through the glass window as the two departed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 8. In the Audi A6, Yang Lian's face was filled with fury, her eyes glinting with menace. My dear, this insolent brat truly lacks awareness. He continues to act high and mighty in our presence. We cannot let this slide. If he exposes this matter, I might not even graduate. Humph, no need to panic. I, Tang Bing, have always preferred diplomacy before force. Since he is so oblivious, I shall let him experience the harsh realities of society. The Audi A6 slowly departed from the residential area, and Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. The immediate priority was to collect the prize money. Their scandal would be revealed in a week, and with the power to influence the outcome, he would ensure their downfall was even more tragic. 3 days swiftly passed. At 9:40 p.m., Lin Feng's laptop was logged into the official lottery website, with only 20 minutes remaining until the drawing. He felt a wave of nervous anticipation. After all, it was the first time he would attempt to earn money using his intuition, and the outcome was uncertain. Watching the countdown on the screen, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Damn it. After finally turning my fortunes around, please don't let this be a mere illusion." Time ticked away, and when only 20 seconds remained, he frantically refreshed the webpage. Suddenly, the page changed, revealing the winning numbers on the screen. His eyes fixated on the display, and a surge of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. The winning numbers for lottery draw 00583 are 182032556678, with a special number of 15. The number of grand prize winners: 1. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng leaped from his chair, his eyes ablaze with joy. This was a staggering 300 million, a sum unachievable in 100 lifetimes. Yet here he was, having spent a mere handful of coins to attain it effortlessly. Felt surreal, akin to a dream. After pinching himself several times to confirm his reality, Lin Feng finally accepted that this was indeed true, and not a figment of his imagination. With a beaming smile, he carefully placed the lottery ticket into his wallet, ready to claim his prize at dawn. The night passed in silence. The following morning, shortly after 10, Lin Feng left his home. He had to admit that the elderly residents of the old community were exceptionally perceptive. From his doorstep to the entrance of the complex, the air buzzed with conversations about last night's lottery win. "Did you hear? Someone scooped the 300 million jackpot last night. I heard it was someone from our community who bought the ticket at that lottery shop just south of the entrance. It must be true. I saw it on the news this morning. A media crew visited the shop early today, and the owner said it was a young man who was mocked by others when he bought the ticket 3 days ago. Goodness, 300 million. What extraordinary luck. I wonder if he will show himself." Show himself? If you won, would you show yourself? Nowadays, everyone values their privacy. So he'll probably just claim his prize discreetly and enjoy his fortune. Ah, what a pity. Not everyone possesses such luck. Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, keeping his head down, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, he resolved to change his living situation after acquiring the money. His current residence was merely a rental, not a sustainable solution. The ride-hailing vehicle he had ordered was waiting at the entrance. Once inside, the car sped away from the community. For safety reasons, he had set his destination to a commercial complex located less than 500 meters from the lottery center. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the lottery center without incident. Upon entering the lobby and making inquiries, he headed straight for the major prize collection center. The staff on the first floor were equally bewildered. Is this lad really the one who won 300 million? He appears to be in his early 20s. I can't believe it. Nobody has visited the upper floors in 3 months, and didn't a jackpot just get claimed yesterday? Goodness, I admit I feel envious. Why doesn't luck favor me? Luck? First, you must be willing to spend a fortune on a 60-fold ticket. Do you think an average person would do that? Clearly, he is someone desperate for money. At that moment, Lin Feng had little time for such thoughts. He rushed to the 3rd floor and found the prize collection area, where confidentiality measures were impressively stringent, unlike the chaotic scenes of the past. He generously donated 100,000 as a gesture of goodwill, and the staff, understanding the situation, arranged for a discreet exit through an employee-only corridor to ensure Lin Feng's safe departure from the lottery center. Standing on the bustling street lined with towering buildings, Lin Feng gazed at the luxury cars passing by, filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph, knowing that the prize had successfully been deposited into his account. For the first time, the significant balance reflected in his account brought him a profound sense of purpose. Who says life is merely a series of hardships? Through his own efforts and after enduring great trials, he had indeed turned his fortunes around. Chapter 9. In a penthouse apartment within the Linglong Bay community in Shanghai, Tang En, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was engaged in a phone conversation. "Hello, it's me. Yes, the usual 1 million. Find a few tough characters. And remember, under no circumstances should it result in a death. However, I want him to be left crippled. Good, I'll transfer the money shortly. After hanging up, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes, and a cold smirk crept across his lips. Alien, it's all taken care of. I found someone, rest assured. The next time Lin Feng crosses my path, he will truly be a disabled man. My dear, you are simply remarkable. With this, I can finally relax. And it also brings me satisfaction. Heh, as long as you obediently follow my lead, you will enjoy a life of luxury and wealth indefinitely. With that, Tang Bing's hands began to wander, and Yang Lian was more than willing to cooperate. For money and designer handbags, she would do anything. In a makeshift house in a city village on the western outskirts of Shanghai, the atmosphere was thick with smoke. On the top floor, a middle-aged man hung up the phone, his face resembling the desolate surface of the moon. Baldy, yellow hair, A1, the three of you will handle this task. Once completed, each of you will receive 20,000. Just don't let it result in a death. A leg or an arm will suffice. Understood? Brother Rome, you needn't worry about us. We know what we are doing. Go on, and remember the usual rules. If anything goes awry, don't implicate me. I guarantee you will have no worries, but if you do drag me into it, I assure you, your lives will be nothing but misery. The three men nodded eagerly before hastily exiting the room. This area was a lawless zone, and this middle-aged man was none other than Wang Rong, the biggest local thug. Essentially a lowlife. This three-story house was his home, though it had been restructured to suit his needs, filled with smoke and all manner of vice. Besides the income from these illicit activities, he occasionally dabbled in murder and smuggling, raking in a few million each year, living quite comfortably. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who returned home that afternoon, did not step outside again. The news of his lottery win had spread across the internet, yet his true identity remained a mystery. He would never dare return to the lottery shop, and at this moment, his thoughts turned to the unscrupulous duo, Tang Bing and Yang Lian. Lin Feng took out his phone and casually scrolled through, discovering that the news about the lottery had vanished, evidently due to his alteration of events. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He opened the Today's Headlines app, accessed the search bar, and typed in Yang Ruoxi's name. This was the name of a popular star, and soon a series of news articles appeared, but their dates were not current. Rather, they were from 3 to 15 days in the future. His heart raced with excitement as Lin Feng realized he could utilize his newfound vision for targeted searches. An astonishing ability indeed. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. He pulled out his phone and entered his own name in the search bar. Upon clicking search, Lin Feng's composure shattered. To his astonishment, there were numerous entries under his name, though they were merely coincidental and not related to him. Just as he contemplated closing the news, his pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke out across his body. Breaking news. Tonight at 7 p.m., police received a report from the public about a male corpse discovered in Yongxing New Village. The body was found dismembered, with severe head trauma. Forensic examination concluded that the head injury was fatal. Upon identification, it was confirmed that the deceased is Lin Feng, a longtime resident known for having reported a fugitive, earning a reward of 2 million, and winning 300 million from the current lottery pool just 3 days ago. This case is currently under investigation and has been preliminarily classified as murder. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He turned to check the date. May 19th, just 3 days away. A wave of terror surged within him. Am I dead? Murdered? Are they after my fortune, or... He quickly dismissed the thought. Even if it were a robbery gone wrong, such a brutal death seemed improbable. The only conclusion was that someone wanted him dead. Two figures emerged in Lin Feng's mind, becoming increasingly clear: Yang Lian and Tang Bing. A flash of anger crossed his face as he immediately connected the dots. It was undoubtedly because he had rejected their offer of 1 million to keep quiet, and now they sought to silence him permanently. Determined to regain his composure, Lin Feng resolved to leave that very night and deal with these two nuisances the following day. As for the would-be killer, he would not let them escape unscathed. At 9 p.m., Lin Feng hastily gathered some essentials, then swiftly departed from Yongxing New Village. He placed a call to his landlord, relinquishing his deposit and vacating the premises. Chapter 10. At 10 p.m., in a luxurious suite at the Intercontinental Hotel, Lin Feng reclined on the expansive bed, a look of sheer delight upon his face. This marked his inaugural experience in a five-star hotel, and indeed, the level of comfort far surpassed that of the mundane business lodges. The so-called value for money was merely a self-soothing notion for the financially challenged. As he gazed at the ceiling, his mind momentarily wandered before he regained his focus. The pressing matter at hand was to address his current predicament. He was uncertain if relocating would render the news about him a mere fabrication. Yet, he dared not gamble on this matter. A miscalculation could spell disaster. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's eyes began to droop. The screen of his phone displayed a search engine with a woman's name illuminated. Li Mei, a 50-year-old woman, was the original wife of Tang Bing and also the proprietor of Shangshi Media. This woman seldom visited the office, and Lin Feng had never laid eyes upon her. However, on a chance encounter, he had acquired one of her business cards and discreetly saved her phone number, which proved fortuitously useful now. He retrieved a new SIM card from his pocket, a space card purchased at a phone repair shop, along with an antiquated mobile phone. After inserting the SIM card into the old device, Lin Feng activated the phone and entered Li Mei's number, swiftly composing a text message before dispatching it. Li Mei, do not concern yourself with my identity. Tomorrow evening at 8 p.m., come to the office. Your husband, Tang Bing, and in turn Yang Lian will perform a spectacle for you. Believe it or not, this is your only notice. Barely a minute passed before he received a response. Who are you? Lin Feng smiled broadly, promptly switched off the phone, and folded the SIM card in half before placing it in his pocket. As long as he confirmed that the message had reached her, he felt at ease. At midnight, in a nightclub's private room, Li Mei stared frostily at her phone, feeling as though her message had vanished into the abyss. When she attempted to call, the device indicated it was powered off. Ms. Li, you don't seem well. Is something amiss? Her assistant inquired softly, noting her boss's unusual demeanor as they hosted an important guest. I'm fine. By the way, has there been any personnel changes in Tang's department recently? The assistant hesitated but cautiously replied. Not long ago, an intern from Hu University was dismissed. The exact reasons are unclear, but I've heard that a female classmate of the expelled student transferred into the HR department that same day. A fist clenched involuntarily. Li Mei's expression hardened momentarily before she regained her composure, feigning indifference as her assistant bowed his head, reluctant to pry further. 3 a.m. In a business hotel room, Tang Bing held Yang Lian close, a look of satisfaction on his face, clearly having just concluded their affair. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he inhaled deeply and chuckled. Lian, rest assured that brat Lin Feng will reap what he sows. Within a week, we shall see the outcome. Humph, I have never regarded him as a threat. By the way, darling, when will you fulfill your promise to me? Fear not. I shall act when the time is ripe. We must devise a plan to seize control of the company. However, our frequent rendezvous in hotels poses a risk. Let us meet at the office tomorrow evening instead. Giggle, that works for me. I'll follow your lead as long as you're happy. With that, Yang Lian flipped over, and what transpired next was something any adult could comprehend. The following morning at 7 a.m., as Li Mei rose, she discovered that Tang Bing had indeed not returned home. Coupled with the unsettling message she had received and her husband's increasingly suspicious behavior of late, her doubts intensified. At that moment, her phone rang on the dining table, and she answered it directly, hearing her assistant's voice on the line. Ms. Li, I had someone investigate that number. It is not registered under a real name, and the individual appears to be using a decade-old mobile phone, making it impossible to trace. However, what? Speak. Li Mei's heart sank as she sensed her assistant's hesitation. According to your instructions, we retrieved all of Manager Tang's open records. In the last 2 months, he has stayed at 8 different hotels, accumulating a staggering 20 visits. Enough. I understand. Have the driver come to my house to take me to work. Keep this matter confidential. Do not breathe a word to anyone. With a face etched in frost, Li Mei ended the call, her heart a frozen expanse. She had defied familial opposition to marry Tang Bing, a university classmate from a rural background, only to discover that he had betrayed her. As this realization dawned upon her, she clenched her fists, veins protruding on her arms, her once beautiful face now ravaged by time. Tang Bing, you have crossed the line. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I shall catch you in the act. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this one. Everything I have sacrificed for you, I demand it back. Chapter 11. When a woman resolves to be ruthless, she surpasses all others in her severity. Li Mei, who had long harbored doubts about Tang Bing, experienced an emotional eruption upon receiving a mysterious text message. Shengshi Media, a mid-sized enterprise in the Shanghai stock market, had established Li Mei as a somewhat renowned businesswoman within her circle. Following the weekly meeting in the conference room of Shengshi Media's headquarters, located in the CBD of Shanghai, the senior executives began to murmur among themselves as soon as Li Mei exited. Could there be significant personnel changes ahead? What could this mean? Is there a major initiative on the horizon? It seems plausible, given that our company now possesses its own website and independent news app. Perhaps the future focus will indeed pivot towards the digital realm. So it's about replacing the old with the new. However, what did the boss mean when she said she hoped certain individuals wouldn't treat her as a fool? I sense a veiled implication there. The executives discreetly raised their heads and observed Tang Bing leaving the conference room in tandem with Yang Lian, their expressions tinged with ambiguity. Clearly, none of them were oblivious. They could discern certain hints, even if they usually chose to remain taciturn about them. The atmosphere in Tang Bing's office was rather tense, yet Yang Lian appeared utterly oblivious. My dear, what troubles you? Why the furrowed brow? Did that old hag's words upset you? Somehow, I can't shake the feeling that she knows something, he replied. Impossible. Our operations are so covert. How could we be discovered? Don't overthink it, or we might inadvertently reveal our hand. Moreover, if they were to find out, wouldn't that just force our hand? You make a valid point. Over the years, I have siphoned off a substantial portion of the company's funds under various pretexts. If we were to confront the situation, the timing could be right. Alian, don't forget, I'll be waiting for you at the office tonight. Prompted by Yang Lian, Tang Bing momentarily cast aside his concerns, realizing that even if everything were exposed now, he would not suffer any loss. At 10 a.m., at the entrance of the Royal Dynasty Real Estate Sales Center in Shanghai, Lin Feng parked his shared bicycle and confidently strode towards the lobby, clad in humble attire. A security guard at the entrance hesitated momentarily upon seeing Lin Feng but nonetheless greeted him with utmost respect, opening the door wide. Indeed, Royal Dynasty is a premier real estate firm, and its staff are impeccably trained, never judging individuals based on appearances. As Lin Feng entered, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Just then, he heard footsteps, accompanied by a melodious voice. Sir, I am the client manager here. My name is Liang Yu. How may I assist you today? Lin Feng looked up and was immediately captivated. Standing before him was a woman of remarkable height, dressed in professional attire, her figure well proportioned, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Indeed, her beauty was exceptional. I am here to purchase a property, specifically a spacious flat facing the Pujiang River. Could you provide me with some details? Liang Yu was taken aback, her mind racing. She held no disdain based on his appearance. It was a fundamental quality of a sales associate at such a prestigious sales center to refrain from superficial judgments. Sir, we currently have 3 units of the Pujiang Riverview flat available, and I can provide details about each. Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. No need. I want the most expensive one. Liang Yu was astonished once more, her eyes involuntarily lingering on Lin Feng, having encountered many low-key wealthy individuals and ostentatious tycoons. Yet none had exuded such boldness. Sir, the most expensive unit is located on the 18th floor of Building 18, facing the Pujiang River, offering splendid views of the river at night. The property spans approximately 500 square meters, priced at 100 million. How much would you like to finance? We can assist with that. Lin Feng casually retrieved a bank card from his pocket and tossed it towards her. Swipe it, full payment. At full payment? Liang Yu's complexion drained of color. With 5 years of experience in high-end real estate sales, she was utterly bewildered, leading to a serious predicament. Is there a problem? No, sir. Please proceed to our VIP lounge for a moment. I will draft the contract. The transaction will be completed shortly. An hour later, as a group of sales personnel, including senior executives, respectfully watched Lin Feng depart on his shared bicycle, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiaoliang, is this fellow your suitor? Is he deliberately putting on a show? 100 million in cash, arriving on a shared bicycle? I've seen understated individuals, But this is a whole new level. Xiao Yu, tell us honestly, do you know him? Honestly, I don't know him at all. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he really is a wealthy heir. Let us stop speculating. Since I'll earn a significant commission this time, I'll treat you all to dinner. Chapter 12. Lin Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he pedaled his bicycle, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. A mere 100 million was no longer a concern for him. He possessed ample means to generate wealth, and with his current fortune, he felt quite secure. In just a week, he would receive the keys to his new abode and could move in without delay. Lost in his pleasant thoughts, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by a cacophony of car horns. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S600 gliding perilously close to him. A young woman leaned out of the rear window, her face contorted with anger. Yet her striking beauty was undeniable. Lin Feng immediately recognized that this woman hailed from wealth. Her refined features and demeanor surpassed even those of the sales representatives at the real estate center. Are you blind? Riding a bike without paying attention? If you want to endanger yourself, fine, but don't drag me into it, she exclaimed, her tone sharp. Lin Feng acknowledged his fault but felt that such an attitude was unwarranted. She was indeed quite lovely, yet her words were venomous. You should be grateful I managed to dodge you. Otherwise, you might be responsible for my medical expenses, he retorted. Enough, Xiaoxin, we have other matters to attend to. Since no accident occurred, let it go, came a frail voice from within the car, suggesting a sense of urgency. The irate young woman shot Lin Feng a glare before rolling up the window. As the vehicle drove away, Lin Feng squinted, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. He hadn't expected her to be the daughter of the Yongchang group. The news he had glimpsed a few days prior resurfaced in his mind, and a smile crept across his face as he swiftly pedaled away. At 7:50 p.m. that evening, Shangshi Media had long since closed its doors. Inside Tang Bing's office, he and Yang Lian were entwined, their passions ignited. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Bing's original wife, Li Mei, accompanied by a throng of media personnel, had arrived at the company's first floor. Alian, isn't it exhilarating here? My dear, you're quite the rascal. I never imagined you'd still have such vigor at your age, he chuckled, while she responded, of course. That sour-faced woman disgusts me. I have no interest in her. Only you. Their flirtatious banter was shocking, yet suddenly, the office lights blazed to life, accompanied by an ominous voice. Tang Bing, enjoying your little escapades with this vixen? Are you eagerly wishing for my demise? Startled, Tang Bing and Yang Lian turned sharply, their surroundings captured by the frantic clicking of cameras, rendering them momentarily frozen in place. Yet soon, Yang Lian regained her composure, erupting, Li Mei, you've lost your mind. How dare you invade our privacy? What are you waiting for, dear? Let her leave at once. In a frenzy, Yang Lian clutched her clothes defensively, pointing at Li Mei with manic fervor. Li Mei, however, merely smirked. Tang Bing, do you think I'm oblivious to the fortune you've embezzled over these 3 years? Out of respect for our marriage, I've refrained from pursuing this matter, but it appears it's time for a reckoning. At her words, Tang Bing's expression turned pale, panic flashing across his face as he suddenly fell to his knees. Wife, please listen to me. I love you. This vixen seduced me with her beauty. You must believe me. My dear, what do you mean? You told me to wait for the right moment to divorce her and marry me. How could you betray me like this? Silence, you wretched woman. If it weren't for your manipulation, I wouldn't have acted so foolishly. Marrying you? That's a fantasy. Li Mei regarded Tang Bing, who stood frozen in shock, and remarked, Did you think you could take him from me? He will return to me when I call, but I have no desire for such a scoundrel. With a frosty demeanor, she turned to Tang Bing, who appeared like a defeated dog, and continued, After all we've been through, it doesn't have to end this way. Aren't you two in love? Go ahead and revel in your affection. Tang Bing's face was ashen as he fixed a steely gaze on Li Mei, asking coldly, Li Mei, I'll admit defeat, but can you reveal who informed you of our affair? I won't divulge that information. You'll have to ponder it in silence, for I intend to make you pay dearly, and you'll forever be left wondering who exposed your transgressions. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, and a contingent of police officers entered, clearing a path for themselves. Mr. Tang, Ms. Yang, We have received reports of your involvement in the embezzlement of substantial company funds. We require your cooperation in our investigation. Chapter 13. Meanwhile, a police car was less than a kilometer away from Shengshi Media, with Wang Hai and Lin Feng seated in the back. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Feng had employed targeted searches once more, only to discover that news of his demise had inexplicably vanished, signifying that his peril had subsided. However, a new report had emerged regarding Tang Bing's arrest. The police, through extensive investigations, had unearthed evidence of his intent to hire a hitman, with Tang Bing readily confessing and disclosing the identity of his accomplices. What a surprise it is to see you again. Based on the information you provided, those 3 individuals have already been apprehended, and their leader, Ronggu, has also been captured. An illegal gambling and drug den located in Hongsuan on the western outskirts has been dismantled. Your contributions have proven invaluable once more. Haha, Captain Wang. What do you think? Is there still a bounty? Wang Hai rolled his eyes and responded with irritation. What? Is 2 million not enough? Do you think money grows on trees? The bounty is gone this time, but at least your life is spared. Haha, Captain Wang, don't take it to heart. I was merely fortunate. I occasionally noticed suspicious individuals loitering near my rental property. Otherwise, I would have truly been in danger. As they conversed, the vehicle came to a halt outside Shengshi Media, revealing a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Tang Bing and Yang Lian were hunched over, looking quite disheveled. What is happening here? Is that not Captain Yuan from the Economic Investigation Division? What brings him here? Captain Wang, why not step out to investigate? Tang Bing is capable of hiring a hitman. Perhaps he has committed other offenses as well? With that, Lin Feng promptly opened the door and exited the vehicle, followed closely by Wang Hai. Just then, the crowd converged before them. Old Yuan, long time no see. What's going on? Have these 2 committed a crime? Yuan Long appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Hai, indicating their familiarity. Old Wang, what brings you here? These 2 have embezzled a significant sum of public funds. We received a tip-off and are taking them in for questioning. That's splendid. I was just about to seek them out. Tang Bing and Yang Lian are implicated in a murder-for-hire scheme. We have already apprehended the key figures involved, and according to the information provided, we traced a transfer of 1 million from your personal account to Ronggu's account in Hongsuan just 3 days ago. Wang Hai fixed a stoic gaze on Tang Bing, whose body trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly frightened. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind him. Yang Lian stared in terror at Lin Feng, pointing at him. Well, what are you doing here? Lin Feng? Tang Bing also recognized Lin Feng. Surprised, are you? I never imagined that you 2 would engage in an affair while embezzling company funds. TCH, Tang Bing, you truly are a fool. That money belongs to your wife. So isn't it essentially yours? Lin Feng, how could you possibly know my plans? Your plans? Oh, I understand now, a murder-for-hire scheme, right? If one wishes to keep their misdeeds hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Alas, it is too late to speak now. Captain Wang, look, he has confessed. Tang Bing, Yang Lian, you are both suspected of conspiracy to commit murder, with irrefutable evidence against you. However, since there are also financial disputes involved, once Captain Yuan resolves his matters, I will personally come to escort you. Around them, reporters summoned by Li Mei began feverishly documenting the scene, recognizing this incident as a major news story, further complicated by the emergence of a murder case. At that moment, Lin Feng produced a cigarette, leisurely lighting it, and remarked with a cold smile, "When you unjustly dismissed me from my position, nearly causing me to lose my eyesight, did you ever consider this day would come? It is merely the law of cause and effect. Lin Feng, I was coerced. The plan to have someone kill you was also Tang Bing's idea. Considering our past as classmates, I implore you, spare me. I swear, I never intended for you to die." Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze turning icy. Coerced by others? I too had aspirations to intern and graduate, yet you not only had me dismissed but also nearly blinded me. What use is there in saying such things now? Reflect on your actions while incarcerated, and don't even think about that diploma. As Tang Bing and Yang Lian were led away in the police vehicle, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. All troubles had finally been resolved, and these individuals had been apprehended, eliminating the imminent threat. Just as Lin Feng prepared to leave the scene, a voice called out to him. Meanwhile, Li Mei, who had only intended to confront her husband and his mistress, had not anticipated that her husband would be entangled in a murder case. Lin Feng, could you accompany me for a moment? I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Feng flashed a grin and replied, Oh, are you surprised that your husband has landed himself in such trouble? I'm afraid it's too late for you to ask me to change my testimony. Do you know that it's illegal? With that, Lin Feng departed from Shengshi Media without looking back, leaving Li Mei with a frosty expression, taken aback by his lack of deference. At that moment, several reporters nearby began to chatter. Wow, I thought I recognized him. Isn't that the young man who reported the wanted criminal and received 2 million? Li Mei, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting look of astonishment, though her expression soon hardened once more. Chapter 14. Li Mei never anticipated that Lin Feng was the individual who had previously claimed a bounty of 2 million. At this moment, she regarded Lin Feng as a young man who had unexpectedly acquired such wealth, leading to his inflated sense of self-worth. While she could tolerate her husband, the notion of him being implicated in a murder-for-hire scheme was beyond her realm of acceptance, pushing her out of her comfort zone. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in a taxi heading back to the hotel. As he departed, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Mei, having already gleaned ample information about her. TSK. How foolish, he mused. Despite Tang Bing treating her this way, she still harbored animosity towards me. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet today he once again discovered that his eyes seemed to possess the ability to perceive others' innermost thoughts based on his own musings. That fleeting glance had revealed some quite useful information. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng took out his phone and began searching for news regarding the subway planning in the western suburbs. As anticipated, he found no reports online, not even a whisper of information. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng picked up his phone again, activating his ocular abilities, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. According to statistics, the demolition in the western suburbs of Shanghai involved compensation plans for residential and commercial properties, and, predictably, this would create countless millionaires, with compensation amounts exceeding 10 times the original value. Furthermore, a recent investigation revealed that the area had been developed a decade ago and had been abandoned for 5 years. Many small to medium-sized business owners or investors held substantial ownership of vacant properties in the region, which had been difficult to sell, but this unexpected demolition provided them with a much-needed opportunity. Lin Feng reclined with his legs crossed, glancing at the time on his phone. It was May 15th, and the first news about the demolition in the western suburbs would be released on June 12th, leaving him with nearly 20 days. Though time was tight, it was still ample, as he possessed substantial funds, and a calculated investment could yield returns conservatively estimated to be in the tens of millions. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Lin Feng thought that if this operation succeeded, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in Shanghai, attracting attention from all quarters. At that moment, in the executive office on the top floor of the Yongchang Group headquarters, Wang Xian sat on the sofa, expressing her dissatisfaction. Dad, what are you thinking? That land in the western suburbs holds no value whatsoever. With more than 50 stores stagnating, selling them at a low price would be preferable. Wang Chang could only respond with a helpless smile. Xian, this matter isn't for me to decide. You must ask your grandfather. He was the one who advocated investing in that area initially. Wang Yongchang, the current chairman of Yongchang Group, was nearing 80 but still presided over a company valued in the billions. Seated before him were his son and granddaughter. However, in recent years, his health had evidently begun to decline, and he was contemplating retirement. What remained unknown to the outside world was that the successor he envisioned was not his son, but rather his granddaughter, Wang Xian. Lin Feng would certainly be astonished to discover that this young woman was indeed the same one he encountered while purchasing property that day. Achung, Xian, no one is perfect, myself included. I invested over 20 million in those 50 stores, expecting to profit, but I misjudged the situation. Grandfather, those 50 stores are probably worth less than 10 million now, aren't they? And the land was the real asset. The Yongchang Plaza never materialized, resulting in an expenditure exceeding 500 million. Dad, Xian has a point. You have extensive connections. Have you heard any whispers recently? Wang Yongchang sighed and smiled wearily. There are no plans in the next decade. I've already inquired. Whether we can divest ourselves of this property is a matter of luck. Luck? How often does fortune favor us? Wang Chang muttered, but just then Wang Xian interjected. Luck? Dad, you wouldn't believe it, but the other day, my grandfather and I visited the Royal Dynasty sales office, and a young man purchased the finest riverside flat for 1 billion, paying in full. What? How is that even possible? Chung, you might find it hard to believe, but he arrived on a bicycle. Quite low-key, isn't it? At this point, Wang Xian scoffed, her discontent evident. Low-key? I see it as a show of wealth. He looked barely over 20. Could that be his own money? Enough. The world is vast, teeming with hidden talents. Who can say who he truly is? Our immediate concern is to devise a strategy. Our group's financial circulation has encountered issues, and if necessary, we may have to resort to pledging our assets. Following Wang Yongchang's words, the office fell into a contemplative silence, clearly indicating that the group faced a temporary financial crisis, and navigating through this challenge would not be easy. Otherwise, they would not have turned their attention to the desolate land in the western suburbs. Chapter 15. Within an exclusive women's private club, Li Mei was perusing a stack of documents. Is it true this fellow lacks any background? An orphan, no less? Moreover, did he nearly lose his sight before? Indeed, President Li, it is true. He is currently an intern at Hu University in the same class as that wretched person. Li Mei chuckled coldly. In the same school, in the same class. Truly, they are all despicable. Keep a close watch on him for me. If the opportunity arises, I intend to make his life in the Shanghai market exceedingly difficult. Rest assured, President Li, I shall handle it as you request. If he possesses no connections, it is merely a trivial matter for us. The assistant exited the room with the documents in hand. Li Mei reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, her eyes filled with resentment and malice. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for her husband, but her loathing for Lin Feng was even more profound. At 2 p.m., Lin Feng stood before the towering Yongchang building, his face betraying a hint of longing as he gazed upon the imposing 48-story edifice. Previously, through a targeted search, his eyes had once again glimpsed future headlines, and one article from June 19th particularly caught his attention. Breaking: the chairman of Yongchang Group remains in critical condition in the hospital, and the group's stock price continues to plummet. Sources reveal that Wang Yongchang was awarded approximately 1.3 billion in compensation for the western suburb city planning. Yet this sum has been utilized to mend business deficits, leaving the billion-dollar conglomerate in turmoil. Excuse me, sir. May I assist you? The security guard, who had been observing him for some time, finally approached. I seek Chairman Wang Yongchang. I have important matters to discuss with him. Looking for the old chairman? Who are you? Do you have an appointment? An appointment? I believe your chairman would be quite eager to meet me. At this, the security guard's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, his expression turning unfriendly. Young man, it's prudent to think before you speak. Our chairman is eager to meet you? I suggest you leave at once, or I shall be compelled to call the authorities. Lin Feng raised his head, surveying the surroundings, and replied with a smile. There are cameras here. You may let me go, but should trouble arise, the footage will reveal that you were the one who chased me away.
Quand assure-you?
It will be quite difficult for you to find employment in Shanghai in the future. The guard hesitated, contemplating whether this young man truly had some noteworthy connections. Just then, a voice filled with surprise and a hint of anger pierced the air. Is it really you? What brings you here? The guard turned, his face paling in shock. It was none other than Wang Xian, the heiress of Yongchang Group. He could no longer doubt that Lin Feng knew someone from the Wang family. What do you mean? Is it really me? I am here for business. I never expected you to be the Wang family's daughter. Lin Feng remained unflustered, delivering his words with calmness. You have business with us? I must warn you, this is Yongchang Group. What exactly do you intend? Do not be so hostile, show me some courtesy. I am, after all, your family's benefactor. Wang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, regarding Lin Feng with a mix of incredulity and a faint smile. I know you have some connections. Are you merely feigning modesty? Buying a house for 100 million in cash is indeed impressive, but calling yourself our family's benefactor seems rather exaggerated. With that, Wang Xian turned to leave, leaving the security guard bewildered and uncertain of Lin Feng and Wang Xian's relationship, opting to remain silent. I have heard Yongchang Group is facing a financial crisis. I understand you have around 50 stores near Longquan Road in the western suburbs and a piece of abandoned commercial land. I wonder if it is for sale? Wang Xian halted abruptly, turning to face Lin Feng, her eyes now scrutinizing, filled with doubt and a hint of disbelief. Do not look at me like that. This opportunity is fleeting. You cannot decide this matter alone. Take me to meet Chairman Wang Yongchang. Ultimately, it is his decision. Wang Xian fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, then suddenly relented. Within Yongchang Building, there was only one individual present. There was little room for deception. Moreover, she was well aware of her family's current predicament. If he were genuinely willing to invest in the abandoned land and stores, it could alleviate some of their pressing concerns. Follow me, but do not attempt any tricks. My grandfather and father are no fools. Lin Feng found the situation amusing. What foolishness was she speaking of? Wang Yongchang was nearing his end, and his visit here was not solely for financial gain but also to forge connections. Though his current status was inconsequential, what if he became Wang Yongchang's savior? In the process of ensnaring his opponent, he could subtly showcase his prowess, adding an air of mystery to himself, which would serve as a fundamental leverage in establishing his footing in this world. Chapter 16. The security guard observed the two individuals entering the building, feeling a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a hint of curiosity. The temperament of the young lady from the Wang family was widely known, yet the identity of the young man remained a mystery. They had just quarreled, yet now they entered the building together, evidently with no ordinary background. Lin Feng's identity suddenly became enigmatic, leaving others perplexed. As the elevator ascended swiftly, Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm that irked Wang Xian. A slight tremor signaled the elevator doors opening slowly, revealing two men approaching from a distance. Wang Xian's face brightened as she dashed out of the elevator. Father, I'm glad you haven't left. I urgently need to speak with you. The two men looked up in surprise, puzzled by Wang Xian's lingering presence. However, Wang Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Lin Feng. His eyes filled with uncertainty. Xian, I believe we have met this young man before. Grandfather, have you forgotten? He is the one who purchased a house in full with cash at the Royal Dynasty sales office. Wang Yongchang suddenly recalled, recognizing Lin Feng's familiar face but immediately feeling a twinge of doubt regarding Lin Feng's intentions for being there. Old Wang, may we discuss this inside?
Yes, sur you.
What I have to say will pique your interest. Lin Feng's demeanor was inscrutable, shrouded in an air of mystery. At that moment, Wang Xian leaned close to Wang Yongchang, whispering a few words, causing him to gaze at Lin Feng in astonishment, his expression filled with skepticism. 5 minutes later, within the understated yet luxurious office of the chairman, Lin Feng reclined comfortably on the sofa. Mr. Wang, I am Lin Feng. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lin Feng, now I understand why you seem familiar. You are the individual who reported the fugitive wanted for 18 years just a week ago, aren't you? Wang Chang, beside him, regarded Lin Feng with astonishment. Oh, I did not expect Mr. Lin to possess such a strong sense of justice. Humph, a sense of justice? I believe it was merely a stroke of luck, driven by the lure of that 2 million ransom. Wang Xian cast a disapproving glance at Lin Feng, inexplicably irritated by his presence. Your compliments are unwarranted. It was merely a coincidence, as Miss Wang stated, indeed just luck. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to respond, his expression suddenly turning serious as he fixed a meaningful gaze upon Wang Yongchang. Wang Yongchang's heart skipped a beat, further deepening his intrigue regarding Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, may I inquire if your visit today pertains to something significant? Grandfather, this individual is aware that our group is facing a financial crisis. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang's pupils constricted, their eyes sharpening as they looked at Lin Feng. Do not be alarmed. In this era of big data, it is not uncommon for a 100 billion group to experience a financial hiccup. You have invested in some projects in Guangxing. There have been delays, and funds are somewhat tied up. I am here to assist in resolving the predicament. Mr. Lin, how do you know this? I have my channels. Although it may seem trivial, I am aware that if this hurdle is not overcome, the consequences could be severe. A sudden silence enveloped the office, Even Wang Xian dared not speak, while Wang Yongchang became increasingly convinced that Lin Feng possessed a remarkable background, far beyond that of a mere wealthy heir. His demeanor grew increasingly cautious. Mr. Lin, indeed, our group is facing some challenges. What solution do you propose? Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. His demeanor had evidently rendered the other party more cautious. I am aware that 5 years ago, your group acquired 50 stores and a commercial plot on Longquan Road in the western suburbs of the city. However, it appears that development has not progressed as anticipated, and instead it has fallen into disarray, correct? Mr. Lin, please be straightforward. I possess 100 million in cash. Mr. Wang, to be direct, I wish to acquire that land along with the 50 stores. We can proceed with the transaction immediately. The funds can be transferred at any time. What do you say? The 3 generations of the Wang family exchanged astonished glances. While Wang Yongchang's group was indeed worth 100 billion, the crisis they faced was undeniably cash-related. The concept of casually tossing out 100 million in cash was staggering. Moreover, both Wang Yongchang and Wang Xian recalled that just days prior, this mysterious young man had purchased a riverside penthouse with 100 million in cash. Swallowing hard, nearly 80-year-old Wang Yongchang slowly rose, striving to maintain his composure. Mr. Lin, are you certain you are not jesting? Lin Feng retrieved a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table, smiling. As soon as you draft the transaction contract, I can swipe the card and complete the payment. Wang Yongchang's heart raced. It was now evident to him that Lin Feng was far from an ordinary individual and possessed an unimaginable status. Yet, deep within him lay profound questions. What could Lin Feng possibly want with that abandoned land? Chapter 17. At this moment, Lin Feng reclined comfortably, crossing one leg over the other, relishing the sensation of being in total control. Mr. Lin, to be candid, that piece of land is a burden. I fear you may find it worthless after purchase. If that were the case. Wang Yongchang hesitated, wary of Lin Feng's stature. Having sold the land, he had secured the funds. Yet, if the other party were unsatisfied and sought retribution later, he needed to tread carefully. Lin Feng, perceptive and unfazed, responded, in this office, there are at least 5 surveillance cameras, all comprehensively documenting our conversation today. Mr. Wang, you are an experienced player. Do you truly fear I would deceive you? Without waiting for a reply, Lin Feng smiled again. Rest assured, I possess sufficient magnanimity. The land comes with a storefront, which I intend to utilize freely. A simple disclaimer from you will suffice. Throughout the exchange, Lin Feng remained emotionally steady. A business deal worth billions felt as trivial as one totaling merely 200 yuan. And even Wang Yongchang could not help but admire his poise. Mr. Lin, that is not my intention. I simply wish to avoid causing you any trouble. Since you have expressed your thoughts so clearly, I will not be pretentious. To be frank, I am indeed in need of funds, and if possible, we could finalize the transaction today. Very well, it is settled. Please prepare the necessary paperwork. Mr. Lin, please allow me a moment to arrange this. I shall remember this great favor, and should you require my assistance in the future, I will be obliged to help. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. Wang Yongchang had taken the bait. For him, earning money was one thing, but what he truly lacked was social standing and connections. Gladly, I also enjoy making friends. Since you are so gracious, I assure you I will not hesitate to reach out if I find myself in need of your assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, with sparkling eyes, continuously glanced at Lin Feng. The astonishment within her mirrored that of her grandfather. Lin Feng's demeanor today utterly shattered her previous impressions, awakening a flicker of curiosity within her. 2 hours later, at 8 p.m. in the office, Lin Feng affixed his signature to a stack of thick papers, promptly handing over the sum of 1 billion to Wang Yongchang. With a pile of contracts in hand, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. Conducting business with a straightforward individual is indeed refreshing. Mr. Wang, I hope for future opportunities to collaborate. As their hands clasped, Lin Feng suddenly felt a pang of realization. A fleeting thought regarding Wang Yongchang's potential heart condition crossed his mind. Is something the matter? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, causing Wang Yongchang to look puzzled. Mr. Lin, do you have any concerns? Mr. Wang, I'll be forthright. You do not appear well. Your fingers are somewhat oval-shaped, which may indicate cardiac issues. I urge you to consult a physician. Mr. Lin, what nonsense are you speaking? My father's health is perfectly fine. Indeed, my grandfather has always been in good health. While I may acknowledge your background, it is unreasonable to speak so carelessly. Wang Chong and Wang Xn's expressions shifted dramatically. They believed Lin Feng was cursing Wang Yongchong. However, Lin Feng turned away, dismissively stating, "Whether you believe my words is up to you. I have said what I needed to say. It is for Mr. Wang to decide how seriously to take it. Farewell. Mr. Lin, allow Xian to escort you. Grandfather, be obedient and see Mr. Lin off." Wang Xian reluctantly followed Lin Feng into the elevator, her emotions slightly tumultuous yet lacking outright unwillingness. In the office, only Wang Chong and Wang Yongchong remained. "Father, this man is enigmatic and appears quite suspicious. I think we ought to investigate his background. Help me contact Dr. Sunday Wadash?" Wang Chong was taken aback. Confusion etched across his face. "Father, why contact Dr. Sun?" At that moment, Wang Yongchong retrieved a small vial from his pocket and presented it to Wang Chong. "Take a look at this. I have been taking it for half a month. Rescue heart pill? Father, your heart. I began feeling unwell a month ago but did not wish to worry you, hence I remained silent." However, Lin Feng's remarks were far too concerning. "Have Dr. Sun come to examine me." Wang Chong stood frozen, shock morphing into dread. A young man in his 20s, capable of producing billions to buy property, and with a mere glance, could discern another's heart condition. Such power was terrifying. Without delay, he recognized the urgency. At over 80 years of age, if Wang Yongchong truly had heart issues, the implications of a sudden health crisis were unfathomable. Meanwhile, as they descended the stairs, Wang Xian could no longer contain her curiosity. "Lin Feng, who exactly are you? And is my grandfather truly unwell? If you wish to know, we should find a place to sit and discuss it properly. Perhaps I could treat you to coffee?" Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before stating, "Wait here. I shall fetch the car." Chapter 18. At 10 p.m. in an upscale CAF, Lin Feng and Wang Xian occupied a private room. Their gazes locked in a silent confrontation for nearly 10 minutes, yet neither dared to utter a word. "You are a man. Must you really wait for me to speak first?" Wang Xian remarked, her tone laced with curiosity. "Aren't you intrigued by me? Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Wang Xian elegantly lifted her coffee cup and took a sip, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Aren't you omniscient? Then tell me, what am I currently thinking?" Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Xian, causing her cheeks to flush with color. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" Wang Xian, a 24-year-old from Shanghai, graduated from Yenjing University with a degree in finance. She returned to assist in managing Yongchong Group and now serves as the chief financial officer. These details had long been public knowledge. With a little effort, one could easily uncover them. "Oh, is that so? If you desire me to reveal more, I can, but mere appearances won't suffice. I must examine your palm." Wang Xian's complexion deepened in hue as she cautiously inquired, "You don't have ulterior motives, do you?" Lin Feng chuckled, "Then let it be. If you choose not to believe me, I shall take my leave. Rest assured you will eventually be grateful for my insights." "Wait." Wang Xian halted him, rolling up her sleeves and extending her delicate hand towards Lin Feng. He confidently grasped her hand, and his expression shifted. "Indeed, it's exquisitely smooth. Wang Feng, what are you really after?" Wang Xian's face burned as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lin Feng held fast. "Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. During your time at Yenjing University, you were renowned for your intellect, pursued by countless affluent suitors, among whom the most notable were the heirs of the Zhang and Song families. Naturally, you were solely focused on taking over your family business and had no interest in romance, dismissing those two signs as trivial. I must admit, your resolve is commendable." Wang Xian's expression shifted dramatically, her face pale and her eyes wide with shock. "How do you know all this?" "Do not fret. Currently, Yongchong Group finds itself in a financial crisis, yet you have secretly reached out to those suitors from the capital. Miss Wang, your self-sacrifice is indeed admirable." Wang Xian abruptly rose from her chair, retracting her hand and fixing her gaze on Lin Feng, genuinely frightened. She had contemplated such actions but had never acted upon them. It was her last resort, one she would not consider unless absolutely necessary. Lin Feng lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with an uncanny insight as if he could pierce through the veil of human hearts. After all, you are merely human, Wang Xian. Do you truly believe you can save your group? You would only be plunging yourself into despair. Let me advise you, do not attempt to investigate me. The individuals you have trailing me should be dismissed. I am not your adversary. Wang Xian sank back into her chair, her previous composure shattered. The weight of Lin Feng's words was immense, and the fact that he was privy to her secrets was terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. What are you laughing at? Ahem, I just assessed your palm. My intuition suggests we are destined to cross paths. What? Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized Lin Feng was flirting with her. However, her attitude toward him underwent a dramatic transformation. Believe it or not, our presence here sharing coffee signifies our connection. With that, Lin Feng produced his phone and placed it on the table, revealing his WeChat QR code. Scan it. It will ease future communications. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Wang Xian took out her phone, scanned the code, and sent a friend request, which Lin Feng promptly accepted. Now, go back to your grandfather. I presume he has already consulted a doctor regarding his health. The truth of my words should soon become evident. With that, Lin Feng exited the CAF. As she watched his vanishing silhouette, Wang Xian snapped back to reality, poised to follow him when her phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was her father calling. Dad, what's the matter? What? Grandfather is hospitalized? Heart bypass surgery in 3 days? Wang Xian stood frozen, her phone clattering to the ground as her father's anxious voice echoed in her ears, yet she remained oblivious to it. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Lin Feng, who had inexplicably etched himself into her heart. The enigmatic charm Lin Feng exuded was unlike anything Wang Xian had ever encountered. His demeanor, marked by an air of tranquility and mystery, and an undeniable aura of control, wielded a captivating power over women, one that even Wang Xian could not ignore. Chapter 19. In the private intensive care unit of the Shanghai Jilong Hospital, Wang Xian and Wang Chang stood by the bedside, where Wang Yongchang lay asleep, surrounded by various medical instruments. After heeding Lin Feng's advice that day, they sought medical attention without delay, resulting in a shocking diagnosis. Wang Yongchang was found to have a severe heart condition, and according to the doctor's assessment, without intervention, the prognosis was dire. Grandfather, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Ultimately, we owe our gratitude to Lin Feng. Without him, this calamity might have been insurmountable. Yet, I cannot fathom why he is so intent on that piece of land. Xian, I heard you went for coffee with him. Did you manage to extract any information? Wang Xian twirled her hair, clearly concealing her anxiety. Oh, nothing much, just casual conversation. However, I did inquire, and it seems there have been no recent developments regarding that wasteland. I also checked with the Urban Planning Bureau. How peculiar, Wang Yongchang murmured, filled with confusion. He could make sense of many matters, but this one perplexed him, and he could not decipher its intricacies at the moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned home and, upon unlocking his phone, a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, the media was as relentless as satellite tracking. The moment Wang Yongchang was hospitalized, the news broke. Consequently, the story of Yongchang Group would undoubtedly experience fluctuations. Lin Feng typed Yongchang Group into the search bar of an app, and when the search results appeared, astonishment washed over his face. The news regarding Wang Yongchang's heart failure leading to a plummet in stock prices had vanished, as had the report about the demolition compensation of over $1 billion for Longquan Road, which claimed he had yet to overcome the crisis. 2 newly surfaced articles caught Lin Feng's attention, aligning perfectly with his investigative pursuits. Breaking news. Wang Yongchang, who underwent heart surgery, is recovering well and is expected to be discharged tomorrow. Today, the stock market opened, and after 3 consecutive days of decline, Yongchang Group stock has begun to rebound significantly, drawing the attention of multiple financial institutions. Exciting news. After 6 consecutive days of stock price recovery, Yongchang has regained vitality, with the market currently brimming with confidence. Due to Chairman Wang Yongchang's rapid recovery, He is expected to soon resume his leadership. According to Wang Xian, the daughter of Yongchang Group, the news regarding Longquan Road's planning came as a surprise, as they were unaware beforehand. The properties under their name on Longquan Road were sold off a week ago, but she stated they have no regrets. Without that initial capital, Yongchang Group might not have survived. A grin spread across Lin Feng's face. The Wang family still possessed a semblance of conscience. Had they acted 10 days earlier, they could have resolved the crisis with over 100 million, yet 10 days later, over 1 billion might not suffice. The business world was indeed treacherous. At that moment, Lin Feng fixated on the date of a news article. Since Wang Yongchang's admission for treatment, Yongchang Group would experience a 5-day period of plummeting stock prices. Once Wang Yongchang was discharged, in the following 6 days, Yongchang Group stock would not only return to its previous level but likely exceed it significantly. With the timeline meticulously aligned, Lin Feng was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He still had over 25 million on hand, more than sufficient for his plans. The following morning, a news story exploded across the internet, prominently featured on various apps, especially within Shanghai's media. Concurrently, chaos erupted within the Shanghai Securities Exchange, as shareholders holding substantial Yongchang Group stocks began to sell off their holdings en masse. Lin Feng visited the exchange that morning and, witnessing the green numbers representing Yongchang Group stock, left with a sly smile, quietly departing the market. 5 days later, with just 1 day remaining until Wang Yongchang's discharge from surgery, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and began fervently purchasing Yongchang Group stocks in the already registered trading market. At this moment, the stock price had plummeted by at least 50% compared to its peak. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. He knew that the next 6 days would see 6 consecutive price surges, potentially multiplying his remaining stocks tenfold. As he strategized the acquisition of the Longquan Road wasteland, he also injected surplus funds into the stock market. When the time came for reaping rewards, Lin Feng's assets would reach an astonishing magnitude. In the ensuing 10 days, Lin Feng's identity would undergo a profound transformation. Within the private intensive care unit of Shanghai Jilong Hospital, Wang Yongchang's heart surgery had been successfully completed. While his complexion appeared decent, he looked quite frail. "Grandfather, the funds have been injected into the project. We have not defaulted. Yet the company's stock has faced 6 consecutive days of declines, and the situation is dire. Father, although the company's circumstances are troubling, at least you are out of danger. We have weathered this storm." Wang Yongchang, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "Surviving great adversity surely brings blessings. Arrange for my discharge tomorrow. Those who wish to see Yongchang's downfall will likely be disappointed." Chapter 20. At 9 a.m. the following day, Wang Yongchang was discharged from the hospital as planned. Despite still feeling frail, he declined to be interviewed by reporters. However, when he appeared at the hospital entrance, his spirits seemed remarkably high. This single sign led to a rebound in his stock prices that afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was closely monitoring the situation from his hotel, and as everything unfolded precisely according to his plan, he finally felt a sense of relief. The next focal point was the demolition announcement resulting from the construction of the subway line on Longquan Road, which was of utmost importance and a crucial element for immense wealth. At 10 a.m., a confidential meeting was convened at the Urban Construction Planning Bureau in the city. Due to technical reasons, the subway line originally planned for Yong'an Road will now be rerouted to Longquan Road. The higher authorities have mandated that compensation for the demolition must be in place, stated the director. Director Chen, that area has languished for years due to past development errors and lacks any significant foot traffic. The compensation may not be as substantial as we anticipate. A voice interjected. That is unacceptable. The nation has grown stronger. We cannot exploit the common people or deceive the business community. We must adhere to the compensation standards set for our urban area. Furthermore, this is an emergency directive that will be implemented in 3 days. Fortunately, there are not many inhabitants, so we need to act swiftly after the meeting, the director asserted. The high-level meeting concluded, and 2 hours later, at 11 a.m., major authoritative media outlets in the city received news that Longquan Road, which had been abandoned for approximately 6 years, would be demolished due to the urgent subway construction, with compensation calculated according to urban standards. This news rapidly spread across the internet, sending shockwaves through various sectors of society. In the largest villa within the Yulong courtyard, Wang Yongchang lounged in a chair, basking in the sun. His son Wang Chang and daughter Wang Xian were by his side, while assistant Chun Fu furrowed his brow, intently reading the latest news on his phone. Chairman, it appears that the demolition order for Longquan Road was indeed issued temporarily. I've made inquiries, and it seems the directive was finalized in under an hour, immediately followed by the announcement, so there are no hidden agendas, he reported. The courtyard was eerily silent, and Lin Feng's image loomed in their minds. Dad, what is going on? That Lin Feng purchased our land and store. Did he somehow receive advance notice? Wang Xian asked. Wang Yongchang shook his head, maintaining his composure as he sipped his tea. Stay calm. Without this billion, should the compensation arrive and we breach the contract, it would only complicate matters further. Grandfather, we can't trace his background. Records indicate he is an orphan, an intern at Shanghai University, recently dismissed from his internship company, and nearly lost his sight. There's nothing else notable, Wang Chang added. Enough of the investigation. It's futile. Anything we can uncover, anyone can also find out. But what he doesn't want us to know, no matter how diligently we search, we will never uncover, Wang Yongchang replied. No one dared to speak further, but Wang Xian, with her head bowed, felt a surge of disbelief. According to the news compensation regulations, Lin Feng stood to gain upwards of 1 to 2 billion. What kind of return rate was that? Was it truly just luck? At that moment, Assistant Chun Fu's phone rang sharply. Hello, it's me. Go ahead. I'm listening. He answered the call. What? For 5 or 6 consecutive days. Large-scale stock acquisitions? Alright, I understand. Keep watching closely, he instructed before hanging up, his expression darkening. Ulchin, what is happening? What is wrong? Wang Chang inquired, puzzled. The company's securities department received a call. Due to news of the chairman's hospitalization, there has been a massive sell-off by shareholders, causing a plummet in stock prices. However, starting 2 days ago, a significant influx of funds has begun aggressively purchasing our stocks. What could this possibly mean? Chen Fu explained. Don't concern yourself with it. The market has its own dynamics. Some leverage the rules for profit, which is perfectly legitimate. I find this Lin Feng quite intriguing, not only his background but also the composure he exhibits that belies his age, Wang Yongchang mused internally. With no male heirs in the Wang family, although Wang Xian was competent and formidable, she was still a woman. If Yongchang were to change the family name in the future, he envisioned that his granddaughter's husband should not be an ordinary man. As this thought crossed his mind, he looked up at the others and smiled. In 2 months, I will be celebrating my 80th birthday. We should invite Lin Feng to join us. What? You intend to invite him? Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Xian. You will need to deliver the invitation. I trust you have exchanged contact information? Wang Yongchang replied. Chapter 21. Wang Xian blushed slightly and spoke softly. Why must it be me? Wang Yongchang, an astute elder in his 80s, discerned the underlying implications instantly. His gaze towards his granddaughter was both knowing and somewhat teasing. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? If so, I shall have your father take on the task instead. No, Grandpa, I will reach out to him. After all, we are both young. He is unlikely to take offense. Wang Yongchang nodded, addressing everyone. Then it's settled. Furthermore, refrain from investigating others, as it may provoke unnecessary resentment. As they watched Wang Yongchang being assisted inside by a servant, the rest of the individuals in the courtyard fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, yet united in their speculations regarding Lin Feng. 5 fleeting days passed, and at 2 p.m. that afternoon, Lin Feng emerged from the district office clad in a sharp suit, instantly surrounded by reporters. It is said that you purchased properties on Longquan Road under Wang Yongchang's name for over 100 million? This demolition was a last-minute decision. What prompted you to acquire these abandoned shops and land? Mr. Lin, did you sense their value beforehand? Or do you possess some insider information? I've heard you previously assisted the police in apprehending a wanted criminal and received a reward of 2 million. Your luck is truly enviable. After this, you will have over 1 billion in cash. What are your future plans? Will you venture into the financial sector, or do you have any investment intentions? Today, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the center of attention. One cannot hide a fire with paper. Transactions involving real estate and land require interaction with relevant departments. Thus news inevitably leaks. Cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, I had hoped to maintain a low profile, but alas, it seems that is not meant to be. In truth, my gains far exceed the mere 10 billion. They are approximately around 20 billion. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. 20 billion? Yet we heard that your assets would only amount to around 16 or 17 billion in compensation. How could it possibly be 20 billion? Indeed. Have you miscalculated? While you are impressive, there is no need to exaggerate by 4 billion. Mr. Lin, could you clarify the situation regarding the 20 billion? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, nonchalantly responding, "It's nothing much. When Chairman Wang was hospitalized, I casually dabbled in the stock market, yielding about tenfold returns. I invested around 20 to 30 million, merely for amusement." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Merely for amusement? 20 to 30 million? Moreover, having seized the dilapidated lands and stores of Yongchang Group, he appeared remarkably unfazed. Was this confidence born of knowledge, or was it sheer arrogance? In the Yulong Courtyard Villa community, the 3 generations of Wang Yongchang observed the unfolding news on a 100-inch projection screen, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Goodness! Who would have thought the stock market was his doing? I clearly underestimated him, remarked one. Father, are you still praising him? Setting aside the Longquan Road matter, his conduct in the stock market is rather unscrupulous, another voiced. Achung, let us maintain composure. Your company dares to go public. Why fear someone else buying in? This is our city, and there are no significant losses for us. Yet, it is astonishing to see him gather 20 billion in merely 10 days. Does he truly lack any backing? On the television, Lin Feng remained unflustered, presenting a calm demeanor before the media. Beside him, Wang Xian said nothing, her large eyes fixed on the screen, filled with intrigue. She was deeply captivated by this enigmatic man. At 4 p.m., after finally evading the throng of reporters, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to visit a Mercedes dealership. 10 minutes later, a charming saleswoman respectfully escorted him out, where a fully equipped G-Class awaited him. Mr. Lin, take care. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, settling into the driver's seat. Under the envious gazes of the dealership staff, he slowly departed. Given the current circumstances, lacking a vehicle would indeed be inconvenient. Evidently, the flashy sports cars held no appeal for him. The G-Class, with its commanding presence, resonated more with his character. As Lin Feng casually glanced in the rearview mirror, his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses seemingly watching him from a distance. With a flicker of insight, a stream of information appeared before him. Name, Lu Kai, age, 42, position, head of security at Shangshi Media, confidant of Li Mei. Purpose, under Li Mei's orders, surveilling him, coveting his 20 billion, and plotting to eliminate him to seize his wealth. Lin Feng averted his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. He tapped a few buttons on the central display and headed straight for his new residence, the Imperial Dynasty, as today marked the day of his property handover. Chapter 22. Lin Feng drove the luxurious G-Class at a breakneck speed. Upon entering the Imperial Dynasty residential complex, he distinctly noticed a black Volkswagen parked at the corner behind him. With a swift glance, he pressed down on the accelerator, the engine roared, and he sped towards the sales center, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. The Passat gradually faded into the shadows where, inside, Lu Kai was engrossed in a phone call. Mr. Li, yes, this fellow has gone to Imperial Dynasty. He must have earned 2 billion and is preparing to buy a property. All right, leave it to me. Meanwhile, in an opulent mixed-use apartment, Li Mei ended the call, a cold smirk gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with avarice. I was initially inclined to let you off, but having acquired 2 billion, you are unworthy of such fortune. She muttered, narrowing her eyes with an unsettling chill. At the Imperial Dynasty Sales Center, Liang Yu handed the keys to Lin Feng, yet she kept her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. She had seen the news today, and her heart had yet to settle. This man was no ordinary wealthy heir. He was a commercial prodigy. Miss Liang, I appreciate your assistance. This card contains 100 000 as a token of my gratitude, he said. No, Mr. Lin, I absolutely cannot accept this. I have done nothing to deserve such payment, Liang Yu exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of panic. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? This is merely an acknowledgement of your service. Please take it. By the time Liang Yu regained her composure, Lin Feng had vanished without a trace, leaving her staring blankly in the direction he had departed, her heart racing, her cheeks slightly flushed. In a lavish living room of approximately 100 square meters, the vibrant night view of the Pujiang River unfolded outside the window. At this moment, Lin Feng stood on the balcony, surveying the most bustling nightscape of the Shanghai market, his heart swelling with ambition. He took out his phone and quickly opened a news app. Without a second thought, he typed Li Mei into the search bar, only to be taken aback by the sheer volume of scandalous information that surfaced, all of which erupted a year later. Among the revelations, one particular news item piqued his interest. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a CAF, soon finding himself in a private booth with Wang Xian. You arrived quite early. My apologies for the delay, there was a bit of traffic, he said. Lin Feng, you truly outdid yourself. A mere back and forth and you've pocketed 2 billion. I underestimated you, she replied. Lin Feng waved his hand, chuckling. Let us not get emotional. It was your grandfather's life I saved, and my dealings in the stock market hardly affect you, now do they? Wang Xian smirked, having long since altered her perception of him. Actually, I brought you here to ask for a favor, but rest assured, it will be a mere trifle for you. Oh, you possess such capability and still require my assistance? Wang Xian teased, batting her eyelashes. Every individual has their limitations. Thus, in this society, having more friends is never a disadvantage. 10 minutes later, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Xian's face. Shangshi Media? I've heard of that company. They've been renting our Group's office building for 5 or 6 years now. The owner is named Li Mei, and you used to work there, didn't you? Indeed, you seem quite familiar with the matter. Just don't ask for my reasons. Simply tell me if you can assist. Lin Feng got straight to the point, recognizing that beating around the bush was futile. All right, I'll take care of this. After all, it was your grandfather who insisted on maintaining a good relationship with you, she replied, a playful grin spreading across her face. Suddenly, Wang Xian's expression turned serious. While your actions may temporarily deprive their company of an office, it does not address the root of the issue. A handwritten list appeared in Lin Feng's hands, featuring the names of several individuals from Shangshi Media, all loyal to Li Mei, specializing in fabricating gossip news. Lin Feng leaned closer to Wang Xian, an air of mystery enveloping him, as a fragrant scent wafted towards her. What are you doing? She instinctively recoiled, casting him a disapproving glance. Do you know who was behind the scandal involving your father and his secretary 2 years ago? Are you suggesting Li Mei is involved? She replied, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Not entirely foolish, but they haven't merely targeted your father. Many prominent figures in the Shanghai market have fallen prey to their fabrications. Now that I've shared this information, controlling these individuals should not prove difficult for you, right? Lin Feng finished his coffee in one gulp and added with a smile, act swiftly, capture them all at once to prevent any lingering troubles. In return, I promise that I will guide your group towards smoother paths and greater heights in the future. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Wang Xian snapped back to reality, picking up the list and a small stack of documents from the table. After a moment's contemplation, she gathered her belongings and followed suit, exiting the CAF. In a private club's secluded room, Li Mei reclined elegantly on the sofa, listening intently as her confidant Lu Kai reported the latest developments. Chapter 23. So, this fellow has deceived the Yongchang group? In that case, I have nothing to fear. Boss, what do you intend to do? The simplest and most direct method is to kidnap him. Who would not be afraid of dying? But if we manage to get the money, will we truly let him go? Lu Kai, have you grown increasingly foolish? In this world, which type of person is the safest? I have long seen through human nature. From now on, I will only live for myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai understood and slightly nodded before swiftly exiting the room. A dark hand reached towards Lin Feng, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had already sharpened his knife, waiting for this dark hand. The next morning at 9 a.m., in the office of Li Mei at Shangshi Media, Lu Kai was reporting his work results. Boss, everything has been arranged. Our people are stationed around the royal dynasty, and as soon as he appears, we can undoubtedly bring him in. Excellent, but be discreet. That neighborhood is affluent, with numerous surveillance cameras. Stay far away to avoid trouble. Rest assured, everything is under my control. There will be no mistakes. Li Mei nodded in satisfaction. She had complete trust in Lu Kai, having worked with him for 5 or 6 years, and she was well aware of his capabilities. Knock, knock, knock.
Director Li.
Someone wishes to see you. A sudden knock at the door was accompanied by the receptionist's voice. See me? Go wait in the back for a moment. Lu Kai nodded and entered a partitioned area at the back of the office through a side door. Come in. Leaning against her executive chair, Li Mei opened the door to admit a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 others, one of whom held a stack of A4 papers. A hint of confusion appeared on Li Mei's face. She recognized the visitor as a legal consultant from the Yongchang Group, her landlord. She had seen him once when signing the rental agreement, and now she was puzzled as to why he had come at this moment. Miss Li, I am Chen Xiefeng, the legal consultant for Yongchang Group. Today, I am here on the orders of our chairman to reclaim the usage rights of this building. You have 3 days to vacate. The building must be cleared by then. Li Mei's previously smiling face suddenly froze, and she shot to her feet, her expression turning pale. What? You want me to leave? What do you mean? Our contract does not expire until next year. This constitutes a breach of contract. She nearly roared. Although Li Mei had some family assets, she had secured this building at a minimal cost, and now the same amount of money would never rent an office building in the bustling city center. Chen Xiefeng pulled out a check from his briefcase and placed it on the table, his expression impassive as he said, "This is the penalty for breach of contract, totaling 5 million. You may verify this, and if you still disagree, we are prepared to pursue legal action. Why is this happening? We have cooperated for so many years. Even with the previous contract, I benefited slightly from the rent, but a new contract could be signed next year. This is clearly burning bridges." Chen Xiefeng remained expressionless, his eyes coldly fixed on Li Mei as he stated, "Our chairman is the original owner of this building and has other plans. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you, Miss Li. You are being unreasonable. Just a few days ago, your group nearly faced a financial crisis. Have you forgotten? By doing this now, if I were to publicize it, Yongchang Group's reputation would plunge. Do not forget what industry I am in." Li Mei's face turned pale, her eyes bloodshot, clearly furious and desperate. Yet, Chen Xiefeng remained disturbingly calm. "Miss Li, do not complicate matters. The order to reclaim this building is a direct command from the chairman. Furthermore, your troubles extend beyond this." "What do you mean?"
Li Mei was genuinely bewildered.
Her husband's issues had already brought her shame, and now with Lin Feng's unexpected involvement, everything had been meticulously planned, but the upheaval had come too suddenly. "What you just mentioned regarding Manager Wang and his secretary, those baseless allegations, where did they originate? Li Mei, you would do well to consider this carefully. This is no trivial matter." "What? This is impossible. How could you know about this? Who informed you?" After a gasp of astonishment, Li Mei's heart sank, realizing the severity of the situation. When she lifted her gaze again, she found Chen Xiefeng looking at her with a cold smile. Simultaneously, he retrieved a letter filled with text from his briefcase. Chapter 24. This is a letter from our lawyer at Yongchang. 2 years ago, you exploited the fishing wheel to fabricate a baseless scandal against Mr. Wang Chung of our group, while simultaneously employing online trolls to orchestrate a smear campaign that has inflicted severe damage on both our group and Manager Wang. You must take full responsibility for this matter. Nonsense. You are slandering us without any evidence. Where is your proof? You cannot simply defame us just because Yongchang is powerful. Do you know Lu Jian? He has now been handed over to the police, and numerous pieces of incriminating equipment, along with videos and photographs, have been discovered in his residence. What more can you possibly say? Chen Xiefeng's words struck like heavy blows, each one capable of shattering Li Mei's composure. Initially, she had relied on such gossip to gain a foothold in the media industry, but who would have imagined that she was the architect of these events? The difference between a legitimate news story and one contrived from thin air is vast, as is the distinction between lawful conduct and criminal acts, which include defamation and invasion of privacy. At this moment, Li Mei's mind went blank. The sudden turn of events was utterly overwhelming. She stared vacantly at Chen Xiefeng, her gaze devoid of clarity. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office door, accompanied by raised voices. "You cannot enter. Our boss is in a meeting with clients. If you continue, we will call the police." Crash. As the words faded, the door was flung open, revealing 5 or 6 individuals standing at the threshold, their expressions cold and laced with anger. They strode directly into the office, approaching Li Mei's desk. "Director Li, we were unable to stop them. They claimed to be delivering a lawyer's letter." "What? Another lawyer's letter?" Li Mei was utterly flustered, glancing at the newcomers, none of whom she recognized. "Miss Li, you are quite impressive. I am the attorney for the renowned actress Chen Yu. It appears your company was responsible for the rumors about her drug use. Without further ado, prepare for court. Greetings. I am the legal representative for Josong Pharmaceutical. Our chairman was previously defamed regarding counterfeit drugs, and our information indicates your company is involved. We shall meet in court. Miss Li, I represent the national athlete Lu Xiao, who has entrusted me to deliver this lawyer's letter. Your company fabricated a false news story about his alleged use of performance-enhancing drugs, which has ruined his career. You must take full responsibility for this." Li Mei felt a wave of suffocation. The flood of lawyers' letters felt like a death sentence. She no longer possessed her previous composure, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded the crowd. She could not fathom why these matters had come to light, for she had taken great care to remain discreet. "You are lying. Evidence, where is your evidence?" "Miss Li, the individuals involved were detained by the police before our arrival. Their testimonies unanimously point to you. What more can you possibly argue?"
Impossible.
"This cannot be happening. You are deceiving me." Unfortunately, the ordeal was far from over. Another group appeared at the entrance, this time clad in police uniforms, led by the head of the homicide division, Wang Hai. "Li Mei, summon your colleague Lu Kai. He is implicated in a kidnapping case, and we need him to assist with our investigation." The crowd parted, and beside Wang Hai stood 2 police officers, along with a man casually standing with his hands in his pockets, a smirk upon his face. "Lin Feng. It's you?" Li Mei's expression turned to one of fear, her eyes brimming with disbelief and a hint of resentment. "Do not regard me with such disdain. If blame is to be assigned, it is for your incompetence. After all this time, Lu Kai has been in my employ, yet I discovered the truth. Miss Li, please cooperate and bring Lu Kai out. The individuals he arranged have all been apprehended, and several have confessed to his involvement." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Lu Kai, his face pale as he surveyed the assembly. "Officer, I am Lu Kai. I confess to everything. This was all my doing. However, I acted under Li Mei's orders. Rest assured, I will accompany you and cooperate fully with the investigation." Lu Kai had come to a stark realization. The fear that gripped him rendered all previous loyalties and efforts inconsequential. Preserving his own life and seeking leniency had become his paramount concern. "Lu Kai, what are you doing? I have treated you well." "Humph, Li Mei, it is not that I am heartless. I have assisted you tirelessly for 5 years, yet in this situation, I cannot shield you any longer. My apologies." 5 minutes later, Li Mei and Lu Kai were taken away. As they passed Lin Feng, she turned to him, the ever-present smile on his face sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 25. At Shengshi Media, a red Porsche was parked at the entrance. Wang Xian, with her long, lustrous hair, leaned against the car and approached Lin Feng as he descended. "Miss, the matters arranged by the chairman have been taken care of," she stated. "Understood. Well done. I saw the police taking the person away, but the crucial question is whether Mr. Lin is satisfied?" Wang Xian remarked with a teasing smile directed at Lin Feng. "Such words. I am quite pleased. Please extend my gratitude to your grandfather." However, Wang Xian turned to retrieve a stack of documents from the car and glanced at Lin Feng. "Lawyer Chen is here, right? He brought the legal seal, I presume?" "Of course. What's the matter?" "My grandfather mentioned that this building is a gift for Mr. Lin, as a token of gratitude for saving his life. We need to finalize the paperwork, and I will have the agency handle the transfer tomorrow." Chen Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, exhibiting his professionalism. Lin Feng was not surprised. He had already perceived Wang Xian's intentions. Your grandfather is quite discerning. Could it be that he wishes to find a son-in-law for the Wang family? Enough of that nonsense. Let us get the contract signed and proceed with the matter. After all they had been through, the relationship between Lin Feng and Wang Xian had undoubtedly grown closer, both being young and possessing leadership qualities. Thanks to Lin Feng's charisma, Wang Xian, who had seen her fair share of the world, remained composed, unlike an ordinary woman who might have already succumbed to infatuation. Half an hour later, all formalities were completed, and starting tomorrow, this 18-story building would officially belong to Lin Feng. Is this how you leave? No send-off? Get in the car. I've noticed you enjoy taking advantage of situations. Indeed, with such a beautiful lady, one must seize the opportunity. Lin Feng opened the door and slid into the passenger seat of the Porsche, as countless reporters had already gathered around. Given the commotion that had erupted today, tranquility was far from expected. However, when the media arrived, they soon realized that the news here was far from trivial. Wang Yongchang had gifted a building to Lin Feng, a young man just emerging in the spotlight. At this moment, Lin Feng was audaciously seated in the passenger seat of the daughter of Yongchang Group, a situation that would undoubtedly create a sensational headline in the Shanghai market. The reporters could not afford to miss this story. Flashes erupted like a Gatling gun, and the crowd began to murmur as they watched the Porsche disappear into the night. Damn, although this building is quite old, the location is prime. To give away an 18-story building is undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill. Rumor has it that Wang Yongchang's heart condition was diagnosed by this young man. I suspect the Yongchang Group may soon change its surname. What role does the eldest daughter of the Wang family play? Has she ever shown interest in any man? While studying in Yanjing, those wealthy heirs couldn't even catch her attention, and now she allows a man into her car. How obvious can it get? This young man possesses an unknown background. He is remarkably impressive. It seems the business landscape in Shanghai is about to undergo a transformation. No, the entire business sphere of Huaxia is on the verge of a reshuffle. Their anticipation grew. A mundane life was rather dull, especially for this group of reporters who thrived on chaos. Unbeknownst to them, in the periphery, a young man clutched a bouquet of flowers, his expression clouded with gloom as he watched Lin Feng enter Wang Xian's car. Young Master Song, perhaps we should return. Your recognition is too high. If those reporters catch sight of you, it could lead to complications, especially since the chairman is unaware of our presence in Shanghai. Throwing the flowers to the ground, Song Wei's spirits plummeted, a surge of resentment swelling within him. As one of the elite heirs of a prominent group in Yanjing and the future heir of the Tingluan Group, he now viewed Lin Feng as a thorn in his side. You have one day at most. Uncover this person's background, and also investigate how the Yongchang Group resolved its financial crisis. Understood, young master. Song Wei had once pursued Wang Xian during their time in Yanjing. His family, the Tingluan Group, had been established for nearly a century. Although it was not publicly listed, its assets were a closely guarded secret. To put it bluntly to them, the Yongchang Group was as insignificant as an ant, and what no one knew was that the financial crisis of the Yongchang Group was orchestrated by the Song family themselves. Now, with Lin Feng dismantling their plans and growing intimately close to the woman he cherished, how could Song Wei possibly endure this? On the other side, at the entrance of the imperial court, Lin Feng exited the Porsche and leaned into the driver's side to ask Wang Xian. So, how about it? Shall we go up for a moment? I have matters to attend to. By the way, I might need to reach out to you in a few days. I'll contact you then. Watching the taillights of the Porsche fade away, Lin Feng smiled. Could it be that I've been overly impressive, too ostentatious? Wang Yongchang is inviting me to his 80th birthday. This feels like a setup for finding him a son-in-law. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng made his way into the community, heading towards his home. In the distance, Liang Yu, just off work, witnessed the scene and felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart, as though she had lost something significant. Chapter 26. Lin Feng returned home, standing on the balcony as the gentle river breeze caressed his face, a sensation most delightful. He could hardly fathom that he would ever experience such a day. Yet, a slight sense of urgency gnawed at him. Given the current circumstances, maintaining a low profile seemed increasingly arduous, and thus, his safety needed to be prioritized. He was not a naive child. Having long been aware of the world's perils, he understood that he was now under the scrutiny of numerous formidable forces. If he did not devise a strategy to secure a relatively safe living environment, even the sharpest vision would be of no avail. Therefore, in the days to come, he resolved to delve deeper into the capabilities of his own eyes. At the luxurious Grand Hotel in Shanghai, within the presidential suite, a stack of documents lay before Song Wei, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile. How audacious to vie for a woman without any backing. Clearly, he was a fool unaware of his own insignificance. Young master, it would be wise to exercise caution. Judging by these deeds, the opponent may not be an ordinary person. How can someone extraordinary be more so than me? Setting aside everything, there are scarcely a handful across the nation who possess a more illustrious status than mine. Moreover, as you said, it is merely a possibility.
Yang Ye,
with head bowed and cold sweat trickling down, dared not utter a word. He knew his young master's temperament all too well. This incident in Shanghai was likely to stir considerable commotion. Ding dong! Who is it? The doorbell rang at this moment, and Song Wei, in a foul mood, responded with irritation. What? Are you plotting a rebellion, you rascal? Young master, it's the chairman. I'll go open the door.
Yang Ye's face brightened.
He truly feared losing control of the situation, and the chairman's arrival would undoubtedly bring everything back to order. As the door swung open, a robust, middle-aged man entered. This was Song Chenggong, the chairman of Longting Group and the current head of the Song family. In his 60s and clad in a traditional Tang suit, he exuded an undeniable aura of majesty that could not be feigned. Father, what brings you here? Humph! If I hadn't come, would you have brought the heavens down upon us? What, are you losing your composure over a woman? Damn it! This Lin Feng is infuriating. I could forgo the woman, but I cannot tolerate being disregarded in favor of him. This was the arrogance of a young master from the capital. I might relinquish you, but if you choose to associate with someone beneath me, that is intolerable. Xiao Wei, I have a fair grasp of the situation. It would be wise to endure for now. Longting must establish a foothold in Shanghai, and the key lies with Yongchang Group. Moreover, this Lin Feng is also under observation. What? Father, are you afraid? Old Yang mentioned that his background might be complex. So what? Am I not complex? Humph, at your age, still so impetuous. Have some confidence. Remove the possibility. His background is undoubtedly intricate, and the inability to uncover anything is the true issue. I warn you, stay by my side during this period. In 2 months, at Wang Yongchang's 80th birthday celebration, I will certainly have an invitation. At that time, we shall confront this matter. You fancy his daughter, do you not?
We shall propose then.
Indeed. Song Wei's fiery temperament required his father's intervention to be subdued. Although he bore a look of unwillingness, he internally acquiesced for the moment. Yet, in his heart, Lin Feng had already become a dead man. At 2 a.m., Lin Feng returned home and reclined on the soft mattress, gazing at his phone screen. A sudden impulse struck him as he opened a news application and typed in his name. Upon pressing the search button, he bolted upright. He encountered news concerning his future, albeit with a considerable time span of 4 months, and there were approximately 20 articles about him. A few drew his heightened attention and concern. The Song family of Yanjing Longting Group attends Wang Yongchang's 80th birthday, bringing lavish gifts and publicly proposing to his granddaughter.
Wang Xin.
Breaking news. Following Wang Xian's public rejection of the Song family's proposal, Song Chenggong declares a comprehensive offensive against Yongchang in the business realm, leading to a significant plummet in Yongchang's stock price. Shocking! At Wang Yongchang's birthday banquet, his granddaughter Wang Xian's refusal of the proposal seemingly links back to Lin Feng. Last night, Lin Feng suffered a violent assault from unidentified assailants, sustaining multiple critical injuries and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Further details will be reported continuously. Latest update. Yongchang Group faces obstruction from unidentified forces across multiple sectors, resulting in catastrophic losses. Chairman Wang Yongchang has been hospitalized due to a heart attack, while Wang Xian weeps, concerned for both her grandfather and Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng suddenly rose, his eyes fixed intently on the screen of his phone, repeatedly confirming the information until he was sure. These events were destined to unfold within the next 4 months. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Indeed, as he grew stronger and entered the public eye, a torrent of troubles would follow. Had he not been able to glimpse future events, the trajectory of his life would have led him swiftly into calamity. Chapter 27. No, this won't do. Damn it, could it be that these eyes are truly limited to this? After countless attempts, Lin Feng slumped onto the sofa, his mood increasingly heavy. The situation was dire, yet the very thing he needed to survive eluded him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not unlock any new abilities. A sense of irritation crept in. What good is wealth if one cannot enjoy life? Although he could foresee crises, walking by the river often leads to wet shoes. Lin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. These eyes possessed no offensive capabilities. At this rate, trouble was inevitable. Stepping onto the balcony, the refreshing river breeze cleared his mind, and soon Lin Feng found solace. Nothing in this world is perfect. The ability to anticipate danger was, in itself, a blessing. As long as he exercised caution, he could navigate through peril. Glancing down at the street below, he was taken aback, then intrigued. A figure was practicing martial arts, and with his keen vision, Lin Feng recognized him as a man in his 70s. Clad in a practice uniform, the old man exuded vigor. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a surge of inspiration. Who hasn't harbored a dream of being a martial artist? At that moment, a jolt surged through him, and a pale blue light flickered in his eyes. To his astonishment, the old man's silhouette materialized in his mind. Lin Feng began to mimic the old man's movements, gradually finding his actions growing more fluid, until they perfectly mirrored those of the elder. With a snap of his right hand, a crisp sound echoed, and Lin Feng was taken aback. When he looked ahead, shock washed over him. The enormous flower pot before him lay in shattered pieces, soil and plants strewn across the ground. What just happened? Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered, but soon a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. He realized that he had unexpectedly absorbed the old man's martial arts techniques. Rushing to the balcony, he discovered the old man had vanished without a trace. Lin Feng was certain that the man was no ordinary practitioner, for within that commotion lay a genuine martial arts master. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. It seemed his eyes possessed the ability to replicate other skills. Returning to the living room, Lin Feng activated his phone to connect the television to the internet, taking a deep breath as he prepared for an experiment. True masters of traditional martial arts are rare, yet modern combat experts abound online. 20 minutes later, after executing a whip kick that shattered a coat rack, Lin Feng erupted with excitement. He discovered that not only could his eyes replicate other skills, but they could also emulate physical attributes. In less than half an hour, he had viewed videos of the world's top fighters in Sanda, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, wrestling, and boxing. Once despondent, Lin Feng's spirit soared. Strength was his foundation. In this age where firearms were ineffective, he now felt confident enough to take on 10 opponents. Suddenly, he recalled a news article he had previously encountered, foretelling an attack on him in the future that would land him in the hospital, a time when he lacked the ability to defend himself. But what about now? Eagerly, he opened his phone and entered his name, the search results filling him with elation. With the transformation of his abilities, the trajectory of his future had shifted dramatically. The previous news article had vanished. Breaking. Rising star of the Shanghai business scene, Lin Feng, attacked at night. In the face of an assault by over 10 individuals, Lin Feng displayed extraordinary combat prowess, emerging unscathed as he took down all assailants, who are now under police custody while their identities are further confirmed. In disbelief, Lin Feng set his phone aside, his earlier concerns dissipating like smoke. The days ahead promised opportunities for wealth, and the impending 80th birthday celebration of Wang Yongchang would likely be filled with intriguing developments. The old man downstairs piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. Residing in this community at such an advanced age, coupled with remarkable skills, suggested that his identity was anything but ordinary. He resolved to seek out this individual when the opportunity arose, sensing that the old man's status might eclipse that of Wang Yongchang. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lin Feng ventured alone to the former site of Shangshi Media. The 18-story building had previously inflicted considerable emotional turmoil upon him, yet everything felt different now. In the future, this was to be his starting point and the foundation of his prosperity. Lin Feng had devised a plan to establish his own company here. Dressed in a formal black suit, standing tall at 6 feet, with a handsome, sunny visage and a well-proportioned physique, he embodied the essence of a domineering CEO. In the distance, journalists from various media outlets were already stationed at the street corner. Lin Feng had become a figure of immense interest. Every news story about him could potentially trend, and they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to uncover a scoop. Chapter 28. In a mere month. From obscurity to renown in the Shanghai market, it is truly remarkable. With over 2 billion in cash, this building now belongs to him, as if he were in a dream. If you claim there's no one backing him, I find it hard to believe. The crucial question now is whether this individual is merely a fleeting phenomenon or destined to shine brightly in the future. I am quite eager to find out. You may not be aware, but after extensive inquiries, I discovered that a week ago, the local lottery ticket worth 300 million in Shanghai was indeed his. A group of reporters, upon hearing this, displayed their astonishment. Such fortuitous luck within such a short span of time must surely be the result of some considerable fortune accrued in a past life. The 18th floor, once bustling, now stands empty. Since the incident with Li Mei, the influential media company has long ceased to exist. Lin Feng surveyed the familiar surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. Not long ago he had to bow and scrape, treading cautiously, yet now he has become the master of this domain. The reception hall on the first floor lay desolate. Lin Feng decided to take the elevator to explore further, as thoughts of establishing a company began to form in his mind. Suddenly he halted, his gaze fixated on the tiles beneath his feet, lost in thought. Name: Jade Buddha Head. Era: Tang Dynasty. Origin: part of Wu Zetian's Ming Tang Jade Buddha. Value: 500 million. Name: Pine Cliff Retreat Painting. Era: Ming. Origin: renowned painting by Tang Yin. Value: 200 million. Name: Cloudy Treasure Seal. Era: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Origin: one of Emperor Qianlong's favorite seals. Value: 80 million. Lin Feng stood still, his eyes drawn to a specific spot where a hidden storage room lay, and the information he had just encountered emanated from there. He approached the small door on the right of the elevator, opened it, and indeed found a staircase leading downward. 5 minutes later, the lights in the underground storage room flickered on, revealing a collection of miscellaneous items, clearly remnants of a former logistics warehouse. Lin Feng ventured into a corner, casually picking up a metal object. The floor, aged and worn, yielded easily under his efforts, and he pried it open with little difficulty. Beneath lay soft earth, and a look of joy crossed Lin Feng's face as he switched to a frenzied digging mode. After an hour, he sat down, gazing at the 3 artifacts lying in the pit, excitement coursing through him. To stumble upon such significant secrets, in a building with a history of at least 20 years, who would have imagined such priceless antiques hidden beneath? A foolish grin spread across Lin Feng's face. It seemed fate had conspired for his fortune, and he felt compelled to seize the opportunity, for who could defy destiny? He carefully extracted the 3 items, restored the storage room to its original state, and exited. Checking the time, he realized an hour and a half had elapsed, and noon was fast approaching. This building housed a small, separate underground parking garage, once reserved for employee use, easily accessible from the elevator. After placing the 3 items in a sack, Lin Feng made his way to the underground garage, loading them into his vehicle, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He still felt as though he were dreaming, as it had all transpired so effortlessly. A simple sweep had yielded a reward of over 1 billion, far less convoluted than the previous escapades with Wang Yongchang regarding land and property. However, these items were not cash. How would he sell them? At this moment, Lin Feng arrived at Shanghai's most renowned antique market. Unexpectedly, he found himself on such a straightforward and crude path, yet what mattered most was acquiring the funds. At noon, Lin Feng locked the front door and drove his luxury vehicle away from the company. The reporters, displaying remarkable diligence, remained stationed at the entrance throughout the morning. Lin Feng finally understood why the lives of the famous seemed so precarious. Yunzhou Road Antique Market, the largest hub for antique trading in Shanghai, buzzed with activity, particularly on weekends. In this era, many sought to strike it rich by discovering hidden treasures, oblivious to the fact that if it were that easy, everyone would be a millionaire. Flanking the streets were grand antique shops and numerous roadside stalls, yet genuine artifacts were increasingly rare.
Elaiena Feng, bearing a cup.
Strolled along the street, his eyes scanning the surroundings, feeling somewhat disheartened. This place was indeed rife with deception. The wares displayed at the stalls were merely modern crafts, yet throngs of people surrounded each booth. Among them were shills and genuine bargain hunters, but their expertise in antique appraisal left much to be desired. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had reached the end of the street, and as he looked up, a vast ancient-style building emerged before him. This structure occupied a significant expanse, its exact design eluding Lin Feng, but the enormous door was large enough to accommodate a small truck. Prominently positioned was a plaque bearing 3 resplendent golden characters. Jubao Building. Lin Feng squinted. Judging by its name and the scale of the establishment, this was likely one of the top shops in the area. Chapter 29. Lin Feng squinted as he gazed at the establishment named Jubao Lu, and instantly, a plethora of information materialized before his eyes. Name, Jubao Lu. Category, antique shop owner, Yan Bing backer. The Yanjing Long Tong Group, which covertly controls assets and strategizes in the Shanghai market, preparing for future asset entry into the local market. Background: an antique shop affiliated with the Long Tong Group. It is the largest of its kind in Shanghai, clandestinely managing 80% of the antique trade on Yunzhou Road. Industry: antique trading, antique appraisal, and counterfeit manufacturing. In an instant, Lin Feng comprehended the entirety of the shop's information. Long Tong Group? The Song family? Suddenly, he recalled the news he had seen that night, realizing that his future would be intricately intertwined with theirs. Sir, may I assist you with something? A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts, and a hostess clad in a qipao approached him. Appraisal. Sale. Please, follow me. She wasted no time, leading Lin Feng into the interior of the shop. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The interior was adorned with an elegant, antique decor, exuding an air of grandeur and historical depth. The hall was sparsely populated, and instead of traditional counters, there were redwood display stands showcasing various categories of exquisite artifacts. Naturally, the authenticity of these items was known solely to their owner. Please hold on for a moment, I will fetch the proprietor. Lin Feng settled onto a redwood chair, and soon a server presented him with a cup of premium Mingqian Biluo Chun tea. He couldn't help but admire the impeccable hospitality, befitting of the most prestigious antique establishment in Shanghai. In the back hall of Jubao Lu, a woman in her 40s was scrutinizing a piece of calligraphy with a magnifying glass, her demeanor graceful and her focus unwavering. Proprietor, a distinguished guest has arrived in the front hall, claiming to seek an appraisal. An appraisal? A distinguished guest? What do you mean? Did I not specify that we do not receive regular clientele? The elegant woman appeared somewhat displeased. Proprietor, the visitor has recently made headlines in the Shanghai market, being the one who earned 20 billion in a month and has significant ties with the Yongchang Group. Lin Feng. Her hand paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face. How could he possibly be here? Come, let me meet him. Setting aside her work, she followed the hostess toward the front hall. When Lin Feng heard footsteps and looked up, he was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the proprietor would be a woman. Surprising as it is, my humble establishment has welcomed a distinguished guest. I apologize for not extending a proper greeting upon your arrival, Mr. Lin. I find it hard to believe that someone as insignificant as I would be recognized by you, Proprietor Yan. Her pupils slightly contracted, but she quickly regained her composure. It is indeed unexpected that someone of my modest stature would be familiar with you. Ha! If you consider yourself insignificant, then where might one find the truly significant figures in Shanghai? Proprietor Yan, let us dispense with small talk. I am here to appraise and potentially sell some items to your esteemed establishment. Shall we proceed with this business? You jest. Jubao Lu is an antique shop, and it is only natural for us to conduct business. However, it also depends on what you present, as there are varying levels of quality. Much like the people who visit our shop. Yan Bing, at the age of 40, a native of Shanghai, had undoubtedly distinguished herself to hold a position of leadership under the Song family's enterprise. Mr. Lin, please unveil your item and allow me to appraise it. At her request, Lin Feng casually flipped his hand, revealing a crimson object that rested in the center of his palm. A closer examination revealed it to be a seal. The seal, entirely crimson and roughly palm-sized, appeared remarkably exquisite. The moment he unveiled it, Yan Bing's attention was captivated, her gaze fixated upon it. Lin Feng remained silent, savoring his tea as he awaited her response. This is a royal seal. Remarkable insight. It seems the proprietor of Jubao Lu possesses genuine expertise. Mr. Lin, this treasure does not appear to be an ordinary item. May I inquire about its provenance? Lin Feng smiled. It is merely a trinket passed down from my elders, nothing particularly rare. Were it not for certain special circumstances, I would not consider selling it. Oh, I have read the news. It seems you have recently amassed quite a fortune. Are you truly in need of money? Indeed, who in this world is not in need of money? If you are unwilling to accept it, I shall seek alternatives. With that, Lin Feng pretended to withdraw the treasure, but Yan Bing interjected. Wait, let me examine it further. However, typical royal seals are valued at several million, and those with provenance may reach tens of millions. I suspect such amounts are mere trifles for someone like you, Mr. Lin. Ah, Proprietor Yan, you are quite adept at extracting information. But what if I were to tell you that this is a royal seal mentioned in historical records? One that was favored by an emperor? What would its value be then? Yan Bing abruptly lifted her head, her gaze filled with skepticism. In this day and age, how could one possibly acquire a royal seal used by an emperor so casually? Chapter 30. What does it mean? Could it be that this seal has some origin? Yan Bing was skeptical. In this day and age, valuable seals have mostly been claimed by collectors, some even finding their way into museums. Although this young man had an air of legend about him, she did not believe he could produce anything of worth. Moreover, she had received certain instructions from Song Changgong, advising her to keep a close watch on Lin Feng's movements in the coming months, as he seemed to be a thorn in the side of the Song family. Just take a look and you'll see. Don't tarnish the reputation of this treasure pavilion. If you truly cannot discern its value, I shall take my leave immediately. Yan Bing found herself slightly bewildered by Lin Feng's demeanor. She signaled, and soon a servant brought forth a set of appraisal tools from the courtyard. Lin Feng sipped his tea quietly while Yan Bing began her assessment, and the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. After a moment, Yan Bing placed a magnifying glass on the table and turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. This seal is indeed of high quality, yet regrettably, it lacks provenance. In my opinion, it most likely dates back to the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Would you like me to make an offer? 2 million is my final bid, Mr. Lin. If you believe my judgment is lacking, then we may end this here. Ha! It seems even such a grand establishment is no different after all. I had thought the largest antique shop on Yunzhou Street would possess some exceptional merit, but alas, it appears otherwise. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Words carry weight, and in the antique circles of Shanghai, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Yan Bing's expression suddenly turned grave, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng with a hint of hostility. Do not regard me so. If I were to challenge your expertise without confidence, would I not merely invite humiliation upon myself? Very well, since you insist, I shall listen to your reasoning. Should I indeed be outmatched, you may set your price for this item, and I will also allow you to select another piece from my store. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, fully aware of her character. She could not tolerate any skepticism in her field of expertise. Just a few simple words had already hooked her. It is settled then. If my item is truly just an ordinary seal, I shall gladly relinquish it, without asking for a dime. Agreed. A flicker of triumph shone in Yan Bing's eyes, while Lin Feng stood up, smiling as he said, Manager Yan, please prepare the funds. I am selling you this seal for 100 million. The hall fell silent, all the employees of the treasure pavilion staring at Lin Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Manager Yan, how careless of you. Observe the inscription on the bottom. Although the characters Tsongyu may be faded due to age, they serve to confirm the provenance of this item. Yan Bing's heart skipped a beat. Donning gloves, she picked up the seal and gasped in astonishment. Is this the Tsongyun seal? Lin Feng rose and clapped his hands, stating, though that name is somewhat inaccurate, the correct designation should be silk-threaded South Red Agate Vermilion Bird Seal, Songyun. This was Qianlong's favorite seal, long thought lost, which I fortuitously acquired. Where did you obtain this? I believe it is unnecessary to report that to you, is it not? A wager is a wager. Shall we uphold our previous agreement? Yan Bing had lost her earlier composure, her enchanting eyes scanning Lin Feng as if attempting to pierce through him. Agreed. And if this truly is the Songyun seal, I shall concede the 100 million. However, may I request a moment? I wish to have someone verify its authenticity. Of course, she whispered to a nearby attendant, who quickly departed. In approximately 5 minutes, an elderly gentleman was ushered into the shop, followed by a large entourage. What is happening? I specifically instructed not to attract attention. Manager Yen, Professor Li happens to be presiding over an appraisal conference, so... Enough, I understand.
Professor Li.
I would like to request your expertise in determining whether this item is indeed the Songyun seal of Emperor Qianlong.
Professor Li.
A distinguished figure in the archaeology department at Hu University, particularly adept at assessing jade and seal artifacts, was quite renowned on this street. The onlookers began to grasp the situation, intrigued, especially given Lin Feng's recent notoriety in Shanghai. After approximately 10 minutes, amidst the palpable tension, Professor Li removed his glasses. Professor, what is the verdict? What exactly is the seal? Yan Bing inquired eagerly. Manager Yen, I never anticipated that after so many years, the Songyun seal would resurface. Based on the inscription at its base, I can confirm this is indeed an authentic piece. Its form aligns perfectly with the records found in Volume 7 of the Qing Palace Internal Affairs Bureau archives, and this material could only have been produced by the Qing court of that era. Yan Bing's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, her gaze towards Lin Feng brimmed with trepidation as she began to scrutinize the young man before her with newfound seriousness. Chapter 31 Manager Yen, do not take it personally. While you are indeed quite beautiful, I must confess that I have little interest in women of a certain age. The audacity of youth was palpable, even daring to flirt with Yan Bing, as the rumors suggested. Truly remarkable. One could glean from the news that he was not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could he possibly have connections to Wang Yongchang? I remain skeptical of his prospects. Wang Yongchang is formidable, yet his influence is confined to the Shanghai market. The reputation of Jubela is well known. Where there is smoke, there is fire. As for Yan Bing, her future appears bleak. How pathetic. An older woman relying on fleeting beauty and perhaps a modicum of connections. Yet what does that amount to? At 40, even the most impressive will ultimately become obsolete. Yan Bing surveyed her surroundings, her gaze piercing, silencing the crowd instantly. Her authority in Yunzhou Antique City was unmistakable. Mr. Lin, I concede this round. Engaging in a war of words is futile. Please transfer the funds to my account, and I shall honor our wager. Select any item from Jubela as you wish. Lin Feng sipped his tea, rising with a smile. It is no surprise that this antique city, known for its exceptional conditions, honors its word. In that case, I shall not hold back. The atmosphere grew hushed as Lin Feng's gaze wandered to the displayed antiques, and he rose to inspect them. Are all the items in your store present here? Mr. Lin, patience is a virtue. The authenticity of my wares is notoriously difficult to discern. The entire Yunzhou Antique City is aware that to profit in our establishment, one must possess genuine skill. This was, in essence, an unequal treaty, brazenly legitimizing the sale of forgeries. Should one incur losses, it would be conveniently attributed to their own inadequacy. Lin Feng held no objections. In this era, the principle that the strong dictate the rules is applicable across all domains. Then I shall proceed without hesitation. Setting down his teacup, he began to examine the first display case, hands clasped behind him, making no physical contact with the artifacts, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Such behavior was decidedly unprofessional. Could one truly ascertain the value of items solely by observation? That was the stuff of television dramas. Yan Bing, too, smirked inwardly at his naivety. Lin Feng clearly lacked expertise. The earlier incident must have been orchestrated by a more knowledgeable individual, and now he aimed to reclaim his standing. Mr. Lin, How about we wager? Oh, how so? If you can uncover an item worth over 50 million here, I shall gift it to you. Conversely, should you fail, I would like the Zongyun Imperial Seal as a gift. This was a wager proposed by Manager Yen, and Lin Feng's acceptance was implicit. Instantly, the stakes of this contest escalated. Without warning, Lin Feng bypassed 3 shelves and approached the cashier's desk, his attention drawn to a painting displayed on the wall behind. Mr. Lin, are you interested in that painting? I assure you, it is not for sale. It merely serves as a decorative piece that caught my eye due to its craftsmanship. The authentic along the river during the Qingming festival resides in the National Museum. No one can possess that. Yes, this painting will suffice. It's a modern craft, but of decent quality. I will offer 500 for it. Yan Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, regarding him as though he were a fool. Once again, she confirmed that Lin Feng was indeed an outsider. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, collectively concluding that Lin Feng was destined to lose, still too young to withstand the pressure. Mr. Lin, while I cannot predict your intentions, I must say that you are quite naive. A modern craft valued at 500 yuan? I am curious to see what you can possibly achieve with it. I will ask you one last time. Are you certain? Absolutely. Take it down. At Yan Bing's nod, the staff quickly removed the painting. It must be said that Jubela truly lived up to its reputation. Even their decorative items were impeccably maintained. Viewed solely as a craft, this painting would undoubtedly be considered a fine piece. Yet, from the perspective of antiquities, it was merely a craft utterly worthless. Lin Feng held the painting, narrowing his eyes, struggling to contain his excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, it would be wise to concede. In truth, you would only lose the Zongyun Imperial Seal. The world is treacherous, and this serves as a valuable lesson for you. I possess numerous items worth over 50 million, but only those with true expertise can discern them. Yan Bing's laughter was triumphant, a smile brimming with satisfaction. He intended to mock Lin Feng thoroughly, for he had previously lost face in this antique street hierarchy. However, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Is this what brings you joy? Perhaps your celebration is a tad premature? Chapter 32. Dozens of eyes in the room were fixed on Lin Feng. Yan Bing let out a cold laugh, yet unease stirred within her. For some inexplicable reason, this young man exuded an aura of danger. His confident smile unsettled her. Mr. Lin, I grant you the opportunity to elucidate the intricacies of this painting. In such a hurry? Very well, I shall indulge you. Even seasoned experts can occasionally misjudge. Lin Feng unfurled the painting entirely, laying it flat upon the rectangular appraisal table, then picked up a utility knife from the side. Could it be that there is indeed something concealed within? She thought. I've heard tales of hidden treasures within the layers of certain paintings, though I've never witnessed it firsthand. However, the genuine along the river during the Qingming festival could never be found here. What could possibly lie within? If something were to emerge, it would be quite the spectacle. Not only would Yan Bing face humiliation, but the reputation of the Jubela would likely plummet as well. A mysterious azure light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, and he perceived the secrets concealed within the painting with utmost clarity. In the central layer, visible only to him, lay a fragment inscribed with unfamiliar characters, reminiscent of Sanskrit. Item name: Diamond Sutra Era, Tang Dynasty Condition, 90 intact commercial value, 1. 5 billion comprehensive assessment, priceless. Ms. Yen, there is a saying, when fortune arrives, cannot be obstructed. Perhaps the heavens have deemed that I have endured poverty for too long and are determined to bestow wealth upon me. Upon uttering these words, and under the gaze of the crowd, he made a decisive incision into the painting, revealing a yellow object that resembled ancient paper. A chill of foreboding gripped Yan Bing's heart. Mr. Lin, could it be that there truly is something inside? She inquired. Indeed, what is this yellow material? It appears to be paper, yet it is not of modern origin. Ah, it is indeed hard yellow paper, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He sliced again, the opening widening, and with growing fervor, he soon extracted a slightly tattered piece of yellow paper. Once it was fully unfurled and laid upon the table, he lifted his gaze toward Yan Bing, a smile gracing his lips, and asked, So, can you discern what this is? Yan Bing's eyes were filled with astonishment as she fixated on the enormous piece of yellow paper, instantly recognizing it as an ancient artifact, clearly indicating her earlier misjudgment. Mr. Lin, I am unsure what it is. This paper seems aged, but do not forget the prerequisite, 50 million. Even for antiques, achieving a profit of 50 million is no easy feat. 50 million? Lin Feng's smile broadened. At that moment, he suddenly spread the entire yellow paper flat. It bore several small holes, and all present craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the characters resembling tadpoles written in Sanskrit. The complete scroll of the Tang Dynasty Diamond Sutra. Rolled format, slightly damaged at the beginning, hard yellow paper, regular script. The scroll measures 400 centimeters in length, with a width of centimeters, and both ends measure 8 centimeters, containing 617 characters. The scroll concludes with a black lacquered wooden rod. The Diamond Sutra, abbreviated as the Diamond Classic, was translated by Kumar-jiva during the later Qin dynasty. As Yan Bing listened to Lin Feng's words, her complexion grew increasingly pale, her hands clammy with sweat. It was evident that she comprehended the significance of what Lin Feng had just described. A scripture from the Tang dynasty, preserved in such remarkable condition, its value could not merely be quantified at 50 million. Even multiplying that by 20 would not suffice. Lin Feng, you cannot simply claim this as yours, she stated. Very well, this is your territory. There are many professionals here. Feel free to summon one for appraisal. However, I must warn you, do not attempt any tricks. Yan Bing shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. Just days prior, Song Chunggong had visited the shop and warned her about Lin Feng, urging her not to underestimate him. At that time, she had dismissed the notion with derision, yet now she was paying the price for her arrogance. Soon, an elderly gentleman named Fong En was brought forth. He was the esteemed appraiser for Jubaila, having previously served as an appraiser in the Relic Association of Yenjing, with specialized research in antiques and scriptures. As he grasped a magnifying glass and approached the long table, he was struck dumb, as if paralyzed by a spell. His sunken eyes fixated on the yellow paper, and Fong En's body began to tremble with excitement. I never imagined that such a complete handwritten scripture from the Tang dynasty would have survived. It is simply unbelievable. Old sir, what do you think this is worth? Lin Feng inquired. Price? You ask me for a price? This is a priceless treasure, possessing immense collectible value that cannot be measured in monetary terms. It is nothing short of perfection. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a well-preserved manuscript. As Fong En expressed his exuberance, Yan Bing was thoroughly rattled. This woman, usually composed and in her 40s, now felt a pang of fear for the first time. Chapter 33. What on earth? What scripture? A priceless treasure? Am I mistaken? No, I heard correctly. The Diamond Sutra is indeed a Buddhist scripture, but the crux lies in the fact that this is a Tang dynasty manuscript. Yan Bing is surely in deep trouble this time. What sort of creature is this young man? How could he stumble upon such a find? The Jubao building must be suffering a significant loss, and I believe Yan Bing will not let this go easily. It is difficult to say. With so many eyes upon her, what can she do? One must ultimately pay their dues in this world. Let us see how she navigates this challenge. The onlookers were taken aback by Fong En's words, while Yan Bing stood frozen in place, the scripture seemingly mocking her mercilessly. Fong Lao spoke correctly. I have indeed fallen to a lower level. This is the heritage of 1,000 years of Chinese culture. How can it be measured by monetary value? Nonetheless, I have a wager with Manager Yen, so we must still estimate its commercial worth. Manager Yen, I am a representative of the Jubao building, yet certain matters cannot be fabricated. This manuscript is genuine and of superior preservation quality. If a price must be set, it should be no less than 2 billion, and to some collectors, it may be valued even higher. As soon as Fong En's words fell, an uproar ensued. 2 billion, and that is merely a conservative estimate. This price would undoubtedly break the decade-long high in the antique market, and it may not be surpassed in the foreseeable future. Manager Yen, you have heard it. Fong En is one of your own and would not deceive you. 2 billion is equivalent to 40 units of 5,000. I assure you, I am not attempting to cheat you. Simply honor the agreement. Mr. Lin, I, Yan Bing, will never back down from my words. However, in our dealings, one must not go too far, as it yields no benefit to oneself. Do you feel secure standing behind a great tree? People believe that you alone have propped up the Jubao building. Yet the world is unaware that Manager Yen is merely a puppet. What do you mean? Yen Bing's expression changed drastically as her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. The relationship with the Song family was known only to her and a few, yet Lin Feng's words hinted at deeper implications, forcing her to doubt. Very well, Manager Yen, it has been a pleasure. I shall graciously accept this manuscript, and perhaps we shall meet again for further discussions. Lin Feng casually picked up the scripture from the table, traversed through the crowd, and exited the door. Only after his figure vanished did the surroundings erupt into fervor. Wow! Incredible! This young man is poised for fame again. The Jubao building has suffered a hidden loss, and Yen Bing has incurred a heavy blow. Look at Yen Bing. I have never seen her countenance so grim. Who would have thought that a mere artifact could conceal a Tang Dynasty manuscript? The crucial point is that it was discerned by someone else. This incident will not only result in financial loss. The Jubao building has suffered gravely, and I fear the antique world will soon be tumultuous. Meanwhile, Yen Bing had already departed the front hall, unable to bear the embarrassment of remaining. The Jubao building swiftly dispersed the onlookers, yet the events that transpired had already taken flight like wings. At the Yongchang building, within the office, Wang Yongchang and his two grandchildren were struck with dizziness as they gazed at the shocking news on their phones. Breaking. The emerging business prodigy Lin Feng ventures into the Yunzhou antique market, audaciously confronting the Jubao building, and in plain sight, uncovers a Tang Dynasty handwritten scripture, estimated by experts to possess a commercial value of around 2 billion Chinese yuan. Beside them was a massive image, depicting Lin Feng extracting the handwritten scripture from a counterfeit riverside scene at Qingming Festival. Dad, what is happening? How am I to know? I never expected he was well-versed in so many matters. It feels like a dream. Dad, Grandpa, please don't look at me. I am just as bewildered as you are. I had no idea he possessed such abilities. However, the backdrop of the Jubao building is not simple. Lin Feng has certainly offended someone. Although Wang Xian was equally stunned, his greater concern lay with Lin Feng. Yen Bing is quite prominent in the Shanghai market, and the rumors surrounding her are significant. Where there's smoke, there's fire. If these were merely rumors, they would not have circulated for so long and persisted. What astonished Wang Xian most was the sheer breadth of Lin Feng's talents. At such a young age, he appeared nonchalant, yet he was shrouded in mystery. Xin, are you worried about that young man? Rest assured, while our Yongchang group is not a colossal conglomerate, we still possess some influence in the Shanghai market and can ensure Lin Feng's safety. Wang Cheng chuckled, though his gaze toward his daughter carried a hint of ambiguity, causing Wang Xian's cheeks to flush. However, Wang Yongchang interjected, saying, to ensure Lin Feng's safety? Ah Cheng, I believe you are overestimating things. Does he need our protection? Yen Bing cannot do anything to him. Both Wang Cheng and Wang Xian were taken aback, astonished by Wang Yongchang's high regard for Lin Feng. Chapter 34. It is evident that Wang Yongchang holds Lin Feng in high regard. Yet Wang Xian is profoundly concerned for Lin Feng's safety. Meanwhile, having departed from the Gathering Treasure building, Lin Feng hastens to the parking lot to retrieve his vehicle, heading straight home. The gains from this encounter have been somewhat unexpected, far surpassing his initial expectations. However, this has brought about a disadvantage. The notion of developing cautiously has been fundamentally shattered, for Yen Bing is backed by the Song family, with whom he is destined to be at odds. As the grand vehicle arrives at the entrance of the royal dynasty, Lin Feng is taken aback. The current state of online information is indeed alarming, as a throng of reporters has gathered at the community entrance. Before his car even reaches the entrance, he finds himself surrounded by these journalists. With no other option, he reluctantly parks the car and steps out. Mr. Lin, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. We have heard about the events that transpired at the Gathering Treasure building. May we have a moment of your time for an interview? You have uncovered a Tang Dynasty scripture valued at 2 billion. Could you share more about this with us? Additionally, the background of the Gathering Treasure building is rather complex. It is rumored to be supported by a major financial consortium in the capital. Should they retaliate, do you have a strategy in place? Mr. Lin, could you strike a pose for a photograph? Our publication has several entrepreneurial magazines, and we would love to feature you on the cover. In an instant, the community entrance is packed tightly with reporters, and the security personnel in the guardhouse are alerted, fearing something has gone awry. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, they quickly comprehend the situation. Within a mere hour, Lin Feng has become the media's new darling. Dear journalists, it is not that I am unwilling to cooperate, but I am swamped with trivial matters. I shall not be granting interviews today. As for the alleged retaliation, we live in a society governed by law. I believe my safety is assured. Regarding the cover photo, we can discuss this in detail at another time. Rest assured, once my personal company is established, I will hold a press conference specifically for that purpose. After delivering his remarks, Lin Feng promptly returns to his vehicle and departs, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Did he just leave? Wait, what did he say? He plans to establish a personal company? Is he preparing to make a significant move? It seems that the prior 2 billion and now another 2 billion treasure unearthed at the Gathering Treasure building signifies he possesses genuine capability. Establishing a company is only natural. He intends to leverage our voices to disseminate this news. He clearly has no intention of remaining low-key. What are we still doing here? We must return and disseminate the news immediately. Upon hearing this, the group finds it quite reasonable, and in the blink of an eye, the reporters at the community entrance disperse, while news of Lin Feng's intention to establish his own company begins to proliferate wildly online. This indeed serves as a signal from Lin Feng, indicating that his initial accumulation is nearly complete, and he is ready to exert his influence. Commencing with the Shanghai market, no one can impede his progress. In the presidential suite of the Grand Duke Hotel, the luxurious leather sofa accommodates Song Chenggong and Song Wei side by side. Before them sits Yan Bing, who typically exudes elegance, now with her head bowed and fists clenched, peering quite anxious. Mr. Song, please grant me an opportunity. I will undoubtedly reclaim the lost ground. The events that transpired earlier are already known to Song Chenggong and his son. Yet, Song Chenggong seems unfazed by the incident, while Song Wei is visibly restraining himself. Reclaim it? Yan Bing, do not forget the primary reason for your presence here. It is not to indulge in the arts or to genuinely engage in antiquities, but to establish roots and cultivate connections. However, Mr. Song, this embarrassment has been far too significant. It greatly impacts the prestige of the Gathering Treasure building within the antiquities community and will affect your long-term plans. Fear not, the overall situation remains unaffected. Yet this young man has indeed surprised me. His interests are quite diverse. Father, if we allow him to continue unchecked, he will soon be insufferably arrogant. I believe we cannot permit further indulgence. Away, are you truly this agitated over a woman? Nevertheless, you are correct. While he may not pose a threat to me, his audacity cannot be overlooked. Song Wei's eyes gleam with interest as he inquires, Father, are you preparing to take action? Tomorrow, accompany me to Yongchang Group. I wish to confront Wang Yongchang. In their eyes, there is only one path forward: cooperation with me. Understood. Father, this should have been done long ago. Wang Xin, let us see how you evade my grasp. Song Chenggong rises, casting a cold glance at Yan Bing, and states in a low voice, as per our usual protocol, if no satisfactory solution is presented, eliminate him discreetly, but ensure that no trace remains. Yan Bing comprehends the unspoken command, nodding in agreement before exiting the room. At this moment, the specter of death looms, and a crisis gradually approaches Lin Feng, who, at home, is contemplating the establishment of his company. Now that he possesses the capital and the location, all that remains is the opportune moment. Once his enterprise is established, he will have firmly secured his footing in the Shanghai market. Chapter 35. Gathering his thoughts. Lin Feng reached a decision. He must first resolve some troublesome matters before contemplating the establishment of a company. The most pressing issue at hand was the Song family, along with Yan Bing from Ju Baolu. Given the events that had transpired, it was certain that they would not let the matter rest easily. Lin Feng took out his phone, contemplated for a moment, and entered Yan Bing's name into the search bar, only to be met with inconsequential news articles that failed to yield the desired results. After a moment of reflection, he typed in his own name. One particular headline caught his attention. Last night, an intrusion occurred at Huangchao Yipin, targeting the currently popular Lin Feng. Approximately 10 unidentified assailants were involved, during which Lin Feng injured 3, while 7 others fled amidst the chaos. Fortunately, Lin Feng himself was unharmed, and the Shanghai police have initiated an investigation. The news was dated June 8th, while the current date was June 6th. Damn it, Yan Bing truly is a schemer, resorting to underhanded tactics. If I didn't have my skills, this could have been quite perilous, Lin Feng thought, smirking to himself. The report indicated that he had not sustained any injuries, which was hardly surprising given his current capabilities. As long as he remained cautious, few could inflict harm upon him. However, if this situation necessitated his direct involvement, it would indeed be somewhat beneath him. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, causing a sly smile to appear on his face. Meanwhile, in the living room of Wang Yongchang's villa, a group of distinguished guests had arrived. Song Chunggong came with his son Song Wei and a dozen subordinates to pay a visit to Wang Yongchang. Seated on either side of Wang Yongchang were Wang Cheng and Wang Xian. Song Wei's gaze frequently drifted toward Wang Xian, but she remained focused ahead, ignoring him completely, which infuriated him. In his view, the most desirable things were always those that eluded one's grasp. Mr. Song, I am truly honored by your visit, Wang Yongchang remarked, feigning surprise. What an honor it is to receive a distinguished figure such as yourself, given that your Yongchang group is among the top enterprises in Shanghai. The two exchanged pleasantries, yet Wang Yongchang sensed that Song Chunggong was not there for benign reasons. Might I inquire what brings you to my humble establishment? Haha, Mr. Wang. I have a keen interest in the market of East China. As you may know, the strength of our Longting group is formidable, and should we collaborate, it would undoubtedly elevate Yongchang group to new heights, Song Chunggong stated directly, believing there was no room for refusal from Wang Yongchang. However, Wang Yongchang remained remarkably composed, an unexpected calmness in his demeanor. I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Song. Indeed, who does not appreciate wealth? But I am acutely aware of my own standing. My Yongchang is merely a mid-tier group nationally, and we cannot aspire to match your stature. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Song family is unworthy of your Yongchang group? Song Wei, frustrated and on the verge of an outburst, could no longer contain his emotions. Young Master Song, you have misunderstood me. My assertion is that we, Yongchang, are not worthy of your Song family. Humph, unworthy of us? That is certainly a given. However, regarding our potential collaboration, it is not a matter of your willingness, but rather of our desire. Song Wei, do not overstep. Wang Xian suddenly stood, her eyes fixed on Song Wei, radiating hostility rather than affection. Xiao Wei, sit down, Song Chunggong interjected, his tone calm yet his eyes icy. Mr. Wang, I personally am very interested in collaborating with you. You are a shrewd individual. This is a win-win scenario, and you cannot be unaware of that. And if I were to decline? Wang Yongchang inquired, his expression unwavering. Having weathered many storms, he was aware of his own worth. While he might not possess the same background as his counterpart, he would not be intimidated. Song Chunggong sneered. Decline? As Longting Group, we will inevitably enter the Shanghai market and the broader East China region. As your commercial rival, I will employ all means necessary to undermine you. In that case, let us wait and see. Victory and defeat shall determine the outcome. I, Wang Yongchang, am not one to shy away from the challenge. The atmosphere in the living room turned tense, as no one present was oblivious to the implications of Wang Yongchang's words. He had made a clear declaration to refuse collaboration with Song Chunggong. Yet, there was another layer known only to the Wang family. Wang Yongchang was not merely rejecting Song Chunggong. He was opting to place his bets on Lin Feng. Very well, Mr. Wang. I commend your fortitude. It is admirable. However, should any unpleasantness arise between us in the future, or should irreversible conflicts emerge, I hope you will not regret your decision. With that, Song Chunggong turned to leave. Dad, did you not say you would assist me in proposing marriage? Be quiet. Proposing? It seems they are not inclined to consider us. However, rest assured, perhaps in the future they may seek to sell their daughter for favor. Anything is possible. Chapter 36. Song Chunggong's words caused a noticeable change in the expressions of Wang Yongchang and the others. Wang Xian couldn't help but sneer. Uncle Song, rest assured, even if I were to beg on the streets, I would never come to you for help. As for your son, he should stop dreaming. Wang Xian, is all of this due to that Lin Feng? Rest assured he will pay the price. This meeting ended in complete failure, a result that utterly surprised Song Chenggong, as he had anticipated that Wang Yongchang would have no room for refusal. Inside the villa, Wang Xian's face lit up with excitement. She felt a sense of vindication today. In the past, she had genuinely feared becoming a sacrificial pawn for the family. Such a fate seemed worse than death. Dad, this has surely offended the Song family, and there's almost no room for reconciliation. Being indecisive is the most perilous path. Since I have made my decision, I shall not waver. The future will unfold as fate dictates. A Mercedes S600 with a Yanjing license plate glided smoothly down the street. In the back seat, Song Wei wore a face full of anger while Song Chenggong was on the phone. Yes, swift and decisive. Strike tonight. Be efficient and leave no traces. I want Lin Feng to vanish. After hanging up, Song Chenggong coldly remarked to his son, Xiao Wei, do not rush. Wang Xian will eventually be yours. That old fool. Wang Yongchang has placed his bets on Lin Feng. What if Lin Feng were to die? Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Song Wei's face. He longed to tear Lin Feng apart. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng was presently in the office of the Major Crimes Unit at the Hu City Police Department. Mr. Lin, back again? You mentioned someone may be plotting against you? Indeed, I have noticed someone following me for quite some time, and I suspect there has been an unfamiliar presence in my home. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's expression changed to one of urgency. Given Lin Feng's current status, any mishap could ignite chaos in Hu City, compelling him to take the matter seriously. At that moment, Lin Feng glanced at his watch 9 p.m. He recalled a news report he had seen earlier. The assailants would arrive at his home at precisely 9 p.m. tonight. Calmly, he retrieved his phone and opened the surveillance app connected to his home security system. As the images came into focus, several shadowy figures appeared on the monitor at his front door. Feigning surprise, Lin Feng exclaimed, Captain Wang, look, I told you something was amiss. Wang Hai was stunned, turning to see the screen and feeling a surge of rage. In broad daylight, in this international metropolis, there are intruders attempting to harm residents in a high-end community? This cannot be tolerated. He sprang to his feet. Mr. Lin, this is a serious matter. I will assemble a team immediately. You need not fear. None of these individuals will escape. At 9:10 p.m., in the corridor of Lin Feng's residence, several individuals lurked in the shadows, all professional assassins, waiting to confront Lin Feng. Hello, is this Sister Yen? Still not back? Don't worry, we are well prepared. We won't disturb anyone else. As soon as he returns, we will subdue him. This kid won't stand a chance. All right, trust us. This isn't our first job. There will be no mistakes. Just as a middle-aged man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hard object pressed against the back of his head. What is going on? What are you making a fuss about? Don't you know what is happening? Boss. It's the police. What? The middle-aged man looked up, bewildered, and instinctively attempted to rise, only to realize that he and his companions were surrounded. Don't move. We are from the Major Crimes Unit. You are suspected of breaking and entering with intent to commit harm. Come with us to explain yourselves. The phone that had fallen to the ground remained connected, and the commotion was audible to Yen Bing, who had intended to hang up but instead heard the unfolding chaos. A wave of fear washed over her. In the gathering treasure building, Yen Bing quickly ended the call. When Wang Hai picked up the phone, he heard only a busy signal. Captain Wang, do you think this is dangerous? I must say, people shouldn't rise to fame. Trouble follows. If I hadn't been vigilant, there could have been serious consequences. Indeed, these individuals appear to be assassins. We will need to bring them in for questioning to uncover their identities. Mr. Lin's vigilance is commendable. I will investigate the community management to understand how such a breach could occur in such a high-end neighborhood. That sounds excellent. I appreciate your help, Captain Wang. I initially planned to call the police, but I thought it would be more direct to consult you. We must interrogate these individuals thoroughly to discover who emboldened them. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng watched as Wang Hai and his team departed, a smile slowly fading from his face, replaced by a cold smirk. Trying to scheme against me? Very well, I will play along, and soon enough, You shall learn what it means to bring about your own demise. At this moment, having hung up the phone, Yan Bing was in a state of utter turmoil, her brows furrowed in uncertainty about whether today's events were mere coincidence or part of Lin Feng's intricate scheme. Chapter 37. Within the dimly lit confines of the antique street in Yunzhou, at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Yan Bing found herself devoid of her usual composure. It had been 10 minutes since the phone call ended, yet a growing sense of unease gripped her heart. She opened her news application, but not a single article regarding Lin Feng's attack surfaced. Clearly, the police had maintained strict confidentiality. The more she pondered this, the more anxious she became. How could there be no police involvement? Had he discovered something? Unthinkable. Where could the oversight have occurred? Yet, this was not her primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in how she would account to Song Chunggong. Suddenly, her phone rang, jolting her from her thoughts. Alarm surged within her as she saw the caller ID. It was Song Chunggong. Ignoring the call was not an option. That would be tantamount to courting death. She was merely a puppet in his hands, her outwardly glamorous facade masking her precarious reality. "Hello, Mr. Song. How is everything progressing?" she managed to inquire, her voice betraying her trepidation. Silence enveloped the line, dominated by fear. "Are you still there? What's happening? Is there a problem, Mr. Song? My associates have been apprehended by the police." Silence again, heavy and ominous. It was this very silence that instilled dread in Yan Bing. "Mr. Song, there may have been an unforeseen complication, but I will find a way to resolve this. Enough. One request. Do not implicate me in this. You should understand the consequences of a messy situation. Until this matter is resolved, we shall not communicate further." The line went dead, leaving Yan Bing in a state of shock. She was not without her own vulnerabilities. He had a daughter in her teens and an elderly mother over 80. While her own fate seemed inconsequential, the thought of Song Chunggong turning his ire towards them left her powerless. Damn Lin Feng! How could he be so fortunate? Clenching her fists tightly, she felt a profound sense of loneliness, fear, and a burgeoning resentment towards Lin Feng. At the Haojue Grand Hotel, the usually unshakable Song Chunggong exhibited a rare sign of distress. How could this happen? It was inconceivable. Although Yan Bing was merely a minor player, she had operated in the Shanghai market for so long. Such a glaring oversight was unacceptable. "Dad, there must be a conspiracy at play. Damn it. I say we eliminate Lin Feng." He-s like a flea, increasingly bothersome with each passing moment. No, he-s currently in a position of strength. Taking action against him now would be perilous. It appears our plans must change. We need to temporarily return to Yanjing. Yan Bing and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion are likely finished. Song Wei was taken aback, never anticipating that matters would escalate to the extent of necessitating a retreat to Yanjing. He promptly ceased his idle chatter. Meanwhile, at the police station, Wang Hai was somewhat surprised. The interrogation had proceeded smoothly. These individuals were merely mercenaries, not particularly resilient. "Captain, it seems there are connections to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, with Yan Bing as the mastermind. This situation is quite substantial. Regardless of who it was, those who transgress the law must face the repercussions." Although it was unexpected for Yan Bing to be the mastermind, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Hadn't Lin Feng just acquired a valuable Buddhist scripture from her, worth 20 billion? How could someone in this line of work simply swallow their pride? "Prepare to act. We will apprehend them first thing tomorrow morning." By 9 o'clock the next morning, 5 police vehicles were stationed outside the Yunzhou antique city. A crowd of onlookers gathered around the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, where Yan Bing, handcuffed, was led out by Wang Hai. The entrance of the pavilion had been sealed with white tape, marking the closure of this long-standing establishment in the antique world. A significant news event indeed. Simultaneously, Lin Feng emerged from the throng, having accompanied Wang Hai. "Manager Yan, it seems we meet again. I truly did not expect the esteemed head of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to resort to such desperate measures, attempting to have me assassinated. Look where that has landed you. Lin Feng, do not revel in this. Being overly ostentatious will surely exact a toll," she retorted. "From your tone, it appears you have powerful backing? Is there truly a mastermind behind this?" Yan Bing's expression shifted. She turned away, unwilling to engage with him further. "Manager Yan, Do not think your beauty will soften my resolve. I will pursue this matter to its conclusion. Reflect on your actions while you are inside. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yan Bing was escorted into a police vehicle, while Lin Feng was taken away in another. Once they had all departed, the merchants of the antique city began to regain their senses. Goodness, Yan Bing's temper is so small? That's unexpected. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion has always maintained a decent reputation. I've never seen her act so rashly. Women, you know how they are. Ultimately, they possess only so much tolerance. It's unfortunate she has brought about her own downfall. Do you think her backers will come to her aid? Not a chance. If her backers are indeed the masterminds, why would they save her? I suspect Yan Bing will have to bear the brunt of this herself. Otherwise, she may face retribution. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, cautious of their discourse. However, one thing was certain. This incident would undoubtedly precipitate a significant upheaval in the antique circles of Yunzhou and Shanghai, leaving the future of the industry in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 38. Unbeknownst to anyone, a middle-aged man peered through binoculars from a nearby hotel window, witnessing Yan Bing being taken away before swiftly departing the scene. At 10 a.m. in the presidential suite of the Haojue Hotel, the chairman spoke with unwavering certainty. There's no mistaking it. Yan Bing has been abducted, and the establishment has been sealed. I also spotted Lin Feng at the scene. How are the preparations coming along? Inquired Song Chunggong, who was holding a cigar. Everything is in order. The flight path for the private jet has been secured. We can depart at any moment, came the reply. Let us head to the airport. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Chunggong issued the command to return to Beijing. It wasn't out of fear, but rather the understanding that any complications here could prove troublesome, especially since it was not their territory. Although Song Wei was discontented, he recognized the importance of the larger picture and realized that Lin Feng was not as simple as he appeared. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was at home, engaged in a phone call, her tone brimming with excitement. Really? He has left? Okay, I understand. After hanging up, her expression remained one of shock. Xian, what's going on? Her grandfather queried. Grandfather, Dad, Yan Bing has been arrested, and Song Chunggong and Song Wei have just departed from Hu City back to Yanjing. How could this happen? Song Chunggong asked in astonishment. I heard that someone attacked Lin Feng last night, but he saw through it and preemptively contacted Captain Wang from the Major Crimes Unit to apprehend them. This morning, the Jubao building was sealed, and Yan Bing was taken away. Good heavens! Lin Feng is indeed no ordinary person. This investment is bound to succeed. As they spoke, Wang Xian's phone rang, and to her surprise, it was Lin Feng. Hello, Lin Feng? Hello, beautiful. Are you free? I got a flat tire and need a ride to school to collect my marriage certificate. Could you lend me a hand? Sure. Where are you? I'll be right there. After ending the call, Wang Xian hurriedly left her home. Dad, it seems like this daughter of ours is about to become someone else's, remarked her father. What? Do you wish for her to stay home forever? All right, let us not meddle in the affairs of the young. We must also remain vigilant. Song Chunggong will not let this rest. At the entrance of Hu City University, a red Porsche roared up, capturing the attention of many bystanders. Today marked the day for collecting graduation certificates, resulting in a significant influx of students. Wow, whose car is this? I don't think we've seen a wealthy person driving this at our school. Why are you asking me? Just look and find out. Hey, I heard Yang Lian went inside. That reclusive guy from the media department, Lin Feng, seems to have taken off. Ha! Yang Lian was foolish to offend someone she shouldn't have. Lin Feng is not to be underestimated. He merely keeps a low profile. To be honest, he didn't seem remarkable when we were in school. Just then, the car door swung open, and Lin Feng emerged in a white tracksuit. The driver's side door opened as well, revealing Wang Xian in a floral dress, sunglasses perched atop her nose, and high heels adorning her feet. Wow, isn't that Lin Feng? And who is that stunning lady? Damn, she's breathtaking, outshining our campus beauty by a mile. Is it possible that wealth allows one to act with impunity? I remember this guy from school. No one would even acknowledge him. At that moment, Wang Xian removed her sunglasses, revealing a striking face adorned with light makeup and an exceptional aura that left everyone around her in awe. Wow, isn't that Wang Xian, the heiress of Yongchang Group? The rumors must be true. These two are definitely involved. A gasp echoed through the crowd, stirring a buzz of excitement. Lin Feng chuckled internally, appreciating Wang Xian's cleverness in elevating his status. Ah Feng, I want to go in. I'll wait for you in the car. Hurry, we still need to go back for dinner. Grandfather is waiting for us. In that moment, Wang Xian embodied the essence of a love-struck young woman, her face radiating happiness, captivating all who beheld her. All right, I won't be long. I'll just grab the certificate and be out. Later, I'll pick out a gift for your grandfather since we can't show up empty-handed for a meal. With that, Lin Feng strode confidently into the campus, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. Such was the aura of a singular individual. At that moment, those present felt as though they and Lin Feng belonged to different worlds, only able to admire him from a distance. Among the crowd were a few girls from Lin Feng's department, who once held a disdainful view of him. Though they never directly troubled him, their words had been sharp and condescending. Now, however, they regretted their past actions, wishing they had recognized Lin Feng's hidden prominence earlier. Before long, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the entrance of the school, and Wang Xian returned to her formerly aloof demeanor, settling back into her car. The events that transpired at the campus entrance spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the university in an instant. As Lin Feng walked along the pathways, he could feel the envious, jealous, admiring, and reverent gazes directed at him, providing him immense satisfaction in that moment. Chapter 39. Did you see? Lin Feng from the media department was merely putting on an act all this time. Thankfully, I never crossed him. He hails from an illustrious background, a hidden scion of wealth. I stumbled upon an online discussion claiming Lin Feng possesses considerable connections in Yanjing, and I just heard that the daughter of Yongchang has been escorting him to school. Astonishing, to say the least. Furthermore, there are whispers that his parents have military ties, though I cannot ascertain the truth of it. However, there's wisdom in the adage that it is better to err on the side of caution. In this day and age, once you garner some recognition, a flurry of rumors will inevitably ensue, and you may find all sorts of tales about yourself circulating. Lin Feng made his way unimpeded through the throngs of faculty and students, arriving at the doorway of his classroom. Before he could enter, he overheard the voice of the homeroom teacher resonating within. We are about to part ways, and each of us will soon step into society. Much has transpired during our time together, and I must emphasize that none of you should follow the example of Yang Lian. There are no shortcuts in this world. Additionally, our classmate Lin Feng is exceptionally talented. I only recently learned of his prominent family background, yet he has remained remarkably low-key throughout these years, a quality we should all aspire to emulate. In a class of over 40 students, truth be told, Lin Feng could hardly recognize many of them. The homeroom teacher seldom cast a glance in his direction, yet on the eve of graduation, he chose to commend him in front of the entire class. Lin Feng smiled and approached the classroom entrance. Report. Countless eyes turned toward the doorway, where Lin Feng appeared in casual white sportswear, his striking visage undeniably captivating. It is Lin Feng. Please come in. Teacher Wang, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I was held up by some matters. Not to worry, I understand you have many personal affairs. I initially thought you might not make it today, but since you are here, do come in. The homeroom teacher's unexpectedly warm demeanor left the students in disbelief. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Lin Feng, unperturbed, entered the classroom and took his place. The class meeting continued for 40 minutes, during which Lin Feng felt the weight of dozens of gazes fixated upon him. This must be what it feels like to be in the spotlight. After class, there was to be a group photo, yet Lin Feng opted not to participate. He had transcended into an entirely different realm from his classmates. Such a photograph would bring him no benefit, only detriment. Strangely enough, no one uttered a word of dissent, as if this was all perfectly natural. Ah, truly exceptional, handsome, wealthy, and capable. How did I fail to notice this before? But even if I had, it wouldn't have changed anything. Didn't I hear he arrived in Wang Xian's car? A Cinderella can never become a phoenix. I believe I once mocked him. Do you think Lin Feng holds grudges? When graduation arrives, will he trip me up in my job search? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? He wouldn't even remember you. Truth be told, individuals of stature seldom concern themselves with such trivialities. It is not a matter of magnanimity, but rather, who has ever seen a person quarreling with an ant? The homeroom teacher observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, filled with profound regret. As an educator, he had never discriminated against Lin Feng. He merely recognized that Lin Feng had often been bullied. At that time, he hadn't considered stepping in to alleviate his troubles. How could he not feel remorse? Alright, everyone, focus on the photo. This is our final group picture. As we embark on our journey into society, I hope you will continue to strive and not bring shame to our school. Lin Feng serves as a role model for us all. 20 minutes later, a red Porsche sped along the expressway. I must say, Wang Xian's driving skills are commendable, certainly superior to that of the average female driver. Are we heading to your home? Aren't you bringing any gifts? Please spare me the pretense. My grandfather always said not to bring gifts. Today is not a visit from you, but rather an invitation for you to join us at our home. And what status do I hold? Future son-in-law? How shameless. Wang Xian's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded Lin Feng, tacitly accepting the implication. The atmosphere suddenly turned a tad ambiguous. Are you planning to bind me to you? Just so you know, I truly lack any significant background. Associating with me may yield more losses than gains. The car gradually slowed, and Wang Xian's voice broke the silence. I am unaware of my father's and grandfather's true intentions, but I have no interest in your background. If they truly intend to use me to manipulate you, I will not acquiesce. Lin Feng understood that these were Wang Xian's genuine feelings. He had seen through her. Just as he was about to respond, he furrowed his brow and glanced into the rearview mirror. Behind them loomed 5 top-tier sports cars, evidently there to provoke. The deafening roar of engines approached from behind, and Wang Xian glanced up, her brow furrowing in concern. Lin Feng, brace yourself. Don't lose your lunch. Chapter 40. Lin Feng remained silent in response to Wang Xian's inquiry. Through the rearview mirror, a fleeting glimmer of blue light flickered in his pupils. Xian, do you recognize them? He asked. They are a few wealthy second-generation heirs from the Shanghai market, comparable to our family's standing. I suspect they have come to provoke you after seeing news about you. Lin Feng felt speechless. He wondered why trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. Glancing at Wang Xian, he couldn't help but acknowledge the wisdom of the ancients. A beautiful woman can indeed bring calamity. Suddenly, the car accelerated, and Lin Feng pulled out his phone. Wang Xian, puzzled but focused on driving, pushed aside her curiosity. Before long, 5 vehicles were trailing behind them. Wang Xian's Porsche, while impressive, appeared somewhat inferior against these cars. A group of young men with flashy haircuts continuously whistled at Wang Xian and Lin Feng, taunting them. Although Wang Xian remained composed, her driving skills were evidently insufficient to contend with them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engrossed in a foreign film, Fast and Furious, fast-forwarding through the crucial racing scenes. Wang Xian glanced over, exasperated. Seriously? You think watching a movie will magically enhance your driving skills? Who says it won't? Let me drive. Lin Feng replied. What are you talking about? Enough chatter. I'm taking over. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he stood up in the car, which was already speeding at 120 kilometers per hour, Wang Xian's limit, being a woman. What are you doing? She stammered. Stop talking and let me drive. Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered himself to lift Wang Xian, placing her in his seat. Their position was undeniably intimate, and the wealthy heirs in the surrounding cars were left bewildered by Lin Feng's audacity. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? One of them exclaimed. Mel, this is the proper way to drive. Sit tight. Lin Feng activated his extraordinary ocular abilities and perceived that time seemed to slow down, even though he was now speeding at 180 kilometers per hour, causing Wang Xian to feel a surge of panic. Internally, Lin Feng reveled in the growing capabilities of his eyes, having replicated the exaggerated driving techniques from the film. The other sports cars were left in shock. This was not a highway but a fast lane, and it was around 2 p.m. While there were a fair number of cars on the road, Lin Feng's Porsche vanished in the blink of an eye. The most outrageous part was that he and Wang Xian were sharing a seat, an intolerable sight for the wealthy heirs. What followed was a real-life spectacle of speed and passion on the ring road of Shanghai, quickly drawing the attention of nearby police patrols. Chaos erupted in the area. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor as the car's speed fluctuated. Yet from his perspective, it felt exceedingly slow. Lin Feng, please stop. There are police ahead, and those cars have disappeared. I'm scared, Wang Xian implored. All right. He grinned, slammed on the brakes, and the car gradually slowed to a halt. As soon as they stopped, Lin Feng's vehicle was surrounded, and a dozen police officers closed in on them. When they opened the door, their expressions morphed into a mix of bewilderment and disbelief upon witnessing Lin Feng and Wang Xian's posture. Get out and show your identification. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? If this car had wings, would it take off? And sharing a driver's seat, what were you thinking? Officer, please don't be agitated. We had no choice. A few cars were provoking us and making dangerous maneuvers. My girlfriend's driving skills aren't sufficient, so I had to take over. At that moment, another officer approached, saying, Captain, we've just received reports that the vehicles chasing them had a serious accident near Hengyang Road on the fast lane. But fortunately, there were no casualties. This matter needs a thorough investigation. You two come with me. That's fine. Xian, grabbed the dashcam. Wang Xian, accustomed to high-pressure situations, regained her composure and followed Lin Feng's instructions to retrieve the dashcam footage. 20 minutes later, at the Shanghai Traffic Police headquarters, Captain Zhang Feng examined the footage provided by Lin Feng, his expression serious. Lin Feng had not lied. The circumstances were indeed compelling. Furthermore, the surveillance along the route confirmed the excessive provocations from the other vehicles. Lin Feng, Wang Xian, you are not ordinary individuals, especially you, Mr. Lin, who has recently garnered much attention. Although you are not primarily at fault in this traffic incident, your driving posture is rather unconventional. Wang Xian flushed, mortified by the implications, while Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Officer, it may appear indecorous, but we had no choice. If penalties are warranted, I accept them. We will be more cautious in the future. Until they left the police station, Wang Xian kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet anyone's eyes. The scene in the car had been far too intimate, and despite her strong mental fortitude, she was still a woman. Chapter 41 Xin, what troubles you? Your face is so flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should visit a hospital, he inquired with concern. Oh, no. It's nothing serious. I may have just felt a bit anxious in the car, she replied. Anxious? Is it because I drove too fast? Or is it because you were sitting in my embrace? Lin Feng teased mischievously. Forget you. Just drive us home quickly. If my father and grandfather see the news, they will surely worry, she retorted. As they made their way to the parking lot, an unexpected throng of journalists suddenly appeared at the entrance of the traffic police station. Wang Xian thought to herself that this was disastrous. She attempted to pull Lin Feng away, but it was too late. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded. Clearly, the earlier incident had made headlines. Being a public figure is fraught with complications. Sometimes, no matter how much one wishes to maintain a low profile, it simply cannot be achieved. Mr. Lin, Ms. Wang, may I inquire about the nature of your relationship? What were you doing in the same car? And what about your driving posture? Could you elucidate these matters for us? The lead journalist wasted no time in broaching the most sensational topic, brandishing a freshly printed photograph from the internet. Upon seeing the image, Wang Xian's face turned as red as an apple. Previously, she had cultivated an image of aloofness, embodying the archetype of a cool, young, powerful woman, but all of that was tarnished by today's events. However, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. In that moment, he raised his right arm and embraced Wang Xian's shoulders, causing the journalist's eyes to widen in disbelief. As a well-known public figure, one would typically strive to clarify that they were merely friends. Yet here he was, embracing her. Wang Xian was equally bewildered, unsure of Lin Feng's intentions. But Lin Feng was acutely aware of the journalist's motivations. They were merely seeking gossip and scandal to attract attention. He had no intention of granting them their wish. Their relationship had reached a critical juncture, and further progression was inevitable. Thus, he seized this opportunity to make a bold public declaration. Wang Xian, regaining her composure, suddenly spoke up. Dear friends from the press, This matter was not meant to be overly publicized. At our age, one naturally begins to date. After all, I do not wish to be an old maid. My relationship with Lin Feng is that of a couple. This is not mere gossip. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Xian in surprise, not expecting her to be so forthright. Her initiative had a far greater impact than his own words would have. He realized that a wise woman often exhibits exceptional decisiveness in various aspects, which only served to enhance his pride. Everyone, why are you still standing there? Did you not understand what my girlfriend just said? This is not gossip, we are in a relationship. Now, please clear the way, we have matters to attend to. It was only after their figures faded from view that the reporters regained their senses. This is not gossip? Are they truly in a relationship? It seems genuine. After all, Wang Xian wouldn't fabricate such a story, one remarked. Even though we may not uncover any scandal, this story will undoubtedly make headlines. Lin Feng is truly a winner in life, another added. Please, do you even know his background? Wang Xian seems to be complying quite obediently. It appears the Wang family has taken a liking to him, someone scoffed. At that moment, a luxury Mercedes-Benz sped towards the entrance of the traffic police station. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man, flanked by 5 bodyguards clad in black, stepped out, his face contorted in anger. The journalists perked up at the sight. Look, if we want sensational news, it's right here. Even if we didn't create the drama, someone has arrived to deliver it. Rumor has it that the heir of Huame Group instigated the racing incident. And now, here comes his father. The crowd's eyes lit up as they recognized the man. It was none other than Qian Fuhai, the chairman of Huame Group. His company rivaled Yongchang in scale, but Qian was known for his ostentatious demeanor, making him quite the flamboyant figure. Dad, do you see? I nearly lost my life. You must help me seek revenge. What is Lin Feng even worth? Why is Wang Xian flirting with him? Humph! What a useless brat. Flirting? They've already acknowledged their relationship. You might as well give up, his father retorted. How can this be? Dad, don't you care about face? Rest assured, I, Qian Fuhai, am a chairman of a significant corporation. I will certainly demand justice from Wang Yongchang. As he spoke, a throng of reporters surged forward, but the bodyguards swiftly formed a barrier, isolating them. Today, I am in a foul mood and shall not entertain your inquiries. Wang's daughter handled this matter poorly, and I will not let it slide, he declared before entering the Mercedes-Benz with his son, driving off in a huff. The seasoned reporters exchanged glances, fully grasping the implications. Given Qian Fuhai's character and reputation, it was clear that he would not let this incident rest easily. The stock market in Shanghai was poised for turbulence, and they felt a chill for Lin Feng. Having just crossed paths with Zhu Baolu, he now found himself embroiled in conflict with Qian Fuhai. They were eager to see how this young man would navigate the impending crisis. Chapter 42 This time, Lin Feng took the wheel while Wang Xian sat in the passenger seat, her head bowed as she scrolled through her phone, her expression somewhat displeased. What's wrong? Another incident? The commotion had stirred Qian Fuhai, who personally went to the traffic police station to fetch his son, vowing that we would pay the price. What's there to fear? So many people claim I owe them something, yet I'm living quite well, aren't I? Qian Fuhai, lacking in education, had seized a fortunate era to rise, but he was not only protective of his kin but also incredibly arrogant, employing underhanded tactics that rivaled those of organized crime. Rivaling organized crime? What age are we in? Without wealth or power, I wonder how long he can maintain this bravado. As they spoke, a villa area came into view, the surroundings becoming increasingly pleasant. In the eastern part of the villa district, at the entrance of a grand mansion, stood Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng. Upon spotting the red Porsche, the two hurried towards it. When Lin Feng and Wang Xian exited the vehicle, the servants of the Wang family had already arranged themselves in 2 lines, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Good day, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng paused, smiling. Why so formal? Haha, Mr. Lin, it's wonderful to see you again. I must thank you for allowing me to live to this day. Wang Yongchang's resounding voice indicated that he had recovered remarkably well. Lin Feng took Wang Xian's hand, chuckling, just call me Xiao Lin. Perhaps I should refer to you as grandfather. Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng's eyes brightened, but they did not linger on the change of address, silently adjusting their titles. Some matters naturally fell into place without further discussion. At the dining table, an array of delectable dishes adorned the spread, accompanied by 20-year-old Roman e Conti red wine. Despite being a family gathering, it was evident that the Wang family held Lin Feng in high regard. After several rounds of toasts, their faces began to flush, and the atmosphere grew lively. Xiao Lin, my granddaughter is quite willful and headstrong. You must bear with her, but don't indulge her too much. She has a tendency to take advantage, Wang Yongchang remarked. Grandfather, why would you say such a thing?
Wang Xin pouted, visibly displeased.
Did I speak incorrectly? However, with Xiao Lin around, I feel reassured. After saying this, Wang Yongchang signaled to his assistant, who promptly produced a brown paper envelope and placed it on the table. What is this? Lin Feng asked, puzzled, as he picked up the envelope. Open it. It's a token of my appreciation as a grandfather. Since you and Xian are together, it's only right to present a gift. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng wasted no time tearing open the envelope, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Grandfather, this gift is quite substantial. Wang Xian glanced over, her eyes widening in astonishment, quickly replaced by joy. Thank you, grandfather. You're too kind to me. You silly girl. This is a gift for Xiao Lin. Why are you thanking me? What, are you eager to flaunt it already? I won't talk to you anymore, Wang Xian mumbled, focusing on her meal, while Lin Feng calmly tucked the documents back into the envelope, placing it beside him. This signified his acceptance. Deep down, he too was astonished. Owning 20% of Yongchang Group would undeniably grant him a voice in the boardroom, and the fact that such a significant share was offered indicated that an internal restructuring and distribution of shares had taken place. Grandfather, since you've gifted it to me, I won't refuse, but I won't take it without merit. If I succeed in the future, Yongchang will certainly thrive, and I won't neglect Xian either. Good, that's the sentiment I wanted to hear. Come, let us toast to that. Lin Feng raised his glass, and together with Wang Yongchang, they drank heartily, their understanding conveyed without need for further words. At that moment, the usually quiet Wang Chang spoke up. I've instructed the group's public relations to announce your entry into the Yongchang board on social media tomorrow at 8 a.m. Xiao Lin, I know this is not the time for fanfare, so we'll skip a press conference. Lin Feng felt a wave of appreciation. Experience truly speaks volumes. Setting aside other matters, this arrangement put him at ease. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he raised his head and addressed Wang Yongchang. This evening may not unfold so peacefully. I suspect trouble is on the horizon. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than a commotion erupted outside the villa, suggesting that the Wang family servants were embroiled in a dispute with someone who was quite brazen, disregarding their attempts at restraint and forcefully entering the Wang family mansion. Wang Yongchang was taken aback, while Wang Chang rose from his seat. You all continue eating. I'll step outside to assess the situation. Uncle Wang, sit down. Is Chen Fuhai who has come? Likely agitated over today's events. At that moment, a brash voice echoed from behind. Haha, you're still having a family feast.
Wang Lao,
Picking a son-in-law for yourself, are you? That's rather inconsiderate. We all reside in the same city, and my son is quite fond of your granddaughter. Shouldn't our family be included? Chapter 43. As everyone looked up, an elderly man and a young man entered through the door. The bodyguard of the Wang family intended to take action but was halted by Wang Yongchang. Chen Fuhai, in his 60s, stood at a height of 160 centimeters and weighed nearly 200 jin, his face adorned with layers of flesh, immediately giving off an impression of intimidation. In stark contrast, his son, standing at 180 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique, possessed a hint of a delicate demeanor on his face, rendering him rather handsome. Yet he bore no resemblance to his father. Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, stole a glance and was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chen Fuhai had been utterly oblivious to the fact that he was being cuckolded. Such a prominent figure, it seemed, was filled with nothing but ignorance. Chen Fuhai, our families have had little interaction. Is it not a bit excessive for you to storm in here at this late hour, causing a ruckus? Wang Lao, as a senior, I naturally respect you. However, some of the younger generation have been quite disrespectful, leaving my son in this state. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Chen Bing glared at Lin Feng, his face covered with bandages, clearly having sustained no serious injuries. An explanation? Wasn't it your son who instigated the provocation? Outmatched and yet you play the victim. How shameless! Would you like me to summon the media? Tomorrow's gossip headlines await. Lin Feng, what do you think you are? Riding on Su Xian's coattails, thinking you're impressive? Qian Bing scolded Lin Feng, jealousy evident in his eyes. You! As Wang Xian began to speak, Lin Feng swiftly grasped her arm. Look at you, so envious. Jealous of me? What do you think this is? Suddenly, Lin Feng produced the brown paper briefcase he had earlier, extracting a stack of share transfer contracts. Do you think one can live off another without any skill? Since you look down upon me so much, why don't you try doing the same? Qian Bing was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng's retort was flawless. So, if you believe that those who rely on others lack talent and are worthless, then by your own logic you are inferior to me, are you not? Lin Feng's words were impeccably logical, and with a triumphant expression on his face, Qian Bing was suddenly filled with fury. Xian, what do you think he has that I lack? My family is wealthier, and I can treat you well. I've pursued you for a year. Have you not given me a single chance? Wang Xian, unfazed, naturally intertwined her arm with Lin Feng's and replied expressionlessly, Lin Feng is superior to you in every way, and it seems we are not very acquainted. Please refrain from calling me Xian in the future. Wang Xian had ignored even the wealthiest young masters of the capital. How could she possibly take a liking to such a rustic fellow? Did you hear that?
You're not Sin anymore.
It is not a title you should possess. Furthermore, this is private property, and your abrupt intrusion raises suspicions of intent to cause us harm. Lin Feng, do not push your luck. I merely wish to discuss today's events. Qian Fuhai's expression shifted, his earlier bravado waning. This villa is surrounded by cameras, capturing every detail of your boorish entrance. Wang Lao, you wouldn't agree with that, would you?
No, ikunkur.
While we were enjoying a family dinner, Boss Qian barged in without understanding the situation. For safety's sake, I believe it is best to call the police. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing he was dealing with a cunning fox. With a single statement, the other party understood his intent, their cooperation seamless. Calling the police? Who knows what he intends to do? However, the police response might be slow. I shall contact Captain Wang of the Major Crimes Unit, as we are well acquainted. With that, Lin Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket, nonchalantly scrolling through his contacts to dial Wang Hai's number. Qian Fuhai and his son were left bewildered. Lin Feng was deviating entirely from the expected script, openly calling the police and leaving no room for negotiation. Hello, this is Lin Feng. Captain Wang. I find myself in a predicament. While dining at a friend's house, an incident has occurred. It appears the other party intends to assault me, and I am quite anxious. Yes, I will provide you with the address. Indeed, it is Wang Yongchang's residence. All right, I will await your arrival. Thank you. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng hung up and noticed that all eyes were upon him, including those from the Wang family. You really called the police? What's the matter? You arrived with such aggression, accompanied by bodyguards. How am I to know if you are not part of a criminal organization? Just wait. I advise you not to attempt to flee. The police shall arrive shortly. Meanwhile, let us continue our meal. With a grand gesture, Lin Feng took his seat at the dining table, followed by Wang Yongchang and the others. Meanwhile, Qian Fuhai and his son found themselves in an awkward position. Leaving was not an option, yet remaining would only bring them embarrassment. This wave of confrontation had turned into a self-inflicted humiliation. At this moment, with a mere glance from Wang Yongchang, 10 private bodyguards surrounded Qian Fuhai and his son, while his voice rang out, "Keep a close watch on them. I now suspect they are highly dangerous individuals who may inflict harm upon us. Until the police arrive, ensure they make no sudden moves." Chapter 44. Grandfather truly thought ahead. If such a person were a thug, it would spell trouble. Lin Feng, do not slander. Qian Bing roared at Lin Feng, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, Lin Feng extracted his phone from his pocket and began to snap pictures of Qian Fuhai and his son with fervor, before swiftly operating the screen. Soon after, Lin Feng smiled and tucked the phone away. Come, grandfather, uncle and Xiao Xian, Let us raise a glass to celebrate today. The four clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Suddenly, Qian Bing's voice rang out, trembling as he held his phone. Xiao Bing, what is the matter? Dad, look at this. His phone displayed the headline from a trending news app. Breaking news. Recently, the well-known young man Lin Feng dined at his girlfriend Wang Xian's home, where he was coerced. He has reported to the police and released high-definition photos on his social media, revealing that the culprits are none other than Qian Fuhai, chairman of the prestigious Huamei Group, alongside his son Qian Bing. Below the headline were 5 or 6 clear photographs, the background unmistakably not from Wang Yongchang's residence. Qian Fuhai and his son felt their minds whirl in confusion. Lin Feng, this must be your doing. Indeed, it is my handiwork. After all, it is a listed company with assets worth hundreds of billions. I must help promote it, right? You. How ruthless, leaving no room for mercy? If I find an opportunity, you best not plead for leniency. Ha, Mr. Qian, let us see if you can find that opportunity. Just then, a commotion arose at the villa's entrance, as the door swung open, revealing Wang Hai accompanied by a group of people. Oh dear, I truly apologize for troubling you again, Captain Wang, but the police response was too slow. It would be troublesome if anything happened. Wang Hai cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, and upon seeing Wang Yongchang, his expression shifted. He held a deep respect for the seasoned entrepreneur. However, his demeanor soured when he faced Qian Fuhai, whose reputation was evidently lacking. Mr. Qian, I am Wang Hai, responsible for criminal cases. Your trespassing into a private residence, especially as a public figure, has already circulated online, causing significant negative impact. Therefore, we must ask you to accompany us for a while. Captain Wang, do you have evidence of my trespass? This is my home and I can prove it. The surveillance will corroborate. Mr. Qian, I now suspect you harbor ill intentions towards the Wang family. Wang Yongchang, how could you go so far? Completely severing ties over a mere young lad? Ha! As you can see, Lin Feng is no mere youth. He is my future grandson-in-law, a board member of Yongchang Group, holding a 20% stake. Enough! Mr. Qian, I am not biased, but regardless of your intentions, you have broken the law and must accompany us. Qian Fuhai's expression stiffened, yet he refrained from rebuttal, aware that with the police's arrival, his words would hold no weight. Hatred for Lin Feng and the Wang family surged within him. I apologize for the trouble, Captain Wang. Mr. Lin, since the day you reported the wanted criminal, our encounters have indeed increased. However, in future incidents, please follow proper procedures and call the police. Understood? All right. I only contacted you out of concern for my girlfriend's family. Rest assured it shall not happen again. Wang Hai felt helpless. Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing, yet he knew Qian Fuhai had been ensnared. Lin Feng's method was both reasonable and lawful, leaving Qian Fuhai to suffer in silence. As Qian Fuhai and his son departed the villa with Wang Hai, a throng of people suddenly emerged from all directions, brandishing cameras and microphones, encircling them in an instant. At that moment, Lin Feng and the Wang family stood by the window, observing the disheveled appearance of Qian Fuhai and his son. While maintaining a facade of indifference, their hearts were filled with astonishment. Lin Feng's tactics were astute, allowing him to deliver a hidden blow to the adversary, a stratagem incongruous with his youth, further solidifying their resolve. Grandfather, uncle, the Huamei Group rose from humble beginnings. Qian Fuhai and his son exude an air of roughness. Their rise can be attributed to timely opportunity, yet if we do not take them down, Yongchang will never reach the pinnacle of the market. Xiao Lin, what do you mean? Since they harbor animosity towards me, they will inevitably strike. The grudge has been formed. It is best to act swiftly rather than wait for them to attempt to ruin us, leaving us without competitors in the market. Lin Feng's words brimmed with ambition and resolve, laced with a hint of menace. Wang Yongshang and Wang Chang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Those who do not aspire to monopolize or ascend to the apex of the food chain are not worthy of being called merchants. Chapter 45 Xiaolin. Do you already have a plan in mind? I can provide you with all the information regarding Song Chenggong and Huamei Group. Indeed, although there has been little direct interaction with Huamei Group, substantial homework has been done over the years as they are a potential competitor of Yongchang. Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng's words brought a smile to Lin Feng's face, for he knew the information from Yongchang would be of little use to him. Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? Xin, this information holds no value for me. By the way, do you know any gossip reporters? Those who specialize in scandalous news? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the others looked at him in confusion, their faces reflecting their bewilderment. Qian Fuhai and his son had entered, but this matter was beyond their control for now. However, this opportunity should not be wasted. Tomorrow, the stock price of Huame Group would plummet, but such a minor occurrence would hardly provoke panic among them. Xiaolin, are you suggesting we create some sensational topic to influence their momentum? Indeed, but it isn't merely sensationalism. It involves genuine negative news and scandalous revelations. What? Xiaolin, do you truly possess some incriminating evidence against Qian Fuhai? Lin Feng smiled enigmatically, gesturing for Wang Xin to bring over the laptop. He opened a spreadsheet and began typing. 10 minutes later, he paused, having filled in 4 lines of the document. Wang Xin leaned in to take a look, her face instantly betraying a mix of astonishment. Is this real or fabricated? Seeing her expression, Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang couldn't help but lean closer, their eyes fixated on the screen. Qian Bing is not Qian Fuhai's biological son, but the offspring of his wife and the chauffeur? Huame Group has evaded taxes amounting to over 100 million each year. In the past 5 years, Qian Bing has employed unscrupulous means to force relations with multiple women, leading to one death, which was secretly handled with his father's intervention. Qian Fuhai has been running a massive smuggling operation involving automobiles, with funds exceeding 100 million. These revelations were enough to shock anyone. Qian Fuhai was a well-known businessman, a self-made tycoon whose prominence in the Shanghai market was undeniable. However, should Lin Feng's scandalous information be released, what repercussions would follow? The business community in Shanghai might very well face a seismic upheaval. Xiaolin, I trust you. I'll arrange things tomorrow. With the internet so developed, marketing accounts and self-media are abundant. Stirring the narrative shouldn't be complicated. However, the consequences could be dire. Dire consequences, indeed. But the trouble lies solely with Huame. Such confidence was not feigned. The next morning at 7 a.m., in a police interrogation room in Shanghai, Qian Fuhai appeared haggard, age weighing heavily upon him after an entire sleepless night. Yet, Wang Yongchang adamantly insisted on his illegal trespassing, indicating this matter would not conclude easily, as it constituted a criminal case. At that moment, the door swung open, and Wang Hai entered with documents in hand. Captain Wang, this should suffice. I told you, I did not trespass. Why don't you believe me? Mr. Qian, I hope you understand this isn't a matter of belief. The evidence speaks for itself. However, you may have other troubles to contend with. What do you mean? Qian Fuhai's brows furrowed, an inexplicable unease stirring within him. Take a look for yourself. He placed his phone in front of Qian Fuhai, displaying news articles on the app, most prominently featuring Huame Group and Qian Fuhai's name. 5 minutes later, an explosive shout erupted as Qian Fuhai lost control, nearly smashing the phone had Wang Hai not reacted swiftly. Damn it, who is spreading these rumors? I will make them pay. How dare they involve me in this nonsense? Wang Hai narrowed his eyes, a seasoned detective skilled in reading emotions. Though Qian Fuhai's rage seemed evident, it was clear he was masking a deeper fear. Mr. Qian, these news articles likely surfaced online this morning. We will trace the source, but do not harbor excessive hope. The truth will emerge. Investigate. What is there to investigate? I possess assets worth billions, and Huame Group employs thousands. Do I need to engage in such matters? This is an affront to me. I will sue you. Panic gripped Qian Fuhai. He understood that once the police intervened, the truth would inevitably come to light. Suddenly, Wang Hai's phone erupted with a flurry of notification sounds. He glanced down, noticing the screen flooded with news alerts. At that moment, his brows raised in surprise, his gaze toward Qian Fuhai shifting to an odd expression, a blend of amusement and hesitation. Captain Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Perhaps you should see for yourself. He placed the phone on the table, and as Qian Fuhai looked down, his mind erupted in chaos, collapsing into the chair. Chapter 46. How could this be possible? It is inconceivable. Which scoundrel has spread such rumors? I will have him killed. Qian Fuhai's face turned pale as he found himself confronted with news of his supposed infidelity. Deep down, he resisted the notion, instinctively refusing to believe it. Mr. Qian, please remain calm. You can verify the truth of this matter with a paternity test later. With today's advanced technology, it will be easy to ascertain the facts. As for yesterday's events, do reflect on them carefully. Wang Hai sighed, departing the interrogation room. He felt sympathy for Qian Fuhai, who had not only been apprehended but was now besieged by a deluge of scandalous news overnight. No one could withstand such a storm. However, a few of these reports pertained to serious criminal cases, and he felt compelled to investigate further, for the sanctity of life is paramount, and as a police officer, he must confirm the veracity of what he encounters. Yet, within the police station, everything appeared deceptively tranquil while chaos reigned outside. As a prominent group in the Shanghai market, the emergence of such sensational news, particularly the shocking allegation concerning Qian Fuhai's fidelity, was nothing short of astounding. Breaking news. According to sources, Qian Fuhai, chairman of Huamei Group, is not the biological father of his son Qian Bing, who is allegedly the product of an affair between his wife Wang Yunxia and her driver. This matter is currently under further investigation.
Urgent.
Qian Fuhai and his son have been arrested for unlawfully entering a private residence. New reports indicate that Qian Bing is not only implicated in a homicide, but has also engaged in illicit relations with multiple women. The police have confirmed that an investigation is underway.
Shock.
Huamei Group, valued at billions, has been accused of massive tax evasion amounting to over 100 million annually. The Industrial and Commercial Department has intervened, and as of this morning's market opening at 9 a.m., Huamei's stock price has plummeted. Experts believe its future is grim, and investors should exercise caution. Upon reading these reports, Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng, located in the Yongchang building, were utterly astounded. Even if Huamei were to survive this turmoil, it would likely take years for it to recover fully. Chun Fu entered the office, pushing the door open. Chairman, Manager Wang, our evidence department has discovered that Huamei's stock is facing massive sell-offs, with large sums of unidentified funds entering the market. Should we take any action? Dad, this is a golden opportunity. Perhaps we can seize some benefits, suggested Wang Cheng. No. Did you not hear what Xiao Lin said? Without his instructions, we are to take no action. This influx of substantial funds is likely more complex than it appears. In a luxurious residential complex, within a 3-bedroom apartment, Lin Feng lounged on the sofa. Before him sat a middle-aged man, visibly shaken and in a daze. How could you possibly know these things? Jiang Hua, why wouldn't I know? As a veteran of Huamei Group, I fought alongside Qian Fuhai, and while he treated you well, what do you think would happen if he discovered your transgressions? I didn't mean to, misappropriating over 50 million in public funds. And you claim it was unintentional? Who would believe that? You have seen for yourself. Huamei's stock has collapsed, and Qian Fuhai is struggling to stay afloat. I offer you a chance to liquidate your assets and exit gracefully. Consider it carefully. Deal. Lin Feng, I need to secure the money immediately. I must leave. Certainly, but you will need to accept a 10% reduction in stock value. Do not say I deceived you. In about 5 days, Huamei's stock will hit rock bottom, and your shares will likely lose more than 50% of their value. Jiang Hua leaned back against the sofa, drenched in cold sweat, terrified by Lin Feng's demeanor. At 6 p.m., as Lin Feng emerged from a standalone villa, a smile graced his face. He had met with all 6 shareholders of Huamei's board, exploiting their vulnerabilities. Given Huamei's current predicament, acquiring their shares would be a mere formality. Upon returning to his luxury vehicle, Lin Feng reviewed his holdings in Huamei, which had already reached 32%. As he continued to acquire shares in the market, he anticipated this figure would rise to around 20%, providing him with a controlling 52% stake to overshadow Qian Fuhai. Each step was meticulously planned. Ever since Qian Bing had crossed paths with Lin Feng the previous day, this course of events had been set in motion. Now, the father and son found themselves ensnared in a web of scandal and disgrace, with Huamei's shareholders systematically dismantled by Lin Feng, leaving them utterly defenseless. Moreover, Lin Feng was acutely aware that Qian Bing would likely not emerge from this ordeal, And Qian Fuhai's first course of action upon release would not be vengeance against him, but rather retribution against his wife. He retrieved his phone and entered Qian Fuhai's name into the search bar, soon inundated with news regarding his impending future. As he glanced down, a smile spread across his face when he spotted a particular headline dated 3 days hence. Shocking! An hour ago, Qian Fuhai, chairman of Huamei Group, departed from the police station. According to reliable sources, following his return home, he and his wife Wang Haixia engaged in a heated argument. Neighbors reported loud noises from the villa, prompting police intervention, where they discovered Wang Yunxia had succumbed to a fatal head injury from a heavy object. Qian Fuhai is currently in custody. Chapter 47. 3 days later, Qian Fuhai was released, but Qian Bing remained incarcerated. The police had begun to investigate the previous allegations, and through various inquiries, they had uncovered significant evidence pointing to his major culpability. Upon his release, Qian Fuhai, seemingly unperturbed, made a beeline for his wife. Little did anyone know that during his confinement, he had requested a paternity test with Qian Bing. When the report indicating a less than 1 probability of their father-son relationship was presented before him, Qian Fuhai was rendered utterly unhinged. The son he had raised for over 20 years was not his biological offspring. Who could withstand such a revelation, especially one as prominent as he in the business world? In the interrogation room, Qian Bing, the spoiled heir, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Wang Hai, let me out at once. I assure you, if you don't, my father will not spare you. Qian Bing, it has now become abundantly clear why Wang Xian looks down upon you. In comparison to Lin Feng, you truly fall woefully short. Humph, what is he? Just a mere orphan who stumbled upon some luck. He has no standing to compare himself to me. Is it a matter of pedigree? Wang Hai was speechless. The individual before him was utterly deluded, incapable of grasping the reality of the situation. In exasperation, he produced a newspaper and placed it before Qian Bing. Taken aback, Qian Bing scoffed, "What do you want me to do with a newspaper? Is there some monumental news within?" Indeed, there was significant news, such as the revelation that you are not Qian Fuhai's biological son. Ha ha! What nonsense! Do you genuinely believe that? Qian Bing, your case remains under investigation. However, whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. The fact is already confirmed. The blood test conducted was for paternity verification. I suggest you take a good look at the news. Wang Hai, weary of conversing with this imbecile, departed the interrogation room. Qian Bing continued to laugh, but as he inadvertently glanced down, his heart sank. The photograph of himself with his father bore an ominous headline that was hard to ignore. Shocking! Qian Bing is not the biological son of Qian Fuhai. The paternity test reveals the truth. Who is Qian Bing's real father? The Shanghai Daily, the most authoritative newspaper in the city, was known for its credibility, with a lower likelihood of publishing false news than winning a lottery. In that moment, Qian Bing's mind exploded with confusion. His body trembled, nearly collapsing. He thought he had misread, but upon confirming, panic began to seize him. How is this possible? I am not my father's biological child? Then who am I the son of? If I am not his flesh and blood, what does that make my identity? In mere seconds, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his heart raced as terror enveloped him. In the span of a single night, he had been reduced to nothingness. Moments before, he had mocked Lin Feng for being an orphan. Now he questioned his own status. Was he merely a bastard? The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. His emotions spiraled from shock to fear, ultimately culminating in despair and collapse. Everything had crumbled. 2 days later, Lin Feng was sipping tea atop the Yongchang building. Spread across the expansive desk were 6 files. All is in hand. I now possess 52 of Huamei's shares, with an additional 10 in the securities market, while the remaining 38 lies with Qian Fuhai, who has no chance of recovery. Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng gazed at Lin Feng, feeling as though they were in a dream. Little Lin, is it truly settled? Now that Qian Fuhai is out, I doubt matters are as simple as they seem. Rest assured, in approximately 20 minutes, tune in to the news, and everything will fall into place. Lin Feng replied with a serene smile. The others, having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess before, did not question his words. 20 minutes passed swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Feng rose, refreshed his news app, and a smile graced his face. What's going on? What news has you so pleased? Lin Feng, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Didn't I say to wait 20 minutes? Behold, my intuition has proven remarkably accurate. On the app's daily highlights, a news article updated just a minute prior captured everyone's attention, leaving all but Lin Feng in a state of stunned silence. Breaking. Chen Fuhai, chairman of Huamei Group, has stabbed his wife, Wang Yunxia, and is currently in police custody. Reports indicate Wang Yunxia sustained 18 stab wounds, with the fatal injury to the neck. The nature of this case is extremely severe, garnering considerable attention across Shanghai. The suspect has been apprehended. Stay tuned for further updates. He killed his wife and was then arrested? How did Lin Feng foresee this? At that moment, Wang Xian, rendered speechless by shock, realized that Lin Feng's insistence on waiting 20 minutes was in anticipation of this very event. Yet how had he predicted it? Such questions were inconsequential. What mattered now was that Huamei was about to become entirely his. Chapter 48. Indeed, Huamei has met its demise. After losing absolute control, Chen Fuhai may have had a glimmer of hope for a comeback, but now it is unequivocally finished. Wang Yongchang's face flushed with emotion. He had long regarded Lin Feng as a hidden rival to his enterprise, yet Lin Feng had utterly dismantled it with a mere flick of his hand. Was this merely serendipity? Clearly not. Lin Feng, with Huamei's previous market value exceeding 100 billion, and its vast array of industries spanning real estate, tourism, entertainment, and dining, would require careful navigation should he take the reins. No, I shall consolidate all these industries, for I intend to establish my own company. With Huamei as a foundation, success is virtually assured. Lin Feng's declaration was astonishing yet quite rational. Given the current circumstances, he was indeed qualified to venture out on his own and could firmly establish himself in the Shanghai market. Xiao Lin, I will wholeheartedly support you. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. Yongchang Group will always stand as your steadfast ally. Wang Yongchang professed earnestly, fully convinced by Lin Feng's capabilities. The heights Lin Feng could reach in the future were beyond even his own imagination. Lin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally awaited this day. He owed a debt of gratitude to Chen Fuhai and his son. Had they not stirred up trouble, such an opportunity would have been elusive. At 7 p.m., the lights in the Huamei Tower on the 20th floor dimmed. In just a few days, the number of departing employees had surged, leaving only about 300 remaining in the entire company. In the conference room, a group of senior executives sat around a round table, their expressions grim as they contemplated their salaries and future prospects. Meanwhile, the major shareholders of the board had collectively vanished, as if half of them had evaporated into thin air. Huamei Group was now leaderless. Everyone, given the circumstances, we may have no choice but to seek labor arbitration. The group is finished, the boss is in trouble, but we are still entitled to our due compensation, one executive asserted. Indeed, we must not shortchange ourselves. If even the shareholders are untraceable, what becomes of us ordinary employees? Another chimed in. Let's not waste any more time. I'll draft a statement, and tomorrow, we will approach the relevant authorities to seek justice. As the last speaker concluded, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed at the office entrance, drawing everyone's attention. They were taken aback to see a group of over 20 individuals, led by a young man accompanied by a striking young woman. Isn't that Lin Feng? Someone whispered. Indeed, the woman beside him is Wang Xian, the daughter of Yongchang. What brings them here with such a throng of reporters? At that moment, Lin Feng and Wang Xian entered the conference room, and the reporters behind them wasted no time in setting up their cameras to capture the unfolding scene. Ahem, everyone, my name is Lin Feng. Here are 6 share transfer agreements. I now hold 52 of Huamei's shares. From this moment forth, I am Lin Feng, the chairman of Huamei, he declared. Silence enveloped the room. No one uttered a word as they gazed at Lin Feng, their eyes wide with astonishment, while the surrounding flashbulbs illuminated the atmosphere. Do not doubt it. All procedures are complete. However, Huamei Group will undergo restructuring and will eventually delist to merge with my own company. Rest assured, your salaries will remain intact, and those who wish to stay will have opportunities following my assessment. Finally, someone picked up the share transfer agreements, confirming their authenticity. Alright, you may all leave now. Consider your choices about staying or departing. Feel free to contact me at your convenience. 10 minutes later, all the mid- and senior-level personnel of the former Huamei group had departed, leaving only Lin Feng, Wang Xian, and the esteemed media representatives in the conference room. Mr. Lin, with Huamei now under your ownership, do you intend to establish a new company? Will the original Huamei group cease to exist? Could you share your specific plans with us? What will your new company be named, and what will its primary focus be? Will the former Huamei employees be retained? Mr. Lin, could you divulge how you acquired the 52% stake in Huamei? Also, what is your relationship with Miss Wang? And will there be any collaboration with Yongchang Group in the future? Lin Feng surveyed the flashing cameras surrounding him, feeling a rush of excitement, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, the future plans remain uncertain, but Huamei cannot continue as it has been. Personally, I prefer to act first and discuss plans later. Any so-called strategies are meaningless. Just wait and see. Additionally, I wish to share that within a week, I will establish my own company, with the headquarters located at the former site of Shengshi Media. Upon hearing this, the journalist's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was indeed groundbreaking news. In less than 2 months, from making an entrance to now taking over Huamei and setting up his own company, such a commercial prodigy was a rarity indeed. Furthermore, let me reveal one more detail. My newly established company will not go public. I value absolute control and will not allow anyone to exploit loopholes, nor will I create opportunities for others at my expense. Chapter 49. 5 days later, Huamei successfully delisted, and now Lin Feng holds the majority of the shares, with the board consisting solely of him and the captured Qian Fuhai. He possesses absolute decision-making power, as Qian Fuhai no longer poses any threat. Meanwhile, the news of his company establishment, set to be unveiled in 3 days, has been publicly announced. In the Shanghai Police Department within Wang Hai's office, Lin Feng confidently signed his name on a document. Mr. Lin, I must say you have quite the ability. Qian Fuhai posed almost no resistance and readily agreed to transfer his shares. Lin Feng merely smiled, silent. Though Qian Fuhai was brutish and ruthless, he was also a devoted son. Lin Feng, employing certain unique methods, subtly conveyed some information to him, and his compromise was anticipated. Acquiring 32% of the shares at market value, Lin Feng sent all the funds back to Qian Fuhai's hometown. He understood that impending doom awaited him. Those shares had become worthless. It seemed far better to exchange them for money, providing a better life for his family, was it not? Mr. Lin, we have had our dealings, but I must express a sentiment. I hope we do not meet in any other manner in the future. Rest assured, the likelihood of such an opportunity arising in this lifetime is exceedingly slim. Lin Feng understood the implication, a reminder and a warning all at once. As he departed, he coincidentally encountered Qian Fuhai's associate, Qian Bing, who was being transferred to the prosecutor's office. His guilt was established, and his demeanor was now dazed, devoid of his former charisma. Lin Feng, it's you. You've brought this upon me. I will kill you. Come here, you beast. Lin Feng cast a distant, indifferent glance at him, ignoring the outburst as he climbed into his luxury vehicle and drove away. Such a person was beneath his consideration, and any future intersection was rendered impossible. 2 days later, under the blazing sun, the former site of Huamei Media was bustling with activity. The building had been completely rejuvenated, and the words Dingfeng Building stood out prominently at the top. A red ribbon was drawn taut, and Lin Feng stood at the center, flanked by Wang Yongchang, Wang Cheng, and Wang Xian, with a throng of reporters fervently capturing the moment. After Lin Feng and Wang Yongchang cut the ribbon, a wave of applause erupted. Ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to welcome you to the opening of my company today. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the chairman of Yongchang Group. Your support is truly an honor. Mr. Lin, a prodigy at such a young age, achieving this in merely 2 months. While we cannot claim there will be no successors, you are undoubtedly a trailblazer. We are eager to learn about the future direction of Dingfeng Group. Indeed, we have absorbed Huamei's assets, yet Mr. Lin has opted not to go public. This grants you control over substantial assets, with evaluations placing Dingfeng's initial worth at over 30 billion. What are your development plans? Lin Feng replied with a smile, Personally, I harbor great ambition, yet I prefer to keep my intentions discreet. The future of the group will encompass real estate, entertainment, tourism, retail, and even the high-tech sector. However, everything will be guided by practical development. He paused before continuing, I am not one for frivolities. Pragmatic and grounded growth is the correct path. Please stay tuned. The applause resonated once more. At only 25 years old, Lin Feng emerged as a commercial prodigy, a source of pride for Shanghai. Globally, such youthful success is indeed a rarity. Following this, the event opened to free interviews. Dingfeng Building, located in a bustling area, attracted many onlookers eager to witness the spectacle, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This grand opening was even streamed live online, allowing people nationwide to observe the proceedings in real time. On this day, Lin Feng reached the pinnacle of his life. In Yanjing, within the office of the chairman of Longting Group, Song Chunggong and his son watched the 100-inch television screen displaying the opening ceremony of Dingfeng Group, their expressions darkening to an extreme. I never imagined he could ascend to this level. I underestimated him from the beginning. Father, look, I told you we should have dealt with him decisively. It's just money. If 1 million isn't enough, then 1,000 million would suffice. We wouldn't be in this position. What do you know? Do you think we are still living in the past? Have you seen the fate of Huamei Group? In just half a month, they fell without a fight. Do you possess such capability? Song Wei was left speechless, realizing he lacked such prowess. Do not fret. The game has only just begun. Establishing a foothold in Shanghai is trivial. We are not Huamei Group. Xiao Wei, there will come a day when he kneels before us, begging for mercy. Father, what about the situation at Jubao Building? Yan Bing has gone in. While he hasn't explicitly implicated us, that establishment needs someone to take over. We cannot let it remain abandoned indefinitely. Chapter 50. You are quite right. Let us consider this as Lin Feng's assistance in consolidating our positions, allowing us to smoothly embrace the market in Shanghai, remarked Song Chunggong. Who shall we send? Inquired Song Wei, his impatience evident. Song Chunggong discerned his son's thoughts with a single glance. What? Do you wish to go to Shanghai? But your visibility would be far too high, which would not serve our interests. Father, what is Lin Feng compared to me? How can he possibly measure up? I intend to make him aware of the disparity between us. Song Wei felt a deep-seated indignation. It was no longer merely about a woman, but rather a matter of the inherent superiority of his birth, which he would not allow to be tarnished. Very well, I shall grant your wish, but you must remain in the shadows. I have already selected someone for the new steward of the Jijialu, but I assure you, Lin Feng will pay a price. Father, truly, you have agreed? Rumors have spread that he is an all-around genius, proficient in commerce and antique appraisal. The media hold him in such high regard that they would elevate him to the heavens. This time, I shall be the one to send him to the depths of hell. Song Chunggong rose and called out to the office door. Come in. The grand door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a gray robe, accompanied by a young man of similar age to Song Wei. The man was of slim build, sporting a crew cut, and his expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze cold. He donned simple attire, appearing somewhat out of sync with the current era. Mr. Song, I apologize for the delay. I encountered some issues on the way. Master Sun, there is no need for formality. It is an honor to have you here. The chief appraiser from Yanjing's Panjiayuan, well-versed in jade, bronze, calligraphy, and porcelain appraisal. Your presence is a testament to my reputation. You're too kind. I merely dabble in antiquities. It is nothing remarkable. Old Sun, I shall be direct. I believe old Duan has briefed you. Your task in Shanghai is twofold, to serve as my eyes and to ensure someone pays for their transgressions. Mr. Song, I am aware of the background of this matter. Given his youth, it is improbable that he possesses such expertise in antique appraisal without guidance. My visit will undoubtedly lead to his disgrace and retribution. Good. I am well aware of your capabilities, but this time, Xiao Wei will accompany you. Ultimately, the decision-making lies with you, yet I would prefer Xiao Wei to handle Lin Feng's final disposition. The man glanced at Song Wei and nodded, while the young man remained impassive. Who might this young gentleman be? Song Chunggong, not one to be easily deceived, sensed the extraordinary nature of the individual. Oh, he is a child I adopted in my early years. He has been by my side for many years now, so I plan to bring him along to Shanghai. Let us not have any excess baggage that may jeopardize our plans. Song Wei's sardonic tone broke through, his displeasure evident at the other's haughty demeanor. Suddenly, Song Wei felt a chill run down his spine as a pair of eyes locked onto him, void of emotion, filled only with indifference and malice. What are you staring at? Xiaolong, do not overstep. Yes, father. The young man resembled a robot, obediently lowering his gaze at Master Sun's words, ceasing to look at Song Wei. Song Wei exhaled, having felt for a moment as if he were prey under the gaze of a predator. This young man appears to be exceptional. Do not take offense, Xiao Wei. Mr. Song, Xiaolong is naturally reclusive and struggles with expression and interaction. I hope you can forgive any offense. Very well, in that case we shall depart tonight. Safe travels. Once the elder and younger departed, Song Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Wei, what are your thoughts? Have you sensed it? There are extraordinary individuals in every field. You are still too young. Father, why were that man's eyes so terrifying? Because he has taken lives, and not just one. Do you think Shangyun Tower is merely an antique shop? Behind it lies an entire tomb-raiding syndicate. It requires someone to maintain order. Song Chunggong clapped his hands, and suddenly, over a dozen bodyguards in black suits entered the office. You will set out first, head to Shanghai, and remain concealed. Remember, your only task is to ensure the young master's safety and maintain direct communication with him. Understood. Chairman. Song Wei felt a surge of joy. It seemed his father had made all the necessary arrangements, ensuring their plan was foolproof. To be candid, the young man's gaze had been genuinely terrifying, lingering in Song Wei's mind, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully immersed in the joy of his company's opening, unaware that an unknown peril was drawing ever closer. At 6 o'clock that evening, Sun Liang and his two companions discreetly departed from Shanghai International Airport, going unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 51. The steady executor of Big G in the passenger seat, Wang Xian leaned against the window, her cheeks slightly flushed. At the recent celebration banquet, she had indulged in quite a bit of red wine, yet her tolerance seemed commendable, merely leaving her feeling a tad lightheaded. Can't you tell? You have quite a knack for drinking, she teased. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? Oh, it would have been so convenient to get you drunk and just carry you home. Shut it. Your words are as worthless as a dog's bark. In the distance, the dazzling lights of Shanghai International Airport illuminated the night. Lin Feng was driving Wang Xian home and would pass by the airport. Just as he was about to exchange a few playful remarks with her, his expression suddenly changed, and it was evident that Wang Xian noticed as well. What's wrong? Did you see something? Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, maintaining his composure as he replied, I spotted Song Wei. What? Song Wei? Didn't he leave Shanghai with Song Chunggong? I'm certain. There are also two unfamiliar individuals with him. If they're coming from the airport, they must have just disembarked. Wang Xian's expression began to tense. With the establishment of Dingfeng Group and its national live broadcast, they might have caught wind of the news. Their visit likely harbored ulterior motives. What their purpose is doesn't matter. It's fortuitous, as I must eventually go to Yenjing. Since a rift has formed, it's inevitable to confront it, but first, I'll see you home. At 9 p.m., after repeated reassurances from Wang Xian, Lin Feng drove her home. Once he arrived, he did not linger but immediately retrieved his phone and opened his news app. That fleeting glimpse in the car had revealed not only Song Wei but also two strangers, and Lin Feng had discerned their basic information. The middle-aged man was named Sun Wei, 58 years old, the chief appraiser at a curio shop called Shangyun Road in Yenjing. However, the information on the younger man piqued Lin Feng's interest. Name, Wang Qing. Age, 32. Identity, orphan, former Southeast Asian mercenary, personal bodyguard to Duan Suchuan, the proprietor of Shangyun Tower in Yenjing. Personality, reclusive, taciturn, ruthless, capable of killing without hesitation. Lin Feng licked his lips, his expression contemplative. The arrival of these two men alongside Song Wei in Yenjing could not bode well. Considering their identities, It was highly plausible that they sought to reclaim the treasures of the Jubao Tower, especially since Yan Bing had been apprehended and the shop had recently been reopened, albeit with no one to take charge. Searching for the name Qinlong, Lin Feng was astonished to discover thousands of news articles, evidently due to the prevalence of that name. After some thought, he added 3 keywords related to Southeast Asia. Upon a second search, he finally uncovered a future news article dated 20 days later. Breaking news! The chairman of Dingfeng Group was attacked but fortunately suffered no serious injuries. The assailant escaped amidst the chaos, yet the surveillance footage captured a clear image of the individual. The police have identified him as Wang Qing, a former Southeast Asian Special Forces operative who went missing 3 years ago. Recent data analysis reveals that he has infiltrated Huaxia under the alias Qinlong, frequently spotted near Panjiayuan. Latest update. The police have issued a warrant for Wang Qing with a bounty of 5 million. This individual is extremely dangerous. If spotted, please report immediately and avoid direct confrontation. Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, narrowing his eyes. Everything had begun to make sense. If all went as expected, Jubao Tower would soon reopen. Exhaling a deep cloud of smoke, he extinguished the cigarette butt. The 80th birthday celebration for Wang Yongchang was approaching, and he surmised that these individuals might seize this opportunity to instigate trouble. At 10 p.m., Wang Hai observed the 3 individuals departing from the police station, his brow furrowing in concern. Captain, are they from Yanjing? Are they taking over Jubao Tower? I never imagined Yan Bing had such connections. Stop speculating. Loose lips sink ships. They possess ample evidence, and the legal entity behind Jubao Tower has never been Yan Bing, but rather a man named Duan Suchuan from Yanjing. However, I sense that matters are becoming increasingly complicated. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Having served in the police force for many years, Wang Hai had a keen instinct for danger, and he felt an unsettling premonition of impending trouble. Jubao Tower stood with its doors wide open, yet darkness enveloped the interior, save for a faint glow emanating from the study on the 2nd floor. Mr. Sun, the surroundings have been thoroughly inspected, and there is no cause for alarm. Very well, let me outline my plan. Tomorrow we will reopen here, attracting considerable attention. This presents a perfect opportunity to host a charity antiquities auction under the banner of Jubao Tower. A charity auction? What's the intention behind that? Song Wei appeared perplexed, furrowing his brow. Isn't it true that you wish to settle the score with Lin Feng? He previously bested you at Jubao Tower, so we shall reclaim our dignity here. Moreover, this will be a one-way banquet, a trap. I will invite prominent figures from across the nation, and once they arrive, I will have a long find a chance to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's eyes brightened, a satisfied expression gracing his face. This sounds splendid, Mr. Sunday. I am quite pleased with you. Chapter 52. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun shone brightly in the chairman's office of Dingfeng Tower. Lin Feng was surrounded by a substantial pile of documents, diligently reviewing them one by one. Although the company was newly established, the acquisition of Huamei had brought forth numerous industries in need of consolidation and statistical analysis, tasks that Lin Feng must undertake personally. After all, enduring a bit of hardship at the outset could alleviate future burdens. Chairman, after preliminary statistics, the 2 hotels, 5 restaurants, 5 travel agencies, 3 KTVs, 2 real estate projects, and 1 commercial complex under Huamei Group are all operating normally. What of their profitability? According to our analysis, these ventures promise considerable returns. We have eliminated several loss-making products from the former Huamei Group, and a professional team is presently integrating them for a smoother assimilation into Dingfeng Group. Very well, let us leave it at that. We shall address any issues as they arise. One cannot expect to consume an entire meal in one bite, can one? After the secretary departed, Lin Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling metropolis below, feeling rather sentimental. Everything felt almost dreamlike. His gaze settled on a cluster of low-rise buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Luyun antique city, which was particularly lively today, with a certain area teeming with people. With his keen vision, Lin Feng could clearly discern that the Jujia building had reopened, its entrance swarming with onlookers, yet there was no sign of Song Wei. The phone on his desk rang, and Lin Feng answered to hear Wang Xin's anxious voice. Lin Feng, have you heard? The Juja building has reopened under new management, reportedly taken over by Yenjing. I fear this is directed at you.
Sin, you're not worry.
I am already aware. Inform Grandpa and your father to refrain from any rash actions. I have it under control. After a brief conversation, Wang Xian felt somewhat reassured under Lin Feng's comforting words. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng retrieved his phone once more, only to find that news of the Juja building's reopening had gone viral on the internet. In the local market, this news was second only to Lin Feng himself. Outside Luyun Antique City, the entrance of the Juja building was adorned with an array of floral tributes, surrounded by a throng of people, including local merchants and media representatives. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the line of flower baskets, as the names inscribed upon them sent a shiver down the spines of onlookers. Congratulations from Song Chenggong, chairman of Yenjing Longting Group. Congratulations from Duan Suchuan, manager of Shangyun Building in Panjiayuan, Yenjing. Congratulations from Yenjing Cultural Relics Association. Over 20 such flower baskets, each bearing the names of individuals of substantial influence and wealth from the capital of Huaxia. The ostentatious reopening ceremony left everyone in awe. What on earth is this? A demonstration? Surely they cannot be targeting Lin Feng? It is hard to believe that this new owner has no connection to Yenbing. Just look at those floral tributes. One must possess considerable clout to secure such recognition. It appears Lin Feng has landed himself in a predicament. It is likely that after Yenbing was ensnared by Lin Feng, those behind him are now furious. This new manager seems formidable. Sun Liang observed the expressions of those around him with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the newly appointed manager of the Juja building. There is no need for speculation regarding my identity. I can unequivocally state that Yenbing is my friend, and this acquisition is indeed related to him. Manager Sun, it is well known that Yenbing's troubles stem from his association with Lin Feng. Will you be seeking to reclaim lost ground through this takeover? Indeed, Lin Feng has recently become a prominent figure in our local market, navigating through challenges with remarkable success, having dethroned Huamei in less than a week. His close ties with Wang Yongchang's granddaughter, Wang Xian, further amplify his notoriety. Upon hearing this, Sun Liang merely smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have heard that Lin Feng is not only a commercial prodigy but has also achieved remarkable proficiency in antique appraisal. I am eager to witness the talents of this young man. The crowd's eyes brightened at this statement, as it was clear that Sun Liang intended to reclaim his honor. As he surveyed the gathering, sensing the moment was ripe, he cleared his throat, bringing silence to the room. Furthermore, as the new manager of the Juja building, I plan to host a charity auction in 2 weeks. Our establishment will present 3 items for bidding, and I pledge that all proceeds will be donated to relevant charitable organizations. Additionally, should anyone possess items worthy of auction, they may contribute, with the understanding that 20 of the proceeds will be retained by the contributor, while the remaining 80 must be donated without compensation. As soon as Sun Liang finished speaking, the atmosphere grew lively, for the audience were not novices. They understood the implications of his words. Manager Sun, are there any specific requirements for participating in the auction? Certainly, merchants from our antique street may participate. As for others, I will extend invitations. I anticipate that many prominent figures from our local market will be included in my list of invitees. Chapter 53. Welcome to the evening news of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. We now broadcast a brief announcement. The antique shop, Jabala, which has been closed for several days, has welcomed a mysterious manager and has reopened today. Reports indicate that in 2 weeks, Jabala will host a charity auction. Manager Sun Liang has stated that invitations will be sent to prominent figures in Shanghai, as he hopes to contribute to the charity sector in China. Lin Feng picked up the remote and turned off the television. Xiao Lin, the visitors do not come with good intentions. We must be prepared for any schemes they may have, he remarked. Indeed, their ostentatious display is clearly meant to provoke trouble. This charity auction is nothing but a fade for a trap. Wang Yongchang and Wang Cheng frowned in agreement. Grandfather, father, do not be anxious. I believe Lin Feng must have a plan, said Xian, understanding Lin Feng well. Lin Feng calmly took a photograph from his pocket and placed it on the table. This person is Wang Qing, now disguised as Qin Long, and he is currently close to Sun Liang. Additionally, Song Wei has joined him. It is evident they are here for me. Wang Yongchang and his son exchanged astonished glances, shocked by how swiftly this intelligence had arrived. This individual is extremely dangerous. A former mercenary from Southeast Asia with countless lives on his hands. His presence here is undoubtedly a threat to my life. What? Lin Feng, why did you not inform us sooner? Wang Yongchang exclaimed. Patience. I have just shared this information, and given what I know, do you think he could actually kill me? Lin Feng replied, a hint of confidence in his tone. Inviting us to the auction is merely a ruse to find an opportunity to eliminate or control me, but they will not succeed. Shaolin, this matter is serious. I have heard that Jubaila is already distributing invitations. Do you intend to attend this auction? Asked Wang Yongchang.
Attends?
Why not? It would be foolish to refuse such an entertaining game. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Very well, I shall prepare the funds, and you will be in charge, Wang Yongchang decided. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, laughing, Grandfather, there is no need for you to provide money. I have sufficient funds. Besides, does attending the auction truly require money? This is hardly a genuine charity auction, is it? Wang Yongchang and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lin Feng's true intentions. Suddenly, a servant from the Wang family entered the villa. Sir, there is someone outside requesting an audience, claiming to deliver an invitation. Let him in, Wang Yongchang commanded decisively. Soon, a young man entered, flanked by two individuals carrying cameras, clearly journalists. Wang Yongchang felt a surge of displeasure and was about to instruct the reporters to leave when Lin Feng's gaze halted him. Are you from Jubaila? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang Yongchang. I was sent by Manager Sun to deliver the invitation. In 2 weeks, Jubaila will hold a charity auction, and we hope you can attend to contribute to the charitable cause. 2 gilded invitations were placed on the table, one for Lin Feng and one for Wang Yongchang. Ah, quite the grand affair, isn't it? Such high standards make me hesitant to accept. After all, I am but a simple man, Lin Feng remarked. Mr. Lin, are you intending to refuse? Our manager has stated that your previous grievances with Yan Bing are forgiven. There is no need for concern. The messenger, clearly not an easy opponent, persistently provoked Lin Feng with his words. I truly did not expect such arrogance from someone merely delivering an invitation. Do you not understand your place? Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold as he seized both invitations and elegantly tore them into shreds before the assembled audience. As the fragments of the invitations were tossed into the trash, the messenger finally regained his composure, while the journalists looked on in shock at Lin Feng's audacity. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Is this not excessive? Excessive? Why should I accept your invitation? Just because you deliver it, does it mean I am obliged to accept? I do not take kindly to being dictated to, Lin Feng retorted. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I sincerely hope you will attend the event in 2 weeks. The messenger backtracked, realizing his blunder. Leave. Whether I attend or not depends on my mood. Show them out, Wang Yongchang added firmly. The 5 were promptly ejected from the villa, leaving the journalists stunned by Lin Feng's actions. Observing the departing figures outside, Lin Feng smirked. Lin Feng, did you plan this all along? Ha! Did they not say that merchants from the antique market in Yunzhou need no invitation to participate? Why would I covet their invitation? The group's eyes brightened, as they seemed to grasp Lin Feng's strategy. Meanwhile, at Jubaila, Sun Liang was on the phone, his mood decidedly foul. What did you say? He tore the invitation? Did I not instruct you clearly? Can you not handle such a simple task? Get back here immediately. You are making a fool of yourself. Chapter 54. Upon concluding the phone call, Sun Liang was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so audacious as to publicly tear up the invitation. Was this a rejection of attendance? Mr. Sun, what is happening? Is there a problem? Song Wei inquired, seated beside him, casually toying with 2 walnuts, his demeanor evidently buoyant of late. Lin Feng actually shredded the invitation I sent him. What could he possibly be aiming for? Song Wei paused his fidgeting at the mention of the torn invitation. He did tear it, didn't he? That certainly seems like something he would do. But what are we to do now? Is it possible he has discerned our plan and is deliberately abstaining from attending? That can't be. Unless he possesses supernatural foresight, how could he possibly know in advance? Moreover, tearing the invitation is most disrespectful. Mr. Sun, your plan is commendable, yet it appears he is not inclined to respond. In my view, with someone as formidable as Along, we should simply take decisive action. That is out of the question. Have we not learned from Yen Bing's misfortune? Such an approach would be tantamount to courting disaster. What shall we do then? If he refuses to come, we are left powerless. Regardless of the circumstances, I must see Lin Feng perish. Otherwise, my heart shall find no peace. Meanwhile, at Wang Yongchang's residence, a group gathered, staring in bewilderment at the 10 or so property deeds laid out before them. This is the antique market shops? 10 of them? Lin Feng, are you planning to open an antique store?
Wang Xin quay rít, Astonitz.
Not merely to open a store. Little Lin, I recall reading that any merchant from the antique street could freely participate in this auction. Correct? Indeed. And I do intend to open an antique store. It is quite a lucrative venture. As I have stated, one's fate must be grasped in one's own hands. Now, let us tidy up. We are going to the antique market. Around 2 p.m., the rumors of Lin Feng tearing up the invitation had already spread throughout the city of Shanghai, embellished further by online reports. Suddenly, it became evident that Lin Feng's audacity outshone all. In this initial clash, Sun Liang had clearly found himself at a disadvantage. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. While Sun Liang remained preoccupied with how to manage this unexpected incident, a servant rushed into the room at Zhu Baolu, his face awash with panic. What is the matter? Why the fluster? Sun Liang demanded, a frown of displeasure forming. Master Sun, Lin Feng has arrived at the antique street. What? He has come to the antique street? What is his intention? I heard he has purchased all the shops on the southern street. 12 stores in total, all contiguous. What did you say? Sun Liang's expression tightened as he stood, startling the servant. Master Sun, he has acquired that row of shops and told reporters that whether he attends the auction is not contingent upon whether an invitation is extended, but rather on his desire to attend. Damn it, he has outmaneuvered us. Song Wei, no longer fiddling with the walnuts, interjected in an exasperated tone. I told you we should have dealt with him directly. Song Shao, I shall go myself. You remain hidden. With that, Sun Liang departed Zhu Baolu with the servant, followed silently by Qin Long from the shadows. At the southern end of the antique street, a throng had gathered, with Lin Feng at its center. Behind him, the doorways of more than 10 shops were adorned with lavish floral arrangements, creating a grand spectacle. Esteemed guests, I have little to say. Possessing some funds, I am merely dabbling in various fields. I have a modicum of understanding of antiques. Hence my decision to open a shop here for casual exploration. What a casual endeavor. I never expected Mr. Lin to achieve so much at such a young age. Yet why such a lack of decorum in tearing up my invitation? A discordant voice echoed, prompting the crowd to turn. The reporter's eyes gleamed. Sun Liang had arrived, promising an unfolding story. Impressive. To acquire 12 shops in one go is truly remarkable. Mr. Lin is indeed affluent. Sun Liang's tone was harsh, his simmering frustration palpable, though he refrained from unleashing it. Who are you? Lin Feng's dismissive remark brought an abrupt silence to the gathering. Did he truly not recognize his opponent? This was clearly intentional. Mr. Lin, this is Master Sun, the new proprietor of Zhu Baolu, a reporter offered, unaware of Lin Feng's deliberate provocation. Lin Feng, however, was quite pleased. This subtle jab was most gratifying. Sun Liang? What sort of person is that? I have been in Shanghai for quite some time and have not encountered this figure. Where has he emerged from? Dozens of eyes turned towards Lin Feng, particularly Sun Liang, whose fury ignited. His face flushed crimson, evidently incensed by Lin Feng's audacity. Lin Feng raised his gaze to meet Sun Liang's, yet his eyes transcended him, locking onto Qin Long behind, igniting a palpable tension in the air. Lin Feng, your behavior is utterly outrageous. I extend an invitation for you to attend the auction, and you respond with such disrespect? Oh, I see now. Your name sounded familiar. Is there an issue? The antique trade permits merchants to participate freely. Is it not your own rule that allows me to join? You! Sun Liang was momentarily speechless, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Feng, his body quaking with rage. Chapter 55. Suddenly, Qin Long gently pulled on Sun Liang's sleeve, causing the latter to stiffen momentarily as he became aware of his emotional outburst, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Just moments ago he had nearly lost control, and it was evident that Lin Feng had manipulated his emotions. Forcing himself to regain composure, he fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are indeed a person of substance. It is thus not surprising that Yan Bing fell into your hands. However, I am not her. I shall await you at the charity gala. With that, he turned and departed, while Qin Long cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng before following suit. After a brief period of tranquility, the scene erupted in chaos. The direct confrontation between Lin Feng and Sun Liang had clearly left Lin Feng once again in a position of dominance. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, but Lin Feng paid no heed to the reporters and onlookers, simply dispersing the crowd before retreating back into the establishment. Wang Yongchang and his companions eagerly inquired about the situation, but Lin Feng interrupted their questions. This evening, arrange for some individuals to wait at my home. Ensure they are all professionals. Noticing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, his companions felt a twinge of anxiety. Shaolin, what has transpired? Why must we gather people at your residence? Do not ask too many questions. Circumstances are changing rapidly. There are those who wish to eliminate me prematurely. If this hidden danger is resolved, matters will become considerably easier. Lin Feng, what exactly is going on? You must elucidate. This ambiguity is unsettling. Wang Xian grasped Lin Feng's arm, clearly troubled. The Qin Long by Sun Liang's side will come to my home at 9 p.m. tonight to take action against me. They intend to resolve me beforehand. What? Lin Feng, is that true? Indeed, it is true, and they seek my life, but fortunately, I have been forewarned. Should we contact the police? No, it suffices to restrain them first. Once the situation here is under control, we can hand it over to the authorities. Were it not for the concern of Wang Hai's disapproval, I would have approached him directly. Very well, I will take care of it. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is foolproof. Wang Cheng readily agreed. I believe it is better to strike first than to wait for them to act. Once this threat is neutralized, Sun Liang and Song Wei will pose no significant issue. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, a smile curving upon his lips. At 8:30 p.m., in the study on the second floor of the Jubao building, Song Wei expressed his approval upon learning of Qin Long's intention to act prematurely. Along, do take care. This fellow is no simple adversary. I am no strategist, nor am I well versed in other matters, but no one can remain unscathed after being stabbed multiple times. I shall return. With that, Qin Long's figure swiftly vanished into the night. Mr. Sun, who is this person? I am uncertain. It would be best for you, young Master Song, to refrain from inquiring further. With that, Sun Liang ascended to the second floor, while Song Wei shrugged, seemingly indifferent. At 8:50 p.m., the entrance to the Huangchao Yiping community was eerily quiet. Clad in black, Sun Liang emerged from the shadows, an expressionless countenance and a dagger concealed within his grasp. A single dagger sufficed to deal with Lin Feng, and he held confidence in his abilities. In the darkness, a group of individuals lay in wait, each equipped with a miniature radio. They were all private bodyguards of the Wang family, half of whom were retired military personnel. The target has appeared. Remember, the opponent is a master. Subdue him immediately. Commence the operation. At the command, movement erupted from the underbrush. Qin Long furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to retreat, terror flickered in his eyes as a barrage of small stones rained down upon him. Instinctively shielding his head, he felt a figure dart behind him, delivering a swift blow to the nape of his neck, sending him into unconsciousness. Even a master could not withstand the assault of 20 equally skilled individuals armed and striking first. A burly man swiftly produced a sack, ensnaring him before disappearing into the night. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 15 minutes, executed with remarkable efficiency. At 9:30 p.m., Lin Feng, who had been at Wang Yongchang's residence, finally received a phone call. After hanging up, Wang Cheng released a sigh of relief. It's all taken care of. The individual has been secured, We must instill some fear in them. By the way, this person is formidable. Feed him a dose of croton seeds daily, or the risk will be too great. Wang Yongchang and his companions were genuinely impressed. At such a young age, his meticulous planning was almost unimaginable. At midnight, the antique street resembled a ghost town, devoid of any presence. However, within the Jubao building, Sun Liang was unable to find sleep. 5 hours had passed, yet Qin Long had yet to return. This was compounded by the fact that he had made over a dozen phone calls, all of which indicated the phone was turned off. Refreshing the news app on his phone hundreds of times yielded no significant updates. The absence of major news outside, coupled with Qin Long's disappearance, left Sun Liang in a state of turmoil, as all his plans seemed to unravel in that moment. Damn it, what has happened to Long? Chapter 56. As the seconds slipped away and dawn approached, a sense of panic began to envelop Sun Liang. Qin Long, dispatched by Duan Suchuan, was beyond his control. Had it not been for Song Qinggong's insistence, he would not have brought such a formidable asset. Now, however, circumstances had shifted dramatically. After a moment's contemplation, he reached for his phone once more, only to find Qin Long's device still powered off. The clock edged closer to 3, and anxiety gripped Sun Liang. He contemplated calling back to Yanjing for guidance but hesitated, fearing reprimand. The crux of the matter was that if trouble truly arose, he could not simply depart. He had only recently assumed control of Jubao Building and was on the verge of an auction, fully aware of his contentious relationship with Lin Feng. If he were to abandon his post, his own reputation would suffer. But what of Song Qinggong and Duan Suchuan standing? He felt like a headless fly, caught in a dilemma. At 9 in the morning, the sound of footsteps jolted Sun Liang awake. Exhaustion had claimed him in the study. Blinking into consciousness, he found Song Wei before him. Mr. Sun, how is it that you fell asleep here? What time is it? Song Wei's brows knitted together, a hint of displeasure evident. Can't you check for yourself? And where is Qin Long? How goes the situation? I fear Lin Feng may have met his end. Sun Liang shook his head, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. What? Has it gone awry? Damn it, I thought he was skilled. What kind of Southeast Asian mercenaries are these? They seem rather incompetent. He has gone off the grid. What? Off the grid, what does that mean? It means he has vanished without a trace. His phone is off, and there is no news whatsoever. The study fell into an eerie silence. Clearly, Song Wei was also taken aback by this revelation. In the office of Lin Feng at Dingfeng Building. Lin Feng, what are our next steps? Qin Long has gone missing. Will they not resort to desperate measures? Xian, just remain calm. Do we really think they would dare to act rashly? Qin Long's identity is exceedingly sensitive, unless they seek their own demise. So, we simply wait, do nothing? Sun Liang must be terrified right now, yet he will not disclose the situation to Yanjing. He is too afraid. We simply await the charity auction 5 days hence. What of Qin Long? Lock him away. Once matters are resolved, we can dispose of him. By that time, it will be difficult for Sun Liang to extricate himself from the market. Will they take any action? Rest assured, they find themselves in a precarious position. They have no choice but to wait for the charity auction to conclude. I must say you are quite devious, remarked Lin Feng, suddenly grinning as he pulled Wang Xian onto his lap. What are you doing? Did you not just call me wicked? A man must be a bit bad for a woman to take notice.
Wang Xin.
Lin Feng's calculations were precise at every turn. Having mastered all pertinent information and anticipated the actions of others, the path ahead appeared simple for him. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng invested considerable resources into refurbishing a number of antique shops on Antique Street, rebranding them as Tianbao Pavilion. He frequented the stores daily, yet never visited Jubao Building, and Sun Liang did not seek him out. Everything seemed deceptively tranquil. However, the eyes of the entire market were fixed on these 2 establishments, and the upcoming auction promised to be thrilling. 5 days passed swiftly. Qin Long remained unreachable, and today marked the day of the charity auction, leaving Sun Liang with no avenue for retreat. Young Master Song, I am truly grateful that you did not inform your father of Qin Long's disappearance. Mr. Sun, this can be attributed to your lack of interference during my outings these past days. We both have our needs. However, a fire cannot be hidden by mere paper. After this auction, I fear I will no longer be able to shield you. I understand. I will endeavor to find a resolution swiftly. I am not concerned with anything else. If we fail to eliminate Lin Feng this time, I will hold you accountable. At 9 in the morning, with trepidation in his heart, the doors of Jubao building swung open, revealing an exclusive auction hall to its right. Guests began to arrive in succession, and Sun Liang commenced greeting them, while Song Wei would also attend this auction as a guest. Soon, a voice from the distance exclaimed in surprise as a group of 10 approached, with Lin Feng and Wang Yongchong at the forefront. Ah, Manager Sun, why does your face appear so grim? Is there a problem? If you are in need, do not hesitate to ask. I am a local after all. Perhaps I can assist? Humph, Mr. Lin, you need not concern yourself. Tend to your own affairs. I wonder if you are offering any noteworthy auction items today? Ah, you are a pioneer in the antiques world. How could I overshadow your brilliance? You must outbid me at the auction. After all, it is your event. Please donate generously. I have faith in you. Lin Feng finished speaking, suddenly feigning astonishment, his expression exaggerated. By the way, whatever happened to that young man by your side? I noticed he had a rather ominous aura the other day, clouds gathering over him, a harbinger of misfortune. I meant to mention it amidst the chaos. But where is he now? Not present. Chapter 57. What does it have to do with you? He has matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. Oh, I see. The Shanghai market can be treacherous at night. Be careful not to take a wrong turn. Haha. Lin Feng, exuding arrogance, sauntered away with his entourage toward the venue, leaving Sun Liang's face darkened. He could discern that Lin Feng seemed to possess some knowledge, which only heightened his anxiety. Yet, the surrounding reporters and other guests remained oblivious to the truth. They merely sensed a deep-seated conflict between the two and eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. The auction house was quite spacious, accommodating around 300 guests without issue. Once Lin Feng and his companions settled into a prime location, they began to wait in silence. In a moment, I will take on the role of calling out bids. Such auctions often involve counterfeits. One cannot afford to suffer losses, for money does not come easily. Xiao Lin, I truly know little about antiques, so I shall rely on your expertise today. Wang Yongchong, displaying honesty, did not pretend to be an expert. It was evident that Lin Feng was the leading figure among their group. Xin, what a coincidence. If you see anything you fancy at the auction, I shall bid on it for you as a gift. A voice chimed in. Everyone turned to see Wang Xian frown, her expression marred by distaste. Oh, it's you again. Haunting me. This is fate, Song Wei replied shamelessly. You should be cautious. Don't end up spending a fortune on a counterfeit and become a laughingstock. Lin Feng, don't get too smug. Our accounts are far from settled. Just wait, Song Wei declared with a fierce tone, taking a seat not far away. Lin Feng grasped Wang Xian's hand, signaling her to remain untroubled. 10 minutes later, the lights in the hall dimmed, and silence enveloped the room. Sun Liang took the stage, offering a brief introduction before the auction commenced. A young lady clad in a qipao emerged, bearing a tray draped with a red cloth. Esteemed guests, beneath this red cloth lies a well-preserved Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. As you all know, once you bid, the item is yours. However, the authenticity and quality of the piece depend solely on your discerning eyes. As the red cloth was lifted, the exquisite blue and white porcelain captivated all, its beauty rendering it impossible to look away. The etiquette lady paraded around the auction house, allowing everyone a close-up view and even a chance to touch it. Lin Feng, this blue and white porcelain is stunning. Our home is decorated in a Chinese style. This vase would look magnificent, Wang Xian exclaimed. You like it? Very well. I shall bid for you, Lin Feng replied, their conversation not subtle enough to escape Song Wei's keen ears. Now commencing the bidding, the starting price for the blue and white porcelain is 5 million, Sun Liang announced, while Lin Feng's gaze swept over Song Wei, and a stream of thoughts raced through his mind. He realized that Song Wei was intent on securing the porcelain at any cost to win Wang Xian's favor. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, knowing he had set a trap. 8 million, 10 million, 15 million. In a short span, the price surged to 15 million. Then, a commanding voice rang out. 25 million. The crowd turned sharply to find Lin Feng had called the price. From a distance, Song Wei frowned and abruptly raised his paddle. 50 million. The room fell into stunned silence. Indeed, the wealthy are extraordinary, doubling the bid in one breath. Song Wei cast a smug glance at Lin Feng, clearly provocative. 75 million. Lin Feng retorted without hesitation. Sun Liang's expression brightened. He had previously conspired with Song Wei to raise the stakes, hoping to ensnare Lin Feng, and it appeared he had succeeded. Yet, a voice cut through the tension, plunging Sun Liang into despair. 100 million. It was indeed Song Wei's voice. Countless eyes turned toward him. Even the rarest yuan blue and white porcelain seemed to falter at such an exorbitant price. 100 million, first call. 100 million, second call. As the gavel fell, Sun Liang stood in shock, for he knew the blue and white porcelain was a counterfeit. Yet Song Wei had purchased it. Haha, Lin Feng, what now? Why have you fallen silent? How stingy! Xin, I hear you fancy this vase. Once the bidding concludes and I settle the payment, I shall gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian pouted before bursting into laughter. Song Xiao, you truly are extravagant. However, I, Wang Xian, do not favor such items. Yet I must admit, you are indeed wealthy to spend 100 million on a counterfeit. A profound silence fell over the room. Not a sound escaped as everyone stared in astonishment at Wang Xian, leaving Song Wei in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, his face drained of color as he turned to Lin Feng, roaring, "Did you know from the start that this was a counterfeit? I must say, Song Xiao, your generosity is commendable, a quality I strive to emulate. I believe the impoverished people of Huaxia will be immensely grateful for your charitable contributions." Song Wei's complexion oscillated between hues of green and white, as the mocking gazes of those around him felt like 1,000 piercing blows. Chapter 58. You claim that what is false is false? On what grounds? Ha! This Ruyao blue and white porcelain is nothing but a counterfeit. Its flaw lies in its exquisite craftsmanship, which renders it nearly flawless. The crux of the matter is that it has been pieced together. Is this not a simple truth that you cannot discern? How dare you attend an auction? Indeed, this young gentleman speaks wisely. I am a professor in the archaeology department at Shanghai University, and I can attest that I recognized this as a forgery moments ago. I am astonished that someone so young possesses such expertise in antique appraisal. Goodness, that is an esteemed expert I know well. He frequents the antique street and is held in high regard, never having made a mistake. So it is Professor Chen, now it is certain. 100 million for a mere crafted artifact. How audacious! Wait a moment, Song Wei. Is that not the son of Song Changgong from Yanjing? I heard he had some previous enmity with Lin Feng. This is going to stir up quite a storm. Just look at that face. It seems as if Lin Feng has murdered his father. Let us keep our voices down, lest we attract unwanted attention. Sun Liang felt despondent. Yet the auction must proceed, and he could only muster the courage to continue. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, once you purchase, the item is yours to keep, regardless of its authenticity. Do not blame others. Time is of the essence. Let us move on to the next item. Soon, the auctioneer presented another tray, revealing a flat object that resembled a dish. As the crimson cloth was lifted, indeed, it was a dark lacquered plate. I speak candidly. The provenance of this item is uncertain, yet I suspect it may originate from the Western Zhou period. Ultimately, it is up to your discerning eyes to judge. Sun Liang gestured for the auctioneer to circulate the item, but this time, few showed interest, not even the professor, who merely shook his head. Lin Feng, what troubles you? Wang Xian inquired, noticing Lin Feng lost in thought. Little Lin, is something amiss? Wang Yongchang also chimed in. It's nothing. Lin Feng remained silent, yet inside he was brimming with excitement. Had it not been for the setting, he would have leaped with joy. The exterior of that object is coated, concealing its true nature within. What is this? It's pitch black, resembling a frying pan. Did you not hear Sun Liang? He himself does not know what it is. I doubt it is anything of value. Indeed, genuine items are scarce these days. Although this is a charity auction, we cannot afford to incur substantial losses. That blue and white porcelain was perilously close. The crowd whispered among themselves, and at that moment, Sun Liang announced, "The starting price for this item is 500,000. To everyone's surprise, It was Lin Feng who made the opening bid. 1 million. Song Wei unexpectedly followed suit, but his enthusiasm was evidently not as fervent as before. Lin Feng raised the bid once more. Just as the audience anticipated another fierce contest, Song Wei suddenly sneered, opting not to raise his bid further. 1, 2, 3. Sun Liang called out the bid swiftly, and Song Wei's demeanor inflated with arrogance. Ha! Lin Feng, a mere piece of scrap, and even Mr. Song claims ignorance regarding its origins. You are purchasing a worthless pot. It is nothing of significance. And what do you say, esteemed professor? Is there any merit to this trinket? All eyes in the room turned toward Lin Feng, and judging by their expressions, they believed he was destined to face embarrassment. Yet, Lin Feng appeared relaxed, reclining in his chair with a smile, utterly unperturbed. Lin Feng, it's of little consequence. It's certainly better than spending 100 million on an artifact. Xian, I hold such affection for you. Why do you always support him? Upon hearing Wang Xian's voice, Song Wei became visibly agitated. Lin Feng rose, smiling as he requested. Bring the item over, and also fetch me a pair of gloves and a small knife. Mr. Lin, what are you planning to do? Sun Liang inquired. Just bring it here. There's no need for further discussion. Humph. Sun Liang, hand it to him. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Soon, the auctioneer presented the tools and passed the pot-like round dish to Lin Feng. Under the gaze of all present, Lin Feng began his work, deftly maneuvering the blade across the dark surface. Before long, expressions began to shift as the black coating started to peel away, revealing a lustrous, yellowish metal beneath. Approximately 10 minutes later, the professor from Shanghai University abruptly stood, his face alight with excitement. This hue, my heavens, could it truly be a bronze artifact? How is this possible? It's utterly astonishing. The crowd gasped, while Song Wei's countenance stiffened. Old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly a black pot. Are you in league with Lin Feng? You know nothing. I cannot be mistaken. This is undoubtedly a bronze artifact. At that moment, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, for the black pot had shed its exterior, revealing its true form, complete with a vast array of inscriptions. The old professor is an expert. How could you, a mere buffoon, compare? This is indeed a bronze artifact, and with inscriptions, it holds significant provenance. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Chapter 59. In a grand venue, approximately 200 distinguished individuals from the Shanghai stock market gathered. When the elderly professor stood up with palpable excitement and declared that this vessel was indeed a bronze artifact, the attendees realized that Lin Feng had likely emerged victorious in this round. Lin Feng, how dare you suggest that this treasure is mere refuse? That it is easily attainable? Do you think any random pick is a bronze artifact? If I were to acquire one, am I to be left with a counterfeit? Who do you think you are deceiving? And you, old man, are undoubtedly in cahoots with him. Song Wei, a mere fool himself, attempted to forcefully categorize others alongside him. It was astonishing how the wealthy second generation from the capital seemed to possess a collective lack of intelligence. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Song Wei's eyes were bloodshot, feeling a level of humiliation he had never experienced before, continuously inflicted by Lin Feng. Perhaps I am the one lacking sense. It's futile to converse with an imbecile like you. Professor Chun, would you kindly enlighten us on this matter? Lin Feng passed the artifact to the old professor and took his seat, crossing his legs with an air of composure. The elderly professor, a true expert in archaeology, approached the vessel with a solemn demeanor, demonstrating utmost care. Donning gloves, he eagerly examined the item, commencing his appraisal. The inscriptions totaled 133 characters, with extensive literature documenting their significance. Such a monumental piece, surpassing even the renowned Mao Gongding, was undeniably an authentic bronze vessel. Astonishingly so, the professor, in his 80s, trembled with genuine excitement, a stark contrast to any pretense. Song Wei turned pale, while Sun Liang looked on in sheer terror, bewildered by Lin Feng's ability to discern such intricacies. Professor Chun is a professional, with 30 years in archaeology and numerous national excavations to his credit. Do you doubt his words? Lin Feng's voice rang out as he directed a mocking gaze toward Sun Liang on stage. I never anticipated that Jubela would be such a treasure trove. The scripture from last time and now this bronze plate. I have struck gold. Lin Feng, don't be so smug. What of the bronze artifact? What is its worth? I am aware that while some items may hold collectible value, their commercial worth can be exceedingly low. Sun Liang closed his eyes, feeling helpless with such a fool by his side. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would understand that bronze artifacts do not come cheaply. Ahem, while this may indeed be a bronze artifact, it is not a national treasure. However, from a collector's perspective, its value is immeasurable. Yet, in terms of commercial value 5 years ago, a similar item at an auction in Country M fetched $40 million. But that plate was in far worse condition compared to this one, so conservatively, I would estimate Mr. Lin's bronze vessel at $300 million. Professor Chen's words caused an uproar, instantly placing Lin Feng in the limelight. Mr. Lin is truly talented, possessing remarkable knowledge. A transformation from 3 million to 300 million? Such astounding returns leave us in awe. Mr. Lin is indeed a paragon for the youth. If my son had even a fraction of your capabilities, I would be at ease. I've heard you've just founded your own company. Given your outstanding abilities, your future is undoubtedly bright. Lin Feng seemed to radiate an aura that attracted attention wherever he went. Ladies and gentlemen, I have merely been intrigued by antiques since childhood. This plate was truly a stroke of luck. If I lost, it would simply be a loss, wouldn't it? Lin Feng, cease your pretense. This is a charity event. Yet you come here to exploit opportunities. Tell me, do you even possess a charitable heart? Sun Liang's pupils dilated in shock as he regarded Song Wei, realizing he was partnered with a foolish ally. This was an antique auction with charity following afterward. Lin Feng seizing a 300 million opportunity was a testament to his skill. Yet Song Wei chose to make an issue of it? Indeed, as soon as Song Wei's words left his mouth, countless eyes turned toward him, their gazes filled with mockery. His face flushed crimson. Song Wei, do you possess any cultural knowledge? Money is indeed money, and it is I who have expended it. However, compared to your supposed charitable spirit, I fall short, for I doubt many philanthropists would part with 100 million to sell a counterfeit. Truly admirable, I must say. You Song Wei, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Mr. Lin has had a fortunate streak. Being young and accomplished, he has also contributed to charitable causes. Congratulations to you. Sun Liang, being a seasoned veteran, managed to regain his composure. He understood that this was not a venue for settling scores. In his mind, Lin Feng was already marked for demise. Just you wait. Though Song Wei felt immense resentment, he recognized that continuing down this path would only lead to further humiliation. He planned to resolve matters here and then find a way to ensure this irritating individual disappeared, claiming all that Lin Feng possessed for himself. Chapter 60 Today's auction was originally orchestrated by Sun Liang to deal with Lin Feng. However, due to a sudden incident involving Qin Long, Sun Liang's anxiety escalated. As his mind raced, he spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Mr. Lin is indeed formidable, and I hold great admiration for him. Although this item belongs to my Jubela, I have no objections to Mr. Lin winning it today. Nevertheless, as this is a charity auction, I believe the bid of 1.5 million is somewhat low. I propose that Mr. Lin entrust us with the auction of this bronze armor plate to avoid any unfounded speculation." "Son, what rumors are you alluding to?" Lin Feng retorted. "For instance, the insinuation that Mr. Lin is here to profit from the auction is hardly appropriate." "Fool!" Lin Feng blurted out. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by such slander?" He leaned towards Wang Xian, whispering a few words, completely disregarding Sun Liang. The crowd was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, yet they were intrigued, for he had never disappointed them with his antics. Wang Xian nodded in response and stood up to leave. "Please hold on for a moment. My girlfriend is fetching something for me. The treasures at Jubela are quite limited, and I believe I should enlighten Mr. Sun on what true treasures are." "Mr. Lin, you are being excessively unreasonable," Sun Liang exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "To date, 2 items have already caused our young Master Song to incur a loss of 100 million. If it weren't for my vigilance, everyone would have dismissed the second item as worthless. It seems this auction is merely facilitating your profit." "Lin Feng, do not make baseless accusations," Sun Liang shouted angrily, just as footsteps approached from behind. Turning to see Wang Xian returning with a cylindrical object in her hands, the audience's curiosity piqued. It was a storage box, evidently containing something within. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Mr. Sun harbors some grievances against me. In truth, charity emphasizes results. Rather than complicating matters with this auction, a more direct approach might suffice. As the box was opened, a scroll emerged, resembling a piece of art. I personally have a fondness for that bronze plate. However, I have prepared another item to donate unconditionally. Professor Chen, please take a look. An ominous premonition seized Sun Liang, a strong sense of impending embarrassment looming over him. Meanwhile, Professor Chen carefully accepted the item, gradually unfurling the scroll, revealing a painting. Is this a work of art? Could it possibly be something of value? He wondered. It seemed improbable, as the renowned paintings we knew were either in private collections, housed in museums, or had gone missing. This lad is quite uncanny. I have a feeling Sun Liang's performance is nearing its end. Professor Chen squinted, his initial frown transforming into a look of astonishment. Mr. Lin, is this the genuine work Songya by Tubai Tang Yin? Indeed, it is easily identifiable by its seal and paper quality. Anyone with a basic understanding of antiques would recognize it. Mr. Lin, how did you come into possession of this painting? Professor Chen, that is of little consequence. This painting is valued at around 200 million. I understand you are the president of the Shanghai Cultural Relics Association. I would like to entrust this painting to you for auction. Any amount exceeding 200 million will be considered my contribution to the association, and the remainder will be entirely dedicated to charity. The crowd fell silent, soon erupting into a thunderous applause, their gazes filled with reverence. Such generosity was not something everyone could emulate. Mr. Lin, you are truly a remarkable young talent, and your contributions are unparalleled. Though we are much older than you, we cannot help but feel inferior. The title of philanthropist suits you perfectly, Mr. Lin. Such grand gestures are unprecedented. Mr. Lin, if opportunities arise in the future, I hope to collaborate with you. I am certain that you will hold a significant position in the business world of Huaxia. Professor Chen, now regaining his composure, appeared excited as his cheeks flushed crimson. Mr. Lin, this painting holds tremendous significance. Auctioning it would be a pity. I shall find a way to gather the charitable funds. If possible, let this painting be displayed in the Museum of the Cultural Relics Association. Certainly, I will abide by Professor Chen's instructions. Lin Feng readily agreed, his eyes playfully observing Sun Liang. Mr. Sun, I believe there is no need to continue with this auction. In the future, do prepare some genuine treasures to avoid embarrassment. Additionally, the two items today fetched an astonishing price of 1 billion. You must not embezzle any funds. With that, Lin Feng adjusted his attire and, accompanied by Wang Xian and Wang Yongchang, departed from the auction venue without a backward glance. Witnessing the unfolding situation, several attendees promptly rose to bid farewell to Sun Liang, and within 10 minutes, the auction hall was left entirely vacant. Chapter 61. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng remained with his eyes closed, resting. Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang were internally astonished. They had no inkling of the myriad of cards this future son-in-law of the Wang family held. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and softly remarked, "It is time to hand over Qinlong." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongchang and the others nodded in agreement, unwittingly acknowledging Lin Feng as their pillar of support. At 2 p.m., in Wang Hai's office, he looked at Lin Feng with a furrowed brow. "You again? Do you have some kind of connection with these criminals?" "Ah, it is unavoidable. Fame brings its share of troubles, Captain Wang," Lin Feng replied with a hint of amusement. "I read the reports. You managed to recover 300 million? However, you, my friend, are quite remarkable donating 200 million so readily. I heard that Professor Chen has already gathered the funds, which have been channeled for donation. Is it truly so swift?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "You might not be aware, but his son is conducting business abroad. While 200 million is substantial, it is not significant to him." Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Enough of that. This individual has been wanted by Interpol for several years, yet he has been hiding in Huaxia. But why is he causing you trouble?" Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a young officer nodded at Lin Feng before addressing Wang Hai. "Captain, Based on our investigations over the past week, we discovered that the suspect arrived in Shanghai alongside the new cabinet installation from Jubela. What? That clarifies matters. Mr. Lin, you may return for now. I shall handle the remaining affairs. Thank you, Captain Wang. Lin Feng smiled and exited the office. Captain, what shall we do now? What to do? Assemble the team and head to Jubela. At 8 p.m., in the study on the second floor of Jubela, Sun Liang appeared disheveled and in a woeful state. During this operation in Shanghai, he had faced numerous setbacks, leaving his spirits plummeting. Damn it! Is this your plan, Sun Liang? I've lost 100 million and my reputation. Do you have the audacity to lament here? Young Master Song, there is still no news of Qinlong. Matters are progressing unfavorably. Could you grant me a bit more time? Time? I have no time left. You must consider this. If you fail to deal with Lin Feng, I shall take matters into my own hands. Moreover, once I call my father, you can await your fate. Duan Suqian won't be able to save you. Young Master Song, a crisis has arisen. We must find a solution. Lin Feng is no ordinary opponent. I believe Mr. Song has underestimated his capabilities. Aha, so you imply my father's responsibility lies here? I will not remain here to endure this humiliation. I am returning to Beijing now. Await your misfortune. A sudden glint of malice flashed in Sun Liang's eyes as he seized a crystal ashtray from the table and struck it violently against Song Wei's skull. Ah! A scream erupted as blood gushed forth. Yet Sun Liang seemed to have lost all rationality. Damn it! I warned you not to complain. You, a wealthy second generation, know nothing of hardship. I shall send you on your way. Bang! 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 Sun Liang appeared deranged, his emotions spiraling out of control, as if he were crushing a watermelon rather than a man's head. Initially, Song Wei struggled, but Sun Liang was relentless, offering no opportunity for retaliation. Gradually, Song Wei's legs began to twitch. Moments later, he lay motionless on the ground. Sun Liang expelled a breath of pent-up frustration and collapsed beside him. Upon seeing Song Wei, now a grotesque sight, a tremor of fear crept through him. Young Master Song? Young Master Song? Wake up. I did not mean to. Please don't scare me. Rise. However, Song Wei lay unresponsive, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, devoid of life. Sun Liang trembled as he reached out cautiously to check for breath, only to retract his hand in horror, stumbling backward. Young Master, you cannot be dead. What shall I do if you are? Wake up, please. At that moment, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside, followed by the faint sound of brakes, signaling a vehicle had parked below Jubela. A flicker of terror crossed Sun Liang's face as he rushed to the window and peered down, promptly collapsing in shock. He beheld 3 police cars and several officers gathered outside. Turning back to the lifeless Song Wei, an overwhelming despair engulfed him. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by Wang Hai's commanding voice. Be vigilant. Ensure he does not escape. Qinlong arrived alongside Sun Liang from Yanjing. There must be more to this story. We need to uncover the puppet master behind it all. Understood, Captain, came the response. As the words fell, several officers ascended the stairs, greeted by a pungent scent of blood that was almost suffocating. Wang Hai's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, noting the bloodstains and a body sprawled face up, eyes wide open, unmistakably deceased. A sense of dread gripped him as he lifted his gaze, spotting a shadow darting past. Someone was attempting to flee. Drawing his firearm with urgency, he shouted, "Stop him! Do not let him escape!" Chapter 62. Outside, a torrential downpour lashed the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Such weather is not uncommon in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai during this season. Sun Liang was escorted into the police vehicle, and the Jubao building was thoroughly sealed off, making its reopening nearly impossible. Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief. He had already ascertained the identity of the deceased. Should the perpetrator escape, the ramifications would be dire. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped him, as the death of Song Wei would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Captain, the individual is apprehended, and the forensic team has arrived. What shall we do next? Withdraw the team and report the situation to Yanjing. The onlookers, startled by the commotion, were equally astonished. Just hours earlier, A press conference had been held, and now such a shocking event unfolded. TSK. It must be that fool who spent a fortune on a counterfeit, harboring resentment against Lin Feng, and thus eliminated Sun Liang. Seems like bad feng shui. Who would dare take over the Jubao building now? Within a fortnight, Sun Liang has encountered misfortune. This place is cursed. Why do I have the impression that Sun Liang and Song Wei were in cahoots? Rumor has it that the true owner of Jubao building is Song Chunggong. Could it be an internal conflict? Let us not speculate. An earthquake might occur. Ultimately, the biggest beneficiary is Lin Feng. At Wang Yongchang's residence, Lin Feng stood by the window, unfazed as the rain intensified outside. The death of Song Wei was now a foregone conclusion. 2 days prior, he had glimpsed the future in the news. Tonight, Song Wei would meet his end at the hands of Sun Liang. Shaolin, I suspect that Song Wei and Sun Liang were allies. We must remain vigilant. Grandfather was right. This person was ruthless during our time together in Yanjing, and he will surely seek revenge. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he casually picked up the television remote. What if Song Wei dies? Wang Yongchang was taken aback. Shaolin, we must not act impulsively. Murder will inevitably lead to trouble. Grandfather, that's not accurate. Lin Feng wouldn't act foolishly. There must be a rationale behind his words. Evidently, Wang Xian had a far greater understanding of Lin Feng than Wang Yongchang. Don't elevate me to the status of a sage. I'm merely speculating. However, my words have proven prophetic in the past. What if I am correct once more? Suddenly, the front door of the living room swung open with a resounding crash, startling Wang Yongchang. Turning, he saw Wang Chang, drenched and breathless. What's the matter? Why the panic? Wang Chang gulped, his voice trembling. Song Wei is dead. Murdered. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Except for Lin Feng, the rest were momentarily rendered speechless. Song Wei is dead? How did this happen? Where did you hear this? It's true. Some merchants from Antique Street witnessed it. They saw Wang Hai take him away, and it said that Sun Liang was the one who killed him. Indeed, my words seem to hold weight, Lin Feng remarked, bringing everyone back to reality. Wang Yongchang and Wang Xian stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. How could Sun Liang kill Song Wei? Right, it doesn't seem plausible. How could Sun Liang muster the audacity? Lin Feng shrugged with a smile. I cannot say, perhaps it was over that 1 billion? Exactly. I inquired and learned that it stemmed from the auction house. Song Wei was swindled out of 1 billion, which led to a conflict between them. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The manner of Song Wei's demise and the motivations behind it were inconsequential. What mattered was that the 3 individuals involved had all met their end here. That was the crux of the matter. Moreover, Song Wei was known for his intense jealousy, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Lin Feng. He had long pondered ways to eliminate him. Now, this opportunity seemed providential. Grandfather, uncle, there's no need to worry. Song Wei is dead, killed by Sun Liang, who is his accomplice. We cannot be blamed for Song Chunggong's wrath. Indeed, we did not take his life. One could only say he reaped what he sowed, Wang Xian echoed. Quite right. Everything must be governed by law and reason. Sun Liang committed the act. If Song Chunggong seeks retribution, he cannot target us. Wang Yongchang, not an ordinary man, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. Aching, from today onward, deploy personnel to monitor the movements of Longting Group and Song Chunggong around the clock. Inform me immediately of any unusual activity. Understood, Father. Shaolin. While it is clear to everyone, I remain concerned for your safety. Song Chunggong has a notorious reputation. Rest assured, in the short term, he wouldn't dare act against me. And let us not forget Qin Long. Even he would face difficulties if he were to associate with this desperate man, Lin Feng asserted confidently. In Yanjing, a vast standalone villa was surrounded by crowds, as prominent media outlets from the capital awaited news of Song Chunggong. The report of Song Wei's murder had spread throughout Huaxia. Chapter 63. Latest news from the Shanghai market. Song Wei is dead. This is a fact I have confirmed through inquiries with local colleagues. It is said that he was killed by Sun Liang, the chief appraiser at Shangyun Building in Panjiayuan. What exactly transpired? I find myself somewhat bewildered. It is puzzling, considering that Duan Suchuan and Song Chunggong had a close relationship. How could this sudden event occur? Have you heard? This incident also involves someone named Qin Long, who is purportedly Duan Suchuan's personal bodyguard and a mercenary with several lives on his hands. This situation has escalated significantly. I have heard that the entire Song family is in turmoil. Song Chunggong is furious, having dismissed a large portion of the household staff. Reporters have been stationed outside for 2 hours, but they are kept at bay by a group of bodyguards clad in black. Judging by their demeanor, any attempt to breach would surely result in physical repercussions. Inside the grand villa, a beautiful woman has collapsed to the floor, her face streaked with tears. Chunggong, how could this happen to Xiao Wei? Why? He was my only son. You must avenge him. Song Chunggong remains expressionless, puffing on a cigar, while the servants around him lower their heads, afraid to breathe, as the atmosphere turns stifling. Rest assured, my son will not have died in vain. Sun Liang killed Song Wei? Humph, even if that is true, I choose not to believe it. Prepare the vehicle. Yes, sir. The butler replies softly before exiting the living room. Chunggong, where are you going? Gather yourself, we are heading to Shanghai. I will personally retrieve Xiao Wei's body, and there are others I need to meet as well. A business prodigy? All-powerful? A sinister smile curls at the corners of Song Chunggong's mouth. Panjiayuan in Yanjing is renowned as the nation's most famous antique trading market. On the surface, it appears chaotic and disordered, yet it is teeming with hidden talents. Among the larger establishments, some boast not only historical significance but also formidable backgrounds. Shangyun Building, one of the most notable shops, is said to have ancestral ties to the imperial court. Duan Suchuan, the current proprietor, trembles as he clutches a newspaper, disbelief written across his face. Song Wei is dead? Killed by Sun Liang? Qin Long has been captured? His identity has been exposed? Am I dreaming? As the world spins around him, Duan Suchuan feels as though he is caught in a nightmare. However, when he retrieves his phone and opens the news app, the last remnants of hope shatter. This is disastrous, is his immediate thought. He quickly pulls up Song Chunggong's number from his contacts, but after several attempts, he receives no answer. He could never have anticipated that this collaboration with Song Chunggong, initially promising, would take such a grim turn. In a private room of an upscale tea house in Yanjing. Grandfather, look, something major has happened with the Song family. Song Wei is dead. The young man, Zhang Peng, hails from the Zheng family of Yanjing. He was once a classmate of Wang Xian. The Zheng family's Dihao group is one of Yanjing's elite, operating under a modern corporate structure rather than a family business. Never underestimate anyone and certainly do not risk your life for a woman, the elderly man, Zhang Taibei, implies. Zhang Peng feels a twinge of embarrassment, understanding his grandfather's insinuation, and lowers his head in silence. A newspaper rests on the table, and Zhang Taibei gazes at Lin Feng's face, his expression inscrutable. Who exactly is this person? Does Song Wei's death have any connection to him? At Choshui Mountain Villa in Yanjing, a picturesque locale filled with the sounds of nature, a young woman sits with her legs crossed, embodying elegance and vivacity. Oh, so Song Wei is dead? And in Shanghai, no less? He finally met his demise. This incident has stirred quite a commotion. Song Chunggong is furious and intends to travel to Shanghai to recover Song Wei's body. Moreover, this individual is likely to become a target for Song Chunggong. He is rather handsome, but provoking Song Chunggong could lead to dire consequences. Should we not have some fun? Xiaoxue, are you looking to stir trouble again? A voice interjects as a middle-aged man enters, dressed in traditional attire with an air of refinement. Though admonishing, there is a hint of affection in his tone. Father, it's just that with that scoundrel Song Wei dead, I feel a sense of joy, nothing more. You impudent girl, do I not know you? Very well, I need to visit Shanghai, so you shall accompany me. However, remember not to cause any trouble, and do not engage with this young man, for Song Chunggong has lost his mind. The girl pouts, her reluctance evident. Understood, you're so tedious. This girl and the middle-aged man are not ordinary individuals. Their family owns Shangtai, the most famous auction house in China. The middle-aged man is Jiang Hua, the owner of the auction house, and the young woman is his daughter, Jiang Shui. In an instant, a tempest brews within China, as the death of Song Wei ignites the fury of the Song family. Song Qinggong's journey to Shanghai is undoubtedly not merely to retrieve a body. Simultaneously, various factions across the nation fix their gaze upon Shanghai, focusing on Lin Feng, the emerging young talent. Chapter 64. In a startling turn of events, Song Qinggong of Longting Group is set to travel to Shanghai to retrieve the body of Song Wei. His assistant has hinted that this matter will not be easily resolved, warning that individuals should not attempt to distance themselves from the situation. Reports suggest that this incident serves as a warning, with speculation linking it to Lin Feng, who has recently emerged in the Shanghai market. The news has taken the public by storm, with the top 5 trending topics all related to this event. Television broadcasts and newspapers are saturated with coverage, highlighting the immense interest surrounding Song Wei's death. This tragedy has not only disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere of Huaxia, but has also placed Lin Feng in a perilous position. Just half an hour prior, Lin Feng had spent a tedious 30 minutes on the phone reassuring Wang Exine, who was genuinely worried, despite the inconvenience. Contemplating the unfolding situation, he felt compelled to remain vigilant in case of any significant developments. In the living room, Lin Feng held his phone, poised to search for Song Qinggong's name, but hesitated upon encountering an intriguing news article. According to reports, the Shanghai police had apprehended a thief who evaded all surveillance at the Imperial Dynasty estate last night at midnight, managing to steal 2 mobile phones and cash amounting to 10,000 yuan. The thief, identified as Li Mu, claimed to be a descendant of the legendary thief, Yanzi Li San. The date was July 13th, meaning the previous day was July 12th, which was, in fact, today. Lin Feng glanced at the clock. It was 10:50 p.m., leaving just over an hour until the incident occurred. His curiosity piqued. Now that he had established his company, acquired wealth, and honed his skills, there was one thing missing: a personal bodyguard. However, such a role could not simply be filled by hiring a few from a security firm. Every prominent figure had several capable individuals at their side. The news of the thief captured Lin Feng's attention. This Li Mu, purportedly a descendant of Yanzi Li San, had demonstrated impressive skills by avoiding surveillance at the Imperial Dynasty estate. Lin Feng stepped onto the balcony, surveying his surroundings, and found everything to be calm and quiet, with no signs of life in sight. After a moment of reflection, he turned off all the lights inside, locked the doors, and activated all the security measures. He was eager to gauge the thief's abilities and character, curious whether he possessed any dubious past. At 11:25 p.m., a shadow appeared on a slope south of the Imperial Dynasty estate. It was a slight figure dressed in tattered clothing, clearly a vagrant. The individual appeared to be in their 20s, with shifty eyes that, while not lewd, conveyed a sense of cleverness. Such a fine place, he mused. These wealthy folks certainly know how to enjoy life. Lin Feng has been quite popular lately. It seems I have a lesson to teach him. With that, he deftly executed a graceful somersault, effortlessly clearing a wall over 3 meters high. Inside the security room, a guard thought he heard something and peered outside, but aside from the distant rustling of leaves, nothing seemed amiss. "Hey, did you see anyone pass by?" one guard asked. "Nope. What are you thinking? This is the Imperial Dynasty estate. Do you think a thief can just waltz in?" The 2 guards, oblivious to Li Mu's presence, returned to their diligent monitoring of the surveillance feeds. Meanwhile, Li Mu had stealthily maneuvered through the underbrush and reached the side of Building 18. The next scene, if witnessed, would surely send chills down the spine of any onlooker. Instead of using the front entrance, he pressed his hands against the wall and, like a gecko, began to scale it. In the blink of an eye, he was at the 10th floor, no exaggeration. Such agility was rare throughout Huaxia and the nation at large. Outside Lin Feng's window, the shadow slipped inside, and after a nimble roll, Li Mu's face broke into a smug smile. Room 1818 was directly before him, and he crouched to inspect the door lock. Damn it, another one of these locks, multiple security measures. This will take some effort, but no matter, where there's effort, there's reward. With such wealth, there must be plenty of valuable items inside. He thought to himself as he donned gloves and retrieved a small iron tool to begin his task. At that moment, Lin Feng, inside the house, heard a faint sound, a flicker of amusement crossing his face as he glanced at the clock. It was 11:55 p.m., which meant that the four locks could only delay the intruder for 5 minutes. Anticipation began to brew within him. This individual outside truly appeared to be a rare and exceptional talent. If he could be persuaded to serve him, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Chapter 65. On the sofa, Lin Feng's pupils glimmered brightly in the darkness. Beside him lay a shovel, meticulously prepared for the peculiar individual outside. Although he considered himself a skilled practitioner, he recognized that his opponent's methods were unorthodox, necessitating vigilant caution. As time ticked away, the doorknob emitted faint clicking sounds. Lin Feng glanced at the clock. There were merely 30 seconds until midnight. He had granted this individual a mere 5 minutes. Should they fail to enter by then, it would signify their exit, culminating in a grim fate of incarceration. However, as the clock's hand reached 12, the doorknob suddenly clicked open, and the door swung ajar. Lin Feng's face illuminated with delight as he grasped the shovel, his eyes fixed on the entrance, a flicker of excitement dancing within them. A foot clad in cloth shoes stepped inside, and Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This person was evidently formidable, as he made no discernible sound. This was indeed the legendary lightness of foot. Having prepared in advance, Lin Feng observed Li Mu's every move from the shadows. Soon, a youthful visage came into view, accompanied by a stream of information. Name, Li Mu. Age, 19. Occupation, homeless, thief. Personality, cheerful, lively, kind-hearted. Background, orphan, descendant of the legendary Li San, adept in the lost art of thievery. Skills, wall climbing, lockpicking, pickpocketing, stealth, family martial arts of unknown origin. Notes: resides in the southern district of Hu City, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished, donating stolen goods to nearby homeless individuals, retaining only what is necessary for his own sustenance. A spark of insight flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. A surge of joy welled within him. From Li Mu's character alone, it was evident he was not a malevolent soul. If not for desperation, he would not resort to such measures, and the fact that he utilized stolen funds for altruism was commendable. Indeed, this young man possessed extraordinary skills. Upon entering, he performed a swift roll, seeking refuge in a shadowy corner. After ensuring his surroundings were secure, he swiftly made his way to the living room. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly activated the remote control in his hand, plunging the entire room into darkness. The 500-square-meter residence, once ablaze with light, now rendered Li Mu motionless, as if frozen by an invisible force. His head turned mechanically, and upon seeing Lin Feng reclining in a chair, a sly smile gracing his lips, he felt a surge of trepidation. "Young man, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," Lin Feng declared, rising with the shovel in hand, his countenance radiating amusement. "You would do well not to move. I am aware of your prowess, yet I am also a master of combat. Armed with a weapon, your chances of victory are slim. Not to mention this remote control, with a mere press, the security personnel downstairs will be alerted, and escape shall elude you." Li Mu's complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as his eyes widened in terror, filled with confusion. "How is it that you possess such knowledge? Who divulged these secrets to you? That is of no concern to you. I am aware of your name, Li Mu. Your age, 19, your status as an orphan residing in the southern district. Tell me, are you in need of funds? I could assist you. Why you would give me money? Don't play tricks on me. I know you intend to alert the authorities. However, could you do me a favor? What favor do you seek? There are many homeless individuals who have gone days without food. If you could spare some funds to aid them, I, Li Mu, would be most grateful." This audacious youth, without hesitation, knelt before Lin Feng, preparing to bow his head in reverence. "Good heavens, you kneel before me? As a man, is it customary to bow to others? Aside from one's parents, do you bow to anyone else? Mr. Lin, I am aware of your wealth. I am utterly desperate. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a desire to procure some funds to help others survive." Lin Feng burst into laughter, leaving Li Mu bewildered. There are numerous ways to assist others. Theft is not the only avenue. For instance, you could earn money to provide for them.
Li Mu sighet in resignation.
For someone like me, securing employment is a challenge. People see my lack of credentials and do not hire me, even for labor jobs. Come work for me, Lin Feng suddenly proposed,
Li Mu froze momentarily.
quickly regaining his composure. Mr. Lin, do not jest. Work for you? What would I be capable of? What can you do? With your ability to scale such heights unassisted, and your array of skills, I require a personal bodyguard. Room and board provided with an annual salary of 1 million, plus bonuses. Will you accept? Li Mu's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto Lin Feng's, seeking confirmation of the sincerity behind his words. Are you serious? With a swift motion, Lin Feng tossed a thick stack of currency onto the table. Take this for now. Come to my company tomorrow at 8 to sign the contract. Chapter 66. It was a night reminiscent of a dream. Having left the orphanage at the tender age of 12 and embarked on his journey, he had never faltered until today, when he met Lin Feng. He faced utter defeat, a complete rout. Yet, that was not the crux of his dismay. The man not only refrained from reporting him but also insisted that he serve as his subordinate. Boss, if you require me to bow, I fear my heart would be troubled. You are truly a living bodhisattva. Enough. No more games. From now on, focus on your work. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a detailed outline of your future responsibilities. With a heart full of gratitude and admiration for Lin Feng, Li Mu departed from his residence, clutching the 30,000 yuan bestowed upon him. Little did he know that this act of theft would become a pivotal moment in his life. The following morning at 7:50, within Lin Feng's office, Li Mu curiously surveyed the expansive 100-square-meter space. Quite punctual, aren't we, Mr. Lin? Last night I was so exhilarated that I couldn't sleep a wink, feeling as though I was caught in a dream. Didn't I give you 30,000? Have you not taken care of it? Li Mu scratched his head, feeling rather sheepish as he replied. Those homeless individuals seemed quite pitiful, so I shared it with them. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, yet he secretly admired Li Mu's character. Despite possessing remarkable skills, he adhered steadfastly to his principles, a feat not easily accomplished by the average person. Moreover, were those homeless individuals truly worthless? Li Mu's presence was sought not only to serve as a bodyguard but also because those homeless individuals might one day prove useful. A thin contract lay on the table, outlining salary and various particulars. Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, 1 million in annual salary with a year-end bonus. And you're gifting me an apartment near the city center?
Plus, à quart?
Isn't this salary a bit excessive? What? Are you truly considering me for the position of a security guard? Lin Feng's fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the desk, his question laden with significance. Boss, do you have some secret mission for me? Goodness, what are you thinking? Perhaps you should write a screenplay instead. Let me be frank. Your role carries certain risks. I won't pressure you. The decision to stay is entirely yours. Boss, with such talk of danger, I fear nothing, not even the threat of peril. Lin Feng chuckled softly, retrieving a sheet of paper from his drawer and placing it before Li Mu. Examine this closely, and then provide me with your answer. 2 minutes later, Li Mu looked up, perplexed. Is it truly this simple? Indeed, it is simple, yet not necessarily so. Your identity will be that of a security guard for Dingfeng Group, but concurrently you shall serve as my personal bodyguard. I wish to keep your existence under wraps. Do you comprehend my intent? Li Mu's expression shifted, suddenly animated. Are you implying I will be a secret weapon? That's one way to put it, Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. Boss, is the death of that man, Song Wei, truly connected to you? I've heard his father is coming to Shanghai, presumably targeting you. Xiao Li, it may soon be time to test your capabilities. Lin Feng did not address his inquiry directly, but instead spoke cryptically, marking the moment when a shadowy assassin appeared by his side. 3 days later, in the chairman's office of Yongchang Tower. Grandfather, I have no objections to your decision, and I believe Lin Feng's abilities are more than sufficient to manage the situation. Father, I share no dissent, but I must raise a concern. If Song Chunggong comes at us fiercely, it is undoubtedly aimed at Xiao Lin. Will this decision not irrevocably close off future avenues? I understand your point. Currently, we maintain a certain distance from Dingfeng. Should Xiao Lin falter, he still has an escape route. However, with this decision, should we fail, we risk losing everything, including Yongchang. At that moment, Wang Xian suddenly laughed. Father, what ails you? Have you become so cautious in your old age? Song Chunggong's ambitions are not new. Do you truly believe he would refrain from action without Lin Feng? Peiqing, you fail to see what Xian perceives. Do you not realize that our strength alone cannot rival Song Chunggong? Thus, uniting all forces for a decisive gamble is the only righteous path. Moreover, I sense that Xiao Lin's achievements extend far beyond the confines of Shanghai. Regardless, even setting aside his connection to Xian, I feel compelled to assist him. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Assistant Chen Fu entered. Chairman, Manager Wang. Miss, as per your instructions, the invitations are fully printed and ready for distribution at your convenience. Wang Yongchang glanced at the calendar and replied nonchalantly, let us announce this significant decision at my 80th birthday celebration. I am placing all my chips on Xiao Lin. At that moment, the 80-year-old man's eyes sparkled with determination. He understood that rather than hesitating, it was far wiser to risk everything. The strength Lin Feng had displayed could very well prove formidable, even against Song Chunggong. Chapter 67. From this day forth, invitations for the 80th birthday celebration of Wang Yongchang, the esteemed chairman of Yunchang Group in the Shanghai stock market, began to be dispatched. The guest list was replete with prominent figures, predominantly hailing from the entrepreneurial elite of East China, with fewer attendees from the south and north. Within this region, Wang Yongchang commanded immense respect and held a venerable reputation. Today, the atmosphere at Wang Yongchang's residence was vibrant and festive. The entrance was adorned with 2 large crimson lanterns, and red decorations were ubiquitous. Dressed in traditional Tang attire and accompanied by his granddaughter Wang Xian, Wang Yongchang warmly greeted the guests around him. Congratulations, old Wang. You've celebrated your 80th birthday. We now await your centenary. Indeed, you look radiant, certainly destined for longevity. I have also heard that you have found a remarkable match for Xian. Congratulations in advance. Your future grandson-in-law is quite the sensation, though rumors suggest he has connections in the capital. However, given your stature, I trust you will navigate any adversity with ease. Wang Yongchang continued to engage with the guests, his smile inviting. Among them were those who genuinely offered their congratulations, while others harbored ulterior motives beneath their cordial facades. Yet, on this special occasion, Wang Yongchang chose not to dwell on suspicions. Surrounding journalists, cameras in hand, were brimming with excitement. Mr. Wang, is there any connection between the death of Song Wei and Mr. Lin? The Song family has come to Shanghai. What are your thoughts on this matter? Indeed, it is well known that Song Wei had a feud with Mr. Lin. There is a possibility that he may direct his ire toward you. If you do not mind, could you share your stance on the situation? Yes, the current climate is tumultuous, with various factions in Beijing stirring. Some even speculate that your birthday celebration may turn into a day of mourning for you. What is your view on this? Wang Yongchang smiled faintly, his demeanor tranquil, unfazed by the inquiries. Today, not only are the media from Shanghai present, but esteemed outlets from surrounding cities have also gathered. I wish to take this opportunity to announce a significant decision. I apologize for taking up a bit of your time. Suddenly, the lights in the courtyard dimmed, and Wang Chang handed a microphone to his father. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my 80th birthday. As I have aged, my health has often been precarious. Were it not for young Lin, I might have already passed beyond the veil. Here, Wang Yongchang paused, but the journalists sensed a turning point. It seemed he was preparing to pass the mantle. In their eyes, the most likely successor appeared to be not Wang Chang but Wang Xian. However, what followed from Wang Yongchang's lips left everyone astounded. Cease your speculation. Allow me to clarify. After much contemplation, I have decided to step down as chairman of Yunchang Group and will be gifting 35 of my shares to Lin Feng. At that moment, a hush fell over the crowd. Crash! A camera slipped from someone's grasp and shattered on the floor, clearly a victim of shock. Is this true? My heavens! Gifting 35 of shares to Lin Feng? Does he not already possess 20? Who will succeed Wang Yongchang after his resignation? Oh my, it is Lin Feng. Wang Yongchang is bequeathing the company to him. Gradually, realization dawned upon the crowd, but the knowledge only deepened their astonishment. This was a conglomerate valued at several hundred billion. Such a gift was unprecedented. Do not be astonished. My granddaughter Wang Xian and Lin Feng have formed a strong bond. His becoming my grandson-in-law is a foregone conclusion. In this era, opportunities must be afforded to the younger generation. I hereby announce that the future chairman of Yunchang Group will be Lin Feng. The atmosphere ignited, the announcement a veritable bombshell that would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the commercial circles of East China. Just then, the sound of a car screeching to a halt echoed from the villa's entrance. Turning to look, they beheld a brand-new Rolls-Royce leading a convoy of 5 identical Mercedes S600s. As the car doors opened, Lin Feng emerged from the back seat, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd, camera flashes erupting like fireworks. Grandfather, I apologize for my tardiness. Today, Lin Feng was clad in formal attire. His imposing stature paired with a ruggedly handsome visage elicited admiration from countless onlookers. Behind him stood 20 bodyguards in black, exuding an air of intimidation. Young Lin, it is of no matter, we are among family. As it happens, I have important news to share with you. Grandfather, I am already aware. Your high-profile announcement has ensured that the entire world is now informed. Lin Feng produced his phone, opened a news app, and was greeted by 7 trending news articles regarding his ascension to the chairmanship of Yunchang Group. Meanwhile, aboard a private jet, Song Chunggong reclined on a luxurious sofa, fixated on the latest headline. Breaking news! Wang Yongchang gifts 35 of shares. Lin Feng becomes the next chairman of Yunchang Group, destined to reign as the future emperor of commerce in Shanghai. A chilling smile crept across Song Chunggong's face. The emperor of Shanghai? He may as well prepare for his own burial. Chapter 68. A luxurious Gulfstream G private jet descended smoothly upon the international airport of Hu City, swiftly surrounded by a substantial security presence. At the airport entrance, Wang Hai stood behind a convoy of over 10 police vehicles, the area entirely cordoned off by law enforcement. Captain, do we really need this many personnel to receive one individual? This seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Perhaps you should have a word with the director? After all, who is he? A renowned entrepreneur in Huaxia. If anything were to happen here, would you bear the responsibility? Captain, that's not my intent. I merely wonder if this is an overreaction. The public safety in Hu City is commendable. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, his bodyguards will undoubtedly be numerous.
Xiaoli.
Your chatter is excessive. Are you not aware of the current situation? By the way, what news from Wang Yongchang? Ha! Captain, you won't believe it. Wang Yongchang has transferred his shares to Lin Feng. That young man is now the chairman of Yongchang. What?
Wan Hai Ekalim. Astonitz.
It had only been a short while, and Lin Feng had already ascended to such heights, leaving him genuinely shocked. At that moment, a group appeared at the airport exit, led by a middle-aged man Song Chunggong. From a distance, Wang Hai felt as though a towering mountain loomed before him, suffocating him with its presence. Let us go greet him. Everyone be sharp. Simultaneously, around 11 p.m., the banquet was nearing its conclusion. The spotlight, which was originally meant for Wang Yongchang, had undeniably shifted to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, there is no need for you to see us off. Mr. Wang truly possesses exceptional foresight, so young yet worth billions. Surely, Mr. Lin will have a significant place in the future of Huaxia's business landscape. Indeed, the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward. We are growing old. Mr. Wang has an eye for talent. Finding a successor like Mr. Lin is no easy feat. Lin Feng's complexion flushed, evidently having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, as he nonchalantly ushered the guests out of the Wang family villa. Half an hour later, with the guests departed, tranquility finally enveloped the villa. Grandfather, I truly appreciate your support this time. Haha, no need to thank me. Just treat Xian well in the future. However, given the current circumstances, we must devise a strategy to deal with Wang Yongchang. Lin Feng smiled, his lips curving upward. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Beside him, Wang Xian tightly clasped Lin Feng's hand, her concern evident. At 2 a.m., after leaving the police station, Song Chunggong's face was nearly as dark as coal, his wife beside him weeping profusely. The stark reality of the cold body in the morgue weighed heavily upon them. Despite his ruthless nature, Song Chunggong held genuine affection for his son. In the car returning to the hotel, Song Chunggong dialed a number. Hello. How did everything go? Mr. Song, rest assured. I've made my presence known tonight. I believe it won't be long before I establish a connection with him. Remember this. The act must be convincing. He should truly feel there is profit to be gained. If you succeed, the 2 skyscrapers in Yanjing will be yours. If you fail, you might as well continue your life as a coal magnate. Yes, Mr. Song, you can trust me. I won't let you down. After hanging up, Song Chunggong's wife, through her tears, asked old Song, our son is gone. How will I live from now on? Do not worry. Xiao Wei is not alone down there. Some people deserve a slow, torturous end. I will ensure they suffer. In the executive suite of the Leafen Hotel in Hu City, Lu Dahu hung up the phone, drenched in cold sweat. In the living room, a young man lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, watching him with a smirk. Finished your call? Young brother, now that you're here, can you let me go? I don't want to be part of your conflict. I'll return to Ningxing immediately. How does that sound? Mr. Lu, now that you're here, do you think you can just leave? Or should I share these documents with the media? I believe they would find it quite intriguing. The young man was none other than Li Mu, who began flipping through a stack of documents on the table. On May 25th, 3 years ago, a collapse occurred at your Ningxing coal mine, and you failed to report it accurately, it seems. 2 years ago, over 10 workers sought you for unpaid wages. Among them, some were hit by cars, leaving them disabled, while others faced unprovoked assaults. Moreover, there are those who receive daily harassment calls. Oh, and this is even more astounding. You possess 3 coal mines without mining permits. You truly are impressive. Lu Dahu gazed at Li Mu in terror, his lips pale, the flesh of his face trembling with evident fear. How? How do you know all this? Haha, Mr. Lu, I can share even more. Our boss has stated that even if you assist Song Chunggong, the ultimate outcome will be your demise. Your family shattered and those mines will fall into his grasp. Consider your options carefully. The choice is yours. Chapter 69. Lu Dahu lowered his head, his gaze vacant. Initially, he had hoped to gain some advantage in the Shanghai market, but it now appeared that such advantages were elusive, and trouble was assured. When deities clash, it is the innocents who suffer. Very well. I shall assist you in this charade, but you must guarantee my safety afterwards. Mr. Lu, to be frank, you are quite astute. The boss has assured that as long as you comply, you will remain unharmed. 5 minutes later, in a secluded corner outside the hotel, Li Mu retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Feng. The boss has taken care of it. After hanging up, he swiftly vanished into the night. At 2 a.m. After concluding his call with Li Mu, Lin Feng opened his phone once more. A plethora of significant news from the future awaited him. According to reports, on July 20th, Jiang Hua, the proprietor of one of Asia's most renowned auction houses, Xiangtai, arrived in Shanghai with unclear intentions. Media speculates a possible connection to Song Chunggwei in the city. Breaking news. A key figure from the Yanjing Empire Group arrived in Shanghai this morning. Authoritative agencies speculate that due to Lin Feng's affairs, various factions are now focusing their attention on the Shanghai market, heralding an era of both risks and opportunities. The day after Song Chunggwei's arrival in Shanghai, he announced a bombshell. In the next 6 months, he will invest 10 billion in the Shanghai market, indicating his intention to delve into all industries associated with Dingfeng Group. Speculation abounds that this matter is linked to the death of his own son. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. Indeed, one of the reports, concerning his own deception and substantial investments in coal mines, was conspicuously absent. It seemed that the situation had truly been resolved. By altering the trajectory of events, he could reshape the future. At this juncture, Lin Feng had comprehensively understood the full capabilities of his golden finger, which could be deemed extraordinarily powerful. Additionally, 2 other news items captured Lin Feng's attention. Notably, tomorrow, another prominent figure was set to arrive in Shanghai, evidently coming in response to Lin Feng and Song Chunggwei. For safety's sake, Lin Feng employed a targeted search but found no significant news regarding them in the Shanghai market. Clearly, this group was merely there to observe the unfolding drama. Humph, let them come. They shall keep their distance, or I would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. The following day at 9:30 a.m., the lobby of Dingfeng Tower was teeming with people. Today marked Lin Feng's inaugural press conference. drawing nearly every media outlet in Shanghai. Dear journalists, as this is my first press conference, I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Today, I primarily wish to address several key directions for the future of our group, as well as the incident regarding the tragic death of Song Chingwei's son, which has garnered much public interest. The reporters, wide-eyed, were remarkably silent and did not interrupt. Lin Feng surveyed the crowd with a smile, stating, "Regarding the future of the group, I firmly adhere to my principles. We shall not go public. I have already discussed this with Wang Lao. Yongchang Group will also delist and merge with Dingfeng. After reassessing the assets, I will allocate a certain percentage of shares to the Wang family." After speaking, Lin Feng glanced at the audience, aware that their primary curiosity lay elsewhere. As for Song Wei's death, let me clarify. He was killed by Sun Liang, and I bear no responsibility. If such blame can be unjustly placed upon me, should I not also hold Song Chengwei accountable for being an eyesore if my heart is troubled? The reporters fell silent, struck by Lin Feng's audacious rhetoric, which undoubtedly stood out nationally. I believe this serves as a cautionary tale. As a public figure, a top-tier individual from Yanjing, how ought one to educate their children? With a competitive spirit and a lack of prudence, life is singular after all. I think Mr. Song should reflect on his actions rather than seek trouble with me. A collective gasp rose among the journalists, astonished at Lin Feng's words, some even lowering their cameras. "Mr. Lin, should we report your statement verbatim? Indeed, do you think it necessary to edit it for publication? I believe a bit of editing might be prudent. Otherwise, you may face complications." Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk, replying, "Report it as I have stated." "What? Does Mr. Song intend to frame me for something I did not do?" The charge of organized crime carries significant weight. The journalists, hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. They sensed that this press conference was anything but a loss. Lin Feng's remarks had the potential to create a media sensation. At that moment, in a CAF situated 20 meters from Dingfeng Tower, a young woman with a ponytail and oversized sunglasses observed Lin Feng intently. "Quite audacious indeed. I wonder if he can withstand the trials posed by Song Chengwei. Young man, should you triumph over Song Chengwei, you shall earn the right to be my friend." Removing her sunglasses revealed her stunning beauty, rivaling even Wang Xian. She was none other than Jiang Shui, the heiress of Shanghai Auction House, freshly arrived in Shanghai. In the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel, Lu Dahu bowed his head, feeling somewhat anxious. Song Chengwei set down his teacup, coldly inquiring, "Is everything in order?" Chapter 70. Mr. Song, rest assured that everything has been taken care of. After all, he is a young man, and our coal mine in Province S is notoriously violent. It is impossible for him to remain indifferent. Good. Let him be lured into spending money, and if all goes well, your dreams may be realized. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your support. Lu Dahu left the hotel, his heart heavy with apprehension. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the adjacent study. "Boss, there is no issue with Lu Dahu's information. He has had no contact with Lin Feng. Additionally, the Zheng family and Jiang family members have arrived in the city." "Humph, they have come to the city? Do they think they can watch the show?" "Ignore them. Our primary focus now is to deal with Lin Feng. Go meet with Wang Yongchang and convey what I instructed." The middle-aged man nodded and departed the room. His name was Chun Yufeng, a loyal confidant of Song Changgong, possessing remarkable strategic acumen and impressive skills. This time, a group of elite fighters secretly nurtured by the Song family had all been brought to the city. At 2 p.m., in the Wang family villa, Wang Yongchang, resting at home, was visited by an unexpected guest, though he displayed no signs of surprise. Yet, he was still astonished. Just 5 minutes prior, Lin Feng had informed him that someone from Song Changgong would be coming to see him, and now that individual had truly arrived. Wang Lao appeared to be in good spirits. At the age of 80, to maintain such vitality is no small feat. "May I ask how to address you?" "A mere nobody, just a dog under Mr. Song. Please see yourself out." Wang Yongchang stood and walked towards the second floor without looking back. Chun Yufeng was taken aback, surprised by the response. "Wang Lao, what do you mean? What qualifications does one who calls himself a dog have to speak with me? I, Wang Yongchang, do not converse with dogs." At these words, Chun Yufeng's expression darkened. Wang Lao, those who recognize the situation are wise. Lin Feng has offended Mr. Song. His consequences will not be favorable. I have heard that you have given away your company? Truly foolish. Oh, dog sir, what is your purpose in visiting me today? Wang Lao, sometimes being a dog is not such a bad thing. At least one is free from worries about food and shelter. I am here to show you a clear path. I am all ears. Wang Yongchang did not take a seat but remained standing. You are well aware of the stature of Longting Group and the Song family. Those who offend Mr. Song do not meet good ends. What Wang Lao must do is bow his head, admit a fault, and allow your granddaughter to marry into the Song family, ensuring your family's prosperity for generations. A daughter-in-law from the Song family? If I am not mistaken, Song Wei is solely under the command of Song Chunggong. From where does this notion of a daughter-in-law arise? Living people can marry, and so can the deceased. Have you heard of ghost marriages? While my young master's remains are still fresh, let him not feel lonely on the road to the underworld. His fangs bared, this notion was absurd. What era are we in? Ghost marriage? Are you jesting?
Wang Lao,
Do I appear to be joking? This is the only retreat for your Wang family. Although the group has been given to Lin Feng, you still possess numerous enterprises nationwide. Should we choose, you would face an imminent and catastrophic downfall. Would you care to test that? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongchang returned to the sofa, his expression unchanged. Yet to Chun Yufeng it was evident that he had compromised. Our Song family has a history of a century. You surely know what we did in tumultuous times. We could easily choose another method of retaliation, but we have not. You must learn to be grateful. At this moment, Chun Yufeng began to adopt a condescending stance, even dropping respectful titles, clearly revealing his intent to threaten. However, unexpectedly, Wang Yongchang crossed his legs, scrutinizing Chun Yufeng up and down, and chuckled, "Mr. Chun Yufeng, you truly are one for jest." Just as his words fell, Chun Yufeng's brow furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, yet deep within, there was a fleeting moment of panic. How did you know my name? The Chun family has served the Song family for generations. This goes back 80 years. TSK, TSK. It seems you have become quite accustomed to being a dog. With a crash, Chun Yufeng lost his composure, standing abruptly. His identity was known to few, hidden in the shadows, and the Song family's historical role was to assist the leaders with matters that could not be resolved through conventional means. Wang Yongchang, from whom did you learn my true identity? What? No longer discussing ghost marriages? Do you wish for the Wang family to pay a price? Throughout history, once a member of the Chun family reveals their true identity, they will forever be sidelined by the Song family. Your dog life has come to an end. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The once arrogant Chen Yufeng now squinted, while Wang Yongchang remained calm and collected, evidently in control of the situation.
Wang Lao,
Could you enlighten me as to which esteemed figure imparted this knowledge to you? Take a guess. Wang Yongchang reclined on the sofa, spreading his arms, a playful expression on his face. Meanwhile, he was inwardly astonished. What he had just uttered were all words directly from Lin Feng, and though he had held some skepticism at the time, it now seemed that every word was accurate. Chapter 71. Meanwhile, within the confines of his expansive office, Lin Feng was preoccupied with his mobile device. Earlier that morning, a foreboding piece of news from the future had sounded an alarm for him. The headline, dated a month ahead, read, "Former chairman of Dingfeng Group, Wang Yongchang, dies unexpectedly. His son, Wang Chang, is embroiled in smuggling allegations and faces incarceration." Reports suggest that this was orchestrated by the Song family, stemming from Wang Yongchang's refusal to apologize, which led to retaliation. A chill of dread washed over Lin Feng as he read the article, particularly when he noticed a photograph of Chun Yufeng captured from the side. Through his keen eyes, he discerned a crucial detail. He had meticulously unearthed every piece of information regarding Chun Yufeng, and this sudden incident served as a stark reminder for Lin Feng, compelling him to exercise utmost caution moving forward. With a smirk, he composed a text message and hit send, knowing the trap had been laid. Even if Song Chunggong were to escape unscathed, he would ensure that the repercussions would be severe. Ding! In the otherwise tranquil living room, Wang Yongchang remained composed, 2 cups of tea on the table now growing cold. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, His eyelids flickered momentarily before returning to their usual calm. Chen Yufeng, aged 49, a trusted confidant of Song Chenggong, was known for his strategic prowess and formidable skills. His family had served the Song clan for nearly a century, now spanning 4 generations. What precisely do you intend to convey? According to the ancestral teachings of the Chun family, those who stood close to the helm of the Song family were forbidden from marrying or bearing children, lest they leave behind any vulnerabilities or incriminating evidence. Violators would be ostracized. Enough, Wang Yongchang. What are you truly after? Faced with Chen Yufeng's furious outburst, Wang Yongchang remained unperturbed. What is your relationship with Wang Xiufang residing in Building 18A of Linglong Garden? And what about Chanan, a student at Yanjing First Middle School? At last, a flicker of fear could no longer be concealed as Chen Yufeng's gaze bore into Wang Yongchang, as if attempting to unearth his soul. Mr. Chun, shall I continue? 5 years ago, unrest erupted at Longting Group over salary disputes, and you were the one who fabricated evidence at Song Chenggong's behest, leading to a 10-year imprisonment of the innocent. 3 years prior, Song Chenggong faced accusations regarding substandard materials in his construction projects, resulting in a tragic death from falling debris. Following the family's complaints, he was fined 50 million, yet curiously, that family suffered a series of inexplicable accidents, all deemed coincidental. Coincidentally, last year Song Chenggong's son, Song Wei, forced a woman to ingest illicit substances in a bar, ultimately leading to her death. You were behind that, weren't you? A 10 million hush money payout, yet the victim still met a grim fate. Wang Yongchang rose suddenly, clapping his hands together. Impressive. Your strategic mind is formidable, and you leave no stone unturned. Truly remarkable.
Bang!
Chan Yufeng erupted, kicking over the coffee table, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yongchang. What? Are you willing to risk it all for your life? If that happens, your connections with Wang Xiufang and Chanan will be exposed, and all will be laid bare for the world to see. I possess ample evidence. Wang Yongchang remained calm, confident in Lin Feng's assurance that the opposition would yield. Indeed, Chen Yufeng suddenly appeared weakened, collapsing onto the sofa. Initially, he had stormed in with bravado, intent on assisting Song Chenggong in dealing with Wang Yongchang, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Can you tell me how you came by this information? And what exactly do you want from me? To be frank, I am merely a businessman, devoid of ulterior motives. All this information has been relayed to me by Lin Feng. What? Chen Yufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Terror etched across his face. He had never anticipated that a mere youth in his 20s could wield such power. Bound by ancestral edicts yet unwilling to act as an accomplice, he realized that Lin Feng's perspective was pragmatic. To err is human. As long as you comply, all can be negotiated. 10 minutes later, as Chen Yufeng departed Wang Yongchang's residence, his expression was cold, while Wang Yongchang remained courteous behind him, a scene captured by distant reporters. I knew it. There's no way they would let this slide. Lin Feng's path ahead will prove treacherous. Indeed, judging by Wang Yongchang's demeanor, it seemed he could no longer withstand the pressure and would have to concede. How intriguing. One wonders what terms were agreed upon. Ha! In the face of power, all is but illusion. Lin Feng's conflict with Song Wei arose from a woman, and I fear for the fate of that young lady, Wang Xian. Forget it. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. The current state of affairs in the Shanghai market is fraught with peril. At the Intercontinental Hotel in the presidential suite, the deal is sealed. But Wang Yongchang suggests we refrain from informing Lin Feng just yet, as it would serve as a surprise for him. Humph, this old man is quite astute. I had thought him to possess more integrity. Very well, let us choose an auspicious day. I intend to bring my son's coffin to propose to the Wang family. Rest assured, everything will be arranged meticulously. Regarding Chen Yufeng's words, Song Chenggong harbored not a shred of doubt. Chapter 72. 3 days later, according to the usual procedure, Song Chenggong would come to claim the body. What shall we do then? Nothing at all. We will simply retrieve our son's remains. What else can we do? Sun Liang has also been apprehended. The death penalty is inevitable. The key concern lies with Lin Feng and Wang Yongchang. Damn it, regardless of who it is, no one should dare to cause trouble on my turf. Wang Hai felt immense pressure. He understood that matters could not be so straightforward. it was highly probable that Lin Feng and Wang Yongchang would face retribution. However, he was at a loss regarding the methods Song Chunggong might employ. Inside a villa in the city of Shanghai, Jiang Shui savored a cup of homemade milk tea. Her father, Jiang Hua, was engrossed in news on his mobile device. Their visit to Shanghai was primarily for a grand international auction scheduled to take place in 2 weeks, of which their company, Shangtai, was one of the main organizers. The scale of this auction was monumental, featuring an array of items from precious gems to antiques and modern luxury crafts. Attendees would not only include prominent figures from within the country but also renowned individuals from abroad. Thus Jiang Hua was highly invested in the event. Regrettably, there was Lin Feng, who initially seemed a promising candidate but had drawn the ire of Song Chunggong. It appeared he would not withstand the impending storm. Dad, I beg to differ. I've researched him. In less than half a year, he has transformed from an orphan into what he is now. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Humph. My dear girl, do you think this is a television drama? In this country, Song Chunggong is practically at the pinnacle of power. Without the support of the state, what can this young man use to contend with him? Wang Yongchang was also a notable figure, and this time he had miscalculated. Someone had placed a bid, and the Song family dispatched individuals to Wang Yongchang's residence to personally escort him out, doing so with great courtesy. It seemed he had likely compromised. Jiang Shui scoffed. Having studied abroad in her youth, she found her father's words somewhat laughable. She did not believe Lin Feng could be so easily dealt with, as that simply defied logic. At the entrance of the villa, the sound of an engine echoed as a Mercedes-Benz van came to a halt outside. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hua furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He had come incognito. Why would anyone visit? Upon spotting the figure outside the window, he was taken aback. How could it be him? Dad, what were you saying? Did you think he was a pushover? 10 minutes later, in the living room, several pairs of eyes locked onto each other in astonishment. Lin Feng wore a smile, flanked by 3 bodyguards. Mr. Lin, how did you know I was staying here? Jiang Hua inquired. In Shanghai, it's not difficult to find out such things, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Hey, Lin Feng, did you come here for something? Jiang Shui asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with you. A hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Shui's eyes, but Jiang Hua's expression darkened. He asked sternly, Mr. Lin, we have no prior dealings. What could we possibly collaborate on? What if Song Chunggong becomes a thing of the past? Lin Feng proposed. Is it truly that simple? Do you believe your mere words suffice? With all due respect, Mr. Lin, you may be a tad naive. Suddenly, Jiang Shui erupted into laughter, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Don't mind my father, he is merely being obstinate. I can take charge of this, but you must first prove your capabilities. And how would you like me to demonstrate that? Lin Feng inquired, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of confidence bordering on arrogance. Xiao Shui, don't speak foolishly, Jiang Hua interjected, growing increasingly anxious. This was a serious matter. While he was not intimidated by Song Chunggong and Yanjing, there still existed a palpable disparity between them. It was merely a matter of standing. The issue was that the prominent families in Yanjing had maintained a balance of power for a considerable time. No one wished to disrupt that equilibrium. In his eyes, offending Song Chunggong for Lin Feng seemed utterly illogical and unnecessary. Ah, what a pity. It appears Mr. Jiang holds me in low regard. Mr. Lin, you and I have no grievances. I am astonished by your rapid rise in merely 4 months. However, the burdens I bear are quite substantial. I cannot afford such risks. Moreover, my visit to Shanghai serves a far more significant purpose. From a broader perspective, Jiang Hua indeed had too much at stake. A loss could spell disaster. He was not in a position to gamble recklessly. From the outset, I have no familial ties with Lin Feng. The critical point is that those in power in the capital often feel inherently superior, a trait ingrained in their very essence. Well then, I believe that as one of Asia's premier auction houses, there is ample opportunity for advancement. Since Mr. Jiang is so unwilling to entertain this notion, I shall consider it a non-issue. Ha! Mr. Lin, your bravado is rather grand. You speak as though our collaboration would elevate Shangtai to new heights. Do you suffer from delusions of grandeur? At this moment, Zhang Hua's demeanor grew increasingly hostile. Regardless of the circumstances, he found Lin Feng's youthful arrogance intolerable. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, even amused. He relished the visible shift in Zhang Hua's emotions. It was a clear sign that he had struck a nerve. Chapter 73. Those who dare not attempt anything dismiss me. Their courage is merely superficial. In my opinion, not to mention the auction house, even in Yanjing, Shanghai will forever be overshadowed by the other wealthy conglomerates. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted beside me. Zhang Hua and Lin Feng turned simultaneously, finding Jiang Shui beaming with delight. Mr. Lin is absolutely correct. My father is indeed obstinate. Alas, Shanghai is under my father's control. If you cannot demonstrate some capability, I fear you will find it exceedingly difficult to succeed. Lin Feng touched his nose. This young woman was quite intriguing, full of mischief, and relished sowing discord between him and Zhang Hua. Yet, at this moment she was an unexpected ally. Xiao Shui, do you possess any discernment? Do you know whom you should support? What do you mean by calling me obstinate? I am merely considering the greater good. No, I believe she is quite right. You are indeed stubborn, and your courage is laughable. Lin Feng's words were like fuel to the fire, igniting Zhang Hua's fury. Lin Feng, I acknowledge your prowess, yet you may be misinformed regarding the Song family's strength in Yanjing. This house is filled with my people. Do you think you can leave unscathed? Zhang Hua's anger flared. Not that he genuinely wished to harm Lin Feng, but he wanted him to understand the treacherous nature of society. Stepping back, he raised his right hand, signaling his assistant, who nodded in response. The room fell into an unsettling silence. The faint sound of movement emanating from the walls could be heard. Yet, after several seconds, there was no reaction. What is happening? Zhang Hua felt a sense of unease and turned to inquire. Mr. Zhang, I am uncertain. Let me investigate. The assistant, feeling anxious, ventured into the villa where, in several corners, at least 8 of the Zhang family's professional bodyguards, highly skilled, seemed to have vanished simultaneously. 2 minutes later, the assistant returned, a pallor of shock and terror on his face. Where are they? Zhang Hua's anxiety deepened. They have all lost consciousness. What do you mean? They were knocked out. Zhang Hua's gaze snapped to Lin Feng, scrutinizing him, his expression shifting. Did you orchestrate this? Lin Feng grinned, adjusting his attire. You just asked me if you could leave here. What do you think? If I wanted to take you with me now, it would be no trouble at all. Father, do you see? I told you it wouldn't be simple. A discussion is quite pleasant, isn't it? With just this little effort, if he intended us harm, we would have been finished already. Zhang Hua cast a deep, silent glance at Lin Feng before turning and striding into the living room. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hua stood in astonishment. Mr. Lin, is what you said true? A national treasure-level collectible? Soon, someone entered behind him, carrying a box and placing it on the table. Lin Feng fiddled with the combination lock, and the box opened with a satisfying click. A red cloth was lifted, revealing a massive, translucent white Buddha head. What do you think? This is the genuine Tang Dynasty Wu Zetian Jade Buddha head. Absolutely authentic. This revelation shocked not only Zhang Hua but even Jiang Shui. This Buddha head was undoubtedly a national treasure, a rare gem on the international stage. To my knowledge, this auction, organized by the prestigious M-Country Baoli Auction House, is indeed a rare event. However, does Shanghai possess anything worthy to showcase at this auction? Zhang Hua's heart trembled. This was his greatest dilemma. The auction was a joint effort of 10 auction houses, each required to present a top-tier item for bidding. For years, Shanghai had lingered outside the realm of elite auction houses due to their lack of authentic treasures. With a glance at Zhang Hua's expression, Lin Feng knew there was no need for further persuasion. Zhang Hua was intrigued. Go, bring out the items from the car. Yes, boss. A bodyguard exited the villa, and after a brief flurry in the car, returned. Old Zhang, I have come with sincerity. Take a look at this. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a gray-black plate. Is this the bronze plate you discovered at the gathering of treasures? Good eye. I dislike beating around the bush. I cannot simply gift you these 2 items, but I can entrust you with their auction. You can publicly claim they are your auction house's hidden treasures. What do you think? Jiang Hua's expression was one of excitement. He had no doubt that with these two items, Xiangtai would undoubtedly rank among the world's top auction houses this year, potentially doubling his commissions. Mr. Lin, this is incredibly tempting. I cannot refuse, but what would you require of me? Calming his emotions, Jiang Hua posed the question, already prepared to sever ties with the Song family for the future of the auction house. Quite simply, in 5 days, Song Changgong will arrive at my future father-in-law's residence with his son's coffin to create a disturbance. At that time, I need you to make an appearance and lend me your support. Chapter 74. 10 minutes later, after watching Lin Feng's car depart, Jiang Hua's heart remained agitated. Impressive. He actually dared to turn against us. What do you understand? Those two items are of significant value, something you cannot grasp. Jiang Shui scoffed, laughing lightly. To be honest, just a battlefield? Isn't that a bit too simplistic? You claim to be clever, yet you fail to see the truth? This isn't merely a battlefield. It's about choosing sides. A rare opportunity that must be seized. Old Jiang. Mr. Jiang, the assistant replied, bowing respectfully. Have we found any leads on the assailants? Boss. I reviewed the surveillance footage. A masked figure entered through the ventilation duct and incapacitated them one by one, which is why we were caught off guard. Indeed, it must be someone from the outer 8 factions. How could Lin Feng possibly know such a person? For the first time, Jiang Hua regarded Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Jiang Shui. Let us take a gamble. Xiao Shui, inform the family to gather everyone. If we're going to engage in battle, let us do it with flair. I'm feeling a bit anticipatory. Perhaps Song Changgong has indeed met his match. Dad, I told you this person is extraordinary. I'll make the call right now. Fearful of chaos, Jiang Shui picked up the phone and dashed outside. At 8 p.m., at Dingfeng Mansion. 5 days from now, you will go near Wang's residence discreetly. Remember, you are to protect the Wang family, not me. Rest assured, boss, I know what to do. Lin Feng felt genuinely pleased. Li Mu was remarkably strong. Having swiftly neutralized the bodyguards Jiang Hua had arranged in the villa without making a sound. He certainly got his money's worth. 5 days flew by in an instant. During this time, the Shanghai stock market was rife with undercurrents. At 9 a.m., in the morgue of the Shanghai Police Hospital, Song Wei's body was being carried out. At the entrance, Song Changgong, dressed in a black suit, stood beside his mother, Zhang Shuyun, adorned in a black qipao, while their bodyguards were all wrapped in white cloth. A large portrait of the deceased was held by Song Changgong, with 4 bodyguards carrying a striking red coffin behind him. Not far away, the media, having arrived early, stood in anticipation. Suddenly, Song Changgong's expression shifted, and Zhang Shuyun burst into tears. Take the young master home. The bodyguards echoed in unison, their presence commanding. The vehicle slowly departed from the police station, heading towards the city center. Captain, this person is utterly arrogant, disregarding us completely. What now? Are you going to arrest him? He has lost his son, yet he has committed no crime. Keep a close watch. Should there be any unusual movement, act immediately. Their destination appears to be Wang Yongchang's residence. Understood, Captain. In the distance, the reporters moved with lightning speed, disappearing in an instant, their instincts sharp, aware of the next location. The Rolls-Royce cruised serenely down the road, followed by Song Wei's hearse and a line of black luxury cars. This time, Song Changgong was well prepared, with a formidable entourage. Yufeng, is everything foolproof? All is in order. Today, Wang Yongchang will invite Lin Feng to his home, where we will strike decisively. Lin Feng stands no chance. At this moment, Song Changgong received a text message and upon opening it, saw it was from Lu Dahu. Mr. Song, everything is set. In 5 days, Lin Feng trusted my words and invested a considerable amount with me. He is merely a novice and currently possesses no cash. A smile crept onto his face. Lu Dahu would not dare to deceive him, as he had no choice. Moreover, the other party wished to establish a foothold in Yanjing, which depended on him. Everything was ready. Today was the day to seek justice for his son, with all eyes in Shanghai focused on Wang Yongchang's residence. At 10 a.m., Lin Feng received a call from Wang Yongchang and promptly made his way over. As far as acting goes, he had no words to spare. In this era, Anyone could put on a performance. Though they had long plotted to deceive Song Chenggong, the unfolding drama was indeed playing out as convincingly as reality itself. At 11 a.m., a servant hurriedly entered the villa's living room. Wang Yongchang raised an eyebrow, while Lin Feng grasped Wang Xan's hand reassuringly. Sir, a group has arrived with a coffin and a portrait. What do you think? Humph. Wang Yongchang, you have quite the audacity. I've come to seek retribution for my son. Are you not going to show yourself? Song Chenggong's voice rang with malice as the door was violently flung open, revealing a sea of people outside. The coffin, undoubtedly a centerpiece, appeared freshly crafted. Song Chenggong's eyes locked onto Lin Feng, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Ah, so you are here too, prodigious youth? Today, I shall show you what it means to be cursed by fate. Song Chenggong, your son has perished. Why persist in this relentless pursuit? Death cannot be reversed. You should return home and reflect on why your son lived only 23 years. Continuing this path is profoundly misguided. Chapter 76. Ah, how casually you speak. I have heard that you are an orphan, so it is impossible for you to comprehend my current feelings. But do you believe I can make the Wang family live a life worse than that of a dog for the rest of their days? I do not believe it. Lin Feng decisively shook his head. At that moment, Zhang Yunqiu suddenly stepped forward. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Lin Feng, as though she wished to tear him to shreds. Old woman, why are you looking at me? I have no interest in elderly women. Lin Feng, my son was killed because of you. And you, Wang Xian, wretched woman. Xiao Wei had the fortune of being interested in you, yet you rejected him, allowing this wild man to cause Xiao Wei's demise. Lin Feng took out his phone and began to take pictures, his expression calm. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Song Chenggong furrowed his brows and asked. Well, I am a public figure after all. Your wife is slandering me like a shrew and insulting Xian. We shall meet in court. Meet in court? You might not even live to see that day. From now on, you will possess nothing. I will not kill you. Instead, I will watch you fall into destitution until death claims you. Lin Feng regarded Song Chenggong's demeanor and found it rather pitiable. Judging from logic, how could one reach such a point without simplicity? Clearly, the hatred for his son had greatly diminished his intelligence. Let me remind you, this is a threat. You are attempting to employ illegal means to threaten my life. This is a matter of organized crime, old Song. Do not think foolishly. Even if your son has died, you can still have another with your sister-in-law. If you embark on this path of no return, you will face ruin. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, those around him fell silent, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. While others sought vengeance, Lin Feng seemed to be rambling with meaningless words. Lin Feng, stop struggling. I will give you a chance. Kneel and admit your wrongs before me, and perhaps I will show mercy, allowing you to guard your son's grave for 3 years in repentance. I will grant you a path to survival. Chenggong, this wretched woman must not be spared either. Zhang Yunqiu glared venomously at Wang Xian, her eyes brimming with animosity. Alas, Song Wei's departure was so sudden. I have heard that the murderer, Sun Liang, is from Yanjing. Oh right, his boss, Duan Suchuan, is also acquainted with you, and their relationship is quite good. Why am I being blamed for this? If I say it involves you, then it involves you. Old Song, calm down. I have arranged a grand concert in memory of Song Wei today, so he will not feel lonely on his journey. As Lin Feng's words fell, those present had yet to react when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind Song Chenggong, the sound indicating at least dozens of people approaching. Everyone turned to look, and even Wang Xian and Wang Yongchang's expressions became peculiar as they struggled not to burst into laughter. A group of elderly men, clad in attire rich with ethnic characteristics, appeared, each holding a peculiar item. As everyone focused, they realized it was a suona. What the hell? A suona. How clever of Lin Feng to think of that. Look at the expressions on the Song family's faces. They are about to explode. Unbelievable talent. As the saying goes, when the suona sounds, the grave is set. Lin Feng is truly remarkable. Impressive. This news is absolutely explosive. Only someone like Lin Feng could devise such a scheme. This is clearly meant to disgust Song Chenggong. Haha, look quickly. Song Chenggong's face has contorted, and Zhang Yunqiu's expression is twisted. At that moment, the group of over 10 suddenly shouted, and the sound of the suona, capable of ushering souls away, resounded throughout the villa community. The eerie sounds echoed, yet both Song Changgong and Zhang Yunxiu stood frozen, failing to react or intervene. Evidently, Lin Feng's actions had left them utterly bewildered, rendering them momentarily immobile. In the distance, Wang Hai, who had arrived with his team, was so engrossed in his cigarette that he only realized the situation when it burned his lips. Damn it, they are playing the suona? That large group must be a professional ensemble. Captain, there is no doubt about it. Song Changgong must have summoned them to send his son off. Don't be ridiculous. I believe this is Lin Feng's way of humiliating Song Changgong. That certainly fits his style. Inside the villa, the cacophony of the suona finally ceased, and everyone regained their composure. Yet their gazes towards Lin Feng were filled with intrigue. Thank you, esteemed masters. I believe the deceased can now depart in peace. Of course, we are professionals. When the suona sounds, the soul returns to the west, and we never miss. Indeed, I have noted that as well. Now, allow me to arrange payment for you. Excellent. Be sure to contact us for any future engagements. A large group departed the villa in high spirits, while Song Changgong finally snapped back to reality. Lin Feng, you have gone too far. You do not regard me at all. With this attitude, you will never find redemption in this lifetime. Changgong, do not waste your breath on him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, to live in a manner more miserable than a dog, begging at my feet for mercy. Upon hearing this, Song Changgong suddenly broke into a sinister grin. I have played enough with you, Lin Feng. Since you seek me out, I shall oblige. Rest assured, when you meet your end, I will ensure a more professional suona ensemble is arranged to send you off. Song Changgong, I have no time to banter with you. I have no objections to your son being brought to Hushi, but to provoke me? I fear you will find it far from easy to return to Yanjing. What audacity! Just based on you? As his words fell, the roar of car engines suddenly filled the air at the villa entrance. With a series of sharp brakes, all eyes turned towards the outside. What a sight! Leading the convoy was a Mercedes-Benz S600, followed by 5 Audi A8s and 2 commercial vehicles. As the doors swung open, Jiang Hua, draped in a long robe, emerged alongside Jiang Shui, both stepping out of the vehicle with over 30 bodyguards trailing behind them. Upon seeing this, Song Changgong's brows furrowed, and a wave of unease washed over him. He could not fathom why the Xiangtai personnel would appear at such a moment. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng strode towards the entrance. Lin Feng, what? Do you intend to flee? Old Song, do you have any sense? My friends have arrived. Am I not permitted to welcome them? You truly are a comedic character. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically, realizing that the individuals in question were of the same caliber as Song Changgong himself. When did they become Lin Feng's friends? Yet, the next scene was utterly shocking. Lin Feng strode confidently towards the entrance. As Jiang Hua approached with a smile, the two embraced warmly, indicating a remarkably close relationship. Old Jiang, your timing is impeccable. Aha! Indeed, if someone dares to bully my younger brother, I certainly cannot arrive late. Chapter 77. Lin Feng and Jiang Hua, an elderly gentleman and a youth, appeared remarkably familiar with one another, as if they were long-lost friends reunited, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. To claim that they were not astonished would be a falsehood. Not only were Song Changgong and the journalists taken aback, but even Wang Yongchang and others displayed incredulity in their eyes. How could these two individuals, who seemingly had no intersection in their lives, be so intimately connected? When did they become acquainted? A flutter of unease coursed through Song Changgong. Although Jiang Hua, hailing from Yanjing, was not as distinguished as himself, his presence could not be overlooked. What troubled him most was the nature of Lin Feng's relationship with Jiang Hua and the price he had paid to align with Xiangtai. All of this remained a mystery, and the unknown is the source of human fear. Brother, I hope I'm not too late? Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Ah, time is just right. Well, a person of great stature has come here to seek my counsel. Alas, I must summon you from your retreat. At that moment, the gazes of the onlookers began to shift towards Lin Feng. Previously, he was merely labeled a commercial prodigy, yet now, with his association with Jiang Hua, his status had undergone a profound transformation, elevating him to a position of nobility. Old Song, how have you been? Jiang Hua inquired, turning toward Song Chunggong with a nonchalant smile. Jiang Hua, I care not how you came to know this young scoundrel, but I warn you to steer clear of our grievances. Are you threatening me? Let me be perfectly clear. To go against my brother is to go against me. Moreover, as far as I know, your son's demise bears no relation to my brother. I maintain that there is a connection. Haha, you are truly domineering, believing that this is still a century ago. Do you expect my brother to pay with his life? At this moment, Song Chunggong struggled to suppress his inner fury, fixing a piercing gaze upon Jiang Hua, uncertain of his true intentions. Pay with his life? Does he believe that his death would be so easily arranged? Old Jiang, as a prominent figure of Yanjing, associating with such a lowly wretch is certainly a disgrace. Consider carefully whether it is worth turning against me. The atmosphere grew chillingly silent, with everyone straining to catch every nuance of the exchange. Only Lin Feng remained unfazed, casually tending to his nails, seemingly unperturbed. Old Song, let me lay my cards on the table. I am not here to protect my brother, but to stand alongside him in triumph or in defeat, your choice of strategy. As Jiang Hua concluded, 30 bodyguards swiftly surrounded Song Chunggong and his entourage, creating a palpable tension that hung in the air, ready to ignite. Zhang Shuyun trembled with rage, about to erupt when Song Chunggong grasped her arm, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Jiang Hua, you disregard my words at your peril. This city is not vast. Should you wish to relocate, I shall not impede you. But if you choose to protect this boy, you will come to regret it. Song Chunggong's threatening words were met with skepticism from the surrounding onlookers. At just 24 years old, Lin Feng had achieved a legendary status, and now, he was associating with one of Yanjing's elite. This confrontation's outcome was anyone's guess. At that moment, Lin Feng broke into laughter. Song Chunggong, your son's death was of his own making. With so many media present, do you not fear tarnishing the Song family's reputation? Go home and lay your son to rest. May he find redemption in his next life. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. How audacious! His tone seemed to be instructing Song Chunggong on propriety. Indeed, it is quite ordinary. Just observe how he fraternizes with Jiang Hua. His status has long since transcended the ordinary. Mark my words, the best is yet to come. How remarkable! Wang Yongchang's insight is astute. He has secured for himself a remarkably strategic son-in-law. It is evident he possesses far-reaching vision. The journalists murmured among themselves, and a brief silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, Song Chunggong began to laugh, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he fixated on Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with mockery. Lin Feng, engaging in a war of words is futile. I am here today to settle scores with you. While your alliance with Jiang Hua took me by surprise, it is merely a fade of strength. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a peculiar light dancing within them, tinged with a hint of derision. Your facade of composure is of no use, no matter how indifferent you appear, cannot conceal the reality of your investment failures. Lin Feng, you are still far too young to contend with me. Suddenly, a triumphant smile spread across Song Chunggong's face, as though the reins of control had returned to him, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. What investment failures? Could it be that he had some hidden trump card? Song Chunggong's words instilled a sense of concern in Wang Yongchang and others, while Jiang Hua felt a twinge of doubt. From Lin Feng's demonstrated acumen, he did not seem like one who would engage in reckless investments. Song Chunggong, I was unaware of my supposed investment failures. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what investments I have made? Humph. Do you know Lu Dahua? Lu Dahua? The name does not ring a bell, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Ha! You do not recognize him? Just days ago he sought you out. He is a coal magnate from Ningxing, attempting to entice you into investing in a coal mine. Am I correct? How much did you invest? I would wager it was in the billions. Lin Feng, do you still have any capital left? Moreover, the coal mines he urged you to invest in are utterly unproductive wastelands. In the future, I plan to invest hundreds of millions in the Shanghai market. I wonder what you will bring to the table against me. Song Chunggong's excitement surged, his eyes ablaze as he stared at Lin Feng. Had the era been different, Lin Feng would have met his demise countless times over. Jiang Hua remained composed, Yet something felt off. He observed the expressions of both Song Changgong and Lin Feng and suddenly entertained a bold notion. Song Changgong is about to be deceived. Upon your mention, I do recall a coal magnate from Ningxing who approached me about a week ago, proposing a partnership in coal mining. Is that correct? Have you remembered? Did you invest everything? Lin Feng shook his head, regarding Song Changgong as though he were a simpleton. Not at all. He claimed an investment of 10 billion would yield a 100 annual return with virtually no risk. One must wonder, can a seasoned businessman truly believe such nonsense? This is akin to deceiving a child. Chapter 78. Song Changgong's smile abruptly froze, his expression solidifying in that moment. What did you say? You haven't invested? Is there a problem? 100 billion yielding 100 billion in return per year. Do you truly believe that? Do you think I am a fool? Had he not fled so swiftly, I would have reported it to the authorities long ago. Lin Feng, no matter how you argue, you cannot evade this reality. I am fully aware of your circumstances, and thus, I shall ensure you comprehend the gravity of your situation. Song Changgong retrieved his phone and began dialing Lu Dehua's number, but the subsequent prompt struck him like a bolt from the blue. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Initially, Song Changgong did not think much of it, but after attempting around 10 calls, each met with the same response, he realized the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Missing? Could it be that you know this fraudster? Song Changgong remained silent, pulling up Lu Dehua's WeChat to initiate a barrage of video calls. Yet there was still no response. At this moment, his complexion had changed entirely. What is happening? Zhang Shiyun inquired, noting the unusual atmosphere. Lu Dehua is missing. Damn it. He chose the worst time to go silent on me. I don't care. No matter what, that little scoundrel and that vile woman must not be spared. With a sudden outburst of frustration, Song Changgong turned and slapped Zhang Shiyun across the face. Enough. You struck me? How dare you? Fine, let me die. I will go below to accompany Xiao Wei. In a fit of rage, Zhang Shiyun lunged toward the massive redwood coffin, surprising everyone present. Fortunately, a nearby bodyguard from the Song family reacted quickly, grabbing her just in time to prevent a tragic outcome. At this moment, Song Changgong was seething with anger. Take my wife away, wait for me in the car. Song Changgong, why are you stopping me? Woe is me, we have but one son. What kind of father are you? You are inhumane. Zhang Shiyun's mental state had begun to unravel. After all, she was a woman, and this was her only son. Meanwhile, an unsettling feeling began to brew within Song Changgong, tinged with a hint of panic. He could not fathom why Lu Dehua had gone missing, this sycophant who had practically worshipped him day in and day out. Lin Feng, did you have a hand in Lu Dehua's disappearance? Indeed, I did, Lin Feng admitted without a hint of concealment. Impossible. How could he possibly heed your words? He dreams of rising to prominence in Yanjing, even going so far as to gift me 2 coal mines. How could he turn against me? Perhaps you are unaware that he gifted me 3 coal mines in a bid to curry favor with me. Lin Feng grinned, as one of his subordinates presented a stack of coal mine transfer contracts. These are copies. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Hua observed with astonishment. Such strategic maneuvers were indeed formidable, and he doubted he could handle such complexities himself. Song Changgong's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his gaze. Isn't it curious? Why might this be? It appears to deviate from your expectations, does it not? Lu Dehua values his life. What significance do wealth and glory hold if one cannot enjoy them? Lin Feng approached Song Changgong, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Old Song, take it easy. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Wang Xian and the others finally exhaled in relief, but the atmosphere around them shifted, growing lively once more. Ha! This is too amusing. Having tricked someone, now they ask him to take it easy. Is that not infuriating? Whether it is infuriating or not, it is certainly gratifying. The Yanjing elite typically look down upon outsiders, yet look at today as spectacle. One who calls Lin Feng a brother, and the other who is being toyed with at his behest. How exhilarating. This news will surely create a stir, and I sense this is not even the climax of today's events. At this moment, Zhang Hua chuckled. My younger brother speaks the truth. Song Changgong, if you let your anger get the better of you, it will only harm your own health. Today you hold no advantage. Uncle Song, my father makes an astute point. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, and I believe your son's demise might serve as a societal contribution. At this juncture, Jiang Shui unexpectedly delivered a sharp retort. Nearby, Wang Xian noticed this girl, an inexplicable sense of crisis washing over him, for she was strikingly beautiful and evidently familiar with Lin Feng. Xiao Shui, mind your manners, Jiang Hua feigned a reprimand. Jiang Shui merely stuck out her tongue, falling silent. The atmosphere in the villa's living room was decidedly peculiar, filled with whispers, as Song Chenggong, who had come to confront others, found himself ensnared in a predicament. The 4 bodyguards struggling to carry the coffin were already drenched in sweat, the weight proving to be a considerable burden. Ha ha ha! Song Chenggong, enraged to the point of laughter, suddenly approached Lin Feng, sneering, "Do you think you have triumphed? Lin Feng, I shall make you experience the feeling of abandonment. My son, even in death, surpasses you." Before the astonished crowd, Song Chenggong boldly walked past Lin Feng, stopping before Wang Yongchang. Confusion rippled through the onlookers, yet Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. "Dad, does Song Chenggong have another trick up his sleeve? What is he scheming now?" Jiang Shui whispered. "How should I know? Just watch. This performance is quite intriguing. I sense this may be a turning point, and perhaps the landscape of Yanjing will undergo a significant transformation from this moment on." At that moment, Song Chenggong's voice rang out. "Wang Yongchang, let us be direct. Do not forget your promise. The auspicious day has been chosen, and on that day, your Wang family shall accompany me back to Beijing. I intend to hold a ghost marriage for my son and sever ties with Lin Feng." His tone was triumphant, casting a provocative glance at Lin Feng, confident that Wang Yongchang would not refuse, for his trust in Chen Yufeng transcended all else. "What? A ghost marriage? What is happening? Will Wang Yongchang agree?" It was not merely a question of willingness. It was a matter of whether he could refuse. Though Lin Feng was formidable and had once saved his life, Song Chenggong was still Song Chenggong. Ghost marriage was simply excessive. These Yanjing elites truly had no bounds. Ghost marriages were beyond absurdity. At this moment, Jiang Hua was equally taken aback, never expecting Song Chenggong to resort to such a ploy. "Dad, has Song Chenggong lost his mind? He truly intends to arrange a ghost marriage for his son? Who knows? But I doubt he will get his way." Chapter 79. Jiang Hua appeared remarkably calm, which took Jiang Shui by surprise. "You hold Lin Feng in such high regard?" she remarked. "Indeed, I underestimated him before," Jiang Hua replied, falling silent. Judging from Lin Feng's demeanor, it was highly probable that Song Chenggong was about to encounter a self-inflicted setback. Wang Yongchang, with his hands clasped behind his back, did not rush to respond to Song Chenggong's remarks but merely laughed. "A ghost marriage? Mr. Song, have you had too much to drink? Is that still a trend in this day and age?" Song Chenggong's brows furrowed, his smile fading. This was not the answer he had anticipated, and Wang Yongchang's attitude was quite unexpected. "What do you mean, Wang Yongchang? Did you not comprehend my words? Mr. Song, as a distinguished entrepreneur in Huaxia and a prominent figure in Yanjing, it is rather laughable to utter such absurdities in public. Do you not feel embarrassed?" Wang Yongchang retorted calmly, showing no signs of distress. "Mr. Song, Lin Feng is our Wang family's son-in-law and has a close relationship with my youngest daughter. They will marry in the future. As for ghost marriages, I kindly request you refrain from mentioning them. I feel embarrassed on your behalf." Wang Cheng, standing beside Wang Yongchang, added with a tone laced with mockery. A sudden realization struck Song Chenggong as he recalled the earlier incident with Lu Dahu. Yet he refused to believe that Chen Yufeng would betray him, well aware of the consequences that awaited anyone who turned against the Song family. "Did you hear that, Song Chenggong? Spare us the embarrassment. I have made my point clear, so take your son's coffin and leave." Lin Feng's demeanor shifted abruptly. The previously amiable and harmless individual now wore an expression of utter indifference. The atmosphere tensed as Lin Feng's aura transformed, signaling an impending confrontation. "Very well, Wang Yongchang. You truly are audacious. Challenging me? Choosing punishment over respect, you forsake the well-trodden path in favor of a narrow one. You must be nearing 80 this year. Let us see if you can reach 81. This was a blatant threat, a stark and brazen declaration of danger. Yet, to Lin Feng, Jiang Hua, and others, it seemed a desperate act of frustration. Jiang Hua could hardly fathom that the formidable Song Chunggong had been so thoroughly subdued by a youth. Suddenly, a series of clear footsteps echoed from the villa entrance. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man entering. Song Chunggong's pupils widened in confusion, uncertainty, and unease. "Mr. Song," Chen Yufeng addressed him expressionlessly, yet his demeanor was still respectful. However, the atmosphere was palpably strange. "Is it him? Father, do you know this person?" Jiang Hua inquired, recognizing that historically, the Song family's most trusted confidants were of the Chun lineage. Yet, this man's presence seemed illogical, leading to a chilling thought in Jiang Hua's mind. "Chen Yufeng, what brings you here? Did I summon you?" "Mr. Song, I apologize, but humans are inherently selfish. One must plan for oneself. I have come today to inform you that I intend to live for myself." Song Chunggong's complexion turned ashen, and he staggered back 3 steps before managing to regain his footing. "Chen Yufeng, do you dare defy the ancestral teachings of your family? What era are we in? Our ancestors have long since passed. One must live in the present. Mr. Song, your mindset is too rigid. It is my candid opinion that the demise of your son was a consequence of his own actions." "You speak nonsense. Seize this traitor." Song Chunggong's emotions spiraled out of control. In this moment, his hatred for Chen Yufeng eclipsed that for Lin Feng, feeling betrayed by the one person he had trusted the most, especially in front of so many witnesses, leading to his utter humiliation. Yet, the numerous bodyguards stood immobile behind him, as if they had not heard Song Chunggong's command. "What is the matter with you? I ordered you to take action. Mr. Song, have you forgotten who trained them?" Chen Yufeng's calm voice resonated, causing over 20 bodyguards to instantly align behind him, even placing the red coffin on the ground. The crowd was taken aback. This outcome was unforeseen. No one doubted that after today, Song Chunggong would become the greatest laughingstock in the nation. Not only had he lost his son, but he was also abandoned by those closest to him. Truly, it was somewhat comical. Breathless and trembling, Song Chunggong's expression was marred by fury, his heart raging with unexpressed anger. "How does it feel to be forsaken by all? Lin Feng, may you suffer a most dreadful fate. How absurd. Throughout this ordeal, you have been the one seeking trouble, and somehow it is my fault. Did I kill your son? Am I in any way involved?" At this moment, Jiang Hua regained his composure, calming his astonishment. "Old Song, we have known each other for years. Allow me to offer you some advice. Times have changed, and there is a saying that I believe you have often told others. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Jiang Hua, do not become complacent. A man's spirit is his lifeblood. I will never coexist with Lin Feng. From this moment forth, it is either me or him." Song Chunggong turned abruptly, instructing several attendants to lift the coffin. He could no longer remain here and chose to depart. In just over an hour since Song Chunggong's arrival, the outcome had surprised everyone. The Wang family was intact, and Lin Feng was far from defeated. Instead, it was Song Chunggong who prepared to flee in disgrace. The world is indeed mysterious, filled with unexpected surprises. Just as everyone assumed the matter had come to a close, an unforeseen turn of events arose. "Wait, Song Chunggong, did I permit you to leave?" With a sudden turn, his gaze locked onto Lin Feng. Song Chunggong resembled a ferocious beast. "What? You disapprove of my departure? Song Chunggong, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The stock market here is not a place you can come and go as you please." Laughter erupted from Song Chunggong, now enraged. "Lin Feng, do enlighten me. How do you intend to prevent my departure?" Lin Feng shrugged, smiling. "It is impossible for me to keep you here, for we live in a society governed by law. However, there are individuals who wish to have a word with you." Simultaneously, outside the villa, Wang Hai glanced at his phone and calmly instructed his subordinates. "Let us go in and apprehend him." "What? Apprehend? Apprehend whom?" Chapter 80. Capturing the uncomprehending. What is happening? Our brother claims that there were merely some disputes inside, with no actual conflict. Who are we to apprehend? The target of the capture is Song Chunggong. After Wang Hai spoke, he proceeded towards the villa, with his subordinates hastily following behind. Inside the villa, Lin Feng left Song Chunggong momentarily speechless. "Humph. Are you implying that you intend to prevent my departure? I am eager to see what power you possess to stop me. With that, Song Chunggong turned his back and strode towards the door. Today had indeed been a significant loss, an utter humiliation. Yet he believed Lin Feng lacked the capability to detain him. Mr. Song, you cannot leave. I believe the police are already at the entrance, spoke Chun Yufeng, surprising both Song Chunggong and Lin Feng. Song Chunggong paused in disbelief before a cold sneer emerged on his face. Police? Chun Yufeng, you must be out of your mind. You better learn to protect yourself. Be cautious when walking alone at night. Chun Yufeng sighed. Mr. Song, once again I must apologize. Due to certain personal reasons, I can only relinquish some matters. Over the years, I have provided the police with your criminal records and the illegal acts you have committed. At this critical moment, Chun Yufeng not only betrayed Song Chunggong but also delivered a decisive blow, which was undeniably ruthless. What did you say? I said I have informed the police about everything I know regarding you over the years. You! Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance, as Wang Hai and his team swiftly entered, reaching Song Chunggong in no time. Mr. Song, I am Wang Hai, the captain of the major crimes unit in the city. We have ample reason to suspect your involvement in multiple serious criminal cases, and we require you to accompany us. Accompany you? Humph! What a joke. I am from Yanjing. Even if there were issues, it would be the Yanjing police who apprehend me, not you. He attempted to push past them. In an instant, 6 officers surrounded Song Chunggong, and Wang Hai's expression turned grave. Mr. Song, do not force us into a difficult position. We are merely responsible for the apprehension, and the Yanjing headquarters will arrive by 6 this evening to complete the handover. Wang Hai produced a white piece of paper. Take a close look. This is the arrest warrant from the Yanjing headquarters. We are merely executing it on their behalf. Please cooperate. Song Chunggong's face paled. He suddenly turned to Lin Feng, sensing something amiss. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. You should ask him. Lin Feng pointed at Chun Yufeng. At that moment, Chun Yufeng extended his hands towards Wang Hai. Let us go. There are some matters I need to clarify with you. To Lin Feng, none of this was unexpected, for it was all part of his plan. Chun Yufeng had long grown weary of being associated with Song Chunggong and chose to report him while simultaneously surrendering himself. The condition he was offered was that his wife and child would lead a life free from financial worries. For Lin Feng, this endeavor was merely a trifling task, yet it resulted in the complete downfall of Song Chunggong. The credit for this triumph belonged entirely to Lin Feng's perceptive gaze, which discerned everything, foresaw the future, and identified the weaknesses of others. Had it not been for Chun Yufeng's sudden betrayal, toppling Song Chunggong would have required a prolonged struggle of at least a year and a half. Why was the Song family not generous to me? No, they provided me with much. But what good is that? What if you knew I had married and had children? What would be the consequences for them? I had no choice. Song Chunggong was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned to Lin Feng and unexpectedly chuckled, though the laughter was tinged with resignation. I never imagined I would fall at the hands of such a young lad. I concede. I underestimated you. Unfortunately, you realize this too late, and this is the price. Moreover, does justice ever arrive late? Ha ha ha. Very well, justice. Boy, how long do you think you can revel in this? We all dine in the same murky waters. Can you remain untainted? Lin Feng chose to disregard him, turning to Wang Hai. Captain Wang, keep a close watch on him. He is a significant catch. Wang Hai was rendered speechless. 5 months ago, the Lin Feng who received a reward of 2 million was still a lowly figure, yet now he had transformed beyond recognition, as if his life had been augmented by some unseen force. Mr. Lin, I scarcely know what to say. After years in the police force, I have never encountered such a talent as you. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Ensure you contribute positively to society and refrain from illegal activities. Rest assured, Captain Wang, I will rectify my ways and cause no harm to society. 10 minutes later, Wang Yongchang, Jiang Hua, and a group followed Lin Feng out of the villa, only to be trailed by dozens of reporters in the distance. Upon witnessing Wang Hai escorting the suspect into the police vehicle, the reporters hastily returned to their transportation. This news was not something they could afford to miss. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuyun, who had witnessed the entire scene from within the car, succumbed to severe shock and fainted, soon to be whisked away by the arriving ambulance. The farce had finally concluded, yet the resolution was unexpected. While many anticipated Lin Feng's victory, none foresaw the utter defeat of Song Chenggong. Inside the villa, Wang Yongchang occupied the main seat, with Lin Feng, Jiang Hua, and others seated in succession. The scant remnants of superiority he once harbored had long since vanished, and had it not been for his resilient mental fortitude, his composure would have shattered. "Brother Jiang, how about it? Did I lead you astray? Huh? No. No way. I truly did not expect my younger brother to be so formidable. Song Chenggong is finished. It feels like a dream. Lin Feng, your methods are audacious. The wealth of the Song family surpasses imagination. With Song Chenggong's downfall, turmoil is inevitable, impacting numerous enterprises. Are you not considering intervening?" Jiang Shui inquired with palpable excitement, having been thoroughly impressed by Lin Feng. "Just wait. Do you really believe the early bird gets the worm? We must wait for the police to cleanse his enterprises before we can engage with the remnants. Shaolin, Song Chenggong is wealthy and powerful. Although he has been captured, it does not necessarily mean he will remain imprisoned. We must remain vigilant." In response to Wang Yongchang's concerns, Lin Feng merely smiled lightly. "Fear not, this time. Song Chenggong will not escape. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars." Chapter 81. Is my younger brother so certain? After all, it is Song Chenggong. His methods occasionally surpass imagination, so one must not be careless. No, this time he has no opportunity. The Yenjing side will soon take action, and the era of Longting Group will come to an end. For someone like him, who can glimpse a fragment of the future, it is not difficult to know these things. He understands that the Song family is finished this time, and Chen Yufeng has turned into a witness against them. Song Chenggong cannot escape his fate. Upon seeing that Lin Feng was not joking, Wang Yongchang and the others, though accustomed to such situations, remained cautious. However, Jiang Hua, although perplexed, did not inquire further. "It's getting late. I shall take my leave," Jiang Hua said as he stood up to bid farewell. He could hardly sit still. With Song Chenggong in trouble, he wondered how chaotic Yenjing would become, and whether there would be opportunities to exploit. "Very well, I shall not see you off. Best of luck at the auction in 20 days, Wang Yongchang replied, watching as Jiang Hua and his daughter departed the villa, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Today had been perilously fraught. Had it not been for Lin Feng's strategic acumen, it was uncertain whether they would have survived this ordeal. "Shaolin, what shall we do next?" After going around in circles, eliminating Song Chenggong is one thing, but it would be remiss not to reap some benefits, Wang Xian said, gripping Lin Feng's hand, her eyes brimming with excitement. This was the man she had encountered, seemingly capable of anything. Upon returning to their villa, Jiang Hua and Jiang Shui immediately contacted their family back in Yenjing. "Hello, what is the current situation?" "Manager, a great incident has occurred. After receiving your message, we did not act rashly. Many factions moved at once, and the police apprehended them." What exactly transpired? Upon hearing of Song Chenggong's troubles, those factions rushed to suppress the Song family's enterprises, and some were coveting the Song family's illicit businesses, but they all fell into a trap. "What of the Zheng family? They have remained inactive." "Understood. Convey my orders. Everyone in the family shall remain still. It is not yet time to partake in this cake." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hua took a deep breath. "Father, has there been an incident? Everyone has fallen into the trap, and there are even those who aimed for the Song family's illicit dealings, all of whom have been apprehended for investigation." "So, Lin Feng's implication earlier was that we should not act rashly?" "Absolutely. This young man is indeed formidable." A look of fear appeared on Jiang Hua's face, while Jiang Shui's expression was one of curiosity and excitement. Her interest in Lin Feng deepened. Suddenly, the phone in Jiang Shui's pocket rang incessantly. She pulled it out to find a barrage of news notifications. Shocking! Chairman of Longting Group, Song Chenggong, arrested. The Song family's enterprises lie in ruins. Following an investigation by Yenjing police, it has been revealed that the Song family has long been involved in illicit activities, yielding immense profits. Song Chenggong has been apprehended, and multiple factions are vying for control of these illicit enterprises, all of whom have been arrested for investigation. Latest news: Song Qinggong's wife has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to mental instability, currently receiving treatment in a Shanghai mental health facility. Song Qinggong has been successfully transferred to Yanjing police custody. According to relevant sources, Song Qinggong is implicated in numerous cases, and his confidant, Chen Yufeng, has turned state's witness, revealing many previously unknown details. The investigation is ongoing. Countless articles about Song Qinggong flooded in, the most alarming being the sudden collapse of the Song family, causing instability in Yanjing. The police were also keeping a close watch on numerous powerful factions. Anyone attempting to interfere with the Song family's illicit enterprises would be apprehended without question. This long-standing malignancy, existing for a century, was ripe for eradication. In a private tea room in Shanghai, Zheng Peng was on the phone. "All right, no one is to act. We shall wait until the storm passes." "Very well. That is settled." After hanging up, Zheng Peng's expression remained grim, not due to Song Qinggong, but because of Lin Feng. "Grandfather, how could this person have brought down Song Qinggong? And he is involved with Zhang Hua. What on earth does he intend to do?" "No need to be anxious. Song Qinggong underestimated his adversary, and his foundations were not clean. The Song family is antiquated, still adhering to feudal practices, destined for destruction. And what of this Lin Feng? Shall we ignore him? There is no need for contact at this stage. Minimize interactions. Your father is coming to Shanghai shortly. This will be our first time participating as special guests at the M Country Baoli auction house. We cannot afford any mistakes. Grandfather, this is a splendid opportunity to boost our visibility. The Empire Group will eventually flourish across the globe." Zheng Taibei chuckled, "Of course. We cannot relinquish our claim to the Song family's assets. Once the storm subsides, we must seize the accessible opportunities." This old man was undoubtedly a seasoned player, adept in strategy. He instantly recognized that now was not the time to engage with the Song family, as it would lead to endless troubles. Everything must await the opportune moment. For 3 consecutive days, news regarding the Song family dominated headlines throughout Huaxia. Within a month, from Song Wei's death to the family's ruin, the abruptness was striking. Through the information provided by Chen Yufeng, the police successfully dismantled Song Qinggong's control over underground enterprises, including 3 warehouses for smuggling automobiles, 2 points for the sale of controlled substances, and 8 murder cases led by Chen Yufeng. This was a family business deeply entwined with a dark industrial chain, with illegal assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Song Qinggong and his associates would never see the light of day again. In the grand banquet hall of the Ronghua Private Club, a round table set for 20 was adorned with exquisite dishes. Lin Feng, Wang Yongchang, and Zhang Hua raised their glasses, the atmosphere exceedingly cordial. "Brother, I was not misleading you, was I? Those hoping to partake in the cake are all now assisting in the investigation. Even those who were initially uninvolved are now in trouble. In this day and age, with business booming, who doesn't have a few secrets? Younger brother, one cannot deny it. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves away. I have certainly witnessed it." With that, both men downed their glasses of 20-year-old Maotai. Lin Feng set down his glass, smiling. "The time is nearly upon us. Within a day, the remaining assets of the Song family will be publicly auctioned, and the moment to divide the spoils will arrive." Lin Feng's words caused everyone to pause, for even with the dismantling of the illicit enterprises, the legitimate assets of the Song family were still astonishingly substantial. Chapter 82. Lin Feng, how did you know? Jiang Shui inquired, her mouth full of squirrel fish, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Is Xiao Lin accurate? If so, we must be prepared," Wang Yongchang interjected. Lin Feng chuckled, glancing at his watch. "There are still 3 hours left. We should finish our meal and head straight to the airport." "To the airport? Indeed. We are entering Beijing tonight. Otherwise, we might miss the opportunity." Lin Feng poured himself a glass of wine and raised his cup, addressing the group. "Wait for me to return triumphantly." The others exchanged glances, surprised by Lin Feng's urgency. At 9:30 p.m., outside the international airport in Shanghai, Lin Feng, "I want to accompany you. After all, Beijing is where I studied. I know it better than you do. Stay in Shanghai. If you come with me, I will be distracted, and I will return in 3 days at most. Fine. But take care of yourself, Jiang Shui chimed in, suddenly smiling. Hehe, Sister Wang Xian. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't stray.
Wang Xin sighed internally.
She was not afraid of others' attention but was wary of Jiang Shui. However, she could only smile in response. By 10 p.m., the three boarded the plane, which was notably low-key with no fuss, and they had opted for economy class. The flight to Beijing would take just over 2 hours, and they sat together in a row. Jiang Shui asked, "Why are we going to Beijing today? Wouldn't it be better to wait until the news breaks and then return? Wait for the news? People from all over the country will flock to Beijing if they have any interest. Do you really think that way? Humph. Speaking in riddles. One would think you're a fortune-teller. Indeed, you are correct. I am a fortune-teller," Lin Feng retorted, earning a disapproving glare from Jiang Shui, who chose to remain silent as Lin Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Zhang Hua cast a deep glance at Lin Feng, beginning to believe that he might indeed have some insider information. At 11 p.m., in the Special Task Force office of the Shanghai Police regarding the Song Chenggong case. "Old Zhang, after 5 days of hard work, we finally wrapped it up. These people only think about getting cheap deals without considering how much harm these things do to society. Humph, look at what they are dealing with. Do you think the Zhang and Jiang families would engage in such actions? That's true. They are all insignificant players. However, orders from above have come down. The remaining legitimate assets of the Song family will be handed over to the notary office, and tomorrow, a public auction announcement will be made. The games of the wealthy. I wonder who will benefit from this." After many days of hard work, the policemen finally concluded their task, leaving the subsequent events outside their purview. In Shanghai, at the Grand Hotel, "Grandfather, I heard that Lin Feng went to Beijing. Could he have caught wind of something?" An outsider. I do not deny his abilities, but we, the people of Beijing, have not heard any rumors. What could he possibly know? But the Jiang family has returned as well. Zhang Taibei paused, then shook his head. They have been getting closer recently. It's best not to concern ourselves with them. This trip back has nothing to do with the Song family's assets. Do you think Jiang Hua could know something we don't? That's true. Just stay here. This auction is the main event. The Song family has become history, and this auction is our opportunity. However, Shanghai has declined. It will never become a top-tier international auction house. Grandfather, this is great. Lin Feng has helped us resolve a hassle. Otherwise, dealing with Song Chenggong would not have been so easy. You are not foolish. It's not that it would have been easy. Rather, we had almost no chance. Zhang Taibei lifted a purple clay teacup and drank it in one go, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions had already landed in Beijing. At midnight, in a hotel room at Shanghai Auction House, Lin Feng reclined on the bed, scrolling through his phone. This trip to Beijing began 2 nights ago when he started browsing on his phone. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng searched for Song Chenggong's name, and unsurprisingly, he discovered that he was done for, and not just him. The entire Song family had fallen. However, what captivated Lin Feng was not this revelation but 2 news articles regarding the public auction of the Song family's assets. The dates of these articles were set for the next 3 days. Breaking news. The Song Chenggong case has been solved. The efficiency of the police was astonishing, successfully confiscating illegal assets worth over 80 billion in just 4 days. The remaining legitimate assets will enter the public auction process.
Urgent.
Due to the 2-day auction deadline having passed, the Song family's assets are up for public auction, with only a few properties being bid on while the rest went unsold. It is understood that the dramatic failure of the auction was primarily due to the absence of major Beijing tycoons for personal reasons, who were unable to return in time for the auction. At this moment, as Lin Feng searched again, he found that the second news article had vanished, replaced by a new headline that directly concerned him. Explosive. Lin Feng strikes with lightning speed, acquiring multiple assets of the Song family at opening prices without any competition, totaling 20 billion Huaxia dollars, becoming the biggest winner of this incident. A smile crept onto his face. Everything was under his control, and this was precisely why he had come to Beijing. As for why he brought Jiang Hua along, there were reasons for that as well. 3 days prior, Lin Feng sought to gauge the trajectory of his future relationship with the Jiang family. Upon entering Jiang Shui's name into the search, the first article that caught his eye was about an assassination attempt on him during the auction, which was thwarted by none other than Jiang Shui, who was with him at the time. Although the result was merely a minor gunshot wound to her arm, Lin Feng was not a heartless individual. Moreover, the auction was to be held at Shanghai Auction House. Without delving into details, Shanghai Auction House was qualified to become his ally, and given the current circumstances, the trend of developing in Beijing was undeniable. In this process, he needed an ally. Having initially acquired a golden opportunity, struggling alone in Shanghai felt like walking a tightrope. Even winning the lottery had to be done discreetly, as anyone could easily hire someone to harm him. Such occurrences must not happen again. At this point, it was already 2 a.m. Lin Feng stood at the window of his room, gazing into the inky darkness outside. This was his first visit to the capital, home to the most renowned antique market in the nation, Panjiayuan. He noticed a vast expanse of buildings in the southeast, but it was late, and everything was shrouded in darkness. However, he could still clearly read the large characters on the sign at the entrance. Shangyun Pavilion. Chapter 83. The name Duan Suchuan lingered in his mind, accompanied by the image of Sun Liang, who had ultimately led to his own downfall. There was no need to rush. He would eventually settle the score with him in Yanjing. Lin Feng smiled faintly, closed the window, and prepared for sleep. The following morning, Lin Feng was abruptly awakened by the shrill crowing of a rooster. Still groggy, he was taken by surprise when the door swung open. Jiang Shui, unlike Wang Xian, was quite the wild spirit. Without a glance at Lin Feng's state, she burst into the room with excitement. Lin Feng, did you know? The relevant authorities in Yanjing have issued a notice. Starting at noon today, the legitimate assets of that old fellow Song Chenggong will be auctioned off. The venue is the Shanghai Auction House in Yanjing, and it will last for 2 days. How do you know all this? It's astonishing. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Did you not say it yourself? I am a fortune teller. Haha. Indeed. At that moment, Jiang Shui realized Lin Feng was sitting on the bed, and her face flushed red. Oh, you can still blush? I thought you were oblivious to the differences between men and women. Get out. I'll wait for you outside. As Jiang Shui left the room, Lin Feng had no distracting thoughts. Since he learned of the upcoming news, his impression of Zhang Hua and his daughter had significantly improved. By 10 in the morning, officials arrived, documents in hand, and swiftly engaged with Zhang Hua to finalize all arrangements. The auction was set to occur that very day, from noon until 3 in the afternoon, and again from 7 to 10 in the evening, spanning 3 days without delay. Once the officials departed, Zhang Hua held the agreement in disbelief. So what do you think, brother? I didn't deceive you, did I? Seizing the opportunity means there's profit to be made. And this time there's no competition. It's all ours. What? No competition? Zhang Hua looked down at the freshly released news and his pupils constricted. Breaking news. The international top auction house, Baoli Company, has sent representatives to Shanghai today and will meet with senior executives of the Dihao Group. It is reported that this meeting will have epoch-making significance, and according to reliable sources, a top auction will be held in Shanghai in 15 days, with Dihao being invited as a special guest by Baoli Company. Arriving so soon, Old Zheng's ambitions are not small. Brother, forgive my bluntness, but let us focus on resolving our matters here first. Shall we? All right, just speak your mind. I'll follow your lead. Lin Feng grinned. Not only will the Zheng family be unable to attend, but I hear the owner of Shangyun Pavilion from Panjiayuan has temporarily left Yanjing due to Sun Liang's affairs and likely 1T return. The second-in-command of Diaohua Building was arrested for previously prying into the Song family's underground industries and hasn't been released yet. Additionally, the main executives of the 8 Banners pawnshop all went to Shanghai this morning to participate in the auction. With Baoli Company's senior officials attending, they'll all be eager to curry favor. Do you think anyone else will show up? Is all of this ours? Absolutely. They won't be able to return in the short term. Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with delight, overwhelmed with joy. Then I shall preside over the auction, and you will handle the bidding. We can discuss the division later. Agreements reached. 2 days swiftly passed. As the clock struck 9 on the second evening, the auction concluded. Lin Feng remained composed, having spent approximately 5 billion to acquire 5 properties, 3 skyscrapers, over 50 shops in a commercial street, and 6 commercial complexes, including the former headquarters of Longting Group, the Longting Building, all at remarkably low prices. In a normal auction, the total would exceed 200 billion. When Lin Feng completed the paperwork and returned to the auction house with the various certificates, he found Jiang Hua utterly astonished, his expression green with disbelief. If this were not real, he would seriously question his own sanity. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, after 2 days of meetings with Baoli Company's executives, Zhang Taibei and his grandson finally found a moment of respite. However, their expressions were grim, with Zhang Peng's face even contorted. Grandfather, we suffered a significant loss. I never anticipated they would indeed return for the auction. Could Jiang Hua have insider information? He shook his head vigorously. That's impossible. I had someone inquire, and the decision was made on the same day. They returned a day early. There's no reason they would have known beforehand. Damn it, could it really be sheer luck? This is absurd. That's the only explanation, though it defies logic. Nevertheless, our discussions with Baoli Company went smoothly. Our aspirations lie beyond just the Chinese market. Admitting this, Zhang Taibei felt he was merely self-soothing, but there was nothing to be done. Events had transpired, and there was no way to change them. In Shanghai, at Wang Xana's home, Wang Yongchang excitedly clutched a newspaper, his face flushed. Having just navigated the crisis with Song Chenggong, Lin Feng had delivered yet another surprise. Acquiring so much for 50 billion felt like a dream. Little Lin's sudden trip to Yanjing truly unveiled everything. Dad, I must say he is a genius. Could he really be a fortune teller? Dad, Grandpa, what are you discussing? He must have his own channels for information, but to seize this opportunity is truly remarkable. Wang Xana's face lit up. Her future partner was so impressive, her heart swelled with pride. Yet, the thought of such an exceptional man inevitably attracting other women left her feeling a twinge of sadness. At the Shanghai Auction House's office in Yanjing, Lin Feng reclined casually, a cigarette between his fingers, smiling at Jiang Hua and his daughter. Jiang Hua swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, since we have this opportunity, why didn't you purchase everything?" That depends on the value of returns. Some investments are bound to incur losses. What? Can you really discern that? Jiang Hua's composure faltered, his facial muscles twitching. Were it not for his years of restraint, he might have truly exclaimed that Lin Feng was a freak. It's merely an innate talent, which is why I can always stay a step ahead of others. Brother, I believe our priority should now be to discuss how we will divide these assets. Chapter 84. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Share? This was all purchased with my younger brother's money. How could I possibly accept a division? Moreover, my auction house has already earned nearly 100 million from commissions this time, which is quite a substantial income. My brother, you speak as if we are strangers. We agreed beforehand that once the deal was accomplished, we would share the spoils. If you refuse now, I would feel rather embarrassed, Jiang Hua replied, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes, one that would significantly influence his life. Let me be honest with you, my dear brother. When I first encountered you, I was reluctant to collaborate, even at the cost of severing ties with Song Chenggong. I never truly committed to the idea. To this, Lin Feng merely chuckled lightly. Isn't that quite normal? Initially, I only intended to utilize you. Jiang Hua was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's candidness, feeling as if the heartfelt atmosphere had been utterly shattered. Yet, this very statement alleviated the slight awkwardness that lingered. My brother, let us dispense with the jesting. No need to divide at all. I see you have traveled great distances to Beijing to acquire these items, not just for profit, but perhaps with aspirations to develop here in the future. Indeed, Jiang Hua acknowledged. The trend is evident. The true stage in the future should not be limited to Huaxia. Well said. A man of ambition must reach for broader horizons. Since you address me as your elder brother, let this be a gift from me to you. How can that be? Such a valuable gift? Lin Feng appeared genuinely surprised, though it was unclear if he was feigning modesty. My brother, do not refuse. Otherwise, it will seem you look down upon me. From this day forth, let us be true friends and allies. Jiang Hua's wisdom became apparent here. Many of the old-school figures in Beijing had failed to adapt, yet one who had was Song Chunggong. His absence now would inevitably lead to lessons learned, regardless of Lin Feng's involvement. Since you are so generous, I shall not decline. When my company establishes itself in Beijing, I will offer you shares. Ha! Agreed. It is settled. Lin Feng mused inwardly that experience often outweighs youthful vigor. Without an advantage, he would surely be no match for these seasoned players. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. As two grown men, this is rather distasteful. Lin Feng, we are missing a significant guest for the auction in 10 days. Will you join us? At that moment, Jiang Shui interjected. Hearing her words, Jiang Hua's eyes sparkled with interest. My brother. This time the Zheng family from the Dihao group has been invited by Baoli, which has made them quite smug. Unfortunately for them, this also means they will miss the auction. Do you have any grievances with the Zheng family? In this day and age, among the great powers in Beijing, are there any truly harmonious relationships? However, Zheng Taibei is undoubtedly a talent. They were once more authoritarian than the Song family, but they have reformed quite successfully. I've heard they are pursuing an international route? International route? More like groveling. Their reforms have been commendable, but they merely pander to foreign influences. In comparison to Song Chenggong, they represent two extremes. Lin Feng, you may not be aware, but Zheng Taibei has long aspired to develop his group into an international conglomerate. Do you grasp my meaning? A conglomerate? Precisely, akin to foreign tycoons, true aristocrats, reminiscent of the esteemed families of our past. He believes that is the hallmark of high society. I see, so it's a case of the foreign moon appearing rounder, Lin Feng chuckled. Thus, he has consistently engaged closely with some major international corporations. This invitation from Baoli will significantly enhance their global visibility. Lin Feng's understanding deepened as he finally unraveled the underlying rationale. Hey, the items we are auctioning from Shanghai are courtesy of you. It would be most fitting to invite you as our special guest. Moreover, the auction will feature an abundance of treasures. Perhaps you might even profit from it. My brother, that girl is quite mischievous. Ha! Spoiled by my affection. Lin Feng replied with a smile to Tang Shui. I adore making money, and I have yet to attend such a prestigious auction. This time, I shall join you to broaden my horizons. At the VIP exit of Shanghai International Airport, 2 rows of bodyguards clad in black stood sentinel, as Wang Yongchang and Wang Xian positioned themselves at the forefront. Behind them, layers of people filled the area, with nearly all media personnel from Shanghai gathered here. Lin Feng's exploits in Beijing had spread nationwide, and coupled with the previous animosities with Song Chenggong, his notoriety had reached a pinnacle. Clad in a silver suit, Lin Feng stood alongside Jiang Hua and his daughter, flanked by bodyguards, exuding an aura of grandeur that stirred a commotion at the airport entrance. The reporters surged forward like a wave, but Wang Yongchang's and Jiang Hua's bodyguards held the line. Removing his sunglasses, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. The scene before him resembled that of a popular star exiting an airport, a scenario he could never have envisioned for himself, yet it had materialized into the very existence he despised. Flashes from cameras erupted like gunfire, and the massive throng of reporters threatened to breach the outer defenses. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng found himself unable to move. Microphones thrust forward, poised dangerously close to his lips, as a barrage of intricate questions erupted amidst the chaotic scene. Mr. Lin, did you receive insider information about your trip to Beijing, or was it merely coincidental? It's reported that you spent 5 billion to acquire Song Chenggong's vast assets. Do you have plans to develop in Beijing in the future? With Dingfeng Group's assets now valued at over 50 billion, do you have intentions of going public? Mr. Lin, do you find yourself well-suited to marry Miss Wang Xian? Will you have children in the future? There have been media reports about your close relationship with Jiang Shui from Shanghai. Was your prior association merely platonic? Lin Feng felt as though his mind might explode. The overwhelming attention was both unexpected and daunting, and the seemingly endless sea of reporters left him feeling utterly exposed. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged woman observed the scene coldly through the car window, with an expatriate seated in the driver's seat. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng glanced towards the distance, where an old Audi slowly rolled down its window and began to depart. Chapter 85. The surroundings were in utter chaos. with airport security personnel rushing out to restore order. Yet, Lin Feng's attention was elsewhere. Regrettably, the vehicle had departed hastily, and by the time he noticed, it had already vacated its original position. 10 minutes later, within the opulent confines of a Mercedes-Benz RV, the group was fatigued. Lin Feng, Wang Xian called out twice before he snapped back to reality. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing much, just a bit tired.
Xin.
Make sure to rest early when we return. I'll come find you tomorrow. Why so formal? Is there something important? Zhang Hua has invited me to an auction. You and Grandpa should join me. Wang Xian nodded, slightly reproaching him. You're running around so much. Can't you take it easier?
Xin.
You saw at the airport that being able to run is a blessing. It won't be long before I truly can't. Why is that? Because of the fame. Wherever I go, I easily attract attention. Seeing his self-satisfied expression, Wang Xian was speechless, yet she felt an undeniable fondness for him. Lin Feng had such undeniable charm. At 11 p.m., Lin Feng returned home, took a shower, and lay on his bed, still contemplating the vintage Audi he had glimpsed at the airport that evening. Who could it have been? As he stared at the ceiling, his brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the news regarding Jiang Shui shielding him from gunfire. The report merely chronicled the event, but the assailant had escaped, leaving Lin Feng in the dark about their identity. The unsettling feeling of being out of control, a fate dictating his path, gnawed at him. Once more, he retrieved his phone and employed various online search engines and news apps to investigate everyone he knew. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. A news article caught his eye, and to his astonishment, the protagonist was none other than Wang Hai. What he saw was unlike previous reports. This one included video footage, an unprecedented occurrence since Lin Feng's vision had altered. Breaking news: Wang Hai, captain of the major crimes unit in the Shanghai market, was assaulted by unidentified individuals. A licenseless Volkswagen fled the scene. The victim is currently in critical condition at the hospital. According to eyewitness accounts, the driver was a foreign national. The case is under rapid investigation due to its severe implications. Beneath the article was a 3-minute video, clearly depicting Wang Hai, dressed casually, being struck by an Audi, propelling him 3 meters away, landing in a pool of blood, unconscious. Lin Feng was shaken, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This was his first encounter with video news, presenting a more precise and visceral reality than mere text. At that moment, a radiant smile graced his face. He understood that this was an upgrade to his abilities. The agitation in his heart dissipated, and Lin Feng's gaze regained its resoluteness. He tapped the screen to enlarge the footage, a cold smile appearing on his face. He could not be mistaken. The foreigner he had seen earlier was indeed the same. Checking the date, it was August 30th, just 15 days away, coinciding with the final day of the Shanghai auction. With clarity restored, Lin Feng pinched his nose, his mind racing. He could confirm that the assailants of Wang Hai were the same individuals he had encountered at the airport. What connection could he and Wang Hai possibly share with a common adversary? Only one possibility emerged. Someone related to Song Chenggong, as it was Wang Hai who had taken him away from Wang Yongchang's residence. This was intriguing. With a son deceased and Zhang Xiuyun having succumbed to madness, someone still sought revenge on his behalf. A century-old family, perhaps he had underestimated the complexities involved. In a high-end salon in Shanghai, a woman donned an elegant European sun hat, clutching a 100,000 Hermes bag, gracefully making her way to the entrance. Please take your time, esteemed guest. We look forward to your next visit. The attendant bowed her head, exhibiting utmost respect. After all, a patron who could afford a VIP card worth 1 million would not be treated lightly. However, the woman, despite her wealth, exited the salon in an old Audi driven by a foreigner, astonishing the staff. How can someone so affluent choose such a car? Perhaps she appreciates sentimentality? After all, a beauty salon card costs 1 million, and her bag is worth tens of thousands. Do you really think she cannot afford a better vehicle? Indeed, she doesn't seem like a typical resident of Huaxia. The driver is a foreigner. She might be one of those fortunate souls married abroad. As they spoke, a red Porsche roared to a stop outside the salon. Wang Xian and Jiang Shui emerged from the vehicle, clearly on good terms. "Ah, Miss Wang is here. Please, come inside." The staff at such an upscale salon maintained high standards, and since Wang Xian was a VIP member, they dared not neglect her.
Sin.
"This salon looks splendid, but I've never had any beauty treatments." "Silly girl, what do you know? A woman must take care of herself, or she'll lose her man. Come, sister will treat you to something special today." "Hee. Sister, are you worried Lin Feng will be taken away by someone else?" "That's impossible." He wouldn't even glance at an ordinary woman. "You little imp, your flattery is sweet." The two chatted and laughed as they entered the salon. Meanwhile, around the corner, the dilapidated old Audi slowly rolled down its window, revealing a woman with a cold demeanor gazing at the salon's entrance. "Madam, we should leave." "Go," the woman coldly uttered, rolling up the window as the car started and vanished into the distance. At that moment, a shadow clad in a baseball cap leapt down from a tree, his gaze fixed on the direction the Audi had disappeared. It was Li Mu. A smirk crept across his face. The boss truly has foresight. Protecting the boss's wife, this woman is clearly no saint. But fear not, I am always several steps ahead. In his hand, Li Mu held a phone, the screen displaying the first photo taken of the woman when she had rolled down the window. Half an hour later, Li Mu arrived at Lin Feng's office. "Boss, that woman is clearly trouble. I suspect her visit to the salon was a deliberate move to approach the boss's wife." Chapter 86. Lin Feng did not respond to Li Mu's inquiry, instead focusing his gaze on the photograph, which struck him as somewhat familiar. "Li Mu, take a look at this person. Have you seen her before?" "Boss, I am certain I haven't encountered this woman, but if you mention familiarity, I feel she bears a slight resemblance to someone." "Who?" Li Mu scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, as if he himself found his suggestion rather absurd. "I think she looks a bit like Song Chenggong." Lin Feng's eyes brightened, followed by a chuckle. "How did I not think of that? No wonder she seems so familiar. She even has a slightly irritating air about her." "Boss, you can't possibly think the same way, can you? It's not merely my opinion. They do share a resemblance. But what is her connection to Song Chenggong?" Lin Feng squinted. Although he was unaware of her specific identity, he was certain of one thing. She had come seeking vengeance for Song Chenggong. "Li Mu, keep your focus on this woman while ensuring your own safety." "Understood." Li Mu exited the office, feeling increasingly comfortable under Lin Feng's leadership. However, there was a slight imperfection. While he had a capable left-hand man, he still lacked a right-hand counterpart. A figure appeared in his mind, a smile gracing his lips. This was a splendid opportunity. If he could recruit that individual, his future would be secure. Returning to the photograph, Lin Feng scrutinized it for an extended period but soon revealed a look of disappointment. Indeed, external aids were not infallible. Staring at the image yielded only information about the film's material. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out his phone and opened a search engine, activating the image search function. Following the prompts, he uploaded the photograph, and the screen quickly transitioned. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered as his ability activated, revealing several news articles related to the woman, including her specific identity information. Name: Song Yuan. Age: 52. Identity: sister of Song Chenggong, wife of the chairman of the Hong Kong Inghao Group. Breaking news: at the ongoing auction in the Shanghai market, a diamond named Heart of the Saint provided by the Hong Kong Inghao Jewelry Group has fetched a staggering price of 500 million, temporarily setting a new auction record. Rumor has it that this diamond is the most cherished possession of the chairman's wife, Hu Yun. Shock! Hu Yun splurged over 100 million on Zhang Daqian's painting Summer Mountain Dwelling, revealing that his wife has a deep fondness for famous artworks, thus sparing no expense to acquire it. Lin Feng was taken aback. The enigmatic woman was actually Song Chenggong's sister and had married a prominent figure in Hong Kong. This revelation was unexpected. Moreover, the absence of any media coverage on her was quite perplexing. He would need to consult Jiang Hua for further clarification. Relieved to ascertain who was targeting him, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. Knowing everything in advance, he thought, if anything were to go awry, it would be better to perish. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's mind, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. In the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel in Shanghai, Song Yuan lowered her head, appearing pitiful. with a hint of the delicate charm typical of a Jiangnan woman. Even at over 50, she retained her allure. Yuan, I understand you are troubled by your brother's situation. I will surely assist you in seeking revenge, but you must exercise restraint while in the mainland. I only have this one brother. When I was studying in Hong Kong, I eventually married you against my parents' wishes. If it weren't for my brother secretly sending me money, I would have starved on the streets. Do not forget, you were quite impoverished back then too. Huiyun sighed, acknowledging the truth in his words. The rise of Yinghao jewelry began nearly 2 decades ago, and the reason for the public's ignorance of Song Yuhuan's presence was due to her elopement with Huiyun upon their marriage. This auction is crucial for us. Many prominent figures from various countries will attend. I promise, once it passes, I will find someone to deal with Lin Feng. Not just Lin Feng. I want everyone involved in this incident to pay the price. Very well, I promise you, Yuhuan. I will ensure that the painting summer mountain dwelling by Zhang Daqian is secured for you. At his words, a rare smile flickered across Song Yuhuan's face. In the southern suburbs of Shanghai, at Zhang Hua's temporary residence. Song Yuhuan? Where did you hear that? This is a closely guarded secret, known to very few. I stumbled upon it inadvertently. How much do you know, old brother? Zhang Hua seemed to be recalling something and after a moment replied, in our circle, it isn't exactly a secret. Song Chunggong has a younger sister who is 5 years his junior. She went to Hong Kong for university, yearning for freedom, but their family fell out over this. However, the poor lad she married back then is now the wealthiest in Hong Kong, presiding over a 200 billion jewelry empire, quite an achievement. And what is her relationship with Song Chunggong? Zhang Hua paused, then chuckled. You might not believe this, but for such a feudal character as Song Chunggong, he shares a surprisingly good relationship with his sister. I heard that despite their initial fallout, it was Song Chunggong who supported her financially. Lin Feng suddenly understood. If that were the case, everything became explicable. Why the sudden interest in this? Have you never considered that Song Yuhuan might seek vengeance for her brother? Yinghao Jewelry will also be attending this auction. Intentions may be strong, but does she possess the courage? This is the mainland after all. Besides, her status has changed. She would not dare act recklessly. Lin Feng remained speechless. Zhang Hua was somewhat naive. As of now, there were no reports of any misfortune befalling him, so Lin Feng refrained from divulging too much information. If word got out, his plans could be thwarted. Prepare yourself. The auction opens the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. I will send a car to pick you up. You must help me maintain appearances. This is of great significance to me. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hua, Lin Feng returned to the company around noon, leaning back in his office chair. It was not in his nature to wait idly for trouble to find him. Knowing someone was targeting him, he naturally had to take the initiative. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, a cunning smile appearing on his face as he picked up the phone and quickly dialed Li Mu. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng gazed at Li Mu with a serious expression. How goes it? If it's unfeasible, do not force it. Boss, just wait. Even if I falter, I won't implicate you. Hold on. Lin Feng stopped Li Mu from leaving, quickly opened a news app, and typed in Heart of the Saint. Breaking! A major auction incident has occurred at the International Luxury Goods Auction in Shanghai. The diamond Heart of the Saint provided by Yinghao Jewelry has been stolen, leaving the safe entirely empty. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Off you go and be cautious. Chapter 87. Upon witnessing this future news, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, signifying that Li Mu would undoubtedly succeed this time without being detected, and that was more than enough. Next, Lin Feng intended to focus his efforts on Wang Hai, an experienced veteran detective known for his exceptional skills, calm demeanor, astuteness, and quick thinking, an invaluable asset. Having dealt with countless criminals over his long career, Wang Hai was familiar with all manner of cunning and deceitful individuals, which made him the ideal ally Lin Feng had long desired. Previously, such thoughts were merely dreams, but now a rare opportunity had arisen, one that Lin Feng could not afford to overlook. At 2 a.m., after a long day, Wang Hai was preparing to head home, feeling exhausted from recently resolving the case involving Song Chunggong. Just then, an order came from above mandating him to oversee the security for an upcoming international auction in the city, where all the items were luxurious treasures. Xiao Li, Is everything ready for the auction in 2 days? Rest assured, I'm on it. I've even neglected my girlfriend for this. She's been quite upset. Make sure to greet your brother-in-law. This situation must go smoothly. Afterward, I'll grant you a 3-day leave. Around 3 a.m., Wang Hai left the police station and was about to enter his dilapidated Jetta when his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from a peculiar and untraceable virtual number. Wang Hai, be cautious. Someone is plotting to kill you. At noon in 2 days, at the International Exhibition Center, a black unregistered Volkswagen will attempt to run you down. Stay vigilant. Wang Hai's hand halted mid-motion, his brow furrowing as he reread the message multiple times, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He immediately exited his vehicle and rushed back to the police station. 10 minutes later, in the information management department of the police station, he inquired, Team Leader Wang, this number was sent through triple encryption, and it's a virtual number. We cannot trace it. Cannot trace it? Yes, due to privacy protections for delivery personnel and couriers, such numbers are encrypted. This particular string has even undergone double encryption. Team Leader Wang, what is going on? Oh, it's nothing. If we can't trace it, let it be. Wang Hai left the station, his thoughts heavy with unease from the mysterious message. At the Peace Hotel, a prestigious 5-star establishment favored by various elites, security was tight. Yet even the most secure systems have their vulnerabilities, and few could exploit them. In the 5th-floor corridor, behind a ventilation panel, a slender tube extended, releasing a colorless, odorless smoke. The 4 guards at the entrance collapsed to the ground. Behind the panel, Li Mu grinned. All surveillance cameras had been disabled at the request of wealthy patrons who preferred their privacy unobserved. Ironically, this decision played into Li Mu's hands. Descending from the vent, he wasted no time, producing a card that unlocked a door secured with a chain. He then inserted a straw into the gap and blew, waiting approximately 30 seconds before his body emitted a series of cracking sounds as he shrank at an almost imperceptible speed. In the blink of an eye, he slipped through the door, gently closing it behind him. 2 minutes later, Li Mu exhaled in relief, pulling out an ornate box from a bedside safe. Wow, these rich folks are impressive, using a mechanism box for their valuables. If an amateur stumbled upon this, they'd be in trouble. Fortunately, they encountered a master thief like me. With a confident smile, Li Mu disregarded the lock on the box and, using a few fingers in an unusual gesture, pressed specific spots on the box, causing the lid to open. Inserting an object into the lock would trigger a hidden poisonous dart, incapacitating the thief. But such measures were futile against Li Mu. A magnificent diamond appeared in his hand. With a flick, it was stowed in his pocket as he replaced it with a similarly weighted iron block. Within 10 minutes, Li Mu exited safely, using the escape route. As he released another puff of smoke through the bamboo tube, the guards slowly regained consciousness. What happened? Did I fall asleep? Damn, no one has broken in, right? I'm so tired. I guess I've been overworked lately. We're in the heart of the city. How could anyone break in? Exactly, stay alert. Everyone knows the stakes. We can't afford to slip up, or we'll all lose our jobs. At 4 a.m., at Lin Feng's residence, Li Mu retrieved the enormous diamond from his pocket. Boss, I completed the task in 40 minutes. Are you satisfied? Lin Feng held the diamond up to the lamp, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his face. This diamond was undoubtedly a rare gem, yet his intent for acquiring it was not merely to irritate Song Yuhuan. He had other plans. Boss, is there anything else you need? From tomorrow you will shadow Wang Hai, but you must not be discovered. Shadow Wang Hai? He is a policeman. What is your intention? Lin Feng smacked the back of Li Mu's head. What are you thinking? Do you think I would have you confront a policeman? I need you to protect him. Protect? Indeed, he is a good man but rather stubborn and dismissive of advice. In 2 days, at the International Exhibition Center, someone will attempt to harm him, and you must assist him then. 3 days later, you will go to Chong and Central Primary School. That's where Wang Hai's daughter studies. Remember, she must not be taken by any strangers. Accustomed to unconditionally obeying Lin Feng, Li Mu left immediately after receiving the orders. Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out his phone and decisively entered Wang Hai's name. Upon seeing the information that appeared, he finally exhaled in relief. Breaking news. Wang Hai of the Major Crimes Unit in the city has resigned from the police force to join Dingfeng Group as Lin Feng's personal assistant with an annual salary of 2 million. Previously, he had been unable to find such news until he orchestrated this series of maneuvers, and now the desired outcome had finally come to fruition. Chapter 88. Greetings to our esteemed viewers. We are broadcasting live from the International Exhibition Center in Shanghai. At 10 a.m. today, the International Luxury Goods Auction, hosted by the Huaxia branch, is set to commence, managed by the prestigious Asian auction house, Yanjing Shangtai. The well-known reporter from Shanghai TV, Yang Li, elegantly attired in professional attire, is currently providing updates from the venue. This auction house is renowned, attracting only the most distinguished attendees. However, the recent controversies surrounding Song Changgong, coupled with the ongoing buzz surrounding Lin Feng, have seemingly overshadowed this event. The exhibition center serves as the auction venue, organized by the esteemed Baoli and jointly funded by 10 of the world's leading auction houses. As the only prominent auction house in Huaxia, Shangtai bears a significant responsibility this time around. Gradually, the frequency of luxurious vehicles arriving has increased, with influential figures from all corners of the globe flocking to the venue. The media present have become increasingly vibrant, as such a gathering of notable personalities offers them an unparalleled opportunity for news coverage. A procession of luxury car convoys began to arrive, and statistics indicate that the combined value of the vehicles present today exceeds a staggering 10 billion. The fortunes of the attendees are no less than 500 billion. Although the auction does not impose entry barriers, those of lesser means would shy away from attending, fearing embarrassment. The atmosphere has begun to intensify, and when two imposing Maybachs approached the venue, a chorus of gasps erupted. The first vehicle, adorned with the license plate Hue 66888, belongs to Lin Feng, while the one following is owned by Wang Yongchong. As the doors swung open, a group of 6 emerged simultaneously. Lin Feng and Jiang Hua led the way, followed closely by Jiang Shui, Wang Xian, and others, as camera flashes erupted in rapid succession. Please make way, time is of the essence. After the opening ceremony, I will make time for interviews. Lin Feng courteously greeted the crowd, radiating an aura that rendered others somewhat dim in comparison. At that moment, another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as a fleet of 8 Mercedes-Benz S600s entered, signaling the arrival of yet another prominent figure. Jiang Hua raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It appears the people from Dihua Group have arrived." Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as his gaze traversed the gathering, landing on 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful. Simultaneously, a gaze from afar locked onto Lin Feng's, igniting a palpable spark in the air. "Lin Feng, what are you staring at? Let us go inside," Wang Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Sister Wang Xian, don't rush. I know that Zheng Peng and Song Wei have both pursued you in the past. I suspect this young man is simmering with jealousy and may come looking for trouble," Lin Feng warned. "Be cautious. In comparison to Song Wei, this fellow is far more troublesome," Jiang Shui added just as Zheng Peng emerged from the crowd, striding toward Lin Feng with a smile that held an unsettling undertone. The journalists, aware of the brewing drama, swiftly converged, knowing that such entanglements were no longer secrets. Everyone present donned expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Wang Xian, I never expected to see you again after all this time," Zheng Peng greeted, his tone markedly different from Song Wei's more familiar approach. Wang Xian, maintaining her composure, introduced Lin Feng, subtly conveying to Zheng Peng to refrain from any further entanglement. "Aha! Rest assured, I am not as foolish as Song Wei. Relationships cannot be forced, and I merely wanted to extend a greeting," Zheng Peng replied dismissively, ignoring Lin Feng entirely, as if he were but a wisp of air. "Is this the lazy frog you mentioned, Wang Xian?" Lin Feng interjected unexpectedly, directing his words pointedly at Zheng Peng. Countless eyes turned toward him, brimming with excitement and a hint of schadenfreude. To everyone's surprise, Zheng Peng merely smiled in response, his demeanor unfazed. "Indeed, born an orphan, you possess no decorum. Your pursuit of Wang Xian was due to her brilliance. Your acquisition of her attention was merely a lapse in her judgment," he retorted, igniting a palpable tension. The surrounding journalists had already caught wind of the commotion, and numerous notable figures lingered at the periphery, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the realm of business, where powerful elites converge, harmony is often elusive. Zhang Peng, enough is enough. You and Song Wei are no different than lazy frogs in my eyes. You cannot compare to even a finger of Lin Feng, Wang Xian shot back, her words striking with a force that froze Zhang Peng in place. How dare you? Zhang Peng exclaimed, his previous confidence crumbling as he faced Wang Xian's unexpected retaliation. What do you mean? He provoked me first. We're classmates, after all. And what of it? I have many classmates. Should I extend them all the same courtesy? Lin Feng is my fiancé, the person I intend to spend my life with. Besides, have I spoken incorrectly? You and Song Wei have relentlessly harassed me. What else could you be but lazy frogs? Wang Xian's words drew laughter from the crowd, igniting a spark of amusement that further fueled Zhang Peng's ire, humiliating him in front of the onlookers. As he prepared to unleash his fury, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted. Xiao Peng, how have I taught you to behave? A voice interjected, sending a chill down Zhang Peng's spine as he realized he had lost control of his emotions. At that moment, Zhang Taibei and a foreign gentleman appeared beside him. Mr. Lin, your youth and talent are indeed impressive, though your fervor is rather overwhelming. I heard Zhang Hua invited you as a special guest, but alas, I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation from Baoli. Zhang Lao remarked. Your words imply that Xiangtai is of lesser status, yet the auction has just commenced. Do take care not to offend me. Should Xiangtai flourish in the future, you may find yourself unable to reach for it. Zhang Hua interjected coldly. Chapter 89. Dear friends, my name is Jason, and I am the head of Poly Auction for this journey through Huaxia. I hope everyone can refrain from quarrels. Any grievances can be resolved at the auction. This foreigner speaks Huaxia fluently, clearly having undergone systematic and professional study, making him quite the expert in the language. Mr. Jason is correct. The esteemed European International Auction House has indeed reached a consensus. If Xiangtai continues down this path, it will lose its qualifications to host such large-scale auctions in the future, will it not? Indeed, Mr. Zhang Hua, Mr. Smith from Poly has asked me to convey that this may be your last time presiding over an international auction. Following our investigation, Dihao Group fully meets the qualifications to hold an auction, and their auction house has already been selected and constructed. Zhang Hua's expression changed, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Lin Feng. At this moment, he looked at the other party and smiled. Jason, right? Remember, these words are yours. Don't forget. What do you mean by that, sir? Jason asked, furrowing his brow. Nothing much. By next year, the rules of this game will be ours to dictate, so don't come begging me then. Everyone was taken aback. Even Zhang Hua was stunned, while Zhang Peng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Lin Feng, you really dare to speak boldly. Why not say that you will become the world's richest man? Do you realize how ludicrous your words are? I'm curious to see what rare items you can present then. Indeed, with so many prominent figures present today, let us not allow them to leave disappointed. Zhang Taibei remarked, leading Zhang Peng into the venue, the latter casting a cold smile at Lin Feng. Relying on someone else's power, as if the foreigner is superior. Zhang Shui scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Let us go, arguing is futile. Don't worry, I was serious about what I said. Lin Feng smiled and turned towards the venue. Zhang Hua, momentarily distracted, noticed a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he hastily followed. As Lin Feng and Zhang Taibei vanished from sight, the atmosphere around them became electric. The tension was palpable. The two prestigious families of Yanjing appeared ready to settle their scores here. Ever since Lin Feng emerged as a figure, the market in whose city has become increasingly vibrant. Perhaps he might even create a miracle. It's hard to say. The words may have been grandiose, but the international auction companies led by Poly nearly monopolize 90% of the luxury goods auction market globally. To make a dent in that pie is no easy feat. Why are you all still dawdling? Future matters can wait. Let us hurry inside. If it's this exciting before it even starts, imagine the chaos once it begins. A throng of reporters surged into the venue, where the lighting was dim and everyone took their seats. As for Lin Feng and the Zheng family members, they occupied the front row. The opening ceremony was quite simple. As the hosts of this event, Xiangtai had Zhang Hua deliver the opening speech, which lasted about 20 minutes. Afterward, Jason from Poly addressed the audience. and once all formalities concluded, they dove directly into the auction. During this time, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, feeling as though someone behind him was watching. When he glanced back, the person quickly averted their gaze. Lin Feng smirked. Seated 3 places away was a representative from Yinghao Jewelry, and the one observing him was none other than Song Yuhuan. Lin Feng, I see a familiar face. Oh, who?
Wang Xin suddenly interjected.
I also spotted her. It's Sister Chun, isn't it? Sister Chun? Jiang Shui discreetly pointed to the direction behind them and remarked, it's that woman. She recently met Xian at the beauty salon. I heard she purchased a $1 million membership card, quite the wealthy lady. Yet, I can't seem to recall any affluent matriarchs with the surname Chun in Huaxia. Lin Feng, I feel like I've seen her before, Wang Xian suddenly said. If you recognize her, that's right. Her name is Song Yuhuan, sister of Song Chunggong, and the wife of the chairman of Yinghao Group. How could she not be familiar? What? Both women exclaimed in surprise. I assure you, don't be afraid. If she approaches you, just play along. Everything is under my control, Jiang Shui excitedly stated. Are you suggesting we put on a show and then find an opportunity to expose her? Pretty much. Wow, Sister Wang Xian, your man is truly cunning. Quite the rogue. The group whispered among themselves when suddenly, a resounding round of applause erupted throughout the venue. The auction had commenced. The first item presented was surprisingly from the Zheng family. Wealthy patrons widened their eyes. After all, this was not a charity auction but a gathering of avid collectors eager to unearth treasures. The host's voice resonated. Esteemed guests, the first item up for bid today is a Ru Kiln Celadon wash provided by Dihao Group. This brush wash, a former collection of the Tianyu Art Museum in Taiwan, represents the quintessence of Ru Kiln craftsmanship. Simple yet profound, imperial in origin, with a glaze like cream and a sky blue that is nearly perfect. As the host continued the introduction, a cheapao-clad hostess elegantly paraded the item around the venue for all to admire. At this moment, Zhang Peng, seated 3 spots away, turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, anyone can boast, but you must also demonstrate your capabilities. You are indeed impressive. Your business acumen and strategies are top-notch, or else the Song family wouldn't have faltered under your influence. However, your earlier claims were rather grand. You wish to elevate Zhanghua's auction house status, but mere words are insufficient. Money is not the issue. Does Xiangtai even have items of value in their warehouse? This Ru Kiln brush wash is indeed a premier piece, yet countless better items exist. It's unfortunate you possess none. Are you so certain? Don't take my word for it. If you have something, present it. Also, a reminder, the rules here differ from those at antique markets. Should you attempt to deceive with counterfeit items, not only will you face disgrace, but legal repercussions as well. Lin Feng was left speechless. Although perhaps a bit biased, he felt that the so-called wealthy second generation often lacked intellect. Zhang Peng was essentially no different from Song Wei, self-important, arrogant, and laughably ignorant. At this juncture, the hostess' voice rang out once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for this Ru Kiln wash is 50 million Huaxia coins. Interested parties may place their bids. Chapter 90. Lin Feng chose to disregard him entirely, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. Zhang Peng interpreted Lin Feng's nonchalance as a sign of weakness, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. 10 minutes later, a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong secured the item for an astounding price of 200 million. Zhang Peng glanced at Lin Feng again, his eyes brimming with provocation. Meanwhile, Zhang Taibei turned his gaze towards the host on stage, nodding slightly. It was evident that he was acquainted with the host, their eyes exchanging a subtle signal. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our customary practices, this auction is organized by Xiangtai Auction House, renowned as the foremost large-scale auction company in our homeland, with a legacy spanning a century. I wonder if they could present a few of their esteemed collections for our perusal? Zhang Hua felt a tightening in his chest. The host was an associate of his auction house, yet it was clear he had been compromised. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Without Lin Feng's assistance, today could have ended in disaster. Uncle Jiang, how's it looking? Let us not embarrass ourselves. Remember Lin Feng's earlier bravado. Dear nephew, why the rush? Acquiring items does require time, does it not? Zhang Hua replied coolly, whispering a few words to an aide beside him. who promptly departed. Jiang Hua, if things turn dire, conceding defeat is an option. We are both locals of Yanjing with familial ties running deep. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you. Zhang Taibei remained composed, his confidence rooted in an understanding of Xiangtai's foundations. What you propose implies that everything is under your control, yet you have not profited a single cent from Song Qinggong's inheritance. Lin Feng mocked, Mr. Lin, speculating is not a sustainable endeavor. But you are mistaken. This is merely the price one pays for your obsession with foreign allure. As Lin Feng's words lingered in the air, Zhang Peng's expression hardened. At that moment, Jiang Hua's aide entered, carrying a large platter, instantly capturing the attention of the entire venue. What is that? So massive. My heavens, could it be an antique? An antique? Something of such size? What on earth could it be? It appears to be a spherical object. Could it possibly be a treasure of unparalleled value?
Impossible.
Antiques are not valued by size. I doubt this item could rival the previous one. As the platter was brought to the front, Jiang Hua stood up, radiating confidence. Zhang Taibei felt a sudden unease, unable to shake the feeling that there might indeed be something extraordinary. He quickly dismissed the thought and whispered, "Have our invited experts on artifacts come and wait. We must be prepared for any tricks Jiang Hua might employ." Understood, grandfather. Zhang Peng pulled out his phone and stepped outside as Jiang Hua's voice resonated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not waste words. I have awaited this day for far too long. There has been considerable dissent regarding our Xiangtai auction house, and today is my opportunity to vindicate myself. I assure you, the item concealed beneath this red cloth is undoubtedly a rare treasure. With a grand gesture, he unveiled the item, and the audience collectively held their breath, gazes fixed on the stage. At that precise moment, Zhang Peng returned just in time to witness the spectacle. The bumpkin has returned. Today, you shall witness what constitutes a premier antique. Lin Feng pointed at the stage. A Buddha head? That large? Lin Feng, do you truly believe that size equates to value in antiques? Lin Feng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Peng. What are you thinking? Have you not heard of my knack for discovering hidden gems? Experience the despair of Song Wei once more. With that, Lin Feng rose, hands in his pockets, and strode towards the stage, casually picking up a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this Buddha head is my offering, crafted from jade, and it possesses a significant history. Lin Feng, pray tell its provenance. However, I must inform you, 3 experts are en route to the venue. Once you conclude, we shall have them authenticate it. Zhang Peng smirked, unfazed. Such a large jade Buddha head. If it were indeed a genuine antique, how could Lin Feng have acquired it? The Buddha Hall of Wu Zetian, also known as the Hall of 10,000 Images, contains a Buddha statue. The original statue's head was stolen. What I possess is that very head from the jade Buddha. Go on, keep boasting. Say whatever you wish. Lin Feng, do you think everyone here is a fool? If this jade Buddha head were truly an antique, it would have surfaced in public long ago. How could you have obtained it? Jiang Hua, you're no spring chicken. Are you truly following him down this rabbit hole? Rest assured, should Xiangtai falter, I shall leave you a path to survival. Old Zhang, at your advanced age, you too are aware that I am no fool. Do you think I would wield a stone to strike my own foot? At that moment, 3 elderly gentlemen appeared at the entrance of the hall, and Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy, recognizing one of them as Fang'an, whom he had met at the previous auction. Ah, Mr. Lin, what a delightful surprise to see you again. Professor Fang, it's a pleasure. Thanks to you, the Songya by painting now resides in our association's museum, greatly enhancing our influence in the Shanghai Cultural Association. But what brings you here? This Buddha head is my possession. Some have questioned its authenticity, and since you are present, I have full confidence in your expertise. As the audience regained their composure, Zhang Taibei and his grandson found themselves utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom that Lin Feng knew one of the experts. They also gleaned crucial information from a few keywords, such as the Songya by painting, a work by Tang Yin, and Fang'an had claimed that Lin Feng had gifted it to their association. This felt surreal. What? It belongs to Mr. Lin? Upon hearing this, Fang'an turned to Zhang Peng. Mr. Zhang, though I am engaged by you, my assessment must be honest. Mr. Lin is an old acquaintance, and I trust his character completely. However, for the sake of public confidence, I shall authenticate this Buddha head before everyone. The two other experts echoed his sentiment. Since this is a friend of President Fong, we are certain it cannot be a counterfeit. We are willing to collaborate with President Fong in the authentication process. Lin Feng smiled slightly, extending his hand. Please, proceed. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, becoming quite intriguing, while Zhang Taibei and his grandson felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 91. A few experts, highly skilled in their craft, retrieved various tools from their respective kits and swiftly entered a state of focused diligence. The atmosphere on-site grew tense and quiet, while the grandfather and grandson, Zhang Taibei and his kin, felt a peculiar unease, sensing that something was amiss. Grandfather, could it be that this artifact is genuine? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If such a thing were authentic, it would be an unparalleled treasure. How could Lin Feng possibly acquire it? However, let us await the outcome. At that moment, Jason, who had been merely observing, turned his gaze towards Zhang Taibei. Though a smile graced his face, it lacked the earlier enthusiasm. Mr. Zhang, if you do not possess a clear advantage this time, I fear I cannot grant you the opportunity with the International Auction Association. Zhang Taibei's expression shifted, and he forced a smile. Mr. Jason, rest assured. I can guarantee that this Buddha head is indeed flawed. They are merely engaging in theatrics. However, Jason remained silent, for none were foolish. Lin Feng and Zhang Hua were not simpletons. How could they maintain such composure if the artifact were indeed counterfeit? The three experts donned gloves and commenced their appraisal, scrutinizing the object closely, with Fong and evidently leading the group, exuding an air of authority. The other two assisted him, displaying utmost professionalism. Around them, flashes from cameras illuminated the scene intermittently. Such a rare occasion was not to be missed by the reporters. The tension was palpable, for according to Lin Feng, the origins of this Buddha head were astonishing, and if authenticated as genuine, it would be an invaluable treasure. Suddenly, one of the experts, holding a handheld device, ran his fingers along the neck of the Buddha head, his expression momentarily flickering. The three experts exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Taking a deep breath, Fong removed his gloves, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Appraising artifacts of this caliber was undeniably taxing. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the authentication are in. My colleagues and I can vouch for the veracity of every word we speak. Professor Fong, do not waste time. Please tell us whether this is a modern imitation or a genuine artifact from the Tang dynasty. Fong cast a serious glance at Zhang Peng, his demeanor suddenly grave. This is not an antique. At this proclamation, everyone except Lin Feng was taken aback, with Zhang Hua and Wang Yongchang visibly flustered. Old man, you must take responsibility for your words, Jiang Shui remarked coldly, her tone sharp. Miss Jiang, we must respect the expertise of the professionals. Are you questioning their authority? If it is not an antique, then Lin Feng, aren't you embarrassed? Zhang Peng remarked smugly, his expression one of derision. Zhang Hua, you might as well concede now. With the auction just 2 days away, I shall take the lead. It seems you must yield your position as the foremost auction house in Huaxia. Lin Feng suddenly erupted in laughter, his gaze fixed on Zhang Peng as though he were a mere child, brimming with mockery. Can you not allow the experts to finish their statements? Finish? How absurd. They have already declared it is not an antique. What more is there to say? It is indeed not an antique, but its worth transcends that of mere antiquities. I believe it is more fittingly described as a crystallization of Huaxia culture. Lin Feng extended his hands, gazing at the frozen smile on Zhang Peng's face. Did you hear that? This is a cultural crystallization, surpassing antiques. As for its value, let Professor Fong elaborate. Mr. Lin, this is a genuine jade Buddha head, dating back to the Tang dynasty. We have compared it with documented details and can confirm without doubt that it is the jade Buddha from Wu Zetian's Ming Hall. Simply put, it is priceless. Now, how does this compare to the Ru Kiln brush washer? Even 100 Ru Kiln brush washers cannot measure up to this Buddha head. It is indeed invaluable. Enough! Zhang Taibei suddenly interjected, his expression darkening as he turned to Fong and Professor. You are a professional. You would not conspire with Lin Feng to deceive us, would you? It seems you two are acquainted. Mr. Zhang, if you doubt this, you are welcome to seek another appraisal. If there is no deceit involved, the outcome will be the same, regardless of who conducts the authentication. Mr. Lin, this Buddha head is exceedingly precious. I would suggest you consider it for personal collection. Should it be auctioned and fall into foreign hands, it would represent a tremendous loss. Very well, Professor Fong. I accept your counsel. Farewell. With that, Fong En and his two colleagues departed the scene. Well, what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Xiang Tai either presents nothing of value or brings forth the finest. All else is mere rubbish. Lin Fong, do not be too pleased with yourself. I see you do not intend to auction this Buddha head. If it is not up for auction, it cannot be counted as a bid. You are still the one who has lost. I knew you would resort to this tactic. Do you think I possess the same level of intellect as you? As Lin Feng's words faded, a member of the Jiang family approached with another dish, covered by a red cloth, though this one appeared considerably smaller. No one dared to underestimate Lin Feng any longer. From the moment he encountered Zheng Peng at the entrance until now, observant onlookers would note that Lin Feng had consistently maintained the upper hand, never suffering a loss. Zheng Peng, I will ensure that today you lose with complete satisfaction. You hope to witness a comedic turn of events involving Xiang Tai and me, but alas, that shall not come to pass. Today, I will expand your horizons and reveal what true top-tier antiques resemble. Lin Feng grinned broadly as he lifted the red cloth from the dish, revealing a dim yellow, bowl-shaped object resting quietly atop it. This is a bronze Shijia plate, which I chanced upon at the gathering of treasures. Because of this, I once delivered a severe rebuke to Song Wei. It seems you two brothers share quite the connection. Lin Feng. Xiao Peng, sit down. Zhang Taibei's voice cut through the tension, and Zhang Peng paused, momentarily stunned, yet obediently took a seat, clearly reluctant to defy his grandfather. Mr. Lin, you truly are an outstanding young man. In my many years, I have never encountered someone as remarkable as you. This statement carried an underlying implication that Lin Feng could not overlook. Old Zhang, such words are flattering. Let us not beat around the bush. Since you are supporting my elder brother, let us lay everything on the table. You wish to engage with the auction house? That seems rather overambitious. Chapter 92. Overestimating oneself. Lin Feng deliberately chose his words with care. Perhaps it was only he who possessed such audacity. Humph! Zhang Taibei scoffed coldly, turning his head away from Lin Feng, his expression darkening ominously. Lin Feng waved his hand, beckoning one of his subordinates who hurried over. He whispered a few words in the man's ear before resuming a conversation with Zhang Hua behind him. Soon, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Hua's face, though he quickly masked it with composure. The Buddha's head had already been retrieved. It was indeed a delicate matter, steeped in religious significance, making it unsuitable for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, I will present two items for bidding. The first is the previously mentioned bronze armor plate, and I shall add another surprise to ensure your enjoyment. As he spoke, someone in the distance approached with a tray, revealing something small that piqued the audience's curiosity. Unbeknownst to them, a fervent anticipation began to swell within, hoping Lin Feng would unveil a remarkable treasure. As the red cloth was lifted, a scroll of paper was revealed, its aged surface densely inscribed with text. Dear guests, I assure you I shall not disappoint. While the Buddha's head is not for sale, this Tang Dynasty manuscript of the Diamond Sutra is a genuine hand-copied version, with esteemed experts valuing it at no less than 2 billion. Today, I shall offer it for auction. The spotlight illuminated the scroll, rendering the text vividly clear. Zhang Taibei's eyelids twitched. His unease grew, as he had severely underestimated Lin Feng. In truth, he hadn't underestimated him. Lin Feng was simply too extraordinary. Grandfather, how could he possess so many treasures? How should I know? Our intelligence efforts have been utterly disastrous. Beside him, Jason could no longer contain his frustration, his demeanor icy to the core. The foreigner, driven solely by profit, cared little for the hospitality he had received earlier, even sacrificing his participation in the auction for Song Chunggong's assets back in Yanjing. Mr. Zhang, I believe the headquarters will reconsider our collaboration. I am disappointed with this assessment. Personally, I lean towards your side, but the International Auction Association is not solely my decision. Zhang Taibei remained silent, aware that all his meticulous planning had culminated in this day, only for Lin Feng's emergence to obliterate it all. rendering his efforts futile. He gazed at Lin Feng, resentment swirling in his eyes, but he could only endure in silence. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out, announcing the start of bidding for the bronze armor plate. The process was swift, concluding in a mere 20 minutes at a staggering price of 1 billion. The winning bidder was a real estate tycoon from Guangxing, a formidable entrepreneur. The second item, the Tang Dynasty hand-copied Diamond Sutra, fetched an even more astonishing 30 billion, claimed by the Shaolin Temple from Luocheng. The elderly abbot's face radiated excitement as he cradled the scripture reverently, declaring his intent to return it to the temple's library for the disciples to study. By 4 p.m, the first day of the auction was drawing to a close. Undoubtedly, Shangyun Pavilion had basked in the spotlight today. As Jason prepared to leave, he made a point to greet Zhang Hua warmly. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Taibei and his grandson cast somber glances from afar, their hearts heavy with despair. The embarrassment of the day was one thing, the failure of their plans another. But the loss incurred from not returning to Yanjing for this day was incalculable. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had not only seized a golden opportunity in Yanjing but had also trampled them beneath his feet. As night fell, after bidding farewell to the last guest, it was already past 8 o'clock, yet excitement lingered among the attendees. Zhang Hua, in particular, was astounded by the abundance of Lin Feng's hidden treasures, which had completely reshaped his worldview. However, Lin Feng stood by the venue's window, gazing towards the parking lot, where a man and woman entered a Mercedes-Benz S600, disappearing from his sight. Lin Feng, what's the matter? Is there trouble? Is Song Yuhuan planning to harm you? No, she intends to target you and Jiang Shui. Remember, do not visit the beauty salon tomorrow. Wang Xian gasped, a wave of apprehension washing over her. Though uncertain of the source of Lin Feng's warning, she believed him unequivocally. Lin Feng, should we devise a plan to deal with Song Yuhuan? Should we eliminate her? Kill her? She hasn't done anything. The group fell silent, realizing Lin Feng's point. The Shanghai market was not his domain, and their presence there was not a crime. Yet, the unease lingered. Do not fret. I have already discerned her identity. I face no danger. You need only to observe. Within this circle, Lin Feng had become the unequivocal core, even Jiang Hua placing complete trust in him. At 2 a.m, Wang Hai remained in the office, unable to return home. The ominous text message lingered on his phone, gnawing at his mind. Tomorrow marked the time specified in the message, and it happened to be his turn to patrol. Was someone truly plotting to take his life? His anxiety deepened. He was not afraid of death, but of leaving behind a wife and son. However, using police resources privately due to this message would be a violation. Extinguishing his cigarette, Wang Hai rose, preparing to head home. In the Peace Hotel's women's spa, Song Yuhuan, enjoying a massage, typed out a message on her phone and dispatched it. Tomorrow at 2 p.m, Shanghai Exhibition Center, Target, dead. After sending it, she swiftly deleted the message record before lying down to continue her relaxation. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Zhang Taibei and his grandson were wide awake, unable to sleep. Grandfather, you always said to remain calm and steady. Can you still hold your composure? Lin Feng and Zhang Hua were clearly opposing them. And that Jason, acting as if he owns the world. We can always find another way. Xiaopeng, do not be agitated. We are far from finished. You are correct. We must remain steady. Otherwise, Song Chunggong will serve as our cautionary tale. Does anyone truly believe Lin Feng will enjoy peace? Grandfather, what do you mean? Suddenly, Zhang Taibei's expression darkened with a chilling smile. You younger generations may not know. We are aware that Song Chunggong has a sister, closely connected, and she is currently in Shanghai. Chapter 93. What? Younger sister? Who is she? Song Yuhuan, the wife of Huiyun. Zhang Peng's face displayed an expression of shock. The owner of Yinghao? Grandfather, now that you mention it, I noticed this woman watching Lin Feng and his entourage today, seemingly filled with resentment. So this is the connection. Humph. Thus we have not lost. Perhaps someone can assist us in dealing with this calamity. Regarding Baoli, once Lin Feng encounters trouble, Xiangtai will undoubtedly be no match for us and will be eliminated. A smile finally emerged on Zhang Peng's face. Your father is disabled. Hence, I can only place my hopes on you. Our empire cannot tread the same path as Song Chunggong. We must align with the international community and engage with the upper echelons abroad to secure a brighter future. At that moment, in the opulent residence of Lin Feng, he was briefing Li Mu. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., at the International Exhibition Center, do not be late. If Wang Hai cannot avoid it himself, lend him a hand. Rest assured, boss, I will complete the task. Remember to be cautious. Although your skills are commendable, it is still a vehicle, and your safety is paramount. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Additionally, you have another task. At noon tomorrow, during the auction, the heart of the Virgin will be auctioned, and the theft of the diamond will be exposed. Boss, you can rest easy. I will not give away any clues that day, and if something goes awry, I will not implicate you. You clever lad. That's not what I meant. Lin Feng pulled out a large diamond from his pocket, the very one that had been stolen, the heart of the Virgin. You will hold on to this. After the auction concludes, I need this diamond to be in Zhang Peng's possession. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Boss, are you planning to use it against them? Clever. If I do not assign them some work, would it be fair? Each of them is a good person. Let them fight amongst themselves. After making an okay gesture, Li Mu departed from Lin Feng's residence, and until now, no one aside from Lin Feng was aware of Li Mu's existence. This was Lin Feng's formidable weapon, and he realized that Li Mu's true value exceeded his previous expectations. The following morning at 8 a.m., Song Yuhuan, still driving her battered Audi, arrived at the beauty salon, but she left within 5 minutes. She discovered that Wang Xian and Jiang Shui had not shown up. Leaving her stood up, clutching the sleeping drug tightly in her hand. She could only grit her teeth and leave. Madam, where to now? Back to the hotel. The chairman is waiting for me at the auction venue. The foreign driver started the car and swiftly disappeared from the beauty salon's entrance. In the distance, Jiang Shui and Wang Xian were both taken aback by this scene. Are they really trying to sabotage us? She went in for 5 minutes and left. They must have seen we were absent. Xiao Shui, I told you Lin Feng would not deceive us. You refused to believe me. All right, let us hurry back. We need to go to the auction soon. At 1 p.m., the auction took place as scheduled. Following the thrilling events of the previous day, today's auction seemed somewhat lackluster. Jason from Baoli indeed appeared more indifferent towards the Zheng family, yet surprisingly, Zhang Taibei did not approach him either. At that moment, Lin Feng and his group arrived outside the venue, just in time to spot Wang Hai on duty from a distance. Oh, Captain Wang? What a coincidence. Today, Captain Wang seemed somewhat preoccupied, even a bit absent-minded. Ah? Oh, Mr. Lin? Haha. I heard you made quite the fortune yesterday. Ah, Captain Wang. If you weren't a police officer, I would certainly hire you for $1 million a year. Such a pity. Mr. Lin, you truly have a way with words. Observing the slightly anxious Wang Hai, Lin Feng suddenly said in a solemn tone, Captain Wang, you seem to be in poor spirits today. I have a bit of knowledge about fortune-telling, and I sense a minor calamity for you today. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai was momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, Lin Feng had already vanished from his sight. A minor calamity? Impossible. What am I thinking? Wang Hai shook his head, dismissing the thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng had just exited the restroom when he collided with a young man wearing a cap. His head bowed. Annoyed, he lifted his head to confront the intruder, only to be nearly startled to death. The other party had a crooked mouth and a bulging right eye, clearly a one-eyed individual. Brother, I am truly sorry. I didn't see you. Damn it, what bad luck. Get lost. Watching Zhang Peng leave, the crooked-mouthed one suddenly chuckled, casually removing his eye patch, revealing Li Mu's true identity. Yet, Zhang Peng remained oblivious, as a diamond appeared in the pocket of his suit jacket, the very missing heart of the Virgin. Inside the venue, as everyone settled in, the auction officially commenced. The first item for bid was the heart of the Virgin, valued at 500 million, provided by Yinghao Jewelry. At this moment, Hui Yun took the stage to provide a brief introduction for the gemstone, while Lin Feng kept his head lowered. Soon, a commotion arose behind him. Upon seeing Zhang Peng return, he discreetly glanced at his pocket. A flicker of a smile crossed his face. He understood that all was in readiness, and the game had begun. At that time, Hui Yun on stage had finished his lengthy introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude my presentation here. Next, you shall witness the marvel of this diamond. With that, a staff member from Yinghao approached the stage, carrying an ancient box. Lin Feng, a diamond worth 500 million? This is outrageous. What is 500 million? The heart of Africa is valued at over 1 billion. Of course, this item does not retain its value. Purchasing it merely reflects one's status. Jiang Shui remarked, just this worthless stone, and it requires such meticulous safeguarding? Who would want it? Just because you do not desire it does not mean others share your sentiment. If it were to be stolen, Yinghao would suffer a tremendous loss. However, as soon as Lin Feng's words fell, an enraged shout erupted from the stage. Where is my diamond? Where has the heart of the Virgin gone? In the audience, Song Yuhuan, who had been expressionless, suddenly lifted her head, rising to peer forward, only to discover that the ancient box contained nothing but a black iron block, clearly indicating that the diamond had been stolen. Chaos erupted in the venue, yet Zhang Taibei and Zhang Peng remained seated, motionless. Grandfather, it seems we have a spectacle to witness. The diamond has indeed been stolen. Mind your own business. Just enjoy the show. Chapter 94. Zhang Taibei spoke in a low voice, remaining motionless, sensing that the unexpected turn of events was rather peculiar. Zhang Peng was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disdain, yet he still remained seated. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. The auction venue was in disarray, and this sudden incident felt rather eerie, making Zhang Taibei cautious about making any rash moves. Outside the venue, numerous security personnel and Ho Yun's subordinates surged in, encircling the premises. Journalists stationed at the entrance, upon hearing that the heart of the Virgin had been stolen, became exhilarated. As for them, trouble was welcome, but a lack of news was not. The scene was a cacophony of confusion. In the square outside the venue, a police officer rushed to Wang Hai's side. Chief, there's trouble inside. The heart of the Virgin has been stolen. Stolen? The heart of the Virgin? That 500 million diamond? The young officer nodded in affirmation. Yes, Chief, it's chaotic inside. Should we go in? What for? Our task is to maintain order outside the venue. What happens inside is not our concern. If they need the police, they will call us. Understood, Chief. Wang Hai was acutely aware of his responsibilities, and as time pressed on, nearing 2 in the afternoon, the unlicensed Audi still had not appeared. This uncertainty gnawed at him. He could not ascertain if it was a prank or if the incident was genuine. Inside the venue, everyone was isolated. Ho Yun's expression darkened. Losing that diamond would spell significant losses for the Yinghao group. Ladies and gentlemen, the heart of the Virgin is of utmost importance. I must ask for your patience. You may leave once we rule out any suspicions. Ho Yun's intent was clear. He planned to search everyone present. Mr. Ho, how can you act this way? It's too domineering. You want to search us? I will report you. Exactly on what grounds? Yinghao jewelry is so overbearing? This is Shanghai, not Hong Kong. Clearly, the item was stolen before arriving at the venue. How can you place the blame on us? I even suspect that the heart of the Virgin is merely a ruse. Jiang Hua felt uneasy, as this auction was hosted by Xiang Tai, and any trouble would reflect poorly on him. Brother, this incident isn't directed at me, is it? Don't worry, just watch the show. As Lin Feng spoke, Zhang Taibei stood up with Zhang Peng, heading toward the exit, clearly intending to leave. Stop. No one is allowed to leave today. Mr. Ho, do you think our family, the Zhangs, would covet your diamond? Zhang Taibei's expression soured, feeling utterly disrespected. Everyone is a suspect, thus no one can leave. Humph. Such arrogance. Do you know who we are? Zhang Peng, already irritable, erupted at Ho Yun's provocation. The Zhang family remains as domineering as ever, but we shall act according to the rules. Song Yuhuan interjected coldly. Song Auntie, why don't you stay in Hong Kong like a proper young lady? Your brother is dead. The Song family is gone. Are you seeking revenge? Let me guide you. Their demise is connected to him. What a revelation. To accuse so brazenly reveals that this individual is far more formidable than Song Wei. Zhang Peng, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. At least I don't feel guilty about running away after taking someone else's belongings. Don't spout nonsense, Lin Feng. Who feels guilty? You're the one who is guilty. At that moment, amidst the densely packed crowd, A shadow silently emerged behind Zhang Peng, gently tapping his outer pocket with a right hand. Clatter! A white, conical, transparent object fell to the ground. The crowd instantly fell silent, their gazes fixated on the object. Zhang Peng looked down and his face shifted dramatically. This was unmistakably a diamond, and it had fallen from his pocket. Panic surged through him. Does young Master Zheng desperately need money? Resorting to theft? Lin Feng's mocking voice snapped everyone back to attention. Zhang Taibei's complexion drained of color, while Zhang Peng's face flushed with rage, fixing a fierce glare at Lin Feng. Mr. Ho, this must be a misunderstanding. I hope we can clarify before making any judgments. I suspect someone is deliberately framing us, he asserted, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Old Zheng, there are plenty of witnesses in this venue. How could I possibly conjure this up? The item fell from your grandson's pocket. This is something you must explain. Who would have thought that a prominent young master from Yanjing would engage in such petty thievery? How intriguing! Lin Feng's expression brimmed with derision, deeply piercing Zhang Peng's pride. The surrounding journalists, undeterred by the tension, seized the moment, capturing footage and broadcasting the unfolding drama online. Soon, the incident surged to the top of trending topics, claiming a spot in the top 5. Old Zheng, it's not my intention to confront you. The diamond fell from your grandson's pocket. The two of you cannot leave. Even if you are wronged, you must provide evidence, Ho Yun declared coldly. Ho Yun, do you truly believe we would steal your diamond? This is a setup. I don't believe it, but the diamond did indeed fall from his pocket. If you were in my place, old Zheng, what would you do? Zhang Taibei's expression froze. Ho Yun was showing him no respect whatsoever. What do you plan to do? Hand him over to the local police for investigation. If evidence proves he is innocent, I will publicly apologize. To the police? Are you suggesting that Xiao Peng should go to the police station for questioning? Is there a problem with that? Are you dreaming? Song Yuhuan retorted coldly. We have already alerted the authorities. Old Zheng, do you wish to defy the law? We do not intend to make things difficult for you, but taking our belongings means you cannot simply walk away. In the distance, Lin Feng observed from above, watching as the two factions clashed in argument, clearly intensifying the conflict. He glanced at his wristwatch, noting the time, 11:40. Among the crowd, Li Mu had already left the venue, and Lin Feng knew that the main act was about to unfold. Outside, Wang Hai checked the time every minute. With less than 20 minutes remaining until noon, his anxiety growing ever stronger. Chapter 95. The August sun blazed down upon the Shanghai market, yet Wang Hai found himself ensnared in a heightened state of tension, his palms slick with cold sweat. His eyes darted about, scanning the vicinity, but he discerned nothing amiss. He raised his hand to check the time once more, 11:59, just 1 minute shy of noon. At that moment, a square-shaped vehicle emerged from a corner to the southeast, but Wang Hai, with his back turned, remained oblivious. Inside the vehicle, chaos erupted. Zhang Peng had audaciously stolen the heart of the Virgin. Could it be? Zhang Peng, the grandson of Zhang Taibei, pilfering diamonds? Indeed, it seemed preposterous, yet the evidence was undeniable. I have heard that Hu Yun has already contacted the police, and I anticipate my colleagues will arrive on the scene shortly. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming undercurrent of conspiracy given the multitude of irregularities he had witnessed in his 2 decades of service. Since help is on the way, we shall refrain from meddling further. Safety at the scene is paramount. I expect you all to observe diligently. As his words hung in the air, he turned to leave when an abrupt, thunderous roar of an engine pierced the atmosphere, reverberating as if it were right beside him. Captain, be careful. His team members gasped in alarm as an unmarked, aging Audi hurtled towards Wang Hai, mere meters away. In a moment of sheer panic, he forcefully shoved a nearby officer aside, but it was too late for him to evade the impending danger. In that fleeting instant, thoughts of his son, wife, parents, and his years of service flooded his mind. This was it, he was destined to perish. This grim realization was his final thought. The growl of the engine echoed like a beast in his ears, and he envisioned the harrowing scene of his bones shattering as he lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Suddenly, a faint whoosh sliced through the air. A stone zipped past him. Bang! The sound of shattering glass erupted as the dilapidated Audi swerved violently, colliding forcefully with a utility pole. The windshield shattered, and an expatriate inside, propelled by inertia, struck his head against the steering wheel, blood streaming forth. Wang Hai's senses sharpened. He was drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, seize him. Do not allow him to escape. His team snapped back to reality, yet the assailant was still capable of escape. With a rev of the engine, the car spun around, attempting to flee. However, a young man had scattered nails upon the ground. The Audi, moving at breakneck speed, had no chance to brake, and its tires exploded under the pressure. Losing control, the vehicle spun before crashing into a nearby stone pillar, smoke billowing from the manhole cover as it became immobilized. In an instant, the car was surrounded by a dozen officers. "Captain, are you all right?" one of them inquired, concern etched upon their face. Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively. His expression darkened. He had believed he was finished. "I am fine. By the way, someone saved me. Where is he?" Wang Hai lifted his gaze, only to find the area deserted, save for the security personnel rushing in from the auction house. "Captain, it was a young man, but it was chaotic, and he ran off. If it weren't for him, there would have been a catastrophe today," one officer replied. Wang Hai took a deep breath. "Go, secure the individuals inside. Call for an ambulance and request backup." He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he sought to calm his nerves. Yet a deeper panic began to gnaw at him. Had he perished, what would become of his wife, children, and parents? He had devoted his youth to the force but had been selfish towards his family. What if, due to his actions, those who bore him ill will turned against his loved ones? How would he cope then? At that moment, Wang Hai's perspective began to shift. 10 minutes later, the auction house was sealed off, and officers investigating the theft of the Heart of the Virgin arrived. With two significant incidents unfolding simultaneously, the situation spiraled out of control. The auction was undoubtedly doomed to be cancelled. As Lin Feng and others exited the venue and entered the square, they were taken aback. A smoking Audi leaned against the roadside, and a bloodied foreigner was escorted by the police. In the distance, Song Yuan's face was ashen, her eyes wide with terror. "That damned stone wasn't stolen by me. What are you arresting me for? Let me go," cried Zheng Peng as he was taken away, while the vehicle was towed, and the foreign assailant, gravely injured, was rushed to the hospital. Everything unfolded like a fog, elusive and incomprehensible. In the square, Wang Hai crouched on the ground, chain-smoking, lost in thought. "Captain, I heard you were attacked?" Lin Feng's voice broke through his reverie, surprising him. "After so many years as a policeman, it's only natural to have enemies," Wang Hai replied. "Captain, let me speak frankly. At over 40, with aging parents and young children, you have made significant contributions during your 20 years on the force. Sometimes you must consider your own well-being," Lin Feng urged.
Wang Hai regarded Lin Feng in astonishment,
then forced a wry smile. "I understand your reasoning, but how can a policeman simply walk away? Besides, what would I do if I were to leave?"
Lin Feng lit à cigarette, chuckling.
"You might think of yourself as selfless, yet that is merely your perspective. From the viewpoint of your parents, wife, and children, you appear selfish." Wang Hai abruptly turned to Lin Feng, struck by his words.
Lin Feng stood, patting Wang Hai's shoulder, smiling.
"You have my number. Should you ever wish to seek employment in the future, come find me." As Wang Hai watched Lin Feng depart, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. He was no fool. It was clear that Lin Feng was extending an olive branch. Meanwhile, in Hui Yun's vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Song Yuan reclined on the sofa, her gaze frigid, while Hui Yun's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. 10 minutes later, within the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel, smack! A resounding slap echoed as Hui Yun struck Song Yuan across the face. "Did you instruct John to run that policeman down?" Chapter 96. "It is I. How long must I wait for your revenge? Damn it, with your elder brother gone, do you wish for us all to accompany him in death? Hui Yun, back then, when you were destitute, did my elder brother not offer us assistance? Without him, could you have achieved your current status?" The room fell into a profound silence, leaving Hui Yun at a loss for words. "Yu Huan, I do not blame you. Revenge must await the right moment, and there are many ways to seek it. Surely, you do not intend for us to risk our very lives? What alternative do you propose?" If this drags on, we will have to return to Hong Kong. Yuan, I shall find a way. For now, you must remain here. I even suspect that the matter of the heart of the Saintess is a deliberate provocation to sever our ties with the Zheng family. With that, Huiyun left the room, locking the door behind him. Watching him depart, Song Yuhuan's eyes flickered with deep-seated resentment. The death of Song Chunggong had utterly warped her mindset. Meanwhile, in a hotel on the outskirts of the city, several young men gathered in a room, smoking and playing cards. Brother, when do we move? We wait for Miss Song's call. In Hong Kong, we have received much kindness. We must handle this matter with utmost finesse. These individuals were petty gangsters from Hong Kong. On a chance encounter, Song Yuhuan had rescued them from being beaten on the street, and in gratitude, she regularly provided them with money to alleviate their dire circumstances. Though they were ruffians, they understood the importance of repaying kindness. This time, Song Yuhuan sought them out, instructing them to kidnap Wang Hai's son tomorrow evening after school. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. The leader of the group picked it up and grinned. Let's finish this game and get some rest. We have work to do tomorrow. That evening, at Wang Hai's home. Ahai, if you won't think of yourself, at least consider me and our son, as well as our parents. How many years have we lived in fear? If something were to happen to you today, what would we do? Isn't everything fine as it is? Fine? Does that mean we must wait for disaster to strike before it truly counts? There's no point in arguing. I hope you will reflect on this. His wife, in a fit of anger, left the living room. Wang Hai sighed in resignation, about to rise when his phone buzzed again. He picked it up to find another message that sent a chill through him. Tomorrow afternoon after school, someone plans to kidnap your son at the school gate. A wave of icy dread washed over Wang Hai. It was clear that someone had failed in their initial attempt and turned their attention to him. But who could it be? He remained silent, planning to stake out the school the following day to uncover the truth. Due to a series of unforeseen events, the international luxury goods auction in the city concluded a day early. However, the event was not tainted by these occurrences. Instead, Lin Feng and Xiang Tai unveiled two rare treasures, garnering significant acclaim. The next day at 3:30 p.m., the entrance of Chong'an Central Primary School was teeming with students. In a corner, several youths held a photograph, their eyes fixed on the school gate. Suddenly, a buzz-cut youth exclaimed, "Brother, look, the target has appeared." Wang Hai's son emerged from the school, backpack slung over his shoulder, making his way toward the bus stop. Let us move quickly. This is the school gate, and the police could arrive at any moment. The group swiftly approached their target, intending to snatch him and flee. In a shadowy corner, Wang Hai, dressed in plain clothes, had already noticed these individuals. With his years of experience as a police officer, he recognized that they were not ordinary. Just as he prepared to intervene, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Captain Wang, don't be alarmed. It's me. Just wait a moment. I'll assist you." Turning abruptly, he was startled to see a young face, his son. "Look, they haven't all moved in. There are still two behind. If you act now, the other two will escape, and the danger will remain." Wang Hai was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed two more individuals lurking behind the initial three, clearly part of the same group. "All right, let's act now. I'll handle the first three, you take care of the two at the back." The young man grinned, leaping into the crowd with agility that left Wang Hai momentarily stunned. However, he had no time to ponder. He quickly followed suit. Outside, the area was bustling with parents waiting to pick up their children. At that moment, the five individuals split into two groups and swiftly approached Wang Hai's son. The leader casually placed a hand on Wang Yong's shoulder and said, "Xiao Yong, come with us? Your dad sent us to pick you up." But just then, two cries pierced the air from behind. The leader spun around in shock, only to find his accomplices collapsed on the ground, clutching their wrists in agony. "Hello, surrender now. You cannot escape." The young man, startled, instinctively tried to use Wang Yong as a hostage, but Li Mu, quick as lightning, struck him, rendering him powerless as he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the distant scuffle had concluded. Being seasoned police officers, they easily subdued the two petty criminals. 10 minutes later, the police arrived on the scene. None of the five managed to escape. Their attempt to assault a police officer's family and kidnap was deemed heinous, leaving them with no hope of leniency. Half an hour later, As the crowd dispersed, Li Mu prepared to leave when Wang Hai called out to him. What is it, Mr. Wang? Do you need something? Thank you for your assistance. Not a problem. It's merely part of your profession, and such matters will inevitably arise. Ultimately, you must remain vigilant. Li Mu was about to depart, being aware of his past as a thief, but Wang Hai halted him. Wait, I know whose side you're on. Take me to meet Lin Feng. Li Mu paused, taken aback by this revelation. His respect for Lin Feng deepening as he recalled Lin Feng's assertion that Wang Hai would likely deduce his connection. All right, follow me. Our boss is waiting for you. Chapter 97. On the 18th floor of the Dingfeng building, Lin Feng stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down at the bustling city of Shanghai. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Lin Feng glanced at the clock and smiled faintly.
Come in.
The door swung open, revealing Li Mu at the forefront, followed closely by Wang Hai, who kept his head lowered, obscuring his expression. What's the matter? Is Captain Wang feeling agitated? Lin Feng inquired. Do you know everything? Or is this all part of your scheme? Wang Hai confronted him directly, voicing his suspicions. Indeed, I have not misjudged the situation. I immediately discerned its essence. Regrettably, while your doubts are well-founded, you have misidentified the culprit. Lin Feng replied calmly, a serene smile gracing his lips. He had glimpsed a fragment of the future, fully aware of Wang Hai's choices. Do you have any proof?
Wang Hai pressed.
You came here with a resolute determination, which indicates that you heeded my words that day in the parking lot. It's time to consider your own interests, Lin Feng stated, casually retrieving a brown paper envelope from his desk and placing it before Wang Hai. What is this? Wang Hai asked, confusion evident in his voice. The answer you sought, Lin Feng replied. Wang Hai, puzzled, took the envelope and swiftly opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside lay an ordinary photograph, yet the dilapidated Audi depicted within was indelibly etched in his memory, a vehicle that had nearly cost him his life. The image also featured Song Yuhuan and the foreign driver in the front seat. Trembling, he turned to the second photograph, which clearly had a different backdrop, not set in Shanghai nor taken recently. This was a business Toyota, with Song Yuhuan dressed in an elegant manner. In front of her stood 5 young individuals, seemingly expressing their gratitude. One of her associates handed a stack of cash to the eldest among them, a figure Wang Hai could never forget, the leader of the 5. The first photograph was inadvertently taken by my associate, while the second dates back 5 years when Song Yuhuan was captured by paparazzi. The media in Hong Kong even lauded her at the time. Do you still doubt me? Lin Feng inquired.
Wang Hai stood frozen,
repeatedly examining the photographs until a thought struck him. I have no enmity with her. Why would she wish to kill me or target my family? No enmity, you say? Her name is Song Yuhuan, the sister of Song Chunggong. So why would she take action against you? Captain Wang, take this evidence to the police station. They plan to leave Shanghai tonight. Wang Hai was astounded. Lin Feng seemed almost otherworldly. One could easily assume he had orchestrated the entire affair. Why are you helping me? Do you harbor some ulterior motive? Don't overthink it. We are, after all, old friends, are we not? As Wang Hai departed Dingfeng building, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng, his thoughts veiled in uncertainty. Meanwhile, at 9 p.m. that evening, Shanghai International Airport was abuzz with activity as Hu Yun and his companions prepared to flee the city. Their driver, John, had been apprehended. It was only a matter of time before the investigation led back to them. Song Yuhuan was in a state of panic, having learned that the 5 individuals sent to the school had gone missing. Despite her simmering hatred, she felt compelled to leave after seeing the news. Hu Yun appeared anxious, frequently checking the time. Chairman, we have 30 minutes until boarding. Please remain calm, his assistant advised. Regret washed over him for not having taken a private jet, which would have been far more convenient. At the international departure entrance of the airport, a fleet of police cars had gathered. Over 20 officers disembarked, led by Wang Hai. Go. Immediately inform the airline to delay the boarding of flight MU-5568 with Huaxia Airlines. Additionally, ensure they soothe the passengers' emotions. We cannot allow the suspects to catch wind of this, he commanded. Understood, Captain. I will take care of it right away. The airport was swiftly under police control, and news of the operation spread throughout Shanghai, causing various media outlets to converge on the airport. Inside the waiting area, upon hearing that the flight would be delayed by an hour, Huiyun became agitated, arguing with airline personnel. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. At least 10 individuals were approaching. As the crowd turned to look, Huiyun's pupils dilated in shock. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers retreated, and 10 police officers surrounded Song Yuhuan. Miss Song, you are aware of why we are here. Please do not resist. Cooperate with us, for you are a public figure, one of the officers stated. What are you doing? Is this how police conduct arrests? Have you resolved the matter regarding the heart of the saint? She retorted angrily. At that moment, Wang Hai stepped forward, casting a cold glare at Song Yuhuan. Miss Song, the evidence against you is irrefutable. You are suspected of inciting others to commit bodily harm. You must accompany us. As for the heart of the saint investigation, that is beyond my jurisdiction. Huiyun's face drained of color as Song Yuhuan glared at Wang Hai, her eyes filled with resentment. Your brother brought this upon himself. What he did warrants the harshest punishment, and yet you continue to tread his path. It is best you come with us, Wang Hai remarked. Handcuffed, Song Yuhuan was escorted away from the airport, passing through the terminal as cameras flashed from every direction, capturing the pivotal moment. The revelation that she was indeed Song Qinggong's sister sent shockwaves through the media, confirming the family's notorious reputation for ruthlessness. Huiyun left Shanghai without a second thought, opting to return to Hong Kong in hopes of rescuing his wife. Yet this decision was swiftly distorted by the media narrative. 2 days later, Lin Feng sat in his office, reading the news with a sense of satisfaction. They've all been apprehended. Finally, there is some peace. He had never anticipated that Song Yuhuan would be so reckless, plotting the murder of a police officer and attempting to kidnap a police officer's family member. What was she thinking? Hatred can drive one to madness. It is quite natural, he mused. However, I have heard that Huiyun has returned to Hong Kong, desperately searching for someone to rescue his wife. Yet it seems no one is willing to wade through this murky water. Humph! How could he possibly save her now that he has been caught in Shanghai? Surely he has a guilty conscience. On the other hand, Zhang Peng seems to have had some good fortune. I hear he has been released? Indeed. Surveillance footage from the venue captured a suspicious young man who slipped a diamond into his pocket, but the perpetrator's disguise has made identification impossible. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, prompting Lin Feng to smile. Come, let me introduce you to my new assistant. Chapter 98. Zhang Hua was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. Honestly, he found it rather puzzling. Lin Feng, a man of such enigmatic nature, seemed to have very few trusted aides around him. Aside from that elusive master he had never met, the others could only be deemed as ordinary subordinates. This aspect left Zhang Hua with a sense of admiration, for despite being a solitary figure, Lin Feng grew increasingly mysterious in Zhang Hua's eyes. The longer they interacted, the more opaque Lin Feng appeared to him. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a figure at the threshold. Zhang Hua's surprise quickly morphed into a flicker of astonishment as he recognized the newcomer. Captain Wang, welcome to Dingfeng Group, Lin Feng greeted with a smile, feeling a surge of pride. He had long had his eye on this individual, yet his unique status had made it difficult to find an opportunity to engage him. Now, with Wang Hai's joining, Lin Feng anticipated a future of seamless endeavors. Lin Feng, I am no longer the captain of the homicide division. This morning, I resigned from all my posts. I am now a job seeker, hence my visit for an interview. Wang Hai responded. Are you still playing these games with me? Let us have a look at the contract. Lin Feng retorted with a knowing smile. Upon glancing at the contract, Wang Hai was momentarily stunned. His excitement was palpable as he noted the impressive annual salary and benefits. The offer included an annual salary of 2 million, bonuses and various allowances. Furthermore, in the attached clauses he discovered provisions for a house and a car. Is this too generous?
Wang Hai questioned.
From the moment you join, you will serve as my personal assistant. Within the entire company, you will answer solely to me, participating in all my daily affairs and decisions. This compensation is modest. Excel in your duties and greater rewards will follow, Lin Feng replied. Wang Hai wasted no time. He picked up the pen and signed his name with a flourish. I never expected to become your employee. That realization is yours alone. Do not harbor any psychological barriers. You have earned your place in the police force, Lin Feng remarked. Wang Hai reflected, recognizing that this young man was not only adept but also astutely perceptive. Previously, he had believed he could never part from the police force, but this event had shifted his perspective. He resolved to dedicate the latter half of his life to his family, feeling no guilt in his decision. At that moment, the office door opened once more, and in walked Li Mu. Boss, is there something you need? He inquired. Allow me to introduce you to your future colleague and partner. For any issues, you can consult with Old Wang, and similarly, Old Wang can seek your assistance, Lin Feng said. Zhang Hua was taken aback. Li Mu appeared exceptionally youthful, yet it was clear he had gained Lin Feng's trust, indicating he was no ordinary figure. Suddenly, Zhang Hua recalled their first meeting with Lin Feng. Brother, who is this? Zhang Hua asked, intrigued. Brother, no one beside me is aware of his existence. Today's meeting is a twist of fate. The subordinates you once commanded fell victim to his prowess, Lin Feng revealed. What? A member of the 8 external trades? Zhang Hua exclaimed. No. There are no such distinctions anymore. His ancestry belongs to the 8 external trades, and the renowned Yan Zili San is his forebear, Lin Feng clarified. Li Mu sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Hello, Yam Wang Hai.
You can call me Brother Wang. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously moving forward. Also, thank you for that day at school, Wang Hai said. Ha, Brother Wang. I look forward to your guidance, Li Mu replied, a smile gracing his face. Lin Feng watched the two with satisfaction, pleased to see his left and right arms in place, strengthening his capabilities. Zhang Hua, observing this, felt a deep sense of envy. Meanwhile, revelations concerning Song Yuhuan finally surfaced, revealing her as the mastermind behind the scheme, leading to her identity being exposed. It became nearly impossible for Huiyun to rescue her. Ironically, his position as her husband resulted in his summoning by the local police shortly after her return to Hong Kong. Although he was ultimately cleared of involvement, the media frenzy surrounding him was unavoidable. The reputation of Yinghao Jewelry suffered a severe blow, causing its stock prices to plummet, leading to protests from numerous shareholders outside the company's premises, creating a dire situation. 3 days later, at the entrance of the international airport in Shanghai, Lin Feng and Wang Xian accompanied Zhang Hua and his daughter, seeing them off as they prepared to return to Beijing. Safe travels, brother. I believe we will meet again soon, Lin Feng said. Little brother, I await your arrival in Yanjing. I believe the time is ripe for us to deepen our collaboration. Zhang Hua replied. All right, I'll come over. I heard Duan Sichuan has returned to Beijing, and the Zheng family also came back. Please be cautious. Given your close ties with me, Lin Feng warned. Lin Feng, don't forget to visit me with Sister Wang Xian. Otherwise, I won't forgive you, Zhang Shui chimed in. Rest assured, we will meet soon, Lin Feng reassured her. Zhang Shui felt a pang of reluctance to leave, but they had been away for too long and had to return. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hua and his party entered the airport. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a quietness enveloping the surroundings. Lin Feng, are you reluctant to see Xiao Shui go? Wang Xian teased, her expression playful. What are you talking about? She's been chattering away. I can't wait for her to leave, Lin Feng retorted. Do you think I'm gullible? Wang Xian rolled her eyes and headed towards the parking lot. On the plane, Zhang Shui leaned against the window, gazing at the clouds outside, lost in thought. Xiao Shui, what's on your mind? Are you hesitant to return? Is someone occupying your thoughts? Zhang Hua asked. Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? I've been away for so long. I miss home immensely, Zhang Shui replied. Zhang Hua laughed. Boasting in front of me? I know your thoughts all too well. Suddenly, the typically carefree Zhang Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Shui, I'm not going to meddle in your affairs. This trip to Shanghai has yielded significant gains for us. Our auction house has gained considerable recognition. I believe that Xiangtai will only flourish in the future, Zhang Hua stated. I sent it because I encouraged you to spend more time with Lin Feng? He added. Well then, I can at least thank you for that, right? And you're not young anymore. How about I help you find someone when we return to Beijing? Jiang Hua suggested. Dad, please don't push me towards running away from home, Jiang Shui protested. Jiang Hua sighed, recognizing his daughter's unspoken feelings. Having experienced life himself, he was keenly aware of her sentiments. He too wished for her happiness, but Lin Feng was already spoken for. He would never encourage his daughter to interfere in another's relationship. All he could do was hope for his daughter's fortune to unfold naturally. Chapter 99 Today's headlines reveal that Huaxia Xiangtai Auction House's foray into the Shanghai market has yielded remarkable success. Despite unforeseen incidents at the international auction, 2 extraordinary lots fetched an astounding 4 billion, solidifying the auction house's significant standing on the global stage. Reports indicate that the International Auction Association has proposed it as the first Asian world-class auction house. Notably, the esteemed provider of these pivotal pieces is Lin Feng, the chairman of Dingfeng Group. In other news, Wang Hai, a member of the Serious Crimes Unit in Shanghai, has resigned from his role as a detective, accepting a lucrative annual salary of 2 million to become Lin Feng's personal assistant at Dingfeng Group. In a startling development, the stock price of Yinghao jewelry has plummeted, leading to speculation that the recent market crash is linked to the chairman's wife, Song Yuan. It has emerged that her true identity is that of Song Qinggong's sister, and her primary purpose for coming to Shanghai was to avenge her brother. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Lin Feng has pledged 500 million from the auction proceeds to impoverished regions in China, garnering widespread acclaim. Yanjing National Television has even lauded him as a young philanthropist. In just a week, Lin Feng has dominated media attention, becoming a focal point for journalists who trail him wherever he goes. At 8 p.m., he appeared as a guest on the primetime show Big Figures on Shanghai television, hosted by the popular Li Yun. As the program neared its conclusion, the atmosphere in the studio was electric. Mr. Lin, as we approach the end of the program, would you care to share some final words with us? Lin Feng stood, facing the camera with a gentle smile. Everything that needed to be said has already been expressed. Dingfeng, my name Lin Feng will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and that moment will arrive sooner than one might expect. Li Yun's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. As a prominent figure in the media industry, she had encountered many powerful individuals, yet Lin Feng's youth and confidence struck her as entirely natural, devoid of any sense of incongruity. At 9:30 p.m., Lin Feng exited the television station and entered a luxurious Mercedes van, where Wang Xian awaited him. Back already? How did the beautiful host fare? Ah, are you feeling jealous again? I can't help it if I'm too outstanding, he jested as the vehicle set off, leaving the television station behind. In the office of the station manager on the 8th floor, Li Yun watched Lin Feng depart, her mind swirling with thoughts. Such a man is irresistibly captivating. Even a formidable woman like herself could not withstand his allure. It's incredible how Lin Feng's popularity has surged. Tonight's show achieved record-breaking viewership, doubling past figures and setting a decade-long benchmark, she remarked. Director, I told you inviting him would be a wise decision. Just look at the trending news online. He is undoubtedly the hottest topic, replied Xiao Li. I apologize for my earlier stance. This achievement is remarkable, and I will ensure you receive a bonus this month. In Yanjing, within the expansive living room of a villa, an eerie atmosphere prevailed. A 100-inch television screen displayed news reports, with Lin Feng's striking visage dominating the broadcast. It was not merely curiosity. Regardless of the channel, the coverage centered on him. Scattered across the table were several authoritative local newspapers, each dedicating multiple pages to Lin Feng's exploits. Everywhere I turn, it's Lin Feng. Damn it, this kid 1T leave me alone. Even now that I'm back in Yanjing, Zhang Peng seethed, tearing the newspapers apart in a fit of rage. Xiao Peng, calm down. Can't you see? The events in Shanghai must be connected to Lin Feng. Otherwise, how would that diamond have found its way into your possession? So what? We've returned now. Haven Tiwi, look at Xiangtai. They are reveling in their success, while we have gained nothing from the Song family's fortune. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of wheels rolling echoed from the shadows of the villa, revealing a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. Xiao Peng, father, Zhang Peng acknowledged. Have you come? Zhang Taibei asked, his voice low. Though Xiao Peng is talented, a lesson this time would serve him well. fostering resilience, he continued. Father, you finally chose to show yourself? The disabled man, Zhang Peng's father, had become an invalid due to a car accident in his youth. Yet, this tragedy led him to immerse himself in military strategy and the study of the I Ching, making him the intellectual backbone of the Zhang family. If I hadn't appeared, would you not have been provoked to the brink of madness? Zhang Peng fell silent, his expression darkening. Lin Feng's formidable strength was undeniable, a truth they could no longer ignore. Fortunately, I have contacted several friends. If one person cannot handle it, we will band together. Footsteps emerged from the shadows of the villa, suggesting more than one presence. Zhang Taibei looked up in surprise. Why are you here? At that moment, Zhang Peng leapt to his feet, fury boiling over. Huiyun, how dare you come to my home after what you did in Shanghai? Standing before them were Duan Suchuan from Shangyun Pavilion and Huiyun from Yinghao Group. Sit down, Xiaopeng. It was a misunderstanding. We were deceived, Duan urged. Enough, Zhang Taibei interjected. As Zhang Peng begrudgingly returned to the sofa, his face contorted with displeasure. Xiaopeng, don't be rash. It's clear that in Shanghai, you were played for a fool, most likely by Lin Feng. Although we are unsure of his methods, we must unite against him. Indeed, my assistant, Sun Liang, was also harmed by him. I nearly faced dire consequences. My return is solely to settle the score. Zhang Lao, we had some misunderstandings in Shanghai. Upon reflection, it's evident that there are significant issues at play. Now that my wife has been captured, I cannot let this grievance go unaddressed. Zhang Bing calmly smiled, placing a newspaper on the table. Everyone, after considering the events, it is clear that this individual is not easily dealt with. His presence cannot be overlooked. From now on, we must collaborate to confront him, ensuring our strategy is foolproof. Chapter 102 days later, Lin Feng announced a significant decision. He would merge Yongchang Group with Dingfeng Group, which would subsequently be renamed Dingfeng International. This name signifies that Lin Feng's vision extends beyond the confines of Huaxia and aims toward the global arena. However, he resolutely decided against listing the group on the stock market. Opinions from the outside world varied. Some speculated that Lin Feng feared being taken advantage of post-listing, while others suggested he desired absolute control over the group. The exact reason remained unspoken by Lin Feng. Shaolin, the Shanghai market is now flourishing, and your conglomerate undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle, with its unprecedented range of industries, his grandfather remarked. Yet, it is still insufficient, merely a drop in the ocean for the nation and the world, Shaolin replied. Had you said this before, I would have dismissed it as boasting, but now that I am older, I find myself unable to keep pace with my own ambitions. Shaolin, the future rests upon your shoulders. That evening, after dining with Wang Xian and escorting her home, Lin Feng was preparing to drive to the riverside for some fresh air when suddenly, a blinding flash engulfed his vision. A searing pain shot through his pupils, accompanied by a deafening roar. He realized that the interior of his vehicle was ablaze, evidently the result of an explosion. He felt the intense heat against his skin and heard a woman nearby wailing in distress. Turning his head, he was shocked to find it was Wang Xian. Fury surged within him, yet he found himself paralyzed, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Glancing down at the LED display, he was startled to see the date, October 20th. But today is clearly September 2nd, he thought, bewildered by the sudden shift in time. His surroundings began to morph, revealing a tea house where he perceived himself as merely a spectator. Wang Yongchang and Wang Chunglei sprawled on the table, their eyes wide open, lifeless. 2 cups of tea had been seized by the police, indicating foul play. At that moment, a young man, seemingly a staff member of the tea house, bowed his head in panic. I acted out of greed, knowing they were wealthy. I poisoned their tea. I confess and accept my fate. Lin Feng's composure returned, and a chilling realization struck him. His vision had granted him a glimpse of a horrifying future, one that had yet to unfold. As the scene shifted again, he found himself in a grand villa's living room, where several individuals were seated. Lin Feng squinted in disbelief. He had not anticipated these particular individuals gathering together, especially a middle-aged man in a wheelchair who captured his attention. Ha! Lin Feng and his woman have been exterminated, and Wang Yongchang and his son were poisoned. Now it is time to deal with Zhang Hua. I hear Lin Feng is in disarray, preparing to send his daughter abroad. I have already discovered her destination. Once we control Jiang Shui overseas, Zhang Hua will have no choice but to comply. The surroundings began to flash backward. Lin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, realizing that his vehicle was quietly parked along the banks of the Pujiang River. The riverside was alive with lights, filled with summer evening strollers seeking respite after dinner. Lin Feng exited the car, lit a cigarette, and took a moment to compose himself. Half an hour later, he dialed Wang Hai. In the Zheng family's villa in Yanjing, a group listened intently to Zheng Bing. Their apprehension grew as the narrative unfolded. This seemingly harmless disabled man was capable of such ruthless schemes. "Father, is this truly your plan?" "It seems excessively cruel," Xiaopeng questioned. "Either we do not act, or when we do, we must ensure the adversary pays a devastating price. Are there truly individuals in this world who cannot be bought?" Zheng Bing replied, "I concur with the strategy, though its execution presents challenges, particularly in the poisoning of Wang Yongchang. Administering poison is no simple task," another remarked. A smile crept onto Zheng Bing's face. "I have inquired about their routine. Wang Yongchang and his son visit Dong'an Tea House weekly for breakfast. I have already contacted the tea master there, and for 500,000 we can ensure our plot succeeds." Applause erupted as Duan Suchuan chuckled. "I have long heard that Mr. Zhang, despite his disabilities, possesses a keen mind for strategy. It appears the rumors hold true. Such is the way we need not confront Lin Feng head-on. He currently enjoys a period of great fortune. Subtlety will suffice." "What about Xiang Tai?" another inquired. "Rest assured, once Lin Feng is compromised, Xiang Tai will undoubtedly descend into chaos. If I am not mistaken, Zhang Hua will attempt to send his daughter abroad for refuge." "Abroad? That is a fanciful notion. No. Should she leave the country, we are assured victory in this game." The others exchanged puzzled glances, as Zheng Bing elaborated. "Once Jiang Shui is abroad, we will capture her, leaving Jiang Hua with no leverage to negotiate." A chill ran down their spines. The insidiousness of this plan was staggering, beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. "I have no further demands. Once Lin Feng is in peril, the officer who accompanied him must be handed over to me. I have heard he possesses numerous antiquities. Should our plan succeed, those treasures shall belong to me," Huayun and Duan Suchuan interjected. Zheng Bing smiled. "That is acceptable. A mere subordinate, and those antiquities hold no interest for me. However, we shall claim all of the Song family's assets that rightfully belong to him." A consensus was reached among the group, marking the formal establishment of the anti-Lin Feng alliance. Had it not been for Lin Feng's extraordinary insight, they might have been doomed. In Shanghai, Wang Hai sat on the sofa, puzzled by Lin Feng's unexpected call at such an hour. "Help me locate someone," Lin Feng instructed. "Locate someone? Who?"
Wang Hai quay rít.
"A staff member from Dong'an Tea House, tall and thin, named Zhang Dan. Bring him to me immediately upon finding him." Wang Hai nodded, acknowledging the task. "Wait. From now on, my car will remain in the garage, but it must be checked twice daily. Once in the morning and once in the evening." "Checking the car? What for? Is there a malfunction?" Wang Hai asked. "Have you ever studied bomb disposal?" Lin Feng inquired.
Wang Hai nốt đét.
"I thought so. You are indeed talented. So, you can make a fake bomb that appears real but won't harm anyone. Correct?" Chapter 101. Wang Hai was taken aback and inquired, "Boss, is someone trying to kill you with a bomb?" Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. "Don't be alarmed. Since I have come to you, I am already aware of the situation. If I know, how could anything possibly go wrong? You need to understand the change in our roles."
Wang Hai pauset.
Realizing that his identity had shifted, and quickly composed himself. "Boss, what would you like me to do? Disarm the bomb and then create a fake one. It should look convincing. When the time comes, just perform for me," Lin Feng instructed. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. "That's no problem. But what about that waiter? What's his purpose?" "Give him some money," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Wang Hai refrained from asking further questions, understanding that he was no longer a police officer. As long as Lin Feng wasn't involved in any serious crimes, he would have no objections. During noon, Zhang Hua in Yanjing received a call from Lin Feng, which took him by surprise. Xiang Tai's reputation had skyrocketed following its recent emergence in the Shanghai market. Within just days of returning to Yanjing, their business had transformed beyond recognition. Jiang Hua was so busy that he could hardly catch his breath, and Jiang Shui was also swept into the fray, with the auction house's staff increasing by over 50 in just a few days. Jiang Hua admired and appreciated Lin Feng. It was he who had revitalized Xiang Tai. Lin Feng had become a golden brand, drawing everyone in due to their association with him. Brother, I'm truly swamped. Our revenues have surged by 500% in the last few days, and I can hardly keep up with the various commissions. But don't worry, I have kept your share of the profits aside. Haha, brother, there's no rush. How is Xiaoxue? She's busy signing contracts in the office. She's been complaining about how much more exhausting it is than before. By the way, did you need something? This is a delicate matter to discuss, but I'll tell you this. Be cautious over the next 2 months. No matter what news you hear, don't panic, and absolutely do not send Xiaoxue abroad. Lin Feng spoke with an unusual seriousness, devoid of any humor, a demeanor Jiang Hua had never encountered before. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Brother, is something wrong? There was indeed a possibility of a major issue, but now everything was under his control. Let me share another piece of news, but keep it quiet. Zhang Peng's father, Zhang Bing, has teamed up with Duan Suchuan and Hui Yun to orchestrate something significant. The cripple is back? He is quite notorious. Isn't he? Yes, he is physically impaired and unable to inherit the Zhang family's assets, so he has no choice but to operate from the shadows. Brother, I'll remember your words. Don't worry, I'll follow through. Good. And don't tell Xiaoxue. Young people tend to be impulsive. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Everything was in place, and now he just had to wait for Wang Hai's updates before engaging in a strategic game with the cripple in Yanjing. 2 days later, Wang Hai arrived at Dingfeng Group with a tall, slender young man. Lin Feng looked up and immediately raised an eyebrow. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the associate he had seen previously. At that moment, the youth kept his head down, his face pale, evidently frightened. Zhang Feng? Boss, do you know me? Are you in dire need of money? Lin Feng's seemingly random question only heightened the young man's anxiety. Boss, I do need money. My mother at home is in need, otherwise I wouldn't be working 2 jobs. But I haven't done anything wrong. What do you need from me? Don't be afraid, it's just about money. Wang Hai, give him this card. There are 2 million inside. Take it. What? 2 million? How can I accept this? You are now my employee, so there's no issue in accepting it. Just take it. Boss, but this feels wrong. Zhang Feng, I have one requirement. In the future, if someone offers you 500,000, you must accept it, understand? Zhang Feng's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at Lin Feng. There's more money? Yes, just take the 500,000. Whatever they ask you to do, treat it as background noise. As long as you comply, I will give you an additional 1 million afterward. It's just money after all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng dropped to his knees, fervently bowing his head. Thank you, boss. I will certainly comply. After sending Zhang Feng away, Wang Hai was filled with perplexity. Boss, why are you doing this? You mentioned someone would pay him to do something. Could it be? His eyes widened in realization. Impressive instincts for a former detective. Indeed, someone will pay him to influence his grandfather and father. But revealing this to you now serves no purpose, as it hasn't occurred yet, and you can't apprehend anyone. So that's how it is. Is the bomb related? Precisely. If they wish for my demise, I shall oblige them. However, I must have more money than they do, correct? Zhang Feng's vulnerability lay in his mother's need for a kidney transplant due to uremia, and 50,000 could extend her life significantly, making him an easy target for manipulation. However, Lin Feng still had no knowledge of who the bomb placer was. Clearly, an individual skilled in explosives was far from ordinary and could not be treated like Zhang Feng. With everything in place, Lin Feng awaited the adversary's move, envisioning the spectacle that would unfold when they believed him to be dead, only to confront him in person. 3 days passed swiftly, with Wang Hai spending the time fixated on the surveillance cameras. Lin Feng's vehicle had remained untouched in the company's underground parking lot. One afternoon, while in the surveillance room, Wang Hai suddenly stood up, On the screen, a figure clad in black, face obscured, stealthily entered the underground garage through the security passage. In his hands, he held a device, swiftly approaching Lin Feng's car, expertly affixing the device before pulling out his phone to take pictures. Wang Hai sprang into action, seizing the walkie-talkie.
Xiaoli.
The person has appeared. Prepare for action. Remember, just take photos for now, don't engage. Understood. Xiaoli responded, promptly disconnecting the call. At that moment, Wang Hai pulled out his phone and sent Lin Feng a text message. The person has appeared. Chapter 102. The shadow moved with remarkable speed, clearly demonstrating exceptional combat skills that suggested mastery of modern martial arts. However, in the presence of Li Mu, this prowess was akin to that of a mere child. Following closely for approximately 2 kilometers, the figure remained oblivious to the slightest hint of pursuit. As the cloaked individual swiftly vanished at the end of the street, Li Mu gave a slight shake to his camera, flashed a grin, and hurried towards the Dingfeng building. Inside the office, Lin Feng examined the photographs on his phone with an impassive expression. The figure in black had removed his mask, revealing a cold visage with piercing eyes and 2 long scars etched across his face. Although the man bore the features of an Asian, Lin Feng discerned that he was not of Chinese descent. Excellent work on the mission. As I instructed, keep a close watch on Zhang Feng at the Dongan Tea House. Inform me immediately upon his meeting with anyone. After the two departed, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved his phone and uploaded the photograph, quickly uncovering the individual's details. He soon learned that the person was named Sang Jie, a mercenary from Southeast Asia who led his own team. One particular news item piqued Lin Feng's interest, despite its date being 3 months in the future. International fugitive Sang Jie, notorious for his crimes across Southeast Asia, has been apprehended. According to reports, he has engaged in business dealings with numerous prominent figures in China, opting for cash transactions in designated locations to ensure safety. Currently, he is held in the most secure prison in China, awaiting communication from Interpol. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin Feng, and a sinister smile crept across his face. He promptly called Li Mu, instructing him to pinpoint the hiding place of the man in black. When the time came to collect the payment, they would ambush him. Should the transaction fail and the mercenaries be attacked, how would their employer, Zhang Bing, respond? The thought alone sent a thrill through him. The group believed they had intricately devised a clever trap, unaware that they themselves were the prey. 3 days later, at noon, Wang Hai entered Lin Feng's office, a look of elation upon his face. Boss, good news. Someone has indeed approached Zhang Feng with an offer of 500,000, neither more nor less, aiming to poison your father-in-law and his son. Finally, it has arrived. I can hardly contain my excitement. Who are they? Such malice. Should we report this? There is no need for alarm. They will undoubtedly pay a price for their actions. Reporting now may only capture the messenger, but not necessarily lead us to the mastermind. Wang Hai, with years of experience as a policeman, grasped the intricacies of the situation immediately. All right, that should suffice. Let us take action tonight. A little chaos could be quite entertaining. At 10 p.m., Wang Xian sat nervously in the passenger seat of Lin Feng's G-Class. Fear not. You will remain unharmed. Zala Fade. Even if danger were real, I would not mind being with you. With that, she clutched Lin Feng's hand tightly. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the underground parking lot, engulfing the G-Class in flames as the entire structure trembled. The wail of ambulances filled the air, and footsteps grew louder around them. Moments later, paramedics wheeled out 2 bodies on stretchers, covered in white cloth, their identities obscured, clearly deceased. Simultaneously, police arrived at the scene, momentarily stunned upon recognizing Wang Hai, as these individuals had once been his subordinates. Captain, this seems a bit irregular. Alas, it is necessary to facilitate matters. Staging a scene allows us to catch the real culprit, does it not? After some contemplation, the team agreed and returned to file their reports. Wang Hai exhaled in relief. This was the most challenging hurdle, but thankfully, Lin Feng's reputation was solid, and his life was valued not just by himself, but by the entire market in Shanghai. At 9 p.m., in an upscale restaurant in Yanjing, Zhang Bing and his companions reveled in the latest news on their phones, their faces aglow with satisfaction. By God. He is dead. Finally, this vengeance has been avenged. The person you hired was truly remarkable. It's astonishing how effortlessly Lin Feng was eliminated. I anticipate that Zhang Hua will struggle to cope with this. Duan Suchuan guffawed, downing a glass of 20-year-old Maotai. Bing, though your leg may be injured, your intellect remains sharp. Rather than wandering aimlessly in Shanghai, your methods have proven far superior. Zhang Bing smiled faintly, his demeanor unruffled, as though the act were trivial. This is merely the beginning. The entire Wang Yongchang family will meet their demise. Once chaos ensues on Zhang Hua's side, the entirety of Yanjing will be ours. Mr. Zhang, if you permit me to exact my revenge, I assure you that when your esteemed group ventures to Hong Kong, we can engage in profound collaboration, even at a loss if necessary. Huiyun felt elated. He bore no animosity towards Lin Feng but harbored resentment towards Wang Hai. However, with Wang Hai now allied with Lin Feng, taking action became significantly more challenging. Yet after tonight, everything would change. The atmosphere was buoyant as the group toasted and celebrated, the pent-up frustration of recent days dissipating. At the Panjiayuan Shangtai auction house, Jiang Shui burst into the room, panic-stricken and pale. This spirited girl felt a profound sense of dread and heartache in this moment. Dad Lin Feng and Wang Xian are dead. Zhang Hua abruptly lifted his head. What did you say? They're dead, wailing. They were killed in a bombing just half an hour ago. The news is all over the internet. Zhang Hua's mind raced as he hastily retrieved his phone from the drawer, his heart pounding as he read the headlines. Dad, what do we do? I must go to Shanghai. Wait, you cannot go to Shanghai. I will arrange for you to leave the country immediately. As Zhang Hua prepared to contact his confidant, he suddenly recalled Lin Feng's call from the previous day, halting his actions abruptly. Chapter 103. Dad. What's wrong, Dad? Upon witnessing her father abruptly cease his actions, Jiang Shui felt an unsettling pang of fear. Everything had seemed to be improving, yet this unforeseen turn of events caught her completely off guard. Don't panic, Xiaoxue, stay composed. My brother called me yesterday, and I almost forgot. What? Lin Feng called you? What did he say? Indeed, he mentioned that significant occurrences are on the horizon. Regardless of what transpires, we must not send you abroad. Dad, I will not go abroad, especially now that Lin Feng is dead. He is gone. Zhang Hua regained his composure, his expression turning considerably serious. Moments ago, he too had nearly lost his rationality. Xiaoxue, my brother also advised me that even upon hearing news of his demise, we must not act rashly. Jiang Shui's pupils widened, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. What does this signify? Are he and sister Wang Xian faking their deaths? That's impossible, utterly impossible. Just look at the media, the frenzied reports. How could this possibly be a ruse? Xiaoxue. Look, she glanced down to see a message from Lin Feng on her father's screen, consisting of only 4 words. Play along with the plan. This damn it, that reckless Lin Feng. Has he lost his mind? Jiang Shui exhaled. The earlier chaos had left her utterly flustered, but her father's words, coupled with the message she had just seen, finally restored her sense of calm. Still, given that the news had already spread, her apprehension lingered. Xiaoxue, my brother is not so easily defeated. The phrase play along with the plan indicates that we must remain vigilant. With that, a subtle smile graced Zhang Hua's face. After navigating the business world for decades, who among them was truly simple? At 10 p.m., someone spotted the eldest daughter of the Zhang family at the entrance, in distress, before being assisted inside by her father, Zhang Hua. The Shangtai auction house had suspended its operations, rejecting numerous entrusted orders. The public was well aware of the close relationship between Jiang Shui and Lin Feng. With her in such a state, Lin Feng's death could not possibly be a fabrication. At that moment, the fishing industry across Huaxia erupted in chaos. Lin Feng's demise sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Breaking news. Reports indicate a severe explosion in the underground garage of the Dingfeng building in Shanghai. Investigations revealed that the vehicle involved was a Shanghai-registered G-Class, confirmed to belong to Lin Feng, chairman of Dingfeng Group. At the time of the explosion, both Lin Feng and his girlfriend were inside the vehicle, and multiple sources have confirmed their immediate deaths in the incident. Shocking! The business prodigy Lin Feng and his daughter perished an hour ago when their G-Class exploded. Police have confirmed the presence of bomb remnants among the debris, and preliminary investigations suggest that the incident was a deliberate homicide.
Urgent.
Wang Xin.
The heiress of the Wang family met a tragic end. Wang Yongchang and his son have rushed to the scene. Reports suggest that the 80-year-old Wang Yongchang, having just celebrated his birthday a month prior, is devastated by the loss of his granddaughter and future grandson-in-law. Wang Chang has refused all interviews, and the Shanghai auction house, with close ties to Lin Feng, has ceased operations. Lin Feng's death has shocked all of Huaxia. The news spread like wildfire, rapidly gaining traction. Within 3 hours, it was common knowledge, leaving the online community in disbelief and outrage. Lin Feng was an idol to countless individuals. On Huaxia's premier social media platform, Lin Feng was a trending topic with numerous discussions, comments surpassing the 100 million mark. My heavens, this is utterly inconceivable. Lin Feng is truly dead? What a jest. Who could be responsible? They must face justice. Such madness. Is there no humanity left? To blow someone to pieces? This feels like a nightmare. How could someone as formidable as Lin Feng possibly die? How tragic. He had such a promising future, only to be killed in such a brutal manner. This is far too brazen, yet the perpetrator must be apprehended and brought to justice. At the Shanghai Jilong Hospital, now under Lin Feng's ownership, Wang Xian scrolled through her phone, revealing a teasing smile. Who would have thought? Such a fervent following. Your death has stirred so many, and even Jiang Shui is weeping at her doorstep? TSK, what an irresistible charm. Xian, are you feeling jealous? I've already spoken with Jiang Hua. It's all an act. Yes, it's an act, but I know that Xiaoxua harbors feelings for you. Lin Feng quickly shifted the topic. Discussing such matters with his girlfriend was evidently unwise. Xian, everything is in place. We merely await tomorrow's news. At that point, those individuals will likely believe they are safe. I truly wonder what goes on in your mind to orchestrate something of this magnitude. Once they realize they've been deceived, it may haunt them for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in a remote suburban area of Shanghai, in a modest dwelling, a group of 5 individuals was gathered, with the leader being Sang Jie. At that moment, a black and white television was broadcasting news of Lin Feng's demise. Captain, did we succeed? This money is too easy to earn. I suggest we prompt the other party for payment so we can withdraw. The special police in Huaxia are not to be trifled with. Sang Jie took a swig of cheap beer and dialed a number on an outdated phone from a decade ago, reaching someone in Beijing. Hello, is this Sang Jie? Yes.
I am aware.
Is it the same as before? 10 million in cash. Indeed, it must be cash. All right, I'll contact you in 2 evenings. After hanging up, one of the team members asked, given the scale of this operation, could there be complications? Will they try to pull a fast one on us? Pull a fast one? If they attempt any tricks in my presence, I will ensure they regret ever stepping into this world. On the other side, after finishing his call, Zhang Bing turned to Zhang Peng and said, prepare 10 million in cash, withdraw it from Huaxia Bank in Shanghai, and arrange for a scrapped van. This money needs to be delivered to the designated location tomorrow. Dad, setting off a bomb for 10 million? That's an easy profit. Xiaoping, in this world, there are strong contenders in every field who merit such earnings. Do you believe you can handle this bomb assignment? Dad, I was merely speaking casually. I'll handle it right away. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly. The other party is not to be trifled with. Our dealings must remain strictly financial. Otherwise, we will encounter endless trouble. Chapter 104. As he watched his son depart, Zhang Bing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He felt quite pleased with the recent series of arrangements. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. However, it seemed that Jiang Hua remained remarkably composed, far more than he had expected. Aside from the announcement of a temporary closure, there appeared to be no particularly extreme reactions. Initially, he wondered if the other party had discerned anything, but he quickly dismissed that notion. His arrogance convinced him of his superiority in the art of strategy. Jiang Hua could not possibly compare to him, especially now that Lin Feng was dead and Xiang Tai stood alone. Glancing out at the pitch-black night, he murmured to himself, I await tomorrow's news. Wang Yongchang, Wang Cheng, you shall soon be reunited with Lin Feng and Wang Xian. Little did Zheng Bing know that this was entirely Lin Feng's scheme. Most of the relevant individuals were aware of the truth, while only they believed their plan had succeeded. When the time came, they would likely be left fuming, wishing for a block of tofu to throw themselves against. At 6 a.m. the following morning, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entrance of Wang Yongchang's villa. He and Wang Chang entered a Rolls-Royce, which slowly rolled away, surrounded by a throng of photographers. These journalists were somewhat astute, recognizing the somber mood and refraining from aggressive questioning, merely snapping a few photos. I thought we were on the rise only to end up like this. Such is fate. At 24, Lin Feng could have achieved greatness, yet he met such a tragic end. At least he died alongside Wang Xian, a semblance of shared fate. But I find this entire situation quite peculiar. What do you mean peculiar? Can you discern something? Have you noticed? The media is ablaze with reports. The coverage is off the charts, yet the police remain silent. Is this case so simple? If it were, Lin Feng wouldn't have died so easily. No clues, and we emerge to be scapegoated? Let us stop the chatter and follow Wang Yongchang. Perhaps we can uncover something. A group of journalists swiftly climbed into their vehicles, tailing Wang Yongchang's Rolls-Royce. Chairman, where are we headed? To Dong'an Tea House. I haven't been there in ages. When she was alive, Xian loved accompanying me there for tea. Father, don't dwell on it. The past is the past. We must remain strong. 15 minutes later, Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang entered Dong'an Tea House. The journalists, seeing them ascend the stairs, refrained from following. Individuals of their stature would never sip tea in the main hall. Even if they ventured inside, they would undoubtedly be barred from the private rooms, so the reporters decided to wait outside. As time ticked by, approximately 40 minutes later, the journalists grew increasingly restless. Goodness, how long are they going to stay? Wang Yongchang doesn't seem particularly upset. Life must go on. This tea house was a place his granddaughter often accompanied him to. Perhaps he is there to reminisce. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the second floor by the window, startling the journalists. At that moment, shouts from the staff echoed through the tea house. Come quickly. Someone has died. Someone has died. The journalists exchanged glances, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation, and turned to dash towards the tea house, each harboring a singular thought. If this were indeed the case, it would be a monumental scoop. 10 minutes later, a dozen journalists stood in stunned silence as they beheld Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang sprawled unconscious on the round table. Without needing to check, it was clear they had succumbed. Meanwhile, a staff member, head bowed in terror, was led away. It was Zhang Feng. However, the tea house quickly sealed off its premises, forcing the journalists to disperse. Despite capturing a few photographs, they had not been granted interviews. The establishment was also closed for the night, seemingly silencing the news. Yet rumors of Wang Yongchang and his son being poisoned spread like wildfire. Ha ha ha! They are dead. All dead. What a joyous occasion. Zhang Peng laughed heartily as he read the latest headlines, exhilaration coursing through him. With Xiang Tai now the only obstacle remaining, all other issues had been resolved. They merely awaited the ensuing chaos from their adversaries. Who would dare oppose them then? Huiyun and Duan Suchuan exchanged apprehensive glances. Though they had formed a partnership with Zheng Bing, the intricacies of his schemes instilled a profound sense of unease within them. It seems we can celebrate in advance. This time we can ensure nothing goes awry. Humph! When that police officer falls into my grasp, I shall make him kneel and confess. Zhang Taibei rose, chuckling. Bing, I owe you my gratitude. I shall contact Baoli Company immediately. At this juncture, Xiang Tai must surely be on their list of abandoned projects. This cadre of nefarious masterminds reveled in their perceived control over events, believing Lin Feng's demise and the tragedy befalling Wang Yongchang's family confirmed their dominance. At the entrance of the Wang family's villa in the Shanghai area, the area had long been cordoned off, preventing reporters from entering. Are they planning to wipe out the family? Poisoning? Just 2 days apart from Lin Feng? Who is the puppet master behind this ruthless act? This is disastrous, not only in Shanghai but across the nation. A storm is brewing. Look, they've sealed off the villa, and the police have been inside for 2 hours without a word. It seems they will not rest until the culprit is apprehended. Xiang Tai had also narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng's misfortune must surely have rattled Zhang Hua. Pity for his daughter, who was seen weeping at the entrance. Lin Feng was not only capable but had also been quite fortunate in matters of love. Of what use is that? In the end, he was still outmaneuvered. Inside the villa, Wang Hai, Wang Yongchang, and Wang Chang gathered in the living room, alongside a middle-aged man. Director, here's the situation. Though I have resigned, I cannot engage in illegal activities. Let us proceed as we discussed. We must extract the individuals involved to avoid raising any alarms. Xiao Wang. It's a pity you've left your position, but it appears you have a larger stage ahead. Since you've clarified things, I will cooperate, but remember, no casualties. In the end, you will be the ones to clean up the mess. Our boss understands. Very well, I shall take my leave. 10 minutes later, Wang Hai returned to the living room. The previous visitor had been his former superior. Such significant matters required proper communication. Old Wang, the timing is now ripe. It is nearly time to retract our operations. The boss has instructed me to inform you that you are to remain in the villa during this period. The house will be temporarily sealed under police orders, so do not fear external disturbances. Upon hearing this, both men nodded in agreement. Chapter 105 Xiangtai has been closed for 2 days, during which turbulent undercurrents have surged from the outside world, particularly in Yanjing, where hidden dangers lurk. This morning, news broke that Wang Yongchang and Wang Chang had been poisoned, casting a pall of despair over the auction house, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of pessimism. Grandfather is dead. Uncle is also gone. Father, shouldn't we take some action? I yearned to do something, yet my younger brother had specifically cautioned me, and he had even sent me a message, urging me to remain calm. As I placed my phone on the desk, the message was clear. Stay calm. At that moment, Jiang Shui's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced down to see an unfamiliar landline number. Frowning, she irritably pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? Little girl, have you forgotten me? Lin. Jiang Shui began to reply, but then fell silent, a wave of relief washing over her, mixed with a pang of grievance. What? You didn't truly think I was dead, did you? Jiang Shui remained mute as Lin Feng's voice continued. This isn't the time for idle chatter. To keep things short, cooperate in the act and we'll all be fine. That's all, I'm hanging up now. As the call ended, the dial tone echoed in her ears, jolting Jiang Shui back to reality. Damn it, he just hung up on me. How rude. Are you feeling at ease now, little girl? The one who ties the knot must also untie it, Jiang Hua remarked, reminiscent of an elder, making Jiang Shui blush like an apple. Yet, she finally understood that Lin Feng was alive, and the weight that had burdened her heart began to lift. As for the act, it posed no challenge at all. However, her admiration for Lin Feng deepened. The magnitude of his schemes was unprecedented. The thought of Zhang Bing's expression upon discovering the truth brought a smile to her face. At 11 p.m. in the Shanghai market, in a shadowy corner, Li Mu hung upside down from a tree, blending seamlessly with the branches. Ahead lay a dilapidated courtyard, and in the distance, the sound of an engine rumbled ominously. Li Mu peered carefully as an old, nearly derelict van slowly approached, eventually coming to a halt in the courtyard. A young man jumped out, lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, and in an instant, a gun was leveled at the young man's temple. Startled, the cigarette slipped from his lips. I'm just here to deliver money. It's all inside, untouched. Let me go. Leave the courtyard now and don't look back or I'll shoot. Of course, I'm leaving right away. Sang Jie watched as the man disappeared into the night, then opened the van to inspect its contents, revealing a stack of crisp bills that made him smile. Just as he hopped into the driver's seat to depart, a stone suddenly struck the window, shattering the glass. Startled, he looked outside, but in the pitch darkness, he could see nothing. Sang Jie exited the vehicle, and a gust of wind swept by, prompting him to glance up just in time to see a figure's foot aimed at his head from an unusual angle. In a frantic attempt, he reached for his gun, but Li Mu swiftly twisted his wrist, sending the firearm clattering to the ground. Terrified, Sang Jie raised his gaze, only to be met by a masked face. Ha! Did you think this 10 million would be easy to acquire? In the next moment, a sharp sensation coursed through Sang Jie's neck, and he lost consciousness. Yet, the last words he heard were unmistakable. It was clear this was a scheme orchestrated by the employer to seize the money. 20 minutes later, Wang Hai, smoking a cigarette, watched as Li Mu arrived in a Wuling Hongguang at an abandoned factory. Uncle Wang, see, it's all taken care of. I told you, mercenaries are nothing but trash in my eyes. Wang Hai opened the car door to find stacks of brand new bills, a grin spreading across his face. We'll leave the car here for now. From this point on, we need only to observe. Uncle Wang, the boss is brilliant. This will make them believe Zhang Bing is the one attempting to rob them. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wang Hai chuckled. Despite the complexity of the events, he couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's almost prophetic abilities, which impressed even this seasoned veteran with 2 decades in the police force. At 2 a.m., Zhang Taibei and his 3 generations sat on the sofa, their anxious gazes fixed on the wall clock. Father, what is going on? It's been so long without any news. Has the money not been delivered? Be patient. You can see the situation in Shanghai. We must proceed with caution and wait a little longer. Zhang Bing remained calm, yet a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. For hours had passed. Surely there should have been some communication, yet Sang Jie had not reached out. Half an hour slipped by and Zhang Taibei rose, peering into the inky darkness outside the villa. Ah Bing, do you think something has gone awry? After all, they are mercenaries, their identity's sensitive. What if something happens? There's no need to panic. They are professionals. If nothing goes wrong on my end and he gets caught, it won't implicate me. He has worked with me for many years, and his credibility is intact. Despite his reassurances, an unease began to settle in. This was far from normal. 5 hours had elapsed, and no word had arrived, not even a whisper. Meanwhile, back at his temporary residence, Sang Jie's eyes burned with fury, the palpable menace emanating from him silencing his team. Captain, has Zhang Bing lost his mind? Who gave him the audacity? Doesn't he realize what happens when one crosses us? Damn it, this is intolerable. How dare they treat us like this? We cannot let this grudge go unpunished. Sang Jie retrieved his phone, scrolling through his contacts to find an unmarked number, his gaze cold and steely. Since they choose to disregard the rules, we need not adhere to them either. If they wish to play this game, they will find themselves in hell. With that, he dialed the number. At home, Zhang Bing was increasingly anxious when suddenly his phone, resting on the coffee table, began to ring incessantly. He hurriedly picked it up, a smile breaking across his face. News has arrived. I knew there wouldn't be a problem. He quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, has everything been taken care of? However, the line was filled with a faint electric hum, and no one spoke. Chapter 106. Hello? Is that you, Sang Jie? Speak up. Zhang Bing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. His companions, Zhang Taibei and Zhang Peng, had fallen silent. The atmosphere was oddly tense. Outside, the sun had risen halfway in the east, yet Zhang Bing squinted his eyes in unease. Who are you? If you remain silent, I shall hang up. Boss Zhang, how long have we known each other? Do you believe you can live recklessly? Sang Jie, what are you talking about? Zhang Bing's expression tightened, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. I always said, collaborating with you merchants is perilous. One could be betrayed at any moment. If you refuse to pay, you may as well not seek me out. Do you think my patience is boundless? Sang Jie, you had better clarify your words. Everything was proceeding smoothly. What happened? Did you not receive the funds? Have you encountered the person I sent? Zhang Bing's speech quickened. 10 million was trivial for him, yet he understood Sang Jie's character all too well. One could not afford to trifle with such a man. He had never considered playing games with a desperate outlaw, recognizing that his own status was far too elevated to engage in such conflicts. Besides, he preferred to pay for services rendered, ensuring a hassle-free experience. Stop pretending. I have seen the money, and the vehicle is secured. Everything was meticulously arranged. However, that master who appeared last, he is formidable. He knocked me out and took both the money and the vehicle. Your plan was quite impressive. Zhang Bing felt bewildered, as if lost in a dream, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Sang Jie, have we not known each other for 3 years? You know what kind of person I am. Do you think I am a fool? I am not unaware of who you are. Why would I engage in such a game? Humph, it is pointless to argue now. The situation is as it stands. I should have collected the funds and left the borders of Huaxia by now, but without the money, I cannot depart. You best prepare for the consequences. With that, Sang Jie was about to hang up, but Zhang Bing interrupted him. What do you intend to do? This is a misunderstanding. There must be someone sowing discord. Whoever is causing trouble is of no concern to me. I am here to collect the money. If you have enemies, that is your affair. All I know is that I have not received the funds, and thus the one responsible must face the repercussions. With a final, merciless click, the call ended, the beeping sound echoing like a cruel mockery of Zhang Bing. All strategies and schemes seemed futile before such a reckless outlaw. What on earth is happening? Zhang Taibei inquired, having discerned a shift in the conversation's tone. How could there be something I failed to account for? Someone intercepted the funds. What? The money was intercepted? Zhang Taibei was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the severity of the situation. Father, what is going on? Has someone taken the money? Who was that on the phone? Zhang Bing too recognized that matters were far from straightforward. No, you and Xiao Bing must return to the countryside for safety. I will remain here. Sang Jie is unpredictable. We cannot foresee his actions. Father, what is there to fear? This is Yanjing. What can he possibly do to us? Can you guarantee you will never walk alone at night? I must uncover who is orchestrating this. Zhang Bing's emotions spiraled like a roller coaster. Only recently, he had felt elated, but now he plummeted into despair, haunted by Sang Jie's death threats. He understood that if the misunderstanding remained unresolved, not only would he be in danger, but the entire Zhang family would be enveloped in fear of death. Inside the dwelling, after concluding the call, Sang Jie turned to his team, speaking coldly. Gather all belongings, take unconventional routes, and split up. We will regroup in Yanjing. Captain, are we heading to Yanjing? Indeed. If Zhang Bing cannot provide me with a satisfactory response, I shall eliminate his entire family. But that is Yanjing. If you are afraid, you need not accompany me. I can manage alone. The team exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion, and began to pack their things, knowing their commander was resolute. To attempt persuasion could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, a turning point emerged. Zhang Bing, usually confident in his intellect, began to doubt his own abilities for the first time. Daylight broke, and having not slept all night, Zhang Bing was wide awake. In the morning at the hotel, Zhang Taibei and Zhang Bing had prepared to flee to their ancestral home in the countryside for safety. How ironic that after waiting for Jiang Hua to send his daughter to safety, they themselves were forced to flee. In the morning, Lin Feng awaited Li Mu in the office. Upon entering, Li Mu wore a broad smile. Boss, that Southeast Asian wild monkey has gone berserk. I overheard the entire conversation from their rooftop. They are all en route to Yanjing now. I fear the Zheng family is doomed. Not likely. Zhang Peng will survive. Do you think the security in Yanjing is ineffective? That is the imperial capital of Huaxia, and the Zheng family is not merely a common household. What do you mean? Sang Jie is walking into his own demise, yet Zhang Bing has always regarded himself as invincible. Let him experience a setback and taste the harshness of reality. Does he truly believe he is a sage? Li Mu refrained from elaborating further, stating, Everything is prepared. When shall we act? Lin Feng stood, smiling. We will wait until Sang Jie's affair concludes. Then we will secretly head to Yanjing. It is time to make our entrance. A radiant smile adorned Lin Feng's face. He had awaited this moment for long. Entering Yanjing in such a manner would surely catch everyone off guard. In Yanjing, Zhang Taibei and Zhang Peng sat in the vehicle, their expressions revealing reluctance to leave. Father, must we go? What nonsense is this? This is our territory. Bing, why not return with us to Duo first? Those individuals are not to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bing replied, No, I cannot leave. If he cannot find me, he will go mad. The losses to our empire group would far exceed this. Finally, watching his father and son depart, he exhaled in relief, turning to restore his composure. Upon returning home, the first order of business was to convene a meeting with all the bodyguards of the Zheng family. Chapter 107. At noon, Duan Suchuan and Hui Yun arrived at Zhang Bing's residence, only to find that something seemed amiss upon entering. What has happened to old Xing? Why are there so many bodyguards in the house? What's going on? And where are old Zheng and Xiaopeng? Duan Suchuan inquired, glancing at Huiyun, who reciprocated the look. There's been an incident. While delivering money to Husher, something went awry and we were intercepted. Now my contacts are suggesting that I'm involved in a black market deal and are threatening me. I had no choice but to send my father and son away first. What? You were intercepted? How did that happen? I have no idea who is behind this. I can't think of anyone at the moment. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of apprehension in the other's eyes. Old Zheng, don't overthink it. Something has occurred, but it wasn't he you're doing. Surely the other party wouldn't be so unreasonable, would they? Indeed, it's evident that you couldn't have orchestrated this. I doubt they are that foolish. After they spoke, Zhang Bing glanced at them. Rest assured, I won't drag you into this. I'll manage it myself, but I must caution you, this is no coincidence. Someone is targeting us, so please remain vigilant. Both men were taken aback and Duan Suchuan said, there is something we specifically wish to inform you about. What is it? Although Shanghai is still shut down, I've heard they have resumed accepting orders. Moreover, Jiang Hua and Jiang Shui appear quite composed and have shown no intention of sending Jiang Shui away. The living room fell silent. At this point, Zhang Bing sensed that something was off, as the trajectory of events began to shift. There was an issue with Sang Jie, and Jiang Hua's reaction was exceedingly peculiar. Such calmness was certainly abnormal. In his mind lingered a significant question. Lin Feng, Wang Xian, and the father-son duo of Wang Yongchang, though they were presumed dead, why had there been no news about them for so long? Externally, there was considerable attention and high interest, yet the police had not released any information for nearly 4 days. Strangely, in the face of media pressure, they remained unhurried and composed. This was highly unusual. Did everyone desire Lin Feng to be in trouble? Was that why there was such laxity? This seemed implausible. Why were there suddenly so many irregularities? Was it possible that Lin Feng had not died? Was everything a deception? Zhang Bing's imagination ran wild, but he himself found it hard to believe. Impossible, unless Lin Feng could foresee the future and make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped. Old Zhang, don't overthink it. We should leave now. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. As he watched the two depart, Zhang Bing felt a mix of misfortune and resentment. This was merely an alliance formed under the trend of interests, which seemed entirely rational. He held no grand illusions. At 2 a.m. on a train, four figures disembarked. At the roadside, a van awaited, and the group convened. The driver was responsible for transporting some tools and weapons. Sang Jie said nothing and led the way into the van, with the others following suit, not daring to speak. The vehicle started and vanished into the night. That night, Zhang Bing could no longer endure and fell asleep on the sofa. Around 3 a.m., a shadow darted over the wall of the Zheng villa and signaled an okay to the darkness. In the shadows, Sang Jie revealed a cold smile and pressed the remote control. Boom! The wall exploded, and smoke filled the air, causing chaos within the villa as bodyguards and staff scrambled in disarray. From a distance, Sang Jie chuckled coldly and swiftly departed. 10 minutes later, a weary Zhang Bing arrived at the entrance, staring blankly at the devastated yard, terror gradually creeping into his expression. He knew without a doubt that Sang Jie was behind this. There could be no other explanation. Mr. Zhang, this situation is serious. Do you have any enemies? Officer Lu Feng, responsible for the area, asked with a grave expression. I have no enemies. With my legs in this state, how could I have any? Lu Feng, experienced and perceptive, recognized the fear etched on Zhang Bing's face, indicating he was not telling the truth. If that is the case, it will be difficult for us to assist you. This is no trivial matter. The bomb at the scene is not homemade. It's professional grade. You may be under surveillance. Officer, I truly don't know. If you require my cooperation, I will certainly comply. Helpless, Lu Feng instructed his men to conduct a search of the vicinity and maintain vigilance while also beginning to investigate suspicious individuals throughout the entire city of Yanjing. The following morning, the news broke online, causing an uproar. First Lin Feng, then Zhang Bing, two similar incidents within a week left everyone baffled. Was this some sort of fireworks display? This was Zheng's family in the capital. At 7 a.m., Jiang Hua, reading the latest newspaper, wore a smile. Jiang Shui, entering with coffee, was taken aback. "Father, why are you smiling like that? What's going on?" "Ah, the show is about to begin. I believe my younger brother is on the verge of breaking through." "Going out? Where to?" "I'll take you to see a spectacle." Last night, Zhang Bing was retaliated against. Jiang Shui seized the newspaper from her father's hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. "The house was bombed? Who did it?" "I don't know, but I have a feeling it's about to become their turn to suffer." At that moment, Zhang Bing had just hung up from a call with Zhang Taibei, his expression mirroring that of someone who had just consumed something foul. He dialed Sang Jie's number over 20 times, only to find it switched off, indicating there was no further discussion. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Who is scheming behind the scenes? I will find out. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang abruptly, startling Zhang Bing, who nearly toppled from his wheelchair. Upon looking up, he saw it was a servant from his household, causing him to relax momentarily, but he quickly erupted in anger. "Get out. From now on, no one is allowed to enter without my command. Mr. Zhang, there's someone who asked me to give you this." The servant, trembling, spoke softly, lowering his head. Zhang Bing looked up to see the servant holding a manila envelope. Chapter 108. Who is this beggar? He claims to have been sent by someone. Zhang Bing rose abruptly, taking the brown paper bag and tearing it open with fervor. Inside were 2 photographs, one of Zhang Taibei, the other of Zhang Peng, both set against the backdrop of the Yanjing suburbs, the very location of the Zhang family's ancestral home. A chill crept up from his feet. At that moment, Zhang Bing felt a flicker of fear. "Prepare the car. We are heading to the police station." "Understood. I will attend to it immediately." The household staff dared not delay. 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce glided out of the Zhang villa, making its way toward the city. At a 4-way intersection, a convoy of cars passed by with great fanfare, nearly colliding with Zhang Bing's vehicle had the brakes not been engaged in time. A sensation of weightlessness overcame him. Already in a fragile mental state, Zhang Bing nearly collided with the front seat as he lifted his head, his brow furrowed with irritation. "What is happening? Do you not know how to drive?" The driver was drenched in cold sweat. "Mr. Zhang, it's Jiang Hua's convoy." "What?" Zhang Bing looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Previously eager to witness the other's misfortune, he now realized the gravity of the situation. He could only imagine the mockery Jiang Hua would unleash upon encountering him. Take a detour around them. The driver initiated a reverse maneuver, but a sudden jolt indicated a collision with the car behind them. Bang! A harsh sound of the car door slamming shut echoed through the air. The driver glanced into the rearview mirror, his face paling. "Mr. Zheng, it appears we have crashed into Jiang Hua's daughter's vehicle." "What?" Whipping around, he found the door being yanked open forcefully. Jiang Shui, her hair tied in a ponytail, wore a furious expression. "How do you drive? Reversing on the road? Seeking death?" "Jiang Shui, what kind of upbringing is this? Is this how Jiang Hua raised you? I have no time for your nonsense, move aside." At that moment, Jiang Hua approached from the front, peering down with an exaggerated expression. "Oh, is that not Zhang Bing? Long time no see, is your leg any better? I heard your home was blown up?" TSK, it seems you've offended someone." Jiang Hua, step aside. Lin Feng's family is in turmoil. Without his assistance, can your Xiang Tai continue to thrive? Is that so? Are you waiting for me to be thrown into disarray, only to send my daughter abroad for your ulterior motives? Control my daughter and then blackmail me? Zhang Bing's eyes widened, his pupils constricting sharply. The precision of Jiang Hua's words left him uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, or if the other party had some knowledge of the situation. "Hey cripple, why the silence? Did my father hit the nail on the head? What a pity you guessed wrong. We are on our way to discuss a major deal with a top European consortium." "Envious?" Jiang Shui taunted. "Enough, Xiaoxue. Just a minor incident. After all, he is an elder. You should show some decorum and respect for the disabled." "Father, it was my fault." "Zhang uncle, it's just a small matter. I won't take it to heart. Please drive safely." After exchanging words, they returned to their respective vehicles, and the grand convoy departed swiftly under Zhang Bing's watchful gaze. Damn Jiang Hua, I wonder how long he can bask in his arrogance. "Mr. Zheng, what shall we do now?" "Drive to the police station immediately." "What else?" If you dawdle, I will have you dismissed. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua's convoy dispersed at a four-way intersection. After sending her sports car back with her subordinate, Jiang Shui climbed into a modest van, accompanied only by Jiang Hua, who was at the wheel. They were en route to the national highway. At around 6 in the evening, a Jinbei van appeared on the horizon, revealing 4 figures: Lin Feng, Wang Xian, Wang Yongchang, and Wang Cheng, all present. Jiang Shui's excitement surged. Witnessing them in the flesh brought her inner turmoil to rest, confirming Lin Feng was unharmed. Let us go. Get in the car. This is not a place for conversation. Lin Feng boarded first, followed closely by the others, and they quickly departed. Later that evening, within the Xiangtai auction house, Jiang Shui anxiously surveyed the surroundings several times before exclaiming, "Thank goodness, they are alive and not ghosts." "Xiao Shui, what kind of language is that?" Jiang Hua chided, chuckling. "Brother, you all played a risky game. You've left me utterly befuddled. There's no choice. I received some advance intelligence and made preparations, though it took considerable effort. However, the time is nearly ripe. We can now simply observe. What happened with the explosion last night? That has nothing to do with me. Zhang Bing stirred up trouble, and someone sought revenge on him. However, he is likely in over his head." Jiang Hua could tell that this incident might not connect to Lin Feng, which he deemed absurd. Who was responsible for the attack on his home? Special forces from Southeast Asia, who also planted the bomb in my car. Wait, wasn't that a dummy bomb? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui felt something was amiss and inquired with confusion. Lin Feng chuckled. "It was originally real, but I discovered it in advance and had old Wang swap it out. Therefore, they believe I was genuinely killed in the explosion." So this was orchestrated by Zhang Bing? But why would they wish to eliminate him now, considering they are in a contractual relationship? Wang Xian chimed in, "Uncle Jiang, Lin Feng not only switched the bomb but also intercepted the funds during their transaction with Zhang Bing. Now, that individual believes Zhang Bing is attempting to swindle him." Jiang Hua gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, suddenly feeling a shiver run down his spine. He realized he resembled a naive student, having spent his life in Yanjing, and the cunning and machinations he had witnessed paled in comparison to Lin Feng's strategies. Lin Feng, Zhang Bing fancies himself a master of political maneuvering in Yanjing. I can only imagine the existential crisis he will face after this. Jiang Shui gazed at Lin Feng with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Rest assured, the Zhang family will encounter significant troubles this time. Those mercenaries will not escape. However, the relationship between him and Zhang Bing will be exposed, leading to inevitable fallout. Lin Feng rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do they truly believe their alliance is unshakable? Once Zhang Bing faces a crisis, their collaboration will fracture, and the likelihood of betrayal will increase dramatically. In the room, 3 individuals were considerably older than Lin Feng, possessing a wealth of social experience. Yet, after hearing Lin Feng's remarks, none dared to refute him. Chapter 109. After a round of conversations, Jiang Hua and his daughter finally grasped the sequence of events, leaving them utterly astounded and speechless. The experiences of Wang Yongchang and his son were equally legendary. Such material would not be out of place as the plot of a television drama, leaving Jiang Hua in a state of bewilderment. Brother, when it comes to playing games, you truly excel. Now it seems that Zhang Bing is the one in a state of panic. After all this time, he has unwittingly ensnared himself. I doubt he ever envisaged such a scenario. Indeed, one cannot help but feel discomfort when not pretending for a day. Xiao Shui, pay him no mind. He is just being his usual self. The atmosphere was vibrant, with Lin Feng and others safe and sound, allowing everyone to relax their worries. Now, the stage was set for the unfolding drama. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. It was 10:30 p.m. A recent news article about Zhang Bing surfaced in his memory. Madness. Zhang Bing, son of Zhang Taibei from the Zhang family in Yanjing, was subjected to inhumane retribution. Last night at 11 p.m., on his way home, he was ambushed by grenades, leading to a fierce battle on the scene. The assailants were ultimately subdued, but Zhang Bing sustained severe injuries. The investigation is ongoing, and preliminary findings suggest the attackers were Southeast Asians, possibly engaged in mercenary work. This was a glimpse into a future news report, Timestamped for August 30th at 11:10 p.m. Located less than 600 meters from the Zhang family's villa. This meant that in just 40 minutes, a spectacle was about to unfold. Brother, is something amiss? Zhang Hua inquired. You will find out soon enough, Lin Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Zhang Hua, taken aback, sighed resignedly. He knew Lin Feng would not divulge anything, so he decided to wait. At 11:08 p.m., in the stillness of the night, Zhang Bing sat in the back seat of a bulletproof Rolls-Royce, his expression tense. Accompanying him were 3 GL-8 vehicles filled with bodyguards, temporarily assigned for his protection, along with 3 police cars trailing closely behind. He contemplated his situation, secretly wishing that Sang Jie would act, ideally leading to his immediate demise at the hands of the police. This way he would face no risk of exposure. In the darkness ahead, 5 figures lurked, with Sang Jie at the forefront, his gaze sharp and predatory. They are coming. Prepare yourselves. This vehicle is bulletproof. But using firearms here might lead to our capture before we even strike. We shall use grenades. Sang Jie's audacity was astonishing. To exact revenge, he planned to employ grenades, a destructive force that was sure to wreak havoc. As the target drew near, the 5 men brandished grenades. With a swift motion, Sang Jie signaled, and they launched their assault simultaneously. Zhang Bing's driver, in a daze, noticed the 5 incoming objects too late, instinctively swerving the steering wheel, inadvertently evading the grenades. The explosion that followed was deafening, illuminating the night sky in a fiery glow. Fortunately, the area was suburban and sparsely populated at that hour, although the 3 police cars trailing them were taken aback. Thankfully, they had prepared. Given Zhang Bing's notable status, they had deployed a SWAT team for his protection. We have a situation. SWAT Team 1, move out. With that command, a blinding spotlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the brush ahead. In an instant, Sang Jie and his accomplices were exposed. Initially intent on a second assault, Sang Jie froze upon recognizing the insignia on the vehicle across from him, his face draining of color. Retreat! Retreat! It's the Huaxia SWAT. However, it was too late. They were no match for a well-equipped Special Forces unit. Moreover, this was Huaxia, specifically Yanjing. If not for his inability to swallow his pride, Sang Jie would not have taken such reckless risks. A gunshot rang out, and Sang Jie felt a searing pain as blood erupted from his calf, stumbling to the ground. A sniper! There's a sniper! Yet, he realized this too late as the floodlights illuminated the scene, and the assault team swiftly advanced, easily subduing them under the sniper's cover. Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce, affected by the explosion, had its door flung open, revealing a bloodied hand reaching out. Help! Help me! It hurts! It hurts! Zhang Bing was clearly gravely injured, but upon peering out, he spotted Sang Jie being pinned to the ground, sending chills down his spine and cold sweat pouring from his forehead. In his fading consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Sang Jie's cold, mocking gaze, realizing that in their mutual ruin, his fate was now intertwined with Sang Jie's. Ding dong. A simultaneous notification chimed on the phones of Xiang Tai and his associates, alerting them to breaking news. A major explosion in the western suburbs? Zhang Bing hospitalized with serious injuries. All 5 suspects apprehended. The scene was chaotic, akin to a blockbuster film. This news left Zhang Hua astounded, but what truly astonished him was Lin Feng, whose mouth hung agape in disbelief. Dad, this is serious. Zhang Bing may very well be finished. He has 3 broken ribs and his right hand is at risk of amputation. This could render him utterly incapacitated. Moreover, he had landed in dire trouble. The identity of one of the captured suspects had emerged. An infamous Southeast Asian mercenary with numerous lives on his conscience, wanted internationally. It was reported that he had a long-standing partnership with Zhang Bing. As Wang Xian absorbed the news, her expression mirrored the shock of the moment. Well, it seems Zhang Bing is done for. I wonder how he will justify himself now, Wang Chang remarked, a smile gracing his face. Not so fast. This is merely hearsay. Their communications were one-time transactions with cash exchanged, leaving no trace for capture. Therefore, Zhang Bing is likely in the clear. What? Then what do we do? Jiang Shui inquired, alarmed. After all this effort, we cannot allow the Zhang family to escape unscathed. That would mean failure. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. I will sell him out. Zhang Bing will have nowhere to turn. You? Indeed. I possess surveillance footage of him installing explosives in my garage, as well as footage of him receiving money at the Sihiyuan. Most crucially, the cash is in my possession, and I have had Wang Hai verify the serial numbers. The origins of the money are crystal clear. Chapter 110. Lin Feng, you are truly cunning, but I find it delightful. Zhang Shui laughed heartily. She genuinely enjoyed being with Lin Feng, for his actions aligned perfectly with her tastes. The others exchanged peculiar glances with Zhang Shui, their expressions tinged with a hint of ambiguity, while Wang Xian feigned ignorance. Cough, cough. Is there such a way to compliment someone? Lin Feng interjected, steering the conversation away, aware that he was in the presence of his future wife, future father-in-law, and grandfather-in-law. Engaging in personal matters with Zhang Shui felt somewhat inappropriate. Brother, what do you plan to do next? Zhang Hua's inquiry echoed the curiosity of everyone present as they turned their attention to Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his response. As for me, I intend to visit the police station. I will personally report Zhang Bing. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Lin Feng with peculiar expressions. They were all aware of the rumors surrounding him. The first report had garnered 2 million, and he had subsequently reported the chairman of Huamei Group. Now, he was poised to report yet again. The stakes seemed to rise with each allegation, truly marking him as a professional whistleblower. One could say his approach was quite cunning. Anyone who crossed him would inevitably face misfortune. In the Shangtai Gate of Panjiayuan, Duan Suchuan sat in his office, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Before him, Huiyun lounged in a chair, both wearing grim expressions. What should we do? How should we handle this situation? Huiyun, being a non-local in Yanjing, had initially been contacted by Zhang Bing, and his animosity toward Lin Feng had been intense. But now, with his wife unlikely to return soon and Zhang Bing entangled in trouble, he found himself regaining his composure. I suggest you return to Hong Kong. I too need to leave Yanjing for a while. This place will not remain peaceful. Zhang Bing's predicament has escalated dramatically, and should it entangle us, the consequences would be severe. I refuse to accept that my wife's plight in the Shanghai market will go unaddressed. Mr. Hua, allow me to remind you, as long as we preserve our strength, we need not fear the absence of resources. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Coincidentally, I have plans to visit Ouching to meet an old friend. You are welcome to accompany me. Mr. Duan has friends in Ouching? Huiyun appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting someone running an antique shop here to know people in Ouching. Clearly, he underestimated those in the antique trade. While small vendors were insignificant, Duan Suchuan was far from a minor player, enjoying a revered status in the field. Indeed, I have a friend by the surname He over there, and I plan to pay him a visit. Huiyun was taken aback. He understood well what the He family represented in Ouching, the family of the gambling king. He could no longer afford to underestimate Duan Suchuan. Well, time is of the essence. We shall depart tonight to avoid any unforeseen complications. Once we reach Hong Kong, I will arrange for Mr. Duan to take a boat to Ouching. They exchanged knowing glances, both revealing smiles. In this critical moment, they adeptly portrayed the camaraderie of their tenuous alliance, making their departure without a trace of hesitation. They recognized that should Zhang Bing encounter difficulties, they too would undoubtedly be affected. At that point, escaping would likely be too late. As Lin Feng prepared to leave, he noticed Huiyun and Duan Suchuan departing in a vehicle from a distance. What are those two up to? Zhang Hua inquired, puzzled. Where could they possibly be going? Are they planning to rescue Zhang Bing? They are not that altruistic. They would share in the spoils but would not face any troubles together. They are likely fleeing. Flee? Lin Feng, I believe we cannot let them escape. These individuals once conspired against us. Allowing them to leave unscathed would be too merciful. The timing is not yet right. We cannot detain them. Let them go. Perhaps this is what they call a plastic alliance. It is not that Lin Feng wished to let them go, but the events were orchestrated by Zhang Bing, and these two had indeed left no incriminating evidence. Otherwise, their departure would not have been so effortless. At 2 a.m., within the Yanjing Police Department's Major Crimes Joint Investigation Office, a group of officers wore serious expressions. All right, The identity of the suspect has become clear. However, we cannot yet confirm whether his relationship with the victim is as he claims. We must await Zhang Bing's awakening to ascertain the truth.
Captain Yang.
The hospital has reported that his injuries are severe. We do not know when he will be able to provide a statement. Are we to simply wait? There is no other choice. We must adhere to protocol unless someone can provide crucial evidence. The head officer, Yang Angua, frowned and spoke in a low tone, feeling quite helpless himself. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and a subordinate entered. Captain Yang, a group of individuals has arrived, claiming to possess important leads regarding this case. Who are they? They are all prominent figures, and what? Yang Angua's expression hardened, clearly displeased with his subordinate's manner. There is also a group of deceased individuals. What nonsense is this? Yang Angua momentarily failed to comprehend. Deceased individuals? Are you jesting with me? Indeed, Captain Yang, I am at a loss for words. It is best if you see for yourself. 10 minutes later, Yang Angua stood in shock, staring at the individuals before him, unable to regain his composure. You are Lin Feng? Captain Yang, it is I. The story is lengthy, but your counterparts in Shanghai will clarify everything. I am here today to report Zhang Bing. This envelope contains all the evidence.
Yang Angwo, Puzzlet.
Accepted the envelope and opened it to reveal several photographs, causing his pupils to constrict. Captain Yang, not only do they have connections, but they also orchestrated the plot against me and my family. The attendant at the tea house had already informed me of everything, and the bomb in my car was switched with a fake to lure them in. At that moment, a police officer rushed to Yang Angua's side and whispered something in his ear. A flicker of surprise and shock crossed his face. Quickly, a smile emerged. Mr. Lin, what a remarkable tactic. You have managed to collaborate with the Shanghai police in a most ingenious way. Your bravery and cunning have greatly assisted us in directing our investigation. Captain, I have already verified the serial numbers for the 10 million in cash. The source is easily traceable, and I will arrange for it to be delivered to you tomorrow. Suddenly, Yang Angua stood straight, saluting Lin Feng, and then they shook hands warmly. Chapter 111. After Lin Feng divulged everything and provided substantial information, he departed from the police station. For half a month, he maintained a low profile in Yanjing, rarely venturing out. 20 days later, a series of sensational news broke across major media outlets in Huaxia, the most shocking of which revealed that Lin Feng and his 3 companions were all alive. Not only were they alive, but at 10 a.m. that very morning, they held a grand press conference at a conference center in Yanjing, addressing the nation. At the event, Lin Feng boldly declared that from that day forward, Dingfeng International would focus its objectives in Yanjing and that he would relocate the headquarters to the city. The assets of Song Chenggong, previously captured, would be integrated into the conglomerate, with the headquarters established in the 50-story Longting building within the Yanjing CBD. The news caused a nationwide uproar, sending shockwaves through the business community. What astonished everyone even more was that this entire episode was merely an elaborate ruse. No one felt deceived. Such a masterful tactic was deemed legendary. Yet this was not even the most astonishing aspect. Following their high-profile reappearance, the Yanjing police announced a significant development. Zhang Bing had awakened. Based on the gathered evidence and information provided by Lin Feng, it was determined that the two were indeed in cahoots. Furthermore, it was confirmed that Lin Feng's car had been rigged with explosives and that Wang Yongchang had been poisoned. These were all genuine events that Lin Feng had managed to foresee, allowing him to evade danger while also ensnaring Zhang Bing in a trap. In an instant, the Zhang family's reputation plummeted, the stock price of the Dihua Group collapsed, and within 3 days, 100 employees resigned, plunging the company into an unprecedented crisis. Zhang Bing was arrested due to his dealings with Sang Jie, and he sustained severe injuries, necessitating the amputation of his right hand, effectively ending his career. The internet erupted in outrage, vilifying Zhang Bing mercilessly. How could a disabled man engage in schemes of power? Why not retire in peace? He once boasted of being a formidable strategist, yet now he finds himself utterly defeated. I always said he was a fool, and the media had painted him as a celestial figure, only to see him outsmarted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, after all, is Lin Feng. His audacity knows no bounds. He pulled off an extraordinary deception that fooled the entire nation, only to follow up with a wave of counter-reports. I can only commend him. When I first heard Lin Feng had died in an explosion, I was taken aback. When Wang Yongchang was subsequently poisoned, I sensed something amiss. Ultimately, it was all part of Lin Feng's intricate scheme. Zhang Bing was essentially rendered powerless, and the Longting Group would undoubtedly decline following this incident. While Lin Feng and his associates were busy attending various press conferences and personal interviews. Through the media, he conveyed a singular message: a strong establishment in Yanjing. In the executive suite of the hotel on Hong Kong Island, Duan Sichuan, originally set to depart for Ouching that very day, awoke to the news from Yanjing. At 10 a.m., Huiyun arrived at the hotel, and the two men exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces pale and stricken with fear. Duan Sichuan downed a glass of XO Armai Martin, the potent alcohol contorting his expression, yet he appeared somewhat steadied thereafter. Was this a ghostly apparition? It was terrifying. Such intricate planning, the myriad details, and how had he known everything in advance? I remain perplexed. His origins are enigmatic. Min, an orphan, has managed to orchestrate such upheaval. Could he be a supernatural being? The audacity to stage his own death so convincingly is beyond belief. We were fortunate to leave swiftly. One can never be certain he won't target us next. Both men raised their heads simultaneously, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. If only they knew that Lin Feng had deliberately allowed them to escape, they would surely be seething with rage. I will choose a day to go to Ouching. Returning to Yanjing is not an option for now. Mr. Hua, we share a connection. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me in Ouching. They parted ways, yet Lin Feng had already instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. The most tragic of all was Duan Sichuan, who would soon find himself frantically fleeing his own lair. In the expansive Zhang family villa, Zhang Peng and Zhang Taibei exchanged no words. They had been back for several days but dared not step outside. Conservatively estimated, there were countless reporters lurking in the vicinity. This situation could not continue. All 30 KTV establishments under their group had shut down, and 10 real estate projects had recorded zero sales for 10 consecutive days. The rideshare platform faced a continuous exodus of drivers resigning. If this persists, it would spell disaster. In the span of merely 10 days, they had lost not only money but also their reputation and market share. Countless businesses severed ties with them, plunging the Dihua Group into an unprecedented crisis. Grandfather, I have nothing left to say. It is truly bizarre. For people were declared dead, and now they are all alive again. Not to mention, my father is in trouble. This is far from over. Zhang Peng cursed vehemently, though fear was evident in his eyes. To be honest, even a film would hesitate to depict such a narrative. Xiao Peng, do not underestimate Lin Feng. From the very beginning of the Song Chenggong affair, we should have taken him seriously. He was aware of our entanglement with Baoli during the asset auction and knew we would not return to Yanjing. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I truly cannot fathom his methods. Even if the police in Hu City are willing to cooperate, how did he manage to anticipate our every move? Suddenly, Zhang Peng furrowed his brow and looked up at Zhang Taibei. Grandfather, could it be that Duan Sichuan and Huiyun are involved? They vanished as soon as trouble arose. I suspect they bear significant responsibility. Huiyun is unlikely to be involved, but Duan Sichuan is uncertain. This situation is perplexing and illogical. Xiaopeng, I genuinely find myself at a loss. What about father? It's over. Your father may never emerge from this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's face turned ashen, and Lin Feng's visage loomed in his mind, igniting a tempest of hatred within him, mingled with profound fear. It seemed imperative to make a trip to Guangxing. If this continued, we would be utterly defeated. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Zhang Peng's eyes. Grandfather, to Guangxing? Are you suggesting we seek out sister? Indeed. Under the current circumstances, only your sister can aid us. Chapter 112. The former Longting building has undergone a comprehensive renovation, with all its furnishings replaced, and the prominent character's Dingfeng building can be seen atop the roof. At 7 a.m., the entrance of Yanjing Dingfeng building was bustling with a throng of local authoritative media, as today marked the grand opening of Dingfeng, capturing the attention of all sectors of society. I heard that Lin Feng, at merely 24 years of age, is not only strikingly handsome but possesses an extraordinarily high IQ, effortlessly outmaneuvering the prominent figures around him. Those who have crossed him now find themselves in dire straits. His feigned death tactic is not something many can master. Have you heard about Sang Jie? He is indeed a formidable character, yet he has still fallen victim to Lin Feng. What bad luck for him. I perused the online profiles, and Lin Feng's prowess is matched only by that of his associates. His assistant, Wang Hai, is the captain of the Major Crimes Task Force in the Shanghai market. The swapped dummy rounds were his doing. He is indeed a talent. This pales in comparison. According to the online reports, Lin Feng's personal assets are estimated to exceed 200 billion, and it is said that Ding Feng will never go public. Such audacity. This is not merely audacity. It is confidence. He scorns the notion of going public merely to amass wealth, embodying the spirit of a conscientious enterprise. I predict that, in the coming decades, he will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Whispers circulated among the reporters as a convoy of 10 vehicles slowly approached from a distance, the lead vehicle being a Maybach with the license plate A666666. Initially, one might assume Lin Feng was aboard, but the sharp-eyed reporters were taken aback to discover that this convoy belonged to the Zheng family. Seated in the back was Zheng Bing, accompanied by a woman in a dress, elegantly reclining in her seat, her sunglasses obscuring her features, yet her demeanor suggested she was of no ordinary status. It appeared that the convoy was arriving from Yanjing Airport, igniting the reporters' curiosity. Recently, the Zheng family has been in decline, facing numerous misfortunes. Their conspicuous arrival at the airport hinted that this woman held significant importance. At that moment, the convoy's speed diminished, and the lead car began to turn towards Dingfeng Building. Why are they heading this way? Are they looking for trouble? It seemed fortuitous. There would surely be a spectacle. After suffering such a great loss, the Zheng family would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity. The reporters' excitement heightened as the convoy came to a gradual halt at the entrance. The car door opened, and Zheng Bing stepped out, followed by a tall woman with striking legs clad in high heels. Her haughty demeanor did not even warrant a glance at the reporters. She casually removed her sunglasses and cast a disdainful glance at Dingfeng Building. Who would have thought that after a few years of marriage in Guangxing, the prominent figures in Yanjing would have fallen so low? The Song family has even been extinguished. Xiaopeng, how embarrassing. Sister, Lin Feng indeed possesses considerable talent. Father has been outmaneuvered by him. Grandfather intended to find you, but I didn't expect you to return early. If I hadn't come back, the Zheng family would soon meet their end. He is merely a young upstart. Now that I am back, I will not allow him to bask in glory any longer. The reporters were left bewildered by the arrival of such an audacious woman, especially when Zhang Peng referred to her as sister, despite their apparent age difference of over a decade. Suddenly, an older reporter's eyes lit up. I remember now. Zheng Bing has an older sister named Zheng Chanqian, who is 12 years his senior. She married the son of a southern real estate tycoon, Qin Shanhai. This revelation evidently caught Zheng Chanqian's attention. She turned to face the crowd, exuding an air of superiority. I cannot believe that, after more than a decade away from Yanjing, someone recognizes me. Since so many media outlets are present, please convey a message to Lin Feng for me. For everything he has done to my family, I will make him pay back tenfold. With that, Zheng Chanqian donned her sunglasses, preparing to leave, but a smattering of mocking laughter erupted around her. Her haughty attitude did not sit well with the reporters, who were not easily intimidated. Miss Zheng, don't you think your words are a bit presumptuous? Are you relying on your own abilities or those of your husband's family? Perhaps it would be wiser for you to stay, as Mr. Lin will be arriving shortly, and it would be more appropriate for you to speak with him directly. Indeed, the Qin family wields considerable power and wealth in Guangxing, with extensive connections that extend to the surrounding regions. However, this is Yanjing. To put it bluntly, Miss Zheng, you are but a fraction compared to Mr. Lin. Zheng Chanqian's poker-faced demeanor and her attitude were simply intolerable, and the reporters were not ones to indulge her airs. What attitude is this, you journalists? Have you forgotten your own status? Believe it or not, I can have each of you dismissed from your positions. Emboldened by the backing of his elder sister, Zheng Peng's arrogance surged once more. Zheng Xiao, how quickly you have become arrogant again. Have you forgotten the humiliation you faced when your father sent you and your grandfather back to the countryside? Just then, Zheng Qianqian grasped Zheng Bing's arm. Xiaoping, let us go. In 3 days, your brother-in-law will arrive in Yanjing, and the Qin family has plans to invest here. In the future, we shall see who prevails. For now, there is no point in further discussion. Zhang Bing shot a cold glare at the reporters, a sneer playing on his lips. However, just as they were about to leave, another convoy approached from the intersection. The reporters' eyes brightened. It was a classic case of enemies converging. Just as Zhang Bing prepared to depart, Lin Feng appeared. Now a spectacle was imminent. The Rolls-Royce slowly came to a halt at the entrance of Dingfeng Building, with Lin Feng and Wang Xian stepping out of the first vehicle, while Jiang Shui and Jiang Hua exited from the second. Zhang Bing and Zheng Qianqian, who were about to leave, halted upon seeing Lin Feng and his entourage. Lin Feng, you have finally shown yourself. Zhang Bing ground his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Lin Feng, blaming him for the collapse of all their plans. Zheng Peng? What a coincidence. What brings you to my company? Did you hear about my new venture opening and come to extend your congratulations? Oh, really, there's no need for such formality. Considering all the troubles your family has faced, you should return and spend time with your grandfather. As the two factions met, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Lin Feng's words were laced with barbs, and with each remark, Zhang Bing's fists clenched tighter, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Chapter 113. Are you Lin Feng? As Zhang Peng was about to explode, he was pulled back by Zheng Qianqian, who could see that her brother was no match for Lin Feng. Why do you even ask if you already know? Are you insane? Zheng Qianqian frowned, observing Lin Feng's incessant banter. He clearly was not a serious person, and she found it curious how someone like him could achieve such success. I've heard of you from Xiao Peng. The current state of our family is all thanks to you. There is something I wish to convey. Those who mix in the world will eventually have to pay the price. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, a mocking expression on his face. All right, I know what you're about to say, to wait for it, that I will pay a price, followed by a long-winded warning about how terrible my sins are, right? Zheng Qianqian's gaze flickered. Lin Feng was not following the script. It was difficult for her to maintain her composure, as he was throwing off her rhythm. I suggest you refrain from wasting your breath. Isn't it just the Qin family from Guangxing? The so-called real estate tycoon of the South? At the end of the day, they're just involved in real estate. Your father-in-law has 5 sons and 2 daughters, and your husband only manages part of the property business. How did you become so arrogant? Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if discussing a mundane matter, yet Zheng Qianqian's brows furrowed slightly. How could he know so much about her family? Have you investigated me? Oh, please don't flatter yourself. Investigate you? At your level, does it even require investigation? Even a fool could figure it out. If your husband weren't struggling in the group with your family's current situation, would you even be here? Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianqian lost her composure. It wasn't that Lin Feng's words were particularly harsh, but rather that he had hit the nail on the head. Xiao Peng, let us go. This verbal sparring is pointless. My father will settle the accounts sooner or later. Just wait and see if he has the strength. With that, she pulled Zheng Peng to leave, and the once lofty Zheng Qianqian now appeared less composed. Don't go. Why the rush? Today is the grand opening of my Yanqing branch, and I'm in a good mood, so I might as well offer you a fortune. The crowd around them perked up. Lin Feng could predict fortunes? I have no time for your nonsensical chatter. As Zheng Qianqian and her brother prepared to leave, Lin Feng chuckled and began speaking again. You both look unwell. Your auras are dim, and dark clouds loom overhead, indicating misfortune is upon you. The two turned back simultaneously, their eyes blazing with anger, believing Lin Feng was cursing them. Don't panic, your fate should be fine. Your luck and fortune are not in jeopardy. It seems those around you will face difficulties. What do you mean? Your words are so venomous. Aren't you a public figure? Humph, sister, this guy is utterly despicable. Those around us are facing misfortune? Well, I'll just wait and see how accurate your predictions are. Zheng Qianqian's expression became slightly uneasy. In southern China, there is a strong belief in feng shui and fortune-telling. Although she had never witnessed it herself, she still felt a twinge of fear. Xiaopeng, Don't waste your breath on him. We'll talk about this later. Go back? For what? Isn't he the one who can predict fortunes? Fine, I'll stay right here. Lin Feng, let me tell you, if nothing happens to anyone around me today, you're finished. Saying this, he made a gesture with his thumb, indicating disdain. Zhang Xiao, you should choose your words carefully. Calamity often stems from one's speech. Some things should not be said lightly. Stop pretending. I see you trying to put on a show. With so many people around, let us see how you'll backtrack today. Zhang Peng decided not to leave, seizing the opportunity to humiliate Lin Feng. The onlookers, except for those beside Lin Feng, believed he was merely spouting curses for amusement. If he were truly accurate, it would be quite the spectacle. Well, if you want to stay, then stay. Disregard my advice, and you'll soon regret it. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let us proceed inside for the press conference. Seeing this, the crowd followed Lin Feng into the building, leaving Zhang Peng and his sister standing awkwardly at the entrance, their situation appearing somewhat forlorn and a bit comical. Xiao Peng, let us go back. Back? Sister, you can't seriously believe what he said. Can you? He's just talking nonsense. I want to see him make a fool of himself in public. A smile of vindictive pleasure crossed his face. Suddenly, Zhang Peng's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was the landline from home. It must be Grandpa, urging us to return. I need to inform him about the situation here. He answered the call. Hello, Grandpa? I'm telling you, Lin Feng suddenly. Zhang Peng's voice trailed off, his face turning pale before flushing red with fear. What? Say that again. If you dare deceive me, I'll kill you. A minute later, Zhang Peng hung up the phone. What's wrong, Xiao Peng? Zhang Qianqian asked, her heart filled with unease. Grandpa is hospitalized. Sudden heart attack. He is currently in critical condition. What? The siblings exchanged glances, their eyes turning toward the lobby of Dingfeng building. At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by a throng of reporters, his face radiant with success. Wow, Mr. Lin, you truly can predict fortunes? Zhang Taibei is hospitalized with a heart attack? My heavens! A reporter could only express their shock with exclamations. Everyone, don't take it seriously. I was merely speaking off the cuff. I believe this is just Zhang Peng's reckless words, not understanding the consequences. Now, let us shift our focus to the future direction of Dingfeng Group's development, as that is surely what you are most interested in. Chapter 114. In a significant announcement, Dingfeng Group has officially established its presence in Yanjing, with Chairman Lin Feng holding a press conference 3 days prior, declaring that the group's development center would relocate to the capital. Over the next decade, total investments in the imperial city are projected to exceed 50 billion. According to authoritative statistics, within a month of Lin Feng's arrival in Beijing, 5 new residential projects have commenced construction, alongside 3 commercial complexes in the city's most prosperous areas. Furthermore, 2 5-star hotels have received approval and will break ground soon. In the coming 5 years, Dingfeng Group is poised for rapid growth. Recent reports indicate that 3 days ago, Lin Feng invested 20 billion to acquire 3 commercial plots totaling 1,000 acres in downtown Yanjing, although the future use of these lands remains undisclosed. Zhang Taibei of Dihao Group has been hospitalized due to a heart attack but has since left the ICU after 3 days of treatment, appearing to be in good condition. Speculation suggests this may be related to recent upheavals within the Zhang family. Qin Shang, the second son of the chairman of Guangxing Daijing Real Estate, has arrived in Beijing. After disembarking, he headed straight to the Zhang residence, where he also holds the title of Zhang family son-in-law. The purpose of his visit remains unclear, yet informed sources hint at a potential connection to the rising Lin Feng. Since the press conference, Lin Feng has made considerable strides, investing a staggering 50 billion in Yanjing within just 3 days, spanning various sectors, underscoring his ambitious aspirations. With Lin Feng's ascendance in status and reputation, few still perceive him as an inexperienced youth. In his expansive office, Lin Feng rose to shake hands with a client seated on the sofa. The satisfaction evident in their exchanged glances suggested a fruitful negotiation. After bidding farewell to the client, Lin Feng felt content, having engaged with a communications company from Huaxia that specializes in digital chip production, for which he committed an investment of 50 billion. In his view, while real estate, tourism, entertainment, and dining are indeed lucrative. To enhance influence, a pivot towards high-tech industries is imperative. Otherwise, true prominence remains elusive. 10 minutes later, the office door swung open, and Wang Hai entered, clutching a stack of contracts. Boss, I have news. Qin Shang has arrived in Beijing with over 30 billion in investments. 5 minutes ago, Dihao Group announced a collaboration with him on 3 large commercial complexes that will commence construction immediately. Oh, that was quite swift, Lin Feng remarked, intrigued. And there's something more compelling. These 3 locations correspond directly with our 3 complexes, indicating a strategic move against us. Lin Feng chuckled, unfazed. Such maneuvers held little weight for him. Should he choose, he could render their efforts utterly futile. Boss, are you still laughing? The situation appears rather dire. The Zheng family may be down but not out, and now with Daijing entering the fray, we must tread carefully. Lin Feng shook his head, replying, this does not necessarily reflect Daijing's stance. Wang Hai paused, taken aback by Lin Feng's assertion. Not Daijing? What do you mean? With Qin Shang bringing such substantial funds and partnering with Dihao, is this not a directive from his father, Qin Shanhai? Ah, my dear Wang, the surface of things often belies the reality beneath. The world of affluent families is profoundly intricate. During the Zheng family's zenith, Daijing never sought a partnership. Now that they've fallen, they wish to collaborate? Does Qin Shanhai play the role of a benevolent deity? Wang Hai pondered, you make a compelling point. I have heard that Zheng Chanqian, after marrying, has had minimal contact with her family. This does seem rather peculiar. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Do you comprehend the notion of rotten timber gathering together? The 30 billion is a loan for Qin Shang, a desperate gamble. Among the 5 brothers, Qin Shanhai favors his youngest son, Qin Yan. Qin Shang, however, is not only less favored but somewhat detested by his father. Boss, are you a gossip columnist? How do you know all this? Wang Hai asked, astonished. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. I also know that Qin Shang is not the biological child of Qin Shanhai's first wife, but rather the offspring of his father's former secretary. What? Wang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to fathom the depths of his boss's knowledge. Do not be alarmed. The intrigue lies in the fact that Qin Shang himself is oblivious to this truth. Only Qin Shanhai and his wife are privy to it. Thus, he seeks support from his wife's family, securing a loan of 30 billion to make this audacious move. Precisely, Lin Feng affirmed. Wang Hai, well-versed in the world, found it hard to believe that such a dramatic scenario could unfold outside the realm of fiction. As for how Lin Feng acquired this knowledge, after his initial encounter with Zheng Chanqian, he had utilized his abilities to glimpse future news. It revealed that Qin Shang would falter in his investments, ultimately branded a defaulter. Ironically, when he found himself unable to repay the 30 billion loan, Qin Shanhai would publicly distance himself, revealing the truth. Armed with this intelligence, Lin Feng stood on firm ground, capable of absorbing losses, while Qin Shang was afforded but a single chance. What shall we do next, boss?
Wang Hai inquired.
Patience. Lin Feng replied, they wish to compete with us? Let them proceed. Once their structures are erected, I shall dismantle them, leaving them utterly bereft. Wang Hai felt a chill run down his spine, increasingly bewildered by his boss's inscrutable strategies. Striking after the construction was completed? With his background as a detective, he could not fathom the means Lin Feng would employ. In the VIP single-patient ward of Yanjing First People's Hospital, Zhang Taibei lay in bed. Though appearing somewhat haggard, his spirit was evidently rejuvenated. He had made a complete recovery. Shang, has everything gone smoothly? He inquired. Grandfather, rest assured, all is proceeding well. With the 30 billion alongside your 10 billion, coupled with my years of experience in managing commercial complexes, there should be no issues. Good. This is merely the first step. Once we regain our footing, we shall contemplate our next move. Regardless, I must ensure that Lin Feng is expelled from Yanjing. Zhang Peng's expression hardened as he spoke coldly. Merely expelling him will not suffice. I aim to strip him of everything, reducing him to a beggar. Chapter 115. A series of unfortunate events. The reputation of the Zheng family has plummeted drastically, which can be traced back to the downfall of the Song family, marking the beginning of a retrogressive trend for these century-old families. Apart from Jiang Hua of Xiangtai, who has recognized the broader situation and aligned himself wisely. The rest were caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden emergence. Once bustling with life, the Zheng family villa now stands desolate, while their corporate entity, Emperor Group, has seen its stock plummet to a critical point, causing a significant loss of confidence in the financial sector and casting a shadow over its future. Due to Zheng Bing's actions, a considerable number of employees have resigned, leaving certain departments in a state of awkward vacancy. Qin Shang's arrival, in many ways, represented a lifeline. In this crucial moment, everyone has banded together, seeking mutual benefit. While this approach seems entirely justifiable, they are unfortunately facing Lin Feng. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Qin Shang wore a cold expression, betraying no signs of anger, while Zhang Qianqian sat on a chair, devoid of her previous arrogance. Shang, I secured a loan of 30 billion against the shares of Emperor Group without informing Dad. Do you really have confidence in this? What's wrong? Am I your wife or that old man's wife? I suspect you two are having an affair. The shares were given to me by him. Is there a problem with me using them as collateral? What are you saying? Is this how one speaks? I'm merely concerned that if we fail, we will truly have nothing left. Qin Shang, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair and replied, I don't know where I went wrong. That old man has never liked me, nor has my mother ever treated me as her own. I must make something of myself. Shang, rest assured, I will always support you no matter what the future holds. I will surely succeed in the future. I want to show that old man my capabilities and prove to my siblings who the real useless one is. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his parents and siblings, having seldom felt familial affection throughout his life. He took a bold gamble, pledging the 11 stake in Emperor Group that he co-held with Zhang Qianqian as collateral, aiming to turn the tide in his favor. However, he was naively optimistic. Investing 30 billion could potentially yield success, but entanglement with the Zheng family would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. Shang, Lin Feng is a formidable opponent. I fear what might happen if things go awry. What is there to fear? A mere 24-year-old, what can he possibly do? When I was doing business, he was still playing in the mud. Anyone who stands in the way of my success must pay the price. Zhang Qianqian appeared somewhat intimidated by his words, lowering her head and daring not to utter another word, as Qin Shang's inner turmoil grew more pronounced. In room 606 of Tianyun Garden, a bearded man cautiously opened the door, eyeing the young man before him with suspicion. Who are you? Li Mu smiled. You need not concern yourself with my identity, but do you have an affinity for money? Money? I merely wish to inquire if, as a bank branch president, you embezzled 30 billion and privately loaned it to Qin Shang. If I were to disclose this now, would the Banking Regulatory Commission and the police come knocking at your door? How do you know this?
Yuan Hai,
Will you not allow me to come in for a discussion? 10 minutes later, Yuan Hai prepared a cup of tea and placed it before Li Mu, softly asking, Who exactly are you? And how do you know about the 30 billion? I possess much more information. You still hold a 10 stake in Emperor Group, and now you regret it, wishing to sell it to cover your losses. How do you know this? Do not panic. I'll buy the shares from you at the current market price, and you can use the money to fill your gap. What do you say? But what if Qin Shang comes to reclaim the shares? He won't have that opportunity. I am not threatening you. Such a large hole will soon be discovered. Consider this carefully. Do you believe you will receive what Qin Shang promised? 20 minutes later, Li Mu departed Tianyun Garden, now in possession of a paper bag containing 10 equity in Emperor Group. Lin Feng had long anticipated this outcome. The 30 billion was undoubtedly lost, and rather than letting the bank benefit, he decided to act himself. This 10 stake could prove invaluable in the future. On a distant balcony, Yuan Hai watched Li Mu vanish into the night, his gaze filled with uncertainty. He retrieved his phone, revealing a photo that unmistakably depicted Li Mu, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he would never uncover his true identity. After leaving the community, Li Mu found a secluded corner, the streetlight illuminating his face, revealing a middle-aged visage. He then pulled off a human mask, exclaiming, Damn, I'm fortunate to be skilled in disguise. This fellow is quite insidious, even going so far as to take clandestine photographs. Alas, you will never know who I am. Having finished, Li Mu vanished down the street without looking back. At 2 a.m., as Lin Feng prepared to retire for the night, his phone rang. Glancing down, his eyes brightened upon seeing it was a call from Li Mu. Hello, boss, everything went smoothly. All right, return promptly. After hanging up, a smile graced Lin Feng's face. The first step had been successfully completed. He felt no anxiety, for loss was a certainty. Once the losses were incurred, reclaiming the shares would be impossible. He had merely foresaw all developments, sending the adeptly disguised Li Mu to retrieve the shares, ensuring no one could trace his true identity. In this manner, holding onto the 10 stake, he would gain the upper hand in any future disputes with Emperor Group. Each step was meticulously calculated, minimizing risk to nearly zero, and the next move would be to utterly shatter the Zheng family's illusions in Yanjing. Staring at the ceiling, Lin Feng suddenly felt a twinge of exasperation. Having been in Yanjing for so long, he realized he had yet to secure a home of his own. In less than a month, he had been living with his family in Shanghai. Although spacious, it was not his own abode. Lin Feng resolved to find time to rectify this situation. Chapter 116. The following day at 7 in the morning, Lin Feng roused Wang Xian from her slumber. With bleary eyes, Wang Xian clearly had not fully awakened and expressed mild annoyance at Lin Feng's early summons. Why drag me out of bed so early? Insufficient sleep can hasten aging. Do you intend to parade a haggard woman around in the future? Wang Xian, we are going to purchase a house today. It is essential to have a residence in Yanjing. Living in Xiangtai indefinitely is not a feasible option. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's demeanor brightened. I thought you intended to stay here indefinitely, considering you'd get to see Sister Jiang Shui every day. Aren't you secretly delighted? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that the jealousy exhibited by women was a vestige of human evolution, a trait shared by both affluent heiresses and ordinary girls alike. What? Have you nothing more to say? Men are always like this, satisfied with what they have yet coveting what lies beyond. Wang Xian rolled her eyes and proceeded to freshen up, leaving Lin Feng to manage a wry smile. The situation was perplexing. While Jiang Shui was indeed delightful, Lin Feng had no particular intentions toward her. If he were to consider his inclinations passively, well, that was another matter entirely. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng and Wang Xian set out to explore nearby properties. Just as they were about to leave, they were halted by Jiang Hua. Hey, little brother, where are you off to so early? Ah, I've been staying at your place for nearly a month now, and it feels rather awkward. Today, since I have no pressing matters, I thought I'd accompany Wang Xian to look at some houses. Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when Lin Feng and his 3 companions resided there, he had not given it much thought. Xiangtai was spacious enough to accommodate another 10 people without issue. Furthermore, given the close bond between Lin Feng and himself, it was convenient for discussions and strengthened their camaraderie. However, upon reflection, considering Lin Feng's current status, it was indeed inappropriate to continue residing here. It was a matter of face. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He owned a spacious Sihiyuan courtyard house in the heart of the Second Ring Road. If he were to gift it to Lin Feng, it would be perfectly suitable. Little brother, forget about looking at houses. Those luxurious apartments in Yanjing may be grand, but they lack comfort. I happen to have a vacant house that I can gift you. Consider it a welcoming present for your arrival in Yanjing. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Brother, you are far too kind. No. This is merely a token of appreciation. Our success at Xiangtai owes much to your contributions. Come, let us go see it. I assure you will be satisfied. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, he summoned a driver to bring the car around. Seeing Jiang Hua's enthusiasm, Lin Feng felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he acquiesced, reasoning that if he was unsatisfied, he could always purchase his own later. Once in the car, Lin Feng noted with confusion that they were not heading to the city center but rather towards the inner ring. The inner ring of Yanjing consisted largely of Sihiyuan, many of which were quite old, with several families residing in a single courtyard. The living conditions were not ideal, yet there were opulent Sihiyuan that could not be purchased with mere wealth. 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a slow halt. As the 3 of them exited, Wang Xian was taken aback. Before them stood a Sahiuan of astonishing size, its new walls towering around it, and the entrance wide enough to accommodate a truck. Peering through the entrance, one could not see the end. Little brother, this is the residence of a prince from the Qing dynasty, which I acquired at an auction many years ago for 50 billion. It has since been meticulously restored, making it a perfect place for you to reside. Brother, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Little brother, you are being overly polite. Although we have only known each other for a short time, your contributions have greatly benefited Xiang Tai. While we have provided you with a commission, it is still insufficient. Listen, Lin Feng, do not be shy. If you refuse, my father will surely lose sleep over it. Moreover, a house left unoccupied is a waste. It is better to simply accept it. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, feeling compelled to accept given the fervor of the offer. Furthermore, he and Jiang Hua were destined to traverse this journey together. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall not be impolite. However, I must express my gratitude. I now owe you a significant favor. Upon hearing Lin Feng's acceptance, Jiang Hua felt a surge of joy. He understood that true friendship involves reciprocal exchange. One cannot solely focus on receiving without giving, for such relationships cannot endure. Lin Feng, this courtyard has both a front and a backyard, and it is no longer a traditional Sahiuan. There are over 30 rooms inside, so please arrange one for me. I often feel bored, and it would be delightful to have Sister Shui accompany me. That may not be appropriate, right? Lin Feng began, but was interrupted by Wang Xian, who pulled Jiang Shui aside and shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. What is inappropriate about it? You are so busy. I would be alone and bored. It would be wonderful for Sister Shui to keep me company. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. Just moments ago she had been jealous, and now she was acting as if they were sisters. The temperament of women was indeed perplexing. Everything in the courtyard was brand new. Once furniture was purchased, it would be ready for immediate occupancy. Lin Feng need not lift a finger. He would leave the arrangements to the staff. The moving date was set for a week later on an auspicious day. That evening, Lin Feng ventured alone to the Sahiuan, which was tranquil. Entering the courtyard, he turned on the lights, illuminating the entire area. However, Lin Feng did not linger in the front yard. Instead, he made his way to a room in the southeast corner of the backyard. The room was spacious, over 50 square meters, yet devoid of furniture, leaving it empty and barren. As he squinted, Lin Feng noticed an odd protrusion on the wall in the southern corner. Approaching, he felt around the raised stone and pressed it gently. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from the ground, and a stone slab slowly receded, revealing an entrance and a stone staircase leading downwards. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. During the day, he had instinctively surveyed the premises and sensed something amiss. With the excuse of returning alone at night, he had indeed discovered hidden treasures within this courtyard. A wave of excitement washed over him. The thrill of treasure hunting was exhilarating, akin to winning a lottery. However, unlike a lottery with meager odds, his keen observation had never led him astray. Chapter 117. Lin Feng's eyes, after undergoing a mutation, possessed an extraordinary night vision ability, allowing him to see clearly in the darkness without any light. At that moment, he descended the staircase, and within a minute, he arrived at a flat area measuring approximately 30 square meters, surrounded by some dilapidated clutter. Lin Feng squinted, moving toward the wall ahead, and soon reached its edge. With a forceful push, the wall surprisingly recessed inward, revealing a stone door that swung open to his right. As the door opened, Lin Feng was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Once his eyes adjusted to the light within, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched. To his astonishment, hidden within this courtyard, a veritable treasure trove lay concealed. In a space of 50 square meters, various gold and silver ornaments, jewels, jade artifacts, and antiques were strewn about. Most impressively, 3 iron chests brimmed with gold awaited him. This place was undoubtedly a colossal treasure vault, likely established by the original owner of the courtyard during turbulent times, intended as a safeguard for dire emergencies. Unfortunately, they never had the chance to utilize it, meeting their untimely demise instead. Years of history had obscured this site, but thanks to Lin Feng's enhanced vision, it remained undiscovered by others. He picked up several green beads, identifying them as luminous pearls, and noted the presence of over 20 pieces of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. The ancient jade artifacts, each possessing unique forms, dazzled his eyes. Lin Feng observed that while there were no bronze artifacts of national treasure caliber, each item represented substantial value, making them highly sought-after collectibles. This was precisely what he needed. He envisioned transforming this room into his study and office for better control. Damn it! If Zhang Hua knew he had unwittingly gifted me such a treasure trove, he would surely be green with regret. Lin Feng muttered, a radiant smile spreading across his face. This immense fortune arrived at a most opportune moment, for money is never a burden. After tidying up and restoring the area to its original state, Lin Feng silently departed from the courtyard. On his way back, he happened upon a construction site in the city center, part of the 3 commercial complexes being developed in collaboration between Qinshang and the Zheng family. The site was aglow with lights, the construction crew laboring tirelessly through the night. It was evident that both Qinshang and the Zheng family were keenly invested in these projects, eager to complete them ahead of schedule. Their strategy was entirely sound. In the realm of commercial complexes, speed is paramount, and the first to finish would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Lin Feng glanced at his watch and smiled upon noticing the time. The troubles for Qinshang and the Zheng family were imminent. At 2 a.m. in the Zheng family villa, Zhang Qianqian remarked with a smile, "Grandfather, it seems Lin Feng is quite composed. He mentioned commencing work, yet the site is eerily quiet. I had someone check, and several sites are at a standstill. This time we will surely seize the initiative."
Zhang Tibi,
who had just been discharged from the hospital a week prior, appeared to be in decent health, though his age lent him an air of weariness. Do not underestimate him. This man is adept in the art of scheming. In less than a month, he has brought our Zheng family to this precarious position. I once dismissed him in the Shanghai market, he warned. Rest assured, this time my husband is exceptionally competent. The construction progress is remarkably swift. I have visited twice, and the framework is already halfway complete. Lin Feng will surely suffer substantial losses, Zhang Qianqian replied confidently. Qinshang rose, grinning. Moreover, I have arranged for subsequent tasks. Major domestic and international brands will be moving in. I've already negotiated with most of them. Zhang Taibei finally displayed a hint of a smile. Xiao Qian, it will not be easy for your father to emerge from this predicament. He was severely injured in that explosion, and though he has recovered somewhat, his temperament has changed drastically. The future of the Zheng family rests upon you both. Fear not, Xiao Peng and I will do our utmost to assist, Zhang Qianqian assured. In that moment, the group seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. As long as they could reclaim a measure of control, they would have the opportunity to continue applying pressure on Lin Feng. At 3 a.m. at the construction site near Longan Street in Yanjing, the foreman took a moment to rest, sitting aside and smoking. Suddenly, he heard the excavation machinery come to an abrupt halt. Frustrated, he thought about the financial implications of such a delay. Large excavators equated to significant costs. Just as he prepared to investigate the cause, a worker rushed over, wearing a hard hat but with a face pale with fear. Instantly alarmed, the foreman feared an accident had occurred and hastened his pace. What's going on? Why did the excavator stop? It's a disaster, the worker stammered, his face draining of color. The foreman's heart sank. An accident at the site could mean either death or injury, leading to exorbitant compensation costs. What exactly happened? Did someone die? No, it's not that, foreman. It's not a death, you should see for yourself. We uncovered something terrifying. 10 minutes later, the excavator finally ceased operations, revealing a massive pit surrounded by workers. Within the pit lay a collection of white objects, some circular and others elongated. Some were partially buried, while others were fully exposed to the air. These objects were undeniably human remains, suggesting they had unearthed an ancient burial site. Foreman, what should we do now? Should we continue working? This is a matter that must be reported to the boss. We cannot shoulder this responsibility. Please, foreman, think of a solution, the workers urged. The foreman, troubled, waved his hand dismissively. He was the most anxious of all. Delaying the project would mean lost earnings, yet those in construction are wary of such matters. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Sheng's number. It was now 4 a.m. Qin Sheng, having barely slept for half an hour, was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Groggy, he answered the call, only to hear the foreman's anxious voice on the other end. Boss, we have a situation. Chapter 118. In a state of half-sleep, Qin Sheng was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. What had happened? He did not even recognize the caller. Who are you? What's going on? Boss Qin, it's old Qin, the foreman at the construction site. We've encountered a serious issue. This revelation struck Qin Sheng like a thunderbolt, jolting him into a heightened state of alertness. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Having borrowed 30 billion, he could not afford any missteps. This was his last lifeline. Everything had been progressing smoothly until this phone call felt like a devastating blow to his face. What do you mean? What has happened? We unearthed a large number of skeletons. Work has come to a complete standstill. What should we do next? Skeletal remains? What kind of remains? Boss, they are human bones, skeletal remains. From our initial assessment, there appear to be hundreds, and we haven't dared to dig any further. Now fully awake, Qin Sheng furrowed his brow, recognizing the severity of the situation. The potential fallout from such a bizarre occurrence was far more terrifying than a mere accident at the site. Imagine the public's reaction if it became known that a construction project had uncovered a multitude of remains. As a native of Guangxing, he was acutely aware of the local beliefs surrounding feng shui, yet he found himself with no avenue for retreat. To withdraw would be to court disaster. Having seen enough of the world, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Old Qin, listen carefully. I will give you 2 million. You must handle this matter discreetly and ensure it does not reach the outside world. Is that understood? 2 million? For Old Qin, this is indeed a substantial sum, he thought, momentarily tempted. However, the weight of responsibility loomed large. If the situation were to spiral out of control, he too would bear the consequences. 3 million immediately. You can settle your workers. It won't cost much. How does that sound? Deal, boss, but you must act quickly. We need to silence them. We cannot afford to be without funds. Qin Sheng abruptly ended the call and swiftly transferred the 3 million. At that moment, his weariness vanished. He observed Zhang Qianqian still asleep beside him and chose not to disturb her. Dressing quickly, he headed straight to the construction site. 20 minutes later, he arrived as dawn broke. Over 20 workers were present, with Old Qin distributing 50,000 each as hush money. To these men, it was a considerable amount. Old Qin has informed you all. Now that you've received the money, you must uphold your end of the bargain. Should I discover anyone speaking out, I will not be lenient. Rest assured, boss. Having taken the money, we will keep our silence. Indeed, money makes things easier. We are men of our word. Old Qin turned to Qin Sheng. You can trust these men. They have been with me for over 5 years. Not a word will escape us. A weight lifted from Qin Sheng's heart, yet an unsettling anxiety lingered. Those who have committed wrongful acts often find themselves beset by fear. Around 6 o'clock, Qin Sheng departed the site, leaving the workers to recover the area of skeletal remains and resume construction. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, behind one of the construction sheds, Li Mu recorded the entire incident on his phone. Soon after Qin Sheng left, he too stealthily slipped away. Upon returning home, Zhang Qianqian was already awake. Seeing Qin Sheng in disarray, she frowned. Where have you been? Oh, I went to the site. I was a bit uneasy, but everything is normal now. I just need to catch some sleep. Ashing, please take care of yourself. Things are going well for us now. Rest assured, my grandfather will help us. Qin Sheng nodded and retreated to his room. As his wife, Zhang Qianqian sensed something amiss about him that day but chose not to pry, attributing his behavior to the stress he was under. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, filled with dreams of the construction site being discovered. The media in Yanjing began to report extensively on the matter, claiming his land was cursed, with poor feng shui. Many merchants, for whom he had invested considerable effort to secure, began to withdraw. The loss would be catastrophic. Suddenly jolting awake, drenched in cold sweat, he glanced at the setting sun and checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. He had slept for over 10 hours. It was just a dream. What a fright. He grabbed his phone from the table, glancing at the screen, and froze. The display was flooded with news alerts. Breaking. A video has surfaced showing extensive skeletal remains unearthed at the D-House Center commercial complex on Longan Street during nighttime construction. However, the responsible parties concealed the truth and did not report the incident to the authorities. This matter has garnered widespread attention, and relevant parties are now contacting the project leader. Rubbing his eyes, Qin Shang could hardly believe what he was seeing. He thought he must be mistaken, yet after multiple confirmations, he felt his body weaken and collapsed back onto the bed. How? How could this happen? Didn't I pay them off? Didn't they promise me? Damn these construction workers for their betrayal. Panic surged through him. At that moment, Zheng Qianqian was not by his side. She had gone to the Zheng family villa, leaving him alone in the hotel. Just then, another news alert popped up, causing Qin Shang's pupils to dilate. Only 5 minutes ago, dozens of reporters arrived at the Zheng family estate, surrounding the villa. At the construction site, not only media personnel but also police had arrived. What the hell is going on? Why has a video been leaked? Inside the Zheng family villa, all entrances were securely locked, and over 30 bodyguards stood at the ready. Zheng Taibei and the others peered out the window, their expressions grave. Sister, what on earth is happening? How did the site suddenly uncover skeletal remains? Qianqian, what is going on? Zheng Qianqian appeared dazed, her body trembling. I knew something was off this morning. I suspected he already knew about the incident at the site. Damn it. Chapter 119. Was he not normal this morning? This morning, I awoke to find him absent. Later, when he returned at 9, his demeanor was off. It felt as though he was in a state of unrest. He mentioned wanting to check on the construction site. In retrospect, there must have been an issue. It is likely that the workers unearthed bones and alerted him. Once this information becomes public, the land will be rendered worthless, which is why he chose to conceal it. The real culprit is the person who leaked the video. Zhang Peng glanced at his grandfather and sister, speaking up, "Can we cease this discussion? What should our next steps be?" A dreadful silence enveloped them. It wasn't that they were unwilling to answer, but rather, they too were at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, at the Yanjing Dingfeng building, Lin Feng felt elated upon seeing the latest news. Boss, as per your request, I have circulated these videos through various channels to numerous small media outlets and tabloid press. Remarkably, these individuals are proficient. Once the narrative gained momentum, the entire world was informed.
Limu chuckled, genuinely impressed.
Only he understood the magnitude of his boss's acumen. Even before discovering the existence of the bones underground, Lin Feng had already instructed to lay low. Boss, I've also gathered information. The Yanjing police have intervened. The construction site is temporarily sealed off as they investigate the age of the bones found in the pit. Lin Feng smiled broadly. Li Mu relayed the information that the site had once been a mass grave over a century ago, and more than 60 years ago, it had been designated as a burial ground by a nearby village. Boss, is this true? Although the narrative was sensationalized, could I fabricate such a tale? An inquiry would yield definitive conclusions, and soon enough, this land would be utterly abandoned. Upon hearing this, Li Mu wasted no time and swiftly exited the office. Wang Hai quietly inquired, Boss, did you already suspect there was an issue with this land, which is why you chose to abandon it during your investment? You are astute. Otherwise, why would I forsake such a prime piece of real estate? Lin Feng shot Wang Hai a glance. Given your background as a former police officer, you understand how fortunate we are to have encountered such misfortune with this land. There aren't many cursed sites like this. The other two plots are unscathed. But with this cautionary tale, anyone involved in Qin Shang's investments will undoubtedly be affected psychologically. Wang Hai raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive, boss. Your wisdom is unparalleled. He felt that those who dared to challenge Lin Feng were simply inviting their own downfall. They were not on the same level. At noon, the internet erupted. The ongoing rivalry between Lin Feng and the Zheng family was already under scrutiny. But with this recent turn of events, all attention was squarely on the issue. Li Mu's efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, the history of the land was laid bare by various small and gossip media. Evidence surfaced quietly, and with corroboration from authoritative outlets, everything proved authentic. At that very moment, the police reached a conclusion. The bones were not contemporary, ruling out any large-scale murder cases. Expert analysis revealed that these remains dated back at least a century, confirming that this area had indeed been a mass grave, later designated as a burial ground by a nearby village. However, this revelation was far from good news for Qin Shang and the Zheng family. In an instant, what was once a prime commercial plot had transformed into a site of calamity. Frenzied discussions erupted online, and as Lin Feng had anticipated, the other two plots were also implicated. My grandfather told me that place was used for burying the dead. During the war, when people died, they were simply discarded there. It was haunted back when there was a village nearby. You know nothing. My hometown was the former Tangan village, right in that area. My father, returning home from night shifts when I was young, encountered something sinister. It was terrifying. I researched online and found numerous ghost stories associated with this place. Let me show you a photo. See the background? SNT at that very site? Did you spot the white shadow? Goodness, that's terrifying. And they want to build a commercial complex? Even if it gets completed, I wouldn't set foot there. Just halt construction. It's bound to lose money. I'd rather write my name backward. The online comments exploded, all overwhelmingly negative. It was evident to any discerning individual that investing in this land was destined for failure. It was uncertain whether they would even attract tenants once the project was launched. The combined onslaught of public opinion left the Zheng family and Qin Shang utterly bewildered. By 8 p.m., after navigating through throngs of reporters, Qin Shang finally entered the Zheng family villa, only to be met with a resounding slap that left him dazed. Qin Shang, why did you deceive me? Has it come to this? Are you satisfied now? This isn't my fault. I paid the foreman 3 million to keep it confidential, but I never anticipated. Zhang Taibei glanced at the two, his voice low. Isn't their fault. This video was surreptitiously recorded. Aishing, you have been set up. Zhang Peng's expression shifted suddenly, realization dawning upon him. I understand now, it must be Lin Feng. It has to be. The room fell into a suffocating silence. They all knew Lin Feng was behind this, yet they felt utterly powerless, as if they had exhausted all options. Sis, let us seek help from your family. The Qin family wields considerable power in the south. I refuse to believe we cannot unite against Lin Feng. That won't work, Qin Shang blurted out. Zhang Taibei's expression hardened, his demeanor chilling. Aishing, given how things stand, we cannot resolve this. You invested 300 billion. I know you wish to prove yourself to your father. But if this continues, we are all doomed. At this moment, Zhang Qianqian's face was pale, fear evident in her eyes. Dad? I came to invest in Yanjing with Aishing without my father's knowledge. And that 300 billion was secured by mortgaging our shares in Daijing. Zhang Qianqian's revelation was like a thunderclap, leaving Zhang Taibei stunned. What did you say? You financed your investment through loans? You kept this from your father, Qin Shanhai? Qin Shang remained silent, head bowed, while Zhang Qianqian was on the verge of tears, fully aware that their secrets could no longer remain hidden. Chapter 120. You two are truly being reckless. Qianqian, you are jeopardizing the Zheng family. This path leads us to utter despair. No, sister, brother-in-law, what are you thinking? You've run out and taken loans to invest? Have you lost your minds? What shall we do now? Zhang Peng was in a panic. The moment Song Chenggong passed, he believed the Zheng family would undoubtedly become the foremost in Yanjing. However, after confronting Lin Feng, he experienced the same despair as his contemporary, Song Wei. Now, with his father imprisoned, and having finally welcomed his elder sister as a formidable ally, it turned out that the other party was also a pariah. Father, Xiaopeng, I never anticipated things would escalate to this. Aishing is being ostracized at home. Not only do his siblings look down on him, but Qin Shanhai is also indifferent towards him. Thus, he seeks to prove himself. Prove himself? You could have been forthright with me. Wouldn't grandfather still assist you? Now that it has come to this, it's over. We are finished. Looking at the fishing vessels, these 3 parcels of land are nothing but worthless. Grandfather, aren't there still 2 parcels left? What do you know? The ripple effect, anyone associated with us will be shunned. If I am not mistaken, merchants will soon begin to sever their ties with us and cancel their opening plans. Zhang Taibei narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, why have these 3 parcels become available? Why did Lin Feng abandon them? Now that I think about it, It's not something I dare to contemplate. They exchanged fearful glances, understanding Zheng Taibei's implication. It was highly likely that Lin Feng was already aware of the issues surrounding these lands. The situation had unfolded. There was no recourse now. You two should remain here and not venture outside for the time being. I will think of a solution. After Zheng Taibei concluded, he ascended to his room, leaving the three younger ones in the living room, where the atmosphere had plummeted to a new low. Zhang Peng even found himself harboring resentment towards his sister and brother-in-law. The following morning, a dejected Qin Shang answered at least 20 phone calls, pleading like a subordinate, yet to no avail. The cooperating merchants showed no willingness to negotiate. Mr. Wang, I can offer you a year of free rent, and if business does not improve after that, we can discuss it further. Please, I implore you to support me in this endeavor. What? These are merely superstitious notions, and the idea of unearthing bones is beneficial. Click. The other party had clearly lost interest in Qin Shang's futile attempts. Would they dare to excavate a site that might yield bones? It was not fear of ghosts, but rather the ill fortune associated with it. Despondently, he hung up the phone, feeling utterly hopeless. Throughout the morning, he had received various calls from merchants, but the true horror lay in the fact that Zheng Taibei's words were indeed coming to fruition. The ripple effects had manifested. While the other two sites had not exited the partnership as drastically, at least one-third chose to withdraw, and the remaining two-thirds demanded significant concessions. All funds had been invested. If he could not recoup his principal, it would be the end. The thought of his 30 billion loan weighed heavily on him. If Qin Shanhai discovered his stake in Daijing, he might very well be met with violence. In a second-floor room, Zheng Taibei's expression fluctuated between optimism and despair. He realized that he might not have another chance to turn the tide. It was not merely a matter of finances. Lin Feng had already established his dominance, while the Zheng family was in disarray. After much hesitation, he finally dialed an overseas number. Hello? Mr. Jason, it has been a while since we last spoke. Oh, Mr. Zheng, what brings you to contact me? On the other end was Jason, a senior executive from Baoli in the Shanghai market. Their previous association had ended poorly due to Lin Feng's interference, resulting in Baoli's attempts to engage with Shangtai being thwarted under Lin Feng's directive. Haha, we are old friends. Can't we reminisce a little? The line fell silent. Jason, being well-versed in Chinese affairs, kept himself updated with the news from China. Mr. Zheng, I am currently vacationing in the Maldives. I've seen the news that you seem to be in some trouble, but I am afraid I cannot be of assistance. He prepared to hang up, but Zheng Taibei's eyes flashed with resolve. Wait, Mr. Jason, regarding that request you mentioned before, I believe there is room for consideration. Oh, is that so? The Dihua Group has been a hallmark of your family legacy. If that were to change, it would require a new helmsman. Mr. Jason, my initiative to call you should indicate that I have deliberated on this thoroughly, but I have one stipulation. Speak freely, we are friends. I wish for Lin Feng to pay a price for his actions. Mr. Zheng, I will make time to visit Yanjing. Once all formalities are concluded and the dust settles, we shall discuss this thoroughly. Lin Feng is a troublesome character, and it is known that Shangtai is allied with him, which has displeased higher authorities. Very well, Mr. Jason. I hope you will not deceive me. I have no other demands. I do not wish for Lin Feng and his associates to perish, but I desire to witness them live in abject poverty. If you can truly fulfill my request, the Dihua Group will become a subsidiary of Baoli Auction House. I must say, this has been one of our most agreeable conversations. I will personally visit you in 2 days. As the call ended, Zheng Taibei felt as if he had aged a decade, his complexion pale. A century of hard work was being relinquished for vengeance. Could he truly accept this? Yet, there was no alternative. He foresaw that if this continued, Dihua would meet its demise, consumed bit by Lin Feng. While there was still some value left, he needed to cling to a powerful ally to avoid destitution. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Guangxing Daijing Group, Qin Shanhai scrutinized the news in the newspaper, his brow furrowed and expression grim. It was impossible for him to overlook such significant events occurring in Yanjing. Before him stood 4 young men, resembling Qin Shanhai but differing somewhat from Qin Shang. Father, Ashing has gone too far with this. Where did he acquire the 30 billion? This is a considerable issue, and I believe it warrants thorough investigation. With sister-in-law's family in disarray, I suspect the matter is far from simple. A young man, head bowed, spoke calmly, yet his words carried a hint of provocation. His name was Qin Hai, the youngest son of Qin Shan Hai and his favored child among many.
Chapter 121, Xiao 2.
What do you mean? Father, since the news broke, our primary concern has been that third brother is recklessly investing such a vast sum in Yenjing. If he succeeds, that benefits sister-in-law's family? However, we have overlooked a crucial point. Where did he acquire the 30 billion? As far as I know, none of us 5 brothers can muster such a colossal amount unless you support us. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan Hai furrowed his brow. This was a significant oversight he had never considered. Where exactly did Qin Shang's 30 billion originate? This matter needs to be investigated immediately. Additionally, please check whether the shares of the group we hold are still in their hands. An astute observer would instantly recognize the implications. 30 billion is an astronomical figure that can only be achieved through that 10% stake. Should that stake fall into the hands of outsiders, the consequences would be dire. The brothers left the living room, each harboring their own thoughts, while Qin Shan Hai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Qin Shang had thoroughly disheartened him. The remnants of their father-son bond had long since evaporated. In Yenjing, during a time of turmoil, less than 2 months after the sudden collapse of Song Qinggong's Longting Group, another prestigious family, the Zheng family, was facing a similar crisis. If Song Qinggong's downfall was abrupt, the Zheng family's decline was akin to a slow suicide. The signs were imperceptible until the damage was irreparable. After finishing a call, Zhang Taibei walked into the living room with a stoic expression. Some matters no longer required deliberation but rather decisive action. Inside the living room, 3 individuals leaned against the sofa, enveloped in a stifling silence. Everyone, I have something to say. Zhang Taibei's voice pierced through their thoughts. Ashing, you are my granddaughter's husband. We are family. However, as you can see, the current situation necessitates that we sever all ties. I apologize. Grandfather. Qian, make your choice. Either go with him or return to the Zheng family. Zhang Qian stood frozen, fully aware of her grandfather's unwavering nature. At this juncture, she had to decide. Sister, don't be foolish. He is finished, and we still have an escape route. If you follow him back to Guangqing, Qin Shan Hai will not spare you. A wave of fear washed over her as she cast a long glance at Qin Shang, ultimately gritting her teeth and standing by Zhang Taibei's side. Qian, you. Ashing, I love you dearly, but I have done enough for you. I am weary and cannot accompany you any longer. I apologize. When a woman becomes ruthless, she surpasses a man. 5 years of marital affection crumbled in an instant, leaving Qin Shang in shock. He had never anticipated such a conclusion. Qian, are you out of your mind? Why are you leaving me? Have I treated you poorly? Ashing, if you still love Qian, let her go. Following you will lead to no good outcome. The 10% stake in Daijing, do you think your father will overlook you? Haha, you all abandon me, all of you. Rest assured, I will make you regret this. Qin Shang lost control, his composure shattered. He cast a venomous glance at the individuals before him and fled. Finally, that calamity has departed. He is now a ticking time bomb. If he lingers here, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Grandfather, he has always treated me well. Qian, kindness cannot be consumed as sustenance. Following him, you have no future, and if I am not mistaken, Qin Shan Hai will soon pursue him. Zhang Peng inquired softly, Grandfather. After all, Qin Shan Hai is his father. Wouldn't he go too far, would he? Father? In the face of money and interests, all familial ties are mere illusions. Moreover, you heard your sister. He is not favored in the Qin family. It is best to sever ties early. I have arranged everything. Our future task is to ensure Lin Feng pays the price. Grandfather, do you have a plan? Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we will welcome the new chairman of the Dihao Group. After saying this, Zhang Taibei turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Zhang Qian and Zhang Peng stunned, chills running down their spines. Latest news. According to a senior executive at the Dihao Group's PR department, their investment collaboration with Qin Shang has ended due to adverse rumors, causing 3 prime commercial plots to become cursed land, with conservative estimates of losses exceeding 10 billion. Breaking. A senior executive from the Dihao Group has revealed that significant decisions will be announced within the next 3 days, leading to internal structural changes and major personnel adjustments. Please stay tuned for the latest updates. The third son of the Daijing Group's chairman, facing a significant setback with a 30 billion investment, is estimated to have incurred losses amounting to 20 billion, as 3 prime plots have become wasteland. It is rumored that Qin Shang has left the Zheng family, with whispers of marital discord. This morning, media in Guangxing reported that Qin Hai's investment in Yanjing was a personal endeavor unrelated to the Daijing Group, with the source of the 30 billion investment still unclear. This information has not yet been verified by the Daijing Group. Is this the end? I never imagined it would be so quickly dismantled. This Qin Hai is quite the talent. Where on earth did he procure 30 billion?
Wang xin rimak, so mewak bemut.
Sister Wang, are you still unaware of your man's prowess? He won't rest until he breaks their spirits. I wondered why he didn't directly develop in Yanjing. It seems he intended to arrive and assume control. Jiang Shui said with a smile, thoroughly captivated since meeting Lin Feng. Oh, don't make me sound so formidable. This is merely the beginning. The waters in Yanjing run deep. Aside from Song Chunggong, who ensnared himself, others are not so easily dealt with. It must be approached step by step. Little brother, do you imply there will be further developments? The Zheng family's trump cards seem nearly exhausted, and with Zheng Bing in their ranks, it appears futile to rely on the Qin family's strength against us. Is there still a card to play? Look at this news. Significant personnel changes at the Dihao Group indicate major movements are afoot. Personnel changes? This must be published in the newspaper, if it involves board changes or a new chairman.
Little brother, you jest.
A change in chairman? Zhang Peng? That would hasten the demise of Dihao. Zhang Hua scoffed. Lin Feng shook his head, cryptically stating, "It seems we might be inviting wolves into our midst." Chapter 122. The individuals present in the room were seasoned veterans. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, they promptly grasped the situation. Inviting the wolf into the house? Could it be that Zheng Taibei has found accomplices? Wang Yongchang inquired, furrowing his brows. Indeed, I cannot fathom who could assist him, considering the debacle involving Qin Shang, and with the news indicating that Zheng Qianqian is likely to divorce, who else could it be? Noticing the confusion among the group, Lin Feng decided to reveal his thoughts. My friends, have you not considered whom they would most desire to collaborate with? When they sought support previously, they did not even include Song Qinggong's assets in the auction. Who else could it possibly be? The people from Baoli? Baoli Corporation, headquartered in the United States, and a major player in the international auction scene, essentially determines the rules of this industry. Moreover, they do not solely operate an auction house. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago, as they are backed by an immensely powerful team serving their interests. Otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of rare treasures for them to auction? The depths of this matter are unfathomable, yet it is of no immediate concern. Let them have their fun for now. The group exchanged glances but chose not to elaborate further. Observing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, it was evident that he had everything under control. In a 3-story, 500-square-meter villa within the Tian Du Yuan community in Guangxing, Yuan Hai wore a distressed expression, appearing exceedingly anxious. Qin Xiao, I truly do not know who the other party is. I had no choice. They are aware of everything about me. If I did not comply, I would surely perish. So, you willingly relinquish 10% of the shares in the Empire Group. Do you comprehend the significance of this? The speaker was none other than Qin Shan Hai's youngest son, Qin Hai. Young yet ruthless, he was decisive in action, lacking the composure and subtlety of his peers. In essence, he was a replica of Qin Shan Hai, making him the favored scion of the Qin family. I had no alternative. I secretly recorded a video. Here, you may take a look. I am not lying. He produced his phone and handed it to Qin Hai. 10 minutes later, after viewing the video, Qin Hai felt not a sense of relief but rather an increase in confusion and worry. Who is this individual? Have you conducted a background check? Qin Xiao. I have indeed investigated, including monitoring the train station, bus terminal, and airport surveillance, yet there is no match. Yuan Hai was visibly terrified, lowering his head. 300 billion. Though it was Qin Shang's collateral, the shares were lost, and he could not withstand the wrath of the Qin family. The crux of the matter was that he and Qin Hai had already made arrangements. This 10% of shares was initially meant to serve him, but now it had been intercepted by another. Qin Hai rose, his expression turning icy. Our Empire Group's shares are exceedingly valuable. Mishandling them could invite disaster.
Yuan Hai,
You have 3 days. Otherwise, prepare to receive a legal notice from our firm. Qin Xiao, please show mercy. I am innocent. I will assist you in uncovering the identity of this person. Take care of yourself. However, if it comes to that, we shall see how you fare. As long as you can articulate your thoughts, there may still be a chance to salvage the situation. Watching Yuan Hai leave in a daze, a smirk played upon Qin Hai's lips. Third brother, just wait. Once you fall into my grasp, I will earn merit in my father's eyes. At that moment, a knock echoed at the villa door. A burly, indifferent middle-aged man stepped inside. Mr. Qin, I have made the necessary arrangements. This trip to Yanjing involves 2 tasks. First, to bring Qin Sheng back, and second, to help me locate this individual. He placed a phone on the table, revealing the gaunt face of an old man, the very visage of the individual who had, in disguise, absconded with the Empire's shares. Who is this man? Qin Hai inquired. Do you think our group's shares can be so easily acquired? It's no surprise that Guangxing has no records. He hails from Yanjing, after all. Yanjing? If I am not mistaken, he is likely one of Lin Feng's associates. Others may be oblivious, but do they truly believe I am blind to it? Mr. Qin, I understand. I will ensure he is brought back to you. If you can make him reveal the whereabouts of the 10% shares, that would be even better. The man nodded in silence and departed without further ado. It is undeniable that Qin Shan Hai's favoritism towards his youngest son is justified. At the very least, his displayed temperament and intellect distinguish him among his contemporaries. He even deduced that the old man was from Yanjing and likely associated with Lin Feng. Should he manage to control Qin Hai, he would hold a significant advantage in the future power struggle for the group's control. In Yanjing Xiangtai, Lin Feng reclined on his bed, scrolling through his phone. He had entered Qin Hai's name into the search bar. The results yielded not only his basic information but also a series of news articles related to him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he read. The 300 billion enigma of the Empire Group has been unraveled. Qin Shang illicitly mortgaged 10% of his shares for a loan of 300 billion. Currently, the bank personnel responsible for this loan have been detained. Sources indicate that this case is part of a larger scheme, with significant suspects who illegally procured the 10% shares from Yuan Hai being apprehended by Guangxing police. Breaking news. Due to Qin Hai's exceptional performance in this shares scandal, he ultimately exposed the individual responsible for absconding with the shares, significantly reducing the group's losses. Qin Shan Hai has lauded him extensively, and external opinions are increasingly favorable toward Qin Hai as the potential successor to the Empire Group. Reports suggest that the suspect in the Empire shares case is only 19 years old, hailing from Yanjing, with no background yet proficient in theft and disguise techniques. However, police revealed that after 5 extensive interrogations, the suspect steadfastly maintained that he had not assisted anyone, only seeking money for personal needs. Lin Feng remained composed as he noted the date. This news was from 10 days later. He couldn't help but reflect that, ultimately, possessing exceptional skills does not guarantee safety. Only those like himself, with eyes wide open to the truth, can remain invulnerable. Yet, he was somewhat surprised. Li Mu had proven to be remarkably adept, and yet he had still been discovered. This only indicated that Qin Hai was not to be underestimated. Chapter 123. If it had been someone else, they would surely have met their demise, but encountering Lin Feng was merely their misfortune. Lin Feng had no desire to unravel where Li Mu had faltered or how he had been discovered. Had he known in advance, he could have evaded the peril in 100 different ways. Yet, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a smile. He had no intention of avoiding it. Only by confronting the crisis could he ensure safety. Constant evasion would invite too many uncertainties. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was already 4 p.m. on September 16th. Suicide seemed so devoid of meaning, especially when burdened by hatred. The potential eruption of such feelings would be astonishing, wouldn't it? In the future news, all truths would be revealed, yet the ultimate fate of Qin Shang remained unspoken. However, after Lin Feng's diligent search, He finally uncovered a piece of news 6 months later. A nameless corpse had been discovered beneath a cliff in the outskirts of Yanjing. Identification of the body confirmed it to be Qin Shang, who had been missing for half a year. He had chosen to end his own life. And one should not harbor thoughts of solitary endurance leading to vengeance. Once one's spirit shatters, the path inevitably leads to ruin. That afternoon, while at the company, Lin Feng summoned Wang Hai and Li Mu to his office. As they entered, they found Lin Feng seated, silently observing them, which made both men feel somewhat uneasy, uncertain of the reason behind Lin Feng's peculiar demeanor. Was there an issue? Had they erred in some way? You both have performed admirably. Do not overthink it. I am merely contemplating how to allocate the upcoming tasks. Lin Feng reassured them. Wang Hai and Li Mu exchanged puzzled glances, seldom having witnessed Lin Feng in such contemplation, which piqued their curiosity. After a moment of deliberation, as if reaching a resolution, Lin Feng addressed Wang Hai. Old Wang, having risen through the ranks of the police force as a criminal investigator, I need you to trace Qin Shang's whereabouts. I can provide you with a range. If you cannot locate him, then stake out at Shaoshan in Yangtzuan. He will undoubtedly appear within a week. Wang Hai appeared perplexed. Boss, he has been missing since being driven away by the Zhang family, and there are reports from Guangxing that the Qin family is also searching for him. Why should we pursue him? Simply bring him to me. This young man is on the verge of despair. One life is at stake. You must inform him that if he seeks vengeance, I can provide what he desires. Wang Hai nodded, refraining from further inquiries. What about me?
Li Mu queried.
Feeling bewildered that he had not been assigned a task. Xiao Li, after navigating the underworld for so many years, have you never considered the possibility of your downfall? What? Downfall? Li Mu gasped, puzzled by Lin Feng's implication. Reflect on your recent assignment in Guangxing. Is there any oversight? Li Mu's expression grew serious as he lowered his gaze in contemplation, yet he seemed unable to identify his error. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and he looked at Lin Feng in terror. I have an irregular birthmark on my neck. I forgot to address it at the time. As he spoke, he broke into a cold sweat, staring at Lin Feng with fear. Careless, are we? Do you wish to bring shame upon the illustrious lineage of your ancestors? They have braved the inner sanctum. Boss, what should we do now? I did not think much of it at the time, but now it seems